This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1174. It really has become an Emperor-level sea area, Zhou exclaimed in surprise. Previously, he had only guessed that the colorful bubble creature in the energy rainbow tree was an Emperor-level Leviathan. But now that the Emperor Sea area had truly taken shape, he could be completely certain that the rainbow bubble creature was indeed an Emperor-level Leviathan. It's just that the sea area is a bit small. The 1 million meter sea area only has a radius of 500,000 meters, not even covering the corpses of those king-level Leviathans. Has that rainbow bubble creature hatched? Zhou wondered, then flew directly towards the direction of the energy rainbow tree. Soon, Zhou arrived in front of the energy rainbow tree. However, the energy rainbow tree as a whole hadn't changed much, only the bubbles generated on its branches had all turned rainbow-colored. Hasn't it hatched? Zhou approached the trunk of the energy rainbow tree and found the rainbow bubble creature still inside, only slightly larger. It seems this commotion is just forming the Emperor Sea. It might take a long time for it to actually hatch, Zhou guessed. Sigh. I was thinking of communicating with the rainbow bubble creature, Zhou sighed. The energy rainbow tree is currently unable to generate rainbow bubbles, depriving him of a reliable source of powerful trump cards. If the rainbow bubble creature could hatch, he could communicate with it and ask for some rainbow bubbles, but unfortunately, it hasn't hatched. Oh well, I raise it slowly. It's a Leviathan-level creature after all, Zhou said, shaking his head helplessly. Just as he was about to teleport back to the phantom scale stomach wall space, he suddenly noticed that the rainbow bubble creature in the trunk of the energy rainbow tree had opened its eyes. After blinking a few times, the rainbow bubble creature slowly turned its head, looking at Zhou with its shimmering rainbow-colored eyes. The next second, the rainbow bubble creature swam through the trunk, arriving directly in front of the trunk near Zhou. Then, it slowly opened its bubble-like, round mouth and exhaled a multicolored bubble. Is this what you wanted? The colored bubble slowly flew towards Zhou through the edge of the energy rainbow tree trunk. At the same time, a rather childish voice rang in Zhou's mind. The moment Zhou's hand touched the colored bubble, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Obtained rainbow bubble X1 last time. When it was still asleep, I sent it a telepathic message using my mental power. It heard me, Zhou said, his face lighting up with delight. Yes, could you give me 11 more? Zhou asked quickly. Pop pop pop. The rainbow bubble creature nodded gently, then quickly exhaled 11 colorful bubbles. Zhou quickly collected them one by one. They were indeed all rainbow bubbles, which thrilled him. Although the rainbow bubble creature hadn't hatched, since it had awakened from its slumber and could easily exhale 12 rainbow bubbles, he could continue making rainbow cubes from now on. How many more of these bubbles can you exhale? Zhou asked after collecting all the rainbow bubbles. It can spit out 8 more, the rainbow bubble creature replied. Won't spitting out these colored bubbles affect you? Although Zhou wanted to obtain a large amount of rainbow bubbles from the rainbow bubble creature, he didn't want to hinder its growth. After all, he had cultivated this Emperor-level Leviathan himself, and after successful hatching, he would gain an Emperor-level combatant. While he might not be able to fully utilize this Emperor-level Leviathan, obtaining some Emperor-level energy shouldn't be a problem. It won't have any effect. The rainbow bubble creature gently shook its head. Oh, that's good. By the way, what's your name? Zhou suddenly thought, he couldn't just call it the rainbow bubble creature. My name is Rainbow. The rainbow bubble creature's voice echoed in Zhou's mind, its tone both mature and naive. So this is the Emperor? Zhou said, somewhat speechless. Did I call you Rainbow Emperor from now on? Zhou said. Rainbow Emperor nodded slightly. After the conversation ended, the Rainbow Emperor returned to the center of the rainbow tree trunk and entered a state of slumber. It wasn't easy. After so long, I can finally create rainbow cubes again. Zhou's tone was filled with excitement. The acquisition of rainbow cubes should be more secure in the future. After leaving a large amount of Leviathan creature meat for the Rainbow Emperor, Zhou teleported back to the stomach wall space of the phantom scale. After feeding the phantom scale, Zhou went outside, dived into the depths of the sea, and then took out the energy cube condenser. Boom! A loud bang suddenly echoed from the depths of the sea. The energy compression ball surrounding the energy cube condenser exploded, and a cube radiating colorful light flew out of the device and landed in Zhou's hand. Ding! Obtained Rainbow Cube X1. With the Rainbow Cube, I have some self-defense capabilities in the event of any unexpected incidents, Zhou said with a smile, then stored the Rainbow Cube in the system interface. Today is day 447, and there are only 3 days left until the next treasure hunt trial. Zhou doesn't plan to leave Sea Area 7 for the time being. So he left the illusionary scale in place while he returned to his stomach wall space and opened the last king-level treasure chest, the Immortal Sponge treasure chest. Ding! Obtained Immortal Sponge Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtained Immortal Energy Crystal X1. Ding! Obtained Immortal Sponge Shield X1. Ding! Obtained Immortal Physique Attribute Frame X1. Ding! Obtained 1 million Evolution Factors. Last time I obtained a king-level positioning card fragment from the Immortal Sponge Leviathan Golden Chest in the treasure hunt trial. As expected, I can't get another one this time, Zhou said. This also confirmed his guess that he hadn't obtained a king-level positioning card fragment when he obtained the Daylight chest for the second time. Ding! Immortal Sponge Shield. After being infused with immortal energy, the shield size can be continuously expanded. When defending with the Immortal Sponge Shield, immortal energy consumption can be reduced by 70%. Reducing immortal energy consumption by 70%, that's great. Zhou exclaimed in surprise. Immortal energy cannot be destroyed, only consumed. Therefore, the duration of defense depends on the amount of energy. The more immortal energy in the body, the longer the defense time. This Immortal Sponge Shield, reducing immortal energy consumption by 70%, is essentially increasing the defense duration. Chapter 1175. With enough immortal energy accumulated within his body, he could easily withstand an Emperor-level attack head-on. Ding! Immortal Physique Attribute Box. After use, the Physique Attribute will change to the Immortal Physique Attribute, granting a 30% increase in the base value of the Physique Attribute, and a 50% increase in the strength of defensive energy. Its 2 bonus effects. Unfortunately, I already have the Vitality Physique Attribute box, so I probably can't use it again. Zhou said, trying to use the Immortal Physique Attribute box. Ding! You have already used the Vitality Trait Attribute box, which cannot be used again. As expected, Zhou said. Thus, Zhou had examined all the items in the 5 king-level Leviathan treasure chests. Then, he took out the gene potions from the 5 king-level treasure chests and placed them in front of him. Next, he added the rampaging Leviathan gene potion he had just made, making a total of 6 king-level Leviathan gene potions. At this moment, Zhou's face showed a troubled expression. The 6 bottles of king-level gene potions were all very potent, and he wanted to fuse them all, but the problem was, his character attribute panel simply didn't have that many slots. The Brainwave Leviathan gene is definitely out of the question, Zhou said, looking at the gene section of his character attribute panel. But besides the Brainwave Leviathan gene, all the others are king-level Leviathan genes. Zhou's face showed a conflicted expression. Fine, I just removed the sea-swallowing Leviathan gene. After much hesitation, Zhou finally decided to remove the sea-swallowing Leviathan gene. The remaining king-level Leviathan genes, however, truly couldn't be removed. Having determined the genes to be extracted, Zhou then looked at the 6 king-level Leviathan gene potions before him. He needed to choose 2 from them. Destructive Leviathan Gene Potion, Concealment Leviathan Gene Potion, Barrier Leviathan Gene Potion, Leap Leviathan Gene Potion, Immortal Sponge Leviathan Gene Potion, Rampage Leviathan Gene Potion. The Immortal Sponge Leviathan Gene Potion could be eliminated directly, as he could obtain immortal energy directly from the illusion scales. The Destructive Leviathan Gene Potion, with its energy intensity reaching the pinnacle of king-level Leviathans, was definitely the one Zhou would choose. The remaining one would have to be chosen from the other 4 more supportive king-level gene potions. Concealment, Leap, Barrier, Rampage. These 4 genes are all very useful, Zhou frowned, deeply conflicted. Sigh. I choose Concealment then. Zhou pondered for a long time, before finally choosing the Concealment Leviathan Gene Potion. The Concealment trait allows one to remain undetected by any means of surveillance, which can be used for surprise attacks or escape. In this survival world, strong survival skills are essential for longevity. Having made his decision, Zhou drank 2 bottles of gene stripping potion in succession, beginning the stripping of the Brainwave Leviathan gene and Sea-swallowing Leviathan gene. After these 2 genes were successfully stripped, Zhou immediately drank the Destruction Leviathan gene potion. The Concealment Leviathan gene potion could only be consumed after the Destruction Leviathan gene was successfully integrated. During the integration of the Destruction Leviathan gene, Zhou inscribed all 5 king-level cores in his hand with trait stamps, first imprinting the Destruction trait and Concealment trait onto them. There was still an unknown slot left after the Deathly Silence Power Attribute box, which could be used to add the Destructive trait, but the Thunder Speed attribute box was already full. Zhou thought for a moment, and removed the floating trait. He mainly used the auspicious energy form for high-speed flight, so the floating trait was no longer very useful. After adding the concealment trait, Zhou put away the remaining barrier trait, jump trait, and berserk trait. Then, Zhou took out the sea-swallowing Leviathan skeleton he had previously kept, used the bone marrow from the skeleton to make a bottle of sea-swallowing Leviathan gene potion, and sent it, along with the necrosis trait he had just removed, to Chenku. After doing all this, Zhou went to Sea Area 10, and then flew to the location of the auspicious Cloud Leviathan's main body. After such a long period of cultivation, the auspicious Cloud Leviathan's length had reached about 300,000 meters, and its energy intensity was comparable to that of a fusion nuclear energy source. "What's the matter?" A small clone of Shengyun Leviathan appeared before Zhou and asked. "I have a device here that requires king-level energy to operate, and it consumes 96 units of energy every day. Could you help me keep it running?" Zhou took out the dark matter collector and placed it on Shengyun Leviathan's main body, then said, "Only 96 units of energy per day?" Shengyun Leviathan asked incredulously. Zhou had always asked it for energy in the tens of thousands. This device only required 96 units of energy per day, which was quite unusual for it. "Yes, but it needs to be kept running continuously," Zhou emphasized. "Understood." The little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone nodded. Now, the auspicious Cloud Leviathan no longer haggled with Zhou when over everything like before. The daily consumption of less than 100 strands of king-level energy was nothing. "Here are a few king-level cores for you." Zhou took 6 of the 9 king-level cores he had obtained from the 3 survivor kings of Sea Area 6 and handed them to the auspicious Cloud Leviathan. Next, after asking the auspicious Cloud Leviathan for 30,000 strands of auspicious energy, Zhou went to the Radiant Sun Leviathan. Zhou had previously communicated with the Radiant Sun Leviathan. It also had a treasure chest inside, and was willing to give it to him directly. However, Zhou felt that the Radiant Sun Leviathan was still too weak, and obtaining the treasure chest inside it would be too uneconomical, so he didn't ask the Radiant Sun Leviathan to spit it out. As for whether the treasure chest inside the Radiant Leviathan would increase in power as its strength grew, Zhou didn't know. However, he figured it was best to first cultivate the Radiant Leviathan to its normal king-level Leviathan form before obtaining the king-level treasure chest. Zhou gave the Radiant Leviathan 2 king-level cores. He planned to give the last king-level core to the Vitality Leviathan later. Having done everything, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space of the illusionary scale. With nothing else to do, Zhou went to the illusionary scale's back, basking in the sun, while accumulating king-level energy. "Now that I have the Rainbow Cube, I must go to Sea Area 1 after this treasure hunt trial ends," Zhou thought to himself. Chapter 1176. On the morning of the 448th day, after feeding Huanlin, Zhou checked his character attribute panel. The Destroy Leviathan gene had been successfully integrated. He then took out the Hidden Leviathan gene potion and drank it. While integrating the Hidden Leviathan gene, Zhou rested on Huanlin's head, and casually criticized Shi Kongyun's erotic comics in the 10th Sea Area's communication channel. Around noon, Abram, the king of Zone 2 in the 7th Sea Area, sent a private message containing images of Abyss-level Leviathan corpses and corresponding silver-rimmed supply boxes. For the past 2 days, the powerful figures in the 7th Sea Area had been searching for the 50 Abyss-level Leviathan corpses. However, due to their slow Leviathan transformation speed and the scattered distribution of the corpses, the search was quite difficult. So far, they only found 23 of the 50 Abyss-level Leviathan corpses. Finding them all will likely require the treasure hunt trial. Have your people search faster. Once you found all 50 Abyss-level Leviathan corpses, I give you 10 Abyss-level cores and a corresponding silver-rimmed supply box. Zhou sent a message to Abram. "Thank you, Human Emperor. I immediately notify them to continue searching tonight," Abram said excitedly. Zhou's purpose in giving so many Abyss-level cores and corresponding silver-rimmed treasure chests was to enhance the strength of the powerful individuals in Sea Area 7. Because there might still be some survivors in Sea Area 7 who have connections with Sea Area 6. While the people in Sea Area 6 are unlikely to come in person again, they might secretly cultivate some powerful traitors to cause trouble for Sea Area 7. We need to produce a few more survivor kings in Sea Area 7, Zhou thought, directly taking out 3 King of Survival titles and sending them to Abram, letting him choose 3 trustworthy survivors. Should I also give Cheng Hui from Sea Area 9 a King of Survival title? Zhou still had 5 King of Survival titles, which were useless to him. No, Sea Area 9 is still under the jurisdiction of Sea Area 1. Chung Hui's situation is too dangerous. Let's wait and see. Zhou Wen decided to meet with the human emperor of Sea Area 1 first. The rest of the time was uneventful, and Zhou Wen spent it sunbathing. That evening, he went to the Rainbow Energy Tree's colorful bubble space. Zhou Wen went outside and placed the 23 abyss-level Leviathan corpses he had obtained that day into the rainbow bubble space. Soon, the rainbow bubbles that had been slowly floating in the air, like living things, landed on the abyss-level Leviathan corpses and began absorbing the energy from their flesh and blood. These rainbow bubbles can actually absorb energy too. Zhou Wen looked at the rainbow bubbles, then at the rainbow roots below. Both absorbed energy simultaneously, and the abyss-level Leviathan corpse quickly withered. Next, the energy-absorbing rainbow bubbles flew to the branches of the energy rainbow tree, transferring their internal energy into the tree. Rainbow Emperor, I be teleporting a king-level Leviathan clone later. Could you please not absorb it? Zhou Wen approached the trunk of the energy rainbow tree and communicated with the Rainbow Emperor using his mental power. Is it the previous elemental state king-level Leviathan clone? The Rainbow Emperor opened its eyes and asked Zhou Wen. Yes, Zhou Wen nodded. If it doesn't absorb my energy, then I won't absorb it, the Rainbow Emperor said. Alright, I talked to it. The king-level Leviathan Zhou Wen referred to was naturally the auspicious cloud Leviathan. The radiant light released by the auspicious cloud Leviathan's avatar, reaching 100 meters in diameter, accelerated the speed of energy condensation within its body. Although the acceleration effect wasn't strong, it was better than nothing. Afterward, Zhou Wen went to Sea Area 10, spoke to the auspicious cloud Leviathan, and then returned to the colorful bubble space. At this time, the diameter of the colorful bubble space had increased to 1 kilometer, making it much more spacious. After teleporting back the flying mist worms, floating electric flesh, and triangular starfire worms that he had previously cultivated there, Jianggu also teleported the auspicious cloud Leviathan's avatar there. The 100-meter diameter auspicious cloud Leviathan's avatar, upon appearing in the colorful bubble space, sensed a terrifying aura and, frightened, immediately released its energy, forming a protective shield of auspicious energy around itself. What are you doing? Didn't I just say? As long as you don't absorb the Rainbow Emperor's energy, the Rainbow Emperor won't do anything to you. Zhou Wen found the overreaction of the auspicious cloud Leviathan clone somewhat amusing. This is the first time I've been so close to an Emperor-level Leviathan. I'm a little unaccustomed to it. The auspicious cloud Leviathan clone floated to Zhou Wen's side, still maintaining a wary demeanor. If you're scared, just say you're scared. Saying you're a little unaccustomed is quite euphemistic, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Zhou Wen ignored the auspicious cloud Leviathan and began to gather king-level energy. Once the auspicious cloud Leviathan clone adjusted, it would be fine. The night passed quickly. After a night of adaptation, the auspicious cloud Leviathan clone had become somewhat accustomed to the Rainbow Emperor's aura. Today was day 449. After leaving a large amount of Leviathan biological meat for the Rainbow Emperor, Zhou Wen went to Sea Area 10 and collected a portion of dark matter from the auspicious cloud Leviathan's main body, gathered using the dark matter collector. Back in the Phantom Scale's stomach wall space, Zhou Wen began feeding it. During feeding, he set a blazing flame blade to Jiang Haitao. Then, he instructed Jiang Haitao to notify the survivors in Sea Areas 10 and 3 that they would be accompanying Jiang Haitao during this treasure hunt trial. Next, Zhou Wen gave another belating flame blade to Chen Ke, tasking her with collecting the golden treasure chests in Sea Area 2. To help her obtain as many golden treasure chests as possible, Zhou Wen also sent her a lingering clone. Finally, Zhou Wen sent a message to Abram, instructing him to tell the survivors in C7 that once the treasure hunt trial begins, any survivors in C7 who find a golden treasure chest should accompany Abram, and then have Abram accompany them, thus concealing their identities. Oh right, I also need the survivors in C10 and C3 to claim they are survivors from C1, Zhou Wen suddenly thought. Because C7 and C3 are both under the jurisdiction of C10 in the world system, the survivors from these three Cs will be mixed together after the trial begins. After arranging these trivial matters and feeding Huanlin, Zhou Wen began absorbing dark matter, condensing his void escape energy within his body. Chapter 1177. Ding! Attention all survivors, this is day 449. The treasure hunt trial will begin on day 450. Please prepare. That evening, the world system notification sounded in the minds of all survivors. At this time, Zhou Wen had already condensed the dark matter he had absorbed into his body into void escape energy. With nothing else to do, he checked the messages in the communication channels of various sea areas. Now, the survivors in Sea Area 10 weren't discussing the treasure hunt trial much anymore. It was simply a matter of finding treasure chests. As long as the survivors didn't fight each other, there wouldn't be any danger. Therefore, they were all discussing how to find the golden treasure chest as quickly as possible, because finding it would bring substantial rewards to his companion Jiang Haitao. After reading the messages in the communication channels of various sea areas for a while, and seeing nothing particularly noteworthy, Zhou casually picked up some novel stories to read. Around midnight, Zhou received a private message from Abram containing 27 Abyss-class Leviathan corpses and their exclusive supply boxes. Zhou quickly examined the supply boxes and selected 10 Abyss-class Leviathan gene potions with decent energy levels, along with corresponding Abyss-class cores, which he then sent to Abram. The remaining 40 supply boxes and cores were given to Jiang Haitao, who distributed them to the leaders of medium-sized guilds in the 10th Sea area who needed them. After completing this, Zhou went to Rainbow Emperor's location, released the 27 newly acquired Abyss-class Leviathan corpses, and then remained in the colorful bubble space to condense various king-level energies. The night passed quickly, and it was already morning of the 450th day. Zhou opened his character attribute panel and carefully checked it. The hidden Leviathan gene had been successfully fused. Zhou, Leviathan Hunter plus 100, Abyss Hunter plus 87, King of Survival plus 10, Normal Human Attributes are 10, Auspicious Cloud Pattern. Blazing Flame Pattern Intelligence, True Knowledge 26/25 Shock Trait. Impact Trait. Brainwave Trait. True Knowledge Trait Strength, Deadly Silence 3800/3800 Golden Thunder Trait. Gathering Core Trait. Lightning Ion Trait. Deadly Silence Trait. Destructive Trait Constitution, Vitality 3700/3700 Radiant Gold Trait. Contending Trait. Mighty Force Trait. Permanent Magnet Trait. Tungsten Gold Trait Speed, Mysterious Thunder 3700/3700 Liang Trait. Moon Shuttle Trait. Escape Trait. Mystic Thunder Trait. Divine Concealment Trait Genes. Lightning Leviathan Gene. Cyclone Leviathan Gene. Deadly Leviathan Gene. Auspicious Cloud Leviathan Gene. Mystic Thunder Leviathan Gene. Permanent Magnet Leviathan Gene. Destructive Leviathan Gene. Divine Concealment Leviathan Gene. Mighty Leviathan Gene Abilities. Radiant Golden Body. Golden Lightning Arc. Double Absorption. Energy Compression. Super Speed Regeneration. Moon like a Shuttle. Unrivaled. Cyclone Body Evaluation. A humanoid Leviathan possessing Auspicious Cloud Leviathan certification, who has entered the medium-sized Leviathan level. Back in the Phantom Scale's stomach wall space, shortly after feeding the Phantom Scale, the world system notification sounded in his mind that the treasure hunt trial was about to begin. 10 minutes later, Zhou and Huanlin simultaneously transformed into blue light, reappearing inside a king-level Leviathan. Zhou briefly touched the king-level Leviathan, obtaining relevant information from its encyclopedia. This king-level Leviathan was named Mountain Leviathan, its shape resembling a series of towering mountain ranges, similar in type to the earth-covering Leviathan. Both were gigantic king-level Leviathan creatures. Zhou wasted no time. After obtaining the Mountain Leviathan's information, he immediately sent Huanlin to find the golden treasure chest. After some time, Zhou followed the blood vessels to the heart of the Mountain Leviathan, where he saw a golden treasure chest enveloped in grayish-white energy crystals. Zhou donned the True Sense mask and activated True Sense trait, scanning the entire heart. After confirming there was no danger, he approached the golden treasure chest, then took out the Xianlei dragon pattern blade and destroyed the grayish-white energy crystal surrounding it. The grayish-white energy crystal wasn't very strong. The Xianlei dragon pattern blade easily destroyed it. Soon, Zhou successfully obtained the golden treasure chest inside and opened it to examine its contents. Ding! Obtained 1 golden token. Ding! Obtained 1 mountain energy crystal. Ding! Obtained 1 emperor level positioning card fragment. Ding! Obtained 1 mountain armor. Ding! Obtained 1 mountain construction blueprint. Ding! Obtained 10,000 evolution factors. Mountain construction blueprint? Zhou curiously took out the blueprint to examine it, finding it was simply a blueprint for quickly constructing a mountain using a stone foundation, nothing special. Next, Zhou took out the mountain armor to examine it, but no system notification sounded in his mind, indicating that the armor had no special effects. The mountain armor was quite bulky, about 3 meters tall, and its overall shape resembled a pile of grayish-white stones. Then, Zhou tested the mountain armor with some low-intensity king-level energy. The armor's strength was not high, only reaching the lowest level of king-level energy, namely Xianyang energy and king-level competitive energy. Although the strength is not high, it's still a king-level armor, not bad, Zhou said. Speaking of which, this is the first time I acquired king-level armor, so it's quite a rare item, Zhou smiled. After examining the items in the golden treasure chest, Zhou remained where he was, waiting for Abram's invitation to travel. To Zhou surprise, he received Abram's invitation not long after. So fast? Zhou frowned slightly, then clicked agree. After a flash of blue light, Zhou and Huanlin disappeared together inside the mountain Leviathan, reappearing inside another king-level Leviathan. Just as Zhou emerged from the teleportation flash, he noticed a core creature charging towards him. Well, so the golden treasure chest delivered itself to my doorstep. Zhou immediately activated lightning ion energy, raising his hand to unleash a bolt of silver lightning on the king-level core creature. Boom! After a dazzling burst of lightning, the king-level core creature sustained some damage, but quickly recovered. The energy intensity isn't low either, Zhou remarked calmly. Chapter 1178. Just then, the king-level core creature was about to reach Zhou, but before it could attack, it was swatted away by a black fin, the fin of Huanlin. Dare to attack a lowly person? Die! Huanlin roared, then quickly condensed black-colored energy in its mouth, and released a beam of black-colored energy before the king-level core creature could regain its footing. Boom! The beam of black-colored energy struck the king-level core creature squarely, and an explosion rang out. The king-level core creature was instantly blasted into an energy ball. Humph! Huanlin snorted arrogantly. Having lost to a king-level core creature last time, this time it had finally gotten its revenge. My lord, am I amazing? Huanlin condensed a miniature Huanlin with energy and excitedly approached Zhou, asking. Amazing? Amazing? Zhou gave a thumbs up. The black-colored energy condensed by the phantom scale was already top-tier king-level energy, probably only slightly inferior to destructive energy. It was indeed very powerful. Ha ha ha! Praised by Zhou, the miniature phantom scale happily swam around him. While Zhou was interacting with the phantom scale, the energy cluster formed after the king-level core creature was defeated began to rapidly converge, gradually condensing into an energy sphere and a golden treasure chest. The energy sphere was the core of this king-level Leviathan, and could not be obtained. Zhou directly took the golden treasure chest. Thank you for saving me, Your Majesty the Human Emperor. Abram, who was standing to the side, quickly stepped forward to express his gratitude upon seeing the battle end, while secretly glancing at the phantom scale several times out of the corner of his eyes filled with surprise. He wasn't unfamiliar with phasing Leviathans possessing king-level energy. The former Lord of the Seventh Sea, the true king, could also unleash king-level energy in his phasing Leviathan, though its intensity was definitely not as high as this one. Just now, to withstand the attack of that king-level core creature, he had used a berserk energy core, and the protective energy formed by the berserk energy was almost shattered. You can use this armor for now, Zhou said, handing the mountain armor he had just acquired to Abram. This is a king-level armor, wear it directly and return it to me after the trial, Zhou told Abram. Abram's strength was too weak, but Zhou needed Abram to accompany him to obtain the golden treasure chest in order to conceal his identity. Therefore, Abram's safety was paramount. King-level armor? This? Thank you, Your Majesty. Abram was stunned upon hearing that the bulky armor before him, resembling a pile of stones, was king-level armor. After a moment of hesitation, he expressed his gratitude with great emotion. We already encountered a king-level core creature at the very beginning of this trial. I wonder if Chinku has encountered one in his trial as well, Zhou thought to himself. Zhou wasn't worried about Jiang Haitao, as Jiang Haitao had possessed king-level traits for a long time, and with the Rift Flame Blade, dealing with ordinary king-level core creatures was no problem. Moreover, even if Jiang Haitao encountered a king-level core creature that Zhou couldn't handle, he could accompany him. Both of them were within the trial area of Sea Area 10 and could travel together, but Chinku was in Sea Area 2 and couldn't travel with him. Some time later, Abram received a travel invitation from a survivor in Sea Area 7. Abram clicked accept and teleported over. Soon, Zhou received an invitation from Abram to join him and went with him. This time, it wasn't a king-level core creature, but a normal golden treasure chest. Zhou easily obtained the golden treasure chest inside by destroying the outer king-level energy. Hereafter, Zhou repeated this process, encountering several more king-level core creatures along the way, but their energy levels were not high, and they were all defeated by the illusion scale. However, these king-level core creatures caused significant casualties to the survivors in various areas of the trial. Because the space in the trial was enclosed, these survivors couldn't escape and were basically left to die. Once Chen Xian also enters the 4th stage, let her and Jiang Haitao obtain the golden treasure chest in the 10th C area trial, Zhou Wen said after a moment's thought. My job is to specifically receive companion invitations from survivors who encounter king-level core creatures. This should minimize survivor deaths. Currently, survivor SOS invitations and invitations to find golden treasure chests are mixed together, making it impossible for Zhou Wen to distinguish which invitation is which, since sending messages is not allowed during the trial. Time passed slowly, and by midnight, Abran had stopped receiving companion invitations, indicating that all the golden treasure chests accessible to survivors in C Area 7 had been obtained. Zhou Wen obtained a total of 102 golden treasure chests. With approximately 100 million survivors across C Areas 10, 3, and 7, this trial should yield a total of 200 golden treasure chests. The remaining 98 golden treasure chests were likely obtained by Jiang Haitao, and the dozen or so king-level survivors from C Area 10. On the morning of day 451, the 13th treasure hunt trial ended, and Zhou Wen and Huan Lin were teleported back to the previous C area. As soon as the trial ended, Zhou Wen immediately checked Chenke's avatar. Thankfully, it was still there. Shortly afterward, Zhou Wen received private messages from Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Lung Liang, Bai Lan, Zhang Dongyang, Galen, Shivam, Li Zhenjian, Ruan Wenqing, and the other 10 C area survivor kings. The messages all contained king-level energy crystals, a total of 96. Jiang Haitao's message also included the blazing flame blade. A short while later, Chenke also sent a private message containing 5 items: a king-level positioning card fragment, 83 king-level energy crystals, the blazing flame blade, a regretful clone, and spiritual sublimation fluid. Spiritual sublimation fluid is a 3rd-stage intelligence attribute breakthrough material, with a chance to be obtained from the intelligence-type king-level Leviathan golden treasure chest. It seems Chen Xian is only missing this one of the 3-stage intelligence attribute breakthrough materials, Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said. After collecting all the items from Chenke's private message, Zhou Wen directly sent the spiritual sublimation liquid to Chen Xian, and then inquired about Chenke's progress in the C Area 2 trial. Chenke also encountered some king-level core creatures. Fortunately, the energy intensity of those king-level core creatures was not high. Relying on the flame-splitting blade, the remnant spirit clone, the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, and the divine sense necklace, he could barely deal with them. However, after the remnant spirit clone and the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone exhausted their energy, and his own spiritual power was depleted, Chenke stopped acquiring gold treasure chests, thus only obtaining 83 gold treasure chests in total. I still need to continue improving Chenke's strength, Zhou Wen thought to himself after ending the conversation with Chenke. Chapter 1179. There are 110 million survivors in C Area 2. Each trial yields 220 gold treasure chests, and Chenke's 83 chests this time are considered good. As the number of king-level core creatures in later trials increases, attaining gold treasure chests will become increasingly difficult for Chenke. Encountering a king-level core creature with extremely high energy intensity could even be life-threatening, so Chenke must improve his strength as quickly as possible. Sigh. C Area 2 doesn't belong to C Area 10. What a hassle, Zhou Wen sighed. After the 13th treasure hunt trial ended, Zhou Wen obtained 283 king-level energy crystals. Adding those he had collected through various means, he now possessed a total of 322 king-level energy crystals. Zhou Wen kept 50 to trade with the Leviathan of Life, and sent the remaining 272 to Jiangge on the main island of C Area 10. Have Jiangge deliver 200 auspicious cloud Leviathans, and 72 radiant sun Leviathans. After doing this, Zhou Wen sent his energy-depleted remnant clones to Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lung Liang. Their illusory Leviathans could condense scorching energy to recharge the remnant clones. Illusory Scale, continue towards the Divine Speed C. Zhou Wen communicated with Illusory Scale using his mental power. Yes, my lord, Illusory Scale's voice echoed in Zhou Wen's mind. Then, a surge of blue energy appeared on its body, and it began rushing towards the Divine Speed C at an extremely fast speed. I wasted so much time. I should go check out C Area 1 tomorrow, Zhou Wen thought, looking at the messages Cheng Hui had sent him recently. Based on the messages Cheng Hui sent during this period, Zhou Wen could confirm that the human emperor of C Area 1 was deliberately allowing the alien brain to operate within it. This indicated that the human emperor of C Area 1 had likely already cooperated with the alien brain, and this trip might lead to war with him. That evening, Zhou went to the Rainbow Emperor's location, gathering king-level energy under the glow of the Leviathan clone. On the morning of the 452nd day, Zhou left a large amount of Leviathan biological flesh for the Rainbow Emperor and prepared to leave. By the way, the Gravity Emperor, currently in a resurrected state, can give me a strand of gravity origin to save my life. Can the Rainbow Emperor do the same? Zhou suddenly wondered. So, Zhou went to the trunk of the energy rainbow tree, then condensed his mental energy into threads, and asked the Rainbow Emperor. Yes, but I can only give you one, the Rainbow Emperor said, his entire body radiating a dazzling light. A rainbow bubble, about the size of a ping-pong ball, detached from its body, flew out of the energy rainbow tree, and landed in Zhou's hand. Ding! Obtained Rainbow Origin X1. Ding! Rainbow Origin. Rainbow Emperor Origin Energy. After use, it continuously supplies Emperor-level energy corresponding to the survivor's genes for 10 minutes. Judging from the description, this is an enhanced version of Rainbow Cube. Zhou's eyes lit up after obtaining the information about Rainbow Origin. While Rainbow Cube could also provide Emperor-level energy, it couldn't last very long, while this Rainbow Origin could supply it continuously for 10 minutes. 10 minutes was a very long time for Zhou when in his current battle. If he encountered a Leviathan in its resurrection phase, with energy levels comparable to deathly energy or flame ion energy, and unable to use the Emperor's Law, he would have a chance to kill it using this Rainbow Origin. Thank you. I bring you a few more Leviathan corpses when I have the chance, Zhou said to the Rainbow Emperor after storing the Rainbow Origin in his system interface. Okay. The Rainbow Emperor nodded and returned to the center of the energy rainbow tree to sleep. Next, Zhou returned to his stomach wall space, fed the phantom scale, and then sent a message to Cheng Hui. Upon receiving Zhou's message, Cheng Hui immediately contacted a survivor from District 10 in Sea Area 1, asking the survivor to accompany him to Sea Area 1. He then used a travel ticket to bring Zhou to Sea Area 1. Buzz! A burst of blue light flashed, and Zhou appeared on the 9th sub-island in Sea Area 1, the island inhabited by the survivors of District 10 in Sea Area 1. Once Zhou's figure fully materialized in the blue light, he immediately opened the regional communication channel for Sea Area 1, found the human Emperor's avatar, and sent a message. Are you cooperating with the alien brain? After obtaining more information about the human Emperor, Zhou found the human Emperor's behavior strange. The human Emperor had clearly sent a message prohibiting survivors in Sea Area 1 from contacting the alien brain, yet the alien brain could move freely within Sea Area 1. Therefore, he needed to find out the reason first. At this moment, the human Emperor, Vic, was preparing to go to the 10th sub-island to invite Miles to the Arctic Ice domain to help him kill the Arctic Emperor, who was in a resurrected state. Just then, a private message arrived. Human Emperor Vic assumed it was from one of his subordinates and opened it, but after reading the message, a hint of anger rose on his face. The sender addressed him directly as you, showing utter disrespect. Who is this person? How dare they be so insolent? Human Emperor Vic pulled out a duel ticket, intending to kill this rude survivor with a flick of his wrist. But as he prepared to use the duel ticket, he carefully examined the survivor's avatar and found it completely unfamiliar. An alien brain. Human Emperor Vic suddenly thought of Miles. Those survivors in C9 who had been infected by Miles had their heads transformed into some kind of parasitic organism. Who are you? Human Emperor Vic inquired. I am Brahma, the ruler of C6. Zhou introduced himself. C6? Human Emperor Vic frowned. His C being discovered by another C was an extremely dangerous sign. How did you get to my C area number 1? Emperor Vic sent a message asking. I'm asking you, are you cooperating with the otherworldly brain? If you don't answer clearly, I duel you to death. Zhou said firmly. Insolent. I am the ruler of C area number 1. You are merely the ruler of C area number 6. Do you think you can kill me? Emperor Vic said disdainfully. Since you don't believe me, then let's meet in the duel space. Zhou sent a message. Wait, first tell me what the otherworldly brain is. Emperor Vic immediately sent a message to stop him, seeing that the other party seemed genuinely interested in a duel. The fact that the other party immediately questioned him about cooperating with the otherworldly brain indicated that the other party was well aware of his information. And given that the other party knew his information, the fact that they still dared to challenge him to a duel meant that their strength was undoubtedly considerable. Chapter 1180. Zhou didn't intend to actually challenge the human emperor to a duel. After all, the first sea region was the first to descend upon the endless sea, and he didn't know how many trump cards the first sea region held. Initiating a duel without proper investigation might deplete some of his own trump cards. Therefore, Zhou informed the human emperor of the information regarding the alien brain, emphasizing its danger. After reading the message, human Emperor Vic was certain that Miles was the alien brain the First Sea region was referring to. However, he wasn't unaware of the alien brain's danger, but he was powerless to confront it. Miles was already an Emperor-level creature, and with his current strength, he simply couldn't contend with it. Right, since this Lord of the Sixth Sea region harbors such hostility towards the alien brain, why not let him deal with Miles? Human Emperor Vic thought to himself. If the First Sea region could kill Miles, they could rid themselves of the alien brain's danger. If the First Sea region died at Miles's hands, it would also eliminate a powerful enemy from the Sixth Sea region. They'd better both be severely injured, Emperor Vic murmured. So those parasitic creatures are called aberrant brains, and they're incredibly dangerous. I saw before that these parasites could indeed grant survivors immense strength quickly, and I originally planned to keep them as cannon fodder. Now it seems I underestimated these aberrant brains. Emperor Vic fabricated a reasonably plausible reason. After all the survivors he sent to Miles were from Sea Area 9, so having them infected by the aberrant brains and keeping them as cannon fodder made sense. Emperor Vic didn't reveal Miles' true strength. What if Miles, knowing he possessed Emperor-level strength, hesitated to confront him? Wouldn't his plan to use Miles to eliminate the powerful enemy from Sea Area 6 be ruined? Now that you understand the implications, go and eliminate the alien brain. Zhou sent a message. Zhou's message surprised Emperor Vic. He had originally planned to send someone to take this Lord of Sea Area 6 to the 10th sub-island, so that he could fight the alien brain alone. He hadn't expected the Lord to want him to eliminate it. Those who become Lords of Sea Areas are no fools, Emperor Vic thought for a moment, then decided to tell him Miles' true strength. After all, they were all survivors, and if they could cooperate to eliminate the alien brain, it would remove a threat to Sea Area 1. Lord of Sea Area 6, to be honest, that alien brain's strength is terrifying. Even when I used Royal Domain to raise the energy protecting Leviathan to Emperor level, I was still no match for it. I simply couldn't handle it alone. Emperor Vic sent a message. Miles already possesses Emperor-level energy? Zhou was somewhat surprised after reading the message from the human Emperor. He had been obtaining intelligence about Sea Area 1 from Cheng Hui, so he naturally knew that the aberrant brain that appeared in Sea Area 1 was Miles. When Zhou first heard the name Miles, he was quite surprised, because this aberrant brain was the one that had escaped from his own head. He had thought he had killed Miles in the deep sea, but it turned out he was still alive. What puzzled Zhou even more was that Miles had managed to evade the deathly silent Emperor's mental attack and successfully landed alive in the endless sea. Wait, how did he obtain true Emperor-level genes? Zhou frowned. When he fought Miles before, although Miles used deathly silent energy, its intensity hadn't reached true Emperor level. Could it be that he obtained the genes of the Silent Emperor? Zhou pondered. Besides the Silent Emperor's genes, Miles had no other possibility of obtaining the genes of other Leviathan-level Emperors. No, I must eliminate Miles, otherwise he might grow into a new Silent Emperor in the future, Zhou said gravely. It's alright, you fight that alien first, and I will help you. After making his decision, Zhou sent a message to the human Emperor. This Lord of Sea Area 6, you expect me to risk my life to deal with that alien with just a few words? That's not appropriate. Last time, I used all my power to protect the survivors from the alien's attacks, but I was still no match for it. If the alien hadn't seemed to have its own schemes, and hadn't tried to kill me, the human Emperor of Sea Area 1 would have been replaced long ago. Of course, I am not afraid of death, but it would be unwise to clash with that alien brain without absolute certainty. I am the strongest in Sea Area 1. If I die, the survivors of Sea Area 1 will no longer have the ability to resist the alien brain. Therefore, for the sake of all the survivors in Sea Area 1, I will sacrifice a small number of people to save myself. If the Lord of Sea Area 6 is truly confident in killing that alien brain, for the safety of all survivors, I implore you to lend a hand, as if it were for the sake of all humanity. Finally, Emperor Vic even used honorifics. Emperor Vic, after all this, had circled back to Zhou. He had already been defeated by the alien brain last time, and defeated utterly. He wouldn't make a move until he understood whether Zhou truly had the strength to deal with the alien brain. If you don't take action against that alien brain, then you can die. Zhou completely ignored the human Emperor's high-sounding words, and spoke firmly. Humph. You want to sit back and watch the tigers fight? No way. Zhou absolutely couldn't let the human Emperor stay out of it. Otherwise, If he and Miles really fought to a draw, the human emperor might take advantage of the situation. Lord of C6, isn't your forceful approach a bit too domineering? Human Emperor Vic said angrily. Domineering? I am Brahma, the lord of the gods of C6. You are merely a human emperor. How dare you disobey me? I give you two choices. 1. Fight that alien brain, and I will take action. 2. Accept divine punishment and fall into the deepest hell. Choose. That from C Area 6. He's just a self-proclaimed god. Does he really think he's a god? Emperor Vic cursed, regretting his self-proclaimed title. He should have called himself God. But now wasn't the time to dwell on titles. A decision needed to be made quickly. However, Emperor Vic was unsure whether his opponent truly possessed the strength to kill him, or was deliberately tricking him into a suicide mission. Alright, I'm going to fight the alien brain. I hope you can intervene in time. After a moment's hesitation, Emperor Vic chose to attack the alien brain. He dared not gamble on its strength, because once he entered the dual space, there would be no turning back. Chapter 1181. A wise choice. Zhou said. If the human emperor truly refused to intervene, Zhou would have no choice but to use a dual ticket to eliminate this potential threat first. Damn it! Human Emperor Vic cursed under his breath. Fine, that alien brain has been spreading rumors and inciting survivors in C Area 1 these past few days. I have a reason to attack him. If that in C Area 6 doesn't intervene, he have to explain himself. Human Emperor Vic thought to himself, then activated his golden flame energy form and instantly rushed out of the human emperor's palace, flying towards the 10th sub-island. A short while later, human Emperor Vic arrived above the 10th sub-island. His eyes, radiating golden flames, swept over the survivors in C Area 9 below, his gaze filled with disgust. The survivors in C Area 9 have all acquired energy at the level of a large leviathan. According to the information about the alien brain they just learned from the Lord of C Area 6, these people have been infected by the alien brain factor. Although they are still survivors now, whether they will transform into aliens is entirely up to Miles, so they can no longer be considered human. I take this opportunity to clean up these disgusting things. Human Emperor Vic opened his palm, and a golden energy sphere quickly formed in his hand. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being torn apart rang out. The next second, the golden energy sphere shot rapidly towards the most densely populated area of survivors in C Area 9 on the island below. But just as the golden energy sphere was about to land in the crowd, a figure radiating jet black energy suddenly appeared, instantly condensing a jet black energy shield that blocked the golden energy sphere. A deafening boom erupted as golden flame surged forth, instantly raising the surrounding temperature by thousands of degrees. However, the golden flames didn't last long before being completely extinguished by the dark energy. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? As the golden flames dissipated, a young figure emerged from the dark energy shield. It was Adam, the administrator of the 10th sub-island. Summon Miles. Emperor Vic frowned slightly upon seeing that Adam had blocked his attack. A former slave from the 9th Sea had somehow gained the strength to withstand his attack. The alien brain was indeed terrifying. Your Majesty, what business do you have with Lord Miles? Could you please inform me first? Adam slowly rose to the same height as Emperor Vic. Emperor Vic's gaze turned cold as he observed Adam's actions. A slave from the 9th Sea dared to stand on equal footing with him. I, Your Majesty, seek Miles's favor. Do I need your permission? Emperor Vic roared, unleashing golden flames from his entire body. Boom! Immediately afterward, Emperor Vic condensed a gigantic energy palm using golden flame energy and slammed it directly towards Adam. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I simply didn't want to bother Lord Miles with trivial matters. Facing the golden flame energy palm with a diameter of 10,000 meters, Adam remained calm. As he spoke, he swung his arm, and a 10,000-meter-long jet-black energy blade shot out. Bang! The two energies collided, unleashing a violent energy boom, but the giant golden flame energy palm only held its ground against the jet-black energy blade for a moment before being cleaved in two. Whoosh! The jet-black energy blade, having sliced through the giant golden flame energy palm, continued its attack towards Emperor Vic. Insolence! Emperor Vic roared in fury. A mere slave from C Area 9 dared to attack him. Buzz! A surge of energy emanated from Emperor Vic's body. The next second, a platinum gold flame erupted from his entire being. Die! Emperor Vic pointed his finger fiercely at Adam. The platinum flames around him immediately flowed to his finger, condensing into a platinum gold blade. Sharp! A sword's cry resounded as the platinum blade shot towards the black energy blade. Whoosh! The platinum blade, with its Emperor-level energy intensity, pierced directly through the black energy blade, scattering it, and then continued its momentum towards Adam. Adam sensed the powerful energy of the platinum blade. His relaxed expression immediately turned serious. He quickly gathered black energy in his hand, condensing it into a solidified black spear. Just as the platinum blade was about to reach him, Adam thrust out his black spear. Buzz! In an instant, the platinum sword tip and the jet black spear tip collided, unleashing a piercing, sharp buzzing sound. Boom! After a few seconds of confrontation between the two powerful energies, one white and one black, they simultaneously showed signs of disintegration, and soon after, they exploded with a deafening roar. The massive explosion even reached the main island of Sea Area 1, drawing the attention of the survivors there to the distant 10th sub-island. I thought this Emperor would just feign an attack, but I didn't expect him to create such a commotion? Zhou, who had arrived on the main island of Sea Area 1, remarked with some surprise upon hearing the distant commotion. Who are you? Zhou was walking down the street on the main island of Sea Area 1, when he was suddenly stopped by a survivor dressed in golden armor. Zhou turned around and sized up the golden-armored survivor, who appeared to be a patrol officer on the main island of Sea Area 1. I'm asking you a question. Take off your mask. The patrol officer looked at the guy wearing a light blue mask with gold patterns, finding him very suspicious. He had never seen this kind of attire on the main island of Sea Area 1 before. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that the other party didn't react, the patrol officer immediately became wary. Buzz! Just as the patrol officer was about to send a message to his companion, a sudden burst of mental energy struck him, and then everything went black as he collapsed to the ground. During the time Zhou had been on the main island of Sea Area 1, he had already used the shockwave trait to stun many of these people who had sensed his unusual behavior. If this human emperor truly hasn't cooperated with the alien brain and doesn't harbor any ill intentions, then after dealing with the alien brain, it might be possible to establish a cooperative relationship with him, Zhou thought to himself. The Golden Flame Energy Core condensed by the Guardian Leviathan Golden Flame Leviathan of Sea Area 1 can help him condense flame ion energy. It's best not to kill him if possible. At this moment, on the 10th sub-island, the black and white energy dissipated after the explosion, and Adam remained unharmed, hovering in the sky. Human Emperor Vic looked at Adam, who was completely unharmed, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. His attack just now was already his strongest strike without activating Golden Flame Royal Domain, yet it still couldn't harm this slave from Sea Area 9. Chapter 1182. Your Majesty has not explained your purpose, so I suppose it's nothing important. In that case, Your Majesty, please return, Adam said respectfully, but his expression was disdainful. You? You're courting death. Emperor Vic roared in fury, his eyes practically spitting fire. A former slave dared to look down on him now. Originally, Emperor Vic had come here to find Miles, intending only to launch a few symbolic attacks before sending a message to the Lord of Sea Region 6, urging him to act quickly. But unexpectedly, he, the Emperor of Sea Region 1, not only failed to see Miles, but was also humiliated by a slave who had once been unworthy of even appearing in his sight. Golden Flame Domain. Emperor Vic activated the Golden Flame Domain with a thought. He could defeat Miles, but if he couldn't even take down one of the enemy's subordinates today, he might as well resign himself to being Emperor. The next instant, the pale gold attribute panel of Human Emperor Vic popped up and immediately crashed into Adam in the distance. This is a character attribute panel? Adam's face showed a puzzled expression. This was the first time he had ever seen Golden Flame Domain. Although he didn't know what the pale gold character attribute panel was for, Adam still gathered dark energy to prepare to retaliate. But just then, his own character attribute panel popped up on its own. Adam was a survivor from Sea Area 9, and Sea Area 9 had only recently arrived in the Endless Sea before being conquered by Sea Area 1. Therefore, after such a long time, his character attribute panel was still at Stage 1. Although he was now much stronger, he hadn't bothered to specifically improve his character attribute panel, because in his view, it was unnecessary. His current strength was simply beyond what improving his character attribute panel could achieve. Adam's character attribute panel was the lowest level blue panel, and its size was extremely small. Compared to Emperor Vic's pale gold character attribute panel, it was like an ant hitting an elephant. Whoosh! The moment Adam's character attribute panel collided with Emperor Vic's, it didn't shatter, it was dispersed like a wisp of smoke, offering no resistance whatsoever. At the instant the attribute panel dissipated, Adam suddenly felt a weakness in his body, and the intensity of his condensed dark energy seemed to have weakened. What's going on? Adam wondered inwardly, somewhat alarmed. But he had no time to ponder the reason, because the giant pale gold character attribute panel, radiating scorching golden flames, was rushing towards him. Adam quickly released his dark energy, forming a dark energy shield in front of him. Boom! The next second, the pale gold character attribute panel crashed heavily into the dark energy shield, instantly unleashing a terrifying energy shockwave. Bang! The pale gold character attribute panel, after a brief stalemate with Adam's dark energy shield, was repelled and returned to Emperor Vic's front. Whoosh! The moment the pale gold character attribute panel returned to Emperor Vic, it transformed into a golden flame, instantly igniting an area of 10,000 meters around Emperor Vic, forming a golden flame domain. Golden Flame Leviathan. Emperor Vic shouted as soon as the golden flame domain formed, trying to get the golden flame Leviathan to inject golden flame energy into it. However, after waiting for a while, Emperor Vic did not receive any golden flame energy from the golden flame Leviathan. Golden Flame Leviathan? Emperor Vic called out again, his voice filled with doubt, but still no golden flame energy was visible. What's going on? Emperor Vic turned his gaze towards the direction of the golden flame Leviathan, finding that it had risen from the sea into the sky. Strangely, the golden flame Leviathan was looking down at the main island ahead. At this moment, on the island area near the golden flame Leviathan's location on the main island of C1, a man wearing a light blue mask with gold patterns was slowly walking. This area was a restricted zone on the main island of C1, because it was close to the sea area where the golden flame Leviathan was located. In C1, ordinary survivors were not allowed to approach the golden flame Leviathan. If they wanted to exchange for golden flame stones with the golden flame Leviathan, they could only do so with those who had the exchange qualifications. This rule was to prevent survivors from other seas from bribing survivors in C1 to teleport directly to the golden flame Leviathan and harm it. Therefore, the island area near the golden flame Leviathan's location was designated a restricted zone, heavily guarded. But at this moment, all the guards were unconscious, and the man wearing a light blue mask with gold patterns easily approached the golden flame Leviathan. "You are not a survivor from Sea Area 1, the golden flame Leviathan said, looking down at the tiny man in the light blue mask with gold patterns, releasing its mental power. "That's right, I am from Sea Area 6. Now I grant you the opportunity to attack a god," the man in the light blue mask with gold patterns said, removing his mask and looking up at the golden flame Leviathan. This man was Joe. However, the golden flame Leviathan didn't attack Showan. Under normal circumstances, guardian Leviathans wouldn't attack survivors, and the same applied to survivors in other sea areas. Boom! Seeing the golden flame Leviathans in action, Joe thought for a moment, then activated lightning ion energy, directly unleashing a bolt of silver lightning at the golden flame Leviathan. Whoosh! The golden flame Leviathan's enormous eyes immediately narrowed, and it opened its mouth, spitting out a ball of golden flame that instantly engulfed the silver lightning, along with the survivor who had disrespected it. But then, the golden flame Leviathan sensed something amiss, because it discovered that its golden flame energy was being rapidly absorbed by the survivor. At the same time, the survivor was emanating an aura that instilled fear in it. Emperor-level energy. The golden flame Leviathan's pupils contracted, and it immediately stopped spewing golden flames, instead beginning to contract all its golden flame energy, condensing it into an Emperor-level platinum flame in its mouth. "What are you doing? I won't kill you. I just want to absorb some of your golden flame energy." Joe quickly stopped it when he saw the golden flame Leviathan starting to gather Emperor-level energy. He couldn't absorb Emperor-level fire energy. "You want my energy?" The golden flame Leviathan hesitated slightly, then condensed some king-level golden flame crystals, and offered them to the survivor in front of it, who possessed Emperor-level energy. Although this survivor from another sea area hadn't traded Leviathan flesh for it, given the other party's strength, giving some golden flame crystals wasn't a big deal. "I want you to attack me, not your energy crystals," Joe said, storing the golden flame crystals in his system interface. "Huh?" A hint of confusion appeared in the golden flame Leviathan's eyes. Chapter 1183. Something happened on the main island? On the 10th sub-island, Emperor Vic hovered high in the sky, his expression extremely grave, for he had considered a possibility. Currently, in Sea Area 1, besides himself and Miles, the only one capable of harming the golden flame Leviathan is the Lord of Sea Area 6. Damn it! That guy's purpose in coming to Sea Area 1 isn't the alien brain at all, but to take the golden flame Leviathan. Emperor Vic's expression changed drastically. Emperor Vic had killed the Guardian Leviathan of Sea Area 9, and therefore knew that after killing the Guardian Leviathan, the Survivor Sea area of the side that killed the Guardian Leviathan would gain control over that Survivor Sea area. Damn it! Emperor Vic cursed, then immediately contacted the guards on the main island, wanting them to send him a travel invitation, so he could rush to the main island immediately, but after waiting for a while, he received no reply. Damn it! Emperor Vic's face darkened. He realized he'd been tricked. The other party had initially used detailed information about the alien brain to make him aware of its dangers, then displayed a resolute determination to eliminate it, leading him to subconsciously believe that the other party's purpose in coming here was to eliminate the alien brain. I should have expected this. An alien brain appeared in Sea Area 1, yet he risked being jointly besieged by me, and the alien brain to come and eliminate it. This is simply a thankless task. Emperor Vic was somewhat anxious. Once the Golden Flame Leviathan was killed by the Lord of Sea Area 6, Sea Area 1 would not only be unable to obtain Golden Flame crystals again, but would also be subject to the jurisdiction of Sea Area 6. I have to get back right away. The guards didn't reply, so Emperor Vic sent a message directly into the communication channel for the number 1 Sea Area, asking ordinary survivors on the main island to accompany him. I deal with you later. Soon, Emperor Vic received several invitations to join him. Before accepting, he glared fiercely at Adam, uttered those words, and prepared to head to the main island. But just then, he suddenly felt the surrounding temperature rising rapidly, accompanied by a terrifying aura. What is this aura? Emperor Vic was startled, for it was the aura of Starfall Leviathan. Emperor Vic abruptly turned his gaze towards the direction from which the aura was coming. He saw a crimson point of light flying at an extremely fast speed from the main island towards his island. That crimson point of light carried terrifyingly high temperatures. Wherever it passed, even the air ignited, leaving a long trail of flames. Is that the Starfall Leviathan? Emperor Vic asked, somewhat uncertainly, watching the approaching crimson dot of light. The dot was incredibly small, yet its terrifying aura was undeniable. Glug glug. As the crimson dot drew closer, the seawater near the 10th island began to boil, sending up large amounts of steam that briefly shrouded the entire island. However, the steam didn't last long. The temperature rose too rapidly, quickly drying up the steam rising from the surface. At this moment, the crimson dot was within Emperor Vic's golden flame energy form field of vision, but aside from confirming it was a fireball radiating extremely high temperatures, he couldn't determine what was inside. The surrounding temperature rose again, the air began to distort, and the wooden buildings on the lower island suddenly burst into flames. The survivors of Sea Area 9 on the lower islands were already struggling to breathe in the scorching heat. Only by releasing a large amount of Leviathan energy could they withstand the terrifying heat. Lord Adam. What's going on? A survivor of Sea Area 9, with abyss-level energy looked up and asked Adam. Adam didn't answer, but instead released a large amount of dark energy, enveloping the entire lower island and protecting the survivors of Sea Area 9 below. Whoosh! After a few breaths, the crimson fireball was less than 10,000 meters away from the 10th lower island. The extreme heat caused the sea level near the island to drop continuously, and the entire island sank along with the sea level. Could this fireball be the Lord of Sea Area 6? Emperor Vic wondered inwardly, his eyes filled with shock. Finally, the crimson fireball arrived above the lower islands and rushed directly towards Adam, who was hovering in the air. Adam was startled and immediately unleashed a beam of dark energy towards the crimson fireball, attempting to stop it from getting closer. However, his dark energy beam dissipated upon contact with the fireball, like smoke being blown away. Boom! The next second, the crimson fireball completely shattered Adam's attack, slamming into him with a deafening explosion. Whoosh! The instant Adam made contact with the fireball, his body was instantly ignited by the crimson flames, rapidly turning charred black. Even the dark energy that tried to resist the burning flames could only slow the rate at which his body was consumed. Boom! Adam crashed into the island below with a crimson fireball, creating a massive crater. Simultaneously, a terrifying crimson flame spread from the impact point, rapidly engulfing the entire island. The survivors of Sea Area 9 living on the island were instantly reduced to ashes by this all-consuming crimson flame. Many didn't even realize what had happened. At the center of the impact point, a figure radiating crimson flames gripped Adam's neck, lifting him high, and then turned its crimson eyes towards a palace on the island. The entire island had melted into a sea of lava under the crimson flames, but the palace remained intact. A dark energy protected the palace's surface. Ah! Adam screamed in agony, his body charred beyond recognition, with crimson flame energy continuously surging into his body. Lord Miles. Save me! Adam cried out in terror. I didn't expect you to arrive at Sea Area 1 so quickly. A voice came from the palace, and then a figure radiating black energy flew out and hovered in the sky. It was Miles. Whoosh! The palace below, no longer protected by the black energy, instantly turned to ashes under the intense heat. I also didn't expect you to survive until now, and even acquire the genes of the Deathly Emperor, the Crimson Flame figure said calmly. Chapter 1184. This crimson fiery figure was Zhou, who had condensed a large amount of fiery ion energy within his body using the golden flame energy spewed by the golden flame Leviathan. As Zhou spoke, he swung his arm violently, throwing Adam, whom he was holding, directly at Miles. Ah! Adam screamed in agony, but the scream quickly stopped. Because the crimson fiery energy that Zhou had just injected into Adam's body erupted at that moment. The crimson fiery energy suddenly burst forth from Adam's body, engulfing him completely. His body instantly turned to ashes and disappeared, leaving only a fireball composed of fiery ion energy. Boom! The fire ion energy sphere struck Miles squarely, causing a violent explosion. Humph! Since you come to die, then this body of yours is mine, Miles said coldly, completely unconcerned about the fiery ion energy surrounding him. The once incredibly powerful fiery ion energy was now nothing to Miles. His deathly energy was more than enough to withstand it. Miles, at this moment, only wanted to erode Zhou brain, take over his body, and become Zhou himself. However, just as Miles was preparing to attack Zhou, he suddenly discovered that the dark energy around him was being consumed at an extremely rapid rate. Something's wrong. Miles's brows furrowed sharply, because he realized that the intensity of the flame ion energy released by Zhou was almost equal to the intensity of his own deathly energy. Miles, of course, couldn't know that the flame ion energy released by Zhou had been amplified by the blazing flame pattern, and its intensity was already 5 times that of before. Suddenly Miles sensed something and looked towards where Zhou had just been, but he was nowhere to be seen. Whoosh! Suddenly, a surge of intense heat rushed from behind him. Miles reacted instantly, releasing a large amount of dark energy that condensed into a jet-black armor on his body. The next second, a fist engulfed in crimson flame struck Miles's black armor directly. Bang! The crimson flame energy collided violently with the dark energy, unleashing a deafening explosion. Whoosh! The force of the punch was immense. Caught off guard, Miles was sent flying, leaving a thin black trail in the sky before crashing heavily into the sea. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, creating a massive wave thousands of meters high. The spray spread outwards, and droplets carrying immense kinetic energy shot out like bullets. But shortly after the giant waves surged, an indescribably fast crimson light suddenly burst into the exploding mist. Sizzle! In an instant, both the drifting mist and the surging wave evaporated and vanished. Whoosh! In the instant the mist and wave disappeared, a jet-black figure instantly appeared before the crimson figure, wielding a solid, jet-black energy blade, and swung it out. But the instant the black figure swung its blade, a long sword also appeared in the crimson figure's hand. The blade was enveloped in churning crimson flames, and when drawn, it was a 10-meter-long crimson energy blade. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 blades, one black and one red, slashed through the air with incredible speed, emitting a piercing shriek. The sharp blades even left a thin, faint scratch in the air itself. Buzz! Amidst the stalemate between the surrounding dark and crimson energies, the blades of the 2 weapons clashed. A deafening roar, materializing like a shockwave, spread outwards in layers. The powerful sonic boom extended to the sea surface within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, causing the water to pulsate violently like sieves, before towering waves. Boom! But immediately afterward, a terrifying shockwave of black and red energy swept in, instantly obliterating the newly formed waves and lowering the sea level by hundreds of meters. Buzz buzz buzz! At the center of the terrifying energy eruption, the blades of the 2 weapons remained locked in a standoff, continuously releasing terrifying energy shockwaves. However, at that moment, a flash of blue light appeared in the crimson figure's free left hand, and a longsword resembling the same appeared. The instant this longsword appeared, crimson flame surged along its blade. Like the other longsword, as the blade was rapidly drawn from the crimson flames, it had already formed a section of crimson energy. Whoosh! In the next instant, the crimson energy blade in the crimson figure's left hand slashed down from above. Boom! The pitch-black figure suddenly released a surge of dark energy from its body, condensing a large black sword in its other palm, then raised its hand to block the crimson energy blade slashing down from above. Bang! The two figures' Emperor-level energy strengths were evenly matched. After a brief stalemate, they suddenly pulled back, relying on their extreme speed to rapidly flash and fight in the sky. Bang! 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 Each clash between the two figures unleashed terrifying energy shockwaves, causing a brief distortion of space at the center of the battle. At this moment, in the area of the 10th sub-island, the island had long since vanished, leaving only a figure radiating golden energy, silently hovering in the air. It was Emperor Vic. Has the Lord of Sea Area 6 become this powerful? Emperor Vic asked gravely. Even though the Lord of Sea Area 6 was fighting Miles to a standstill, Emperor Vic felt no reassurance. Instead, a sense of fear rose within him. He now even hoped Miles would win. Initially, he had thought the Lord of Sea Area 6 was only slightly stronger than him, and that if he and his opponent cooperated to kill Miles, it would be a significant advantage for his Sea Area 1. But after witnessing the Lord of Sea Area 6's power, in his mind, the Lord of Sea Area 6 posed a threat to Sea Area 1 that even surpassed Miles. Miles seems to have his own plan, so he doesn't pose a significant threat to Sea Area 1 for the time being. However, if the Lord of Sea Area 6 wins this battle, then his Sea Area 1 will be in danger, or rather, his position as the Emperor of Sea Area 1 will be in danger. Between sea areas, it's essentially a matter of life and death. Helping Miles is a slow death. Helping the Lord of Sea Area 6 is an immediate death. Emperor Vic has no choice. He can only help Miles. However, until there are clear signs of a clear winner, Emperor Vic won't intervene, because there's a third possibility. Miles and the Lord of Sea Area 6 could both be severely injured, allowing him to reap the benefits. Chapter 1185. Boom boom boom. Powerful energy shockwaves spread towards Emperor Vic's location. Emperor Vic immediately condensed a layer of golden flame energy on his body to defend himself, then quickly retreated to dodge. Bang! 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 In the distant sky, two figures, one black and one red, continued their rapid battle, constantly unleashing tremendous energy booms. The battle was extremely fierce. This is troublesome. Miles's condensed deathly energy is actually comparable in strength to the five-fold enhanced flame ion energy, Zhou Wen thought to himself in surprise. Because flame ion energy was already the strongest of the two Emperor-level energies Zhou Wen possessed, it still had no advantage against Miles's deathly energy. Therefore, this battle would become a war of attrition. Fortunately, before coming to Sea Area 1, I asked the Rainbow Emperor for a rainbow origin, otherwise I might not have been able to outlast him, Zhou Wen thought with some relief. Let's see how much flame ion energy you can consume, Miles said coldly. Miles wasn't worried about outlasting Zhou Wen, because he had accumulated hundreds of thousands of strands of deathly energy. Zhou Wen absolutely couldn't outlast him, even with the rainbow cube. Bang! 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 After another exchange of blows, Zhou Wen's flame ion energy was almost depleted, so he immediately took out the rainbow cube and used it without hesitation. With the Rainbow Emperor, rainbow cubes could be mass-produced from now on, so Zhou Wen didn't care about the cost. Boom! The rainbow cube exploded, transforming into a burst of pure rainbow-colored energy that surged into Zhou Wen's body. In an instant, all the energies within him became abundant. Ha ha ha, using the rainbow cube so quickly? Looks like you're doomed today, Miles laughed. In Miles's mind, the rainbow cube had always been Zhou Wen's ultimate trump card. Since Zhou Wen had already started using it, he probably had no other options left. I didn't expect you to have grown to this level, Zhou Wen said in a deep voice, his brows furrowed and his expression unusually solemn, as if he truly had no other tricks up his sleeve. Bang! After another fierce clash, Zhou Wen distanced himself from Miles, then mobilized the deathly energy within his body, activating the deathly flesh and blood bioarmor. Although he still had many tricks up his sleeve, he preferred to avoid using them if possible, because those tricks were basically one-time use. Once used, they were gone. Therefore, Zhou Wen activated the deathly flesh and blood bioarmor, and then activated the devouring rune. If he could devour Miles's energy through the devouring rune, he might be able to wear Miles down through energy exchange. What kind of armor is that? Miles immediately became alert upon seeing the strange, jet-black armor that suddenly appeared on Zhou Wen's body, and quickly retreated. This aura? Is it deathly energy? Miles looked somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Zhou Wen to possess deathly energy as well. Wait! In the deep sea, the survivor's final mission was to kill the deathly emperor. Thinking of this, Miles looked at Zhou Wen with shock. Could it be that Zhou Wen killed the deathly emperor? Miles asked incredulously. When the Deathly Emperor resurrected, Miles wasn't on the battlefield, and all the survivors from District 6 who were near it were killed by the powerful mental attack released by the suddenly appearing crimson giant eye in the sky. Therefore, he had no idea what had happened. Before Miles arrived at the Endless Sea and learned the number of survivors in Sea Area 10 through the survivors in Sea Area 9 under its control, it believed that the mission issued by the world system to kill the Silent Emperor had failed. When Miles learned that the survivors in Sea Area 10 had actually succeeded in killing the Silent Emperor, it was somewhat incredulous. However, even so, it didn't connect the Silent Emperor's death with Joe. It always assumed that Tide Leviathan had killed him. After all, the world system wouldn't issue a mission that couldn't be completed, so the key to victory must naturally lie with Tide Leviathan. No, it's also possible that he obtained the treasure chest dropped by the Silent Emperor. Miles thought about it, and felt that this possibility was more reasonable. Because it had also been impacted by the mental force of the crimson giant eye in the sky, that powerful mental force instantly killed all the survivors and alien brains around it. Even it was almost killed, so it could be certain that the Silent Emperor was definitely not someone Joe could handle. For safety's sake, Miles no longer engaged Joe in close combat, instead launching attacks from a distance by releasing jet black energy blades. Joe frowned slightly. He was planning to find an opportunity for Miles's black great sword to strike him, so that the devouring energy could be transferred to Miles's energy weapon. However, Miles seemed to have noticed something and stopped fighting him in close combat. Could it have seen the devouring mark before? Joe wondered. Joe didn't dwell on it too much. Since Miles wasn't going to fight him, he would charge in himself. Whoosh! Joe dodged the dark energy blade with lightning speed, rushing to Miles's side. He then feigned an attack with a crimson energy blade, actually preparing to strike Miles's dead flesh armor during a counterattack. To Joe's surprise, Miles once again distanced himself, seemingly extremely wary of the dead flesh armor. In an instant, the previously evenly matched battle transformed into a chase, with Miles being pursued relentlessly by Joe. Miles is going to lose? The human Emperor Vic, who had been watching from afar, saw Miles suddenly begin to flee and assumed he was doomed. Since that's the case, a flash of blue light appeared in the human Emperor Vic's hand, revealing a transparent chain, the Emperor-grade weapon, the spatial chain. Go! With a thought, the human Emperor Vic pierced the space before him. At this moment, Joe was still pursuing Miles, dodging several jet black energy blades released by Miles. Suddenly, the space around him rippled. Immediately afterwards, numerous transparent chains appeared out of thin air, instantly binding him. What is this? Joe's expression changed, and he immediately unleashed his fire ion energy, trying to break free from the transparent chains. Crack! To Joe's surprise, the transparent chains weren't very strong. A single energy burst destroyed them. However, these suddenly appearing transparent chains still caused him to pause for a moment, and all the jet black energy blades released by Miles struck him. Chapter 1186. Whoosh! 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 3 jet black energy blades were about to reach him. Joe had no time to dodge, so he immediately released a large amount of fire ion energy, condensing an energy shield in front of him to defend himself. Boom boom boom! The 3 jet black energy blades struck the fire ion energy shield, producing a violent explosion. The scattered jet black energy spread outwards, enveloping Joe. Whoosh! Just as Joe blocked the jet black energy blades, Miles suddenly appeared behind Joe, his spear, formed from deathly energy, thrusting out abruptly. Sharp! The sharp jet black spear tip tore through the energy shield formed by Joe's fire ion energy, heading straight for Joe's head. Seeing that Miles had taken the initiative to attack him, Joe was overjoyed, but he still made a dodging motion to avoid being detected by Miles. Just as Joe was about to dodge, the transparent chains reappeared, briefly immobilizing him. These chains? Joe frowned. He had initially thought the transparent chains were some kind of attack technique from Miles, but judging from Miles' current attack, it seemed he wasn't using any other energy or weapon. Boom! Joe immediately unleashed his fire ion energy, breaking free of the transparent chains once more. At this moment, Miles's jet black spear was already upon him. Thud! Just as the jet black spear was about to touch Joe's head, Joe managed to shift his head slightly. Thud! The jet black spear pierced directly into Joe's left eye socket, easily piercing through his lifeless flesh and blood biological armor, which seemed as if it were made of paper. The moment the jet black spear pierced Joe's head, the spear shaft, formed from deathly energy, went out of control and exploded. Bang! With a deafening roar, Zhou Wen's upper body was instantly blasted away. Fortunately, Zhou Wen was currently in energy form. Losing his upper body wouldn't kill him. However, if his remaining half of his body were also destroyed, he would certainly die. Therefore, he quickly retreated, buying time for his body to regenerate. Has it really seen the devouring pattern? Zhou Wen felt targeted by Miles. The jet black spear exploded into energy, and the small amount of devouring energy that had just adhered to it vanished along with the exploding jet black energy. Miles hadn't seen the devouring pattern. It exploded the jet black spear as energy because it guessed that Zhou Wen's body might be in energy form. Simply piercing his head wouldn't kill him, so it detonated the jet black spear to increase the area of effect. However, the intensity of the exploding black energy is greatly reduced, making it difficult to completely destroy Zhou Wen's body in one strike. After all, Zhou Wen also possesses flame ion energy of comparable strength to its deathly energy for protection. Originally, Miles hadn't planned to engage Zhou Wen in close combat until he figured out the special function of the black, twisted armor on Zhou Wen's body. He just hadn't expected the human Emperor of Sea Area 1 to intervene. The human Emperor had previously attacked it with transparent chains. The transparent chains weren't very strong. With sufficient energy, one could easily destroy them. However, being restrained by the transparent chains would still result in a brief pause. In a battle of their caliber, even a brief pause could turn the tide, so it naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Buzz! Zhou Wen hadn't retreated far when those transparent chains suddenly reappeared, binding his body for a moment. Where did these chains come from? Zhou Wen was now only half a body. If Miles stabbed him again, he would be truly in danger. Whoosh! However, how could Miles let go of this rare opportunity to kill Zhou Wen? It recondensed a spear with its dark energy, instantly charging forward and thrusting directly at Zhou Wen's remaining half of his body. But just as Miles's dark spear thrust out, the dark, twisted armor on Zhou Wen's body suddenly wriggled, also condensing into a dark spear, thrusting towards Miles's dark spear. Miles's expression changed slightly. Looking at the dark spear in front of it, its surface covered with scarlet patterns, it felt something was amiss. Now was the perfect opportunity to kill Zhou Wen. If it could completely destroy his energy body, it would become Zhou Wen. Miles hesitated slightly, then instead of dodging, thrust its jet black spear directly at the spear formed from the twisted, jet black armor. The jet black spear, formed from the armor of a lifeless, fleshy creature, was easily destroyed by Miles's spear due to insufficient energy, offering no defense whatsoever. Die! Miles roared excitedly. It was born from Zhou Wen's brain, and therefore always believed itself to be the true Zhou Wen. Today, it could finally achieve its goal. Whoosh! Just a second before Miles's jet black spear was about to pierce Zhou Wen, the crimson patterns on Zhou Wen's twisted black armor suddenly emitted a blinding blood-red light. The next second, large patches of crimson patterns suddenly appeared on the surface of Miles's jet black spear, spreading to Miles's palm. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, the jet black spear in Miles's hand vanished, and the crimson patterns began to spread wildly throughout Miles's body. What is this? A look of panic appeared on Miles's face, as the deathly energy within its body was being rapidly drained by these crimson patterns. Zhou Wen was also taken aback. How can the devouring pattern be so powerful? Zhou Wen exclaimed in surprise. While the devouring pattern, enhanced by deathly energy, has an extremely strong devouring effect on king-level energy, it is much less effective against emperor-level energy. Under normal circumstances, Miles's jet black spear could not possibly be instantly devoured by the devouring pattern. Zhou Wen's original plan was to first coat Miles's black spear with devouring energy, and then use the immortal sponge shield to block the attack. He was now using the rainbow cube. The immortal energy required for the immortal sponge shield would be automatically generated by the rainbow cube, so by consuming a large amount of immortal energy, blocking one attack would definitely not be a problem. Whoosh! At this moment, a large amount of black energy surged into Zhou Wen's deathly flesh creature armor, and Zhou Wen's body began to expand rapidly. Is it because Miles is also using deathly energy? Zhou Wen guessed. What exactly is this pattern? At this moment, Miles no longer had the intention of killing Zhou Wen, but was fleeing at top speed. Chapter 1187. No matter how far away it was from Zhou Wen, the scarlet patterns on its body continued to absorb the deathly energy within it. Miles, back in the deep sea, you left me with a deathly claw filled with deathly energy. This time you provided me with so much deathly energy again. Such kindness, I should thank you. Zhou Wen, whose body had swelled to several thousand meters, caught up and then mocked Miles through mental energy. Damn it! Miles cursed under his breath. Don't run. My gluttonous pattern will devour you completely if you get even a little bit on it. You're already dead, why bother struggling? Zhou Wen transmitted his thoughts again through mental energy. Just after releasing his mental transmission, Zhou Wen opened his mouth wide, quickly drawing the deathly energy from the deathly flesh and blood creature armor and condensing it in his mouth. Whoosh! Then, a beam of deathly energy, 100 meters in diameter, was unleashed by Zhou Wen, shooting towards Miles, who was fleeing rapidly. Miles, whose body was constantly radiating deathly energy, sensed the beam of energy hurtling towards him from behind and quickly changed course to dodge. Boom! The beam of deathly energy struck the sea below, causing a violent explosion and creating a dark crater in the ocean. Whoosh! 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 Zhou Wen continued to spew beams of deathly energy from behind, forcing Miles to constantly change course to evade. Zhou Wen's flight speed was already similar to Miles's, forcing Miles to fly in a zigzag pattern to avoid the attacks. Naturally, the speed of zigzagging flight couldn't match Zhou Wen's straight-line flight, and thus the distance between them was continuously decreasing. Damn it! Miles, seeing that the crimson markings on his body showed no signs of weakening, was beginning to believe Zhou Wen's earlier words. Wait, when I destroyed half his body, the deathly silent spear also made contact with him. Why didn't he use these gluttonous marks then? Miles recalled the scene of the black spear exploding and immediately knew how to get rid of these bone-deep gluttonous marks. Buzz! At this moment, another beam of deathly silence energy shot towards him. But this time, Miles didn't dodge. Instead, he took the attack head-on, and the instant the beam struck his body, he self-destructed, freeing himself from the gluttonous marks. His alien brain, protected by the black energy, fell into the seawater below along with the beam of deathly silence energy. Self-destructing his body, trying to escape using my deathly silence energy beam as cover? Heh. Zhou Wen sneered. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He had been condensing his mental energy into threads, connecting them to Miles' body, just in case it tried to escape. Now that the main body has appeared, this chase should end, Zhou Wen said, then activated his void escape ability. Buzz! A wave of energy rippled around Zhou Wen, the space around him undulating like ripples on a calm lake. The next second, Zhou Wen's figure vanished. Meanwhile, in the seawater, Miles's alternate brain was swimming rapidly, moving away from Zhou Wen's location. I was careless. I should have prepared a clone beforehand, Miles said regretfully. From now on, I can't leave my main body in the open. Miles had thought that possessing the deathly energy was enough to face any enemy except for an Emperor-level Leviathan, but this time it almost cost him his life. Zhou Wen, you just wait. I definitely kill you next time, Miles thought viciously. Buzz! Just then, a gigantic hand suddenly appeared, grabbing Miles in its palm. Ha ha ha! Miles, your energy is mine now. The instant Zhou Wen grabbed Miles's alien brain body, he immediately used a deathly still energy to enhance the devouring rune. You? Zhou Wen's sudden appearance shocked Miles. Wait, a moment, I can provide you with deathly still energy. However, before Miles could finish his telepathic transmission, the crimson devouring rune had already spread across his entire body, instantly consuming him completely. This threat is finally resolved. Looking at Miles's body, which had completely disappeared from the palm, Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Normally, the alien brain race has a limit to the biological genes it can absorb. It cannot absorb the genes of a king-level Leviathan. But this Miles not only broke this limit, but also obtained the genes of a deathly still Emperor. If this isn't eliminated soon, and Miles continues to develop, the entire endless seas creatures will likely be overrun by the alien brain. Whoosh! At this moment, a massive amount of deathly energy absorbed from Miles's main body surged into the deathly flesh and blood creature armor. Boom! A calm sea surface suddenly exploded, and a nearly 100,000-meter tall black giant burst forth from the water. So much deathly energy, what a pity. Zhou Wen looked at his nearly 100,000-meter tall body inside. The energy within the deathly flesh and blood creature armor cannot be absorbed by the armor itself. It can only be consumed by the armor itself. Next, I need to have the Emperor focus on clearing out the survivors in Sea Area 1 infected by the alien brain factor, Zhou Wen thought to himself, then opened the system interface to send a message to the Emperor. At this moment, Zhou Wen noticed some unusual movement from the deathly silent worm within his heart, seemingly wanting to leave, and seeking his permission. What's going on? Zhou Wen was puzzled, unsure of the deathly silent worm's intentions, but he still allowed it to leave his heart. Having received Zhou Wen's permission, The deathly silent worm instantly burrowed out of Zhou Wen's heart, then out of his skin, and directly into the deathly flesh and blood bioarmor. Whoosh! The instant the deathly silent worm entered the deathly flesh and blood bioarmor, all the deathly silent energy within the armor surged towards it. The deathly silent worm can actually absorb energy from the deathly flesh and blood bioarmor? Zhou Wen was initially surprised, then overjoyed. It was better for the deathly silent worm to absorb this deathly silent energy than to let it go to waste. As the deathly silent worm absorbed the deathly energy from the deathly flesh and blood creature armor, Zhou Wen's enormous size, approaching 100,000, began to gradually shrink. After a period of time, Zhou Wen's size returned to normal, and all the deathly energy from the deathly flesh and blood creature armor had been absorbed by the deathly silent worm. The jet-black deathly silent worm, after absorbing a large amount of deathly energy, developed fine, scarlet-red lines on its surface. After the deathly silent worm absorbed all the deathly energy, the deathly flesh and blood creature armor on Zhou Wen's body contracted back into his body, and the deathly silent worm returned to Zhou Wen's heart. Ugh! Absorbed so much deathly energy, but didn't even give me a few strands, sigh. Zhou Wen had been somewhat expectant when the deathly silent worm absorbed the deathly energy, but now it seemed his expectations were unmet. Chapter 1188. Afterwards, Zhou Wen sent a message to the human emperor that he had dealt with Miles, and then began to fly rapidly towards the main island of Sea Area 1. Miles was actually killed by him. This is troublesome, the human emperor Vic said solemnly. However, the Lord of Sea Area 6 must have been quite exhausted from his battle with Miles, so there might still be a chance. Thinking of this, the human emperor Vic immediately arranged for a survivor on the main island to accompany him. Back on the main island, the human emperor Vic immediately flew to the Golden Flame Leviathan and inquired about what had happened on the main island. That Lord of Sea Area 6 only asked you to attack him? He didn't attack you. After talking with the Golden Flame Leviathan, the human emperor Vic realized that the Lord of Sea Area 6 didn't seem to intend to attack Sea Area 1. After all, given the strength the Lord of Sea Area 6 had just displayed, while he might not be able to kill the Golden Flame Leviathan in a short time, he could certainly severely injure it. Since that's the case, there's no need to clash with the Lord of Sea Area 6. Emperor Vic had originally planned to rely on the Emperor-level Platinum Flame energy condensed by the Golden Flame Leviathan to try and fight the Lord of Sea Area 6. Soon after, Zhou Wen flew to the skies above the main island of Sea Area 1. Emperor Vic immediately stepped forward to greet him. You must be the Lord of Sea Area 6, Brahma? Emperor Vic asked, adopting a humble posture. Yes. Zhou Wen, wearing the True Sense mask, held his head high and nodded arrogantly. I am Vic, the administrator of Sea Area 1. Looking at the aloof Brahma before him, Emperor Vic felt a surge of anger. Suppressing his rage, he forced a smile and introduced himself. Although Miles has been killed by me, there are definitely still alien brains in your Sea Area 1, requiring frequent cleanup, Zhou Wen said. I know, I will definitely check the survivors in Sea Area 1 regularly, Emperor Vic replied. Humph. Don't let me know you have any connection with the alien brains again, or you know the consequences, Zhou Wen sneered. I certainly won't. I was coerced by that alien brain before, Emperor Vic assured him, but his heart was burning with anger. Since becoming the Emperor of Sea Area 1, he had never suffered such humiliation. That's for the best, Zhou Wen said, then went to the location of the Golden Flame Leviathan, causing it to attack him, condensing a large amount of flame ion energy within his body, and then storing it in his space distortion glove. After doing this, Zhou Wen returned to Emperor Vic. Is there anything else? Emperor Vic asked. I, the god, have solved such a huge problem for your Sea Area 1. As the ruler of Sea Area 1, don't you have anything to offer in return? Zhou Wen questioned with dissatisfaction. This? Emperor Vic looked at the Golden Flame Leviathan. This Lord of Sea Area 6 had just absorbed a large amount of Golden Flame energy from the Golden Flame Leviathan. Although he didn't know how this Lord of Sea Area 6 had converted the Golden Flame energy from the Golden Flame Leviathan's attack into his own, he had indeed absorbed a lot of energy from it, and now this Lord was asking him for favors. What? It seems you're very unwilling to let me, the god, cleanse your sea area of the heretics? Zhou Wen's tone immediately turned cold. No, I was just thinking about what to offer to express my sincerity, Emperor Vic hurriedly said. Do you still need to think? Hand over all the third stage breakthrough materials you have, and the corpse of the king-level Leviathan, Zhou Wen said directly. You? Emperor Vic's eyes widened in fury upon hearing Zhou Wen's words. This was practically robbery. If you're not willing to hand them over yourself, then I have to come and get them myself, Zhou Wen suddenly said coldly. Zhou Wen suspected that the transparent chains that had appeared several times earlier were related to the Emperor Vic before him, but he couldn't be sure yet. Alright, I organize them and send them to you via private message. Emperor Vic's chest heaved a few times before finally nodding in agreement. Send them before midnight tonight, or I come and get them myself, Zhou Wen said, then disengaged and left the main island of Sea Area 1. Damn it! Seeing the Lord of Sea Area 6 leave, Emperor Vic finally couldn't contain his anger and cursed aloud. My original plan was to lure Miles to the Frozen Realm to deplete the Frozen Emperor's energy. Since you killed Miles, it's your turn to go, Emperor Vic thought to himself. At this moment, Zhou Wen had returned to the stomach wall space of the illusion scale. After using the rainbow cube, all the energy in his body had been emptied and needed to be reconstituted. However, he also took the opportunity of using the rainbow cube to replenish all the core energy required for the cyclone body, consuming a total of 10,000 strands of core energy. But when Zhou Wen went to the sea outside the stomach wall space to test the cyclone body, his body was no different from usual. Does it require a core of energy within the body? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment, as he currently possessed no core of energy at all. I try again tomorrow. Zhou Wen didn't dwell on it. He returned to the space within the illusionary scale's stomach wall, allowing the illusionary scale to continue its journey towards the divine speed sea, and then began to condense various king-level energies. Buzz. Not long after Zhou Wen began condensing king-level energy, a subtle buzzing sound suddenly rang out in his heart. Zhou Wen immediately used his mental power to examine his heart, and then discovered that the deathly silent worm had released a jet-black energy with scarlet patterns covering its surface. This is true deathly silent energy? Zhou Wen exclaimed in shock. Is this energy mine? Zhou Wen excitedly manipulated the jet-black energy covered in scarlet patterns. This energy was completely under his control. Haha, now I have another trump card. Zhou Wen could sense the terrifying aura emanating from this jet-black energy covered in scarlet patterns. It was definitely an extremely powerful Emperor-level energy. Since it's true death energy, let's call it Death Emperor energy, Zhou Wen distinguished this energy from ordinary death energy. After that, Zhou Wen focused on condensing king-level energy. Meanwhile, in the sea area where Zhou Wen and Miles had just fought, a piece of pitch-black flesh was swaying slightly on the seabed, like a worm. Whoosh! At that moment, the seawater rippled, and a small fish swam over, swallowing the pitch-black flesh whole. The next second, the small fish's eyes rapidly turned blood red, and then it quickly disappeared into the dark seawater. Chapter 1189. Before midnight, Zhou Wen, who was gathering various energies within the colorful bubble space, received a private message from Emperor Vic. The message contained 4 sets of materials for advancing to the 3rd stage of attributes: intelligence, strength, constitution, and speed. These were for survivors at the 3rd stage, allowing them to directly advance to the 4th stage. There were also 3 king-level Leviathan corpses. Not bad, not perfunctory, Zhou Wen nodded, looking at the items in the message. While these 3rd stage advancement materials certainly weren't all that Emperor Vic possessed, gathering all 4 attribute advancement materials was no easy feat. The 3 king-level Leviathan corpses were also a considerable amount. After all, under normal circumstances, after obtaining a king-level Leviathan corpse, it would be fed to the Guardian Leviathan to obtain energy crystals. What one kept was only for feeding the Phantom Leviathan, so the reserves were definitely not large. It's time for Lung Liang to advance to Stage 4, Zhou Wen said. Lung Liang currently only has his physique attribute at Stage 4. He still needs the materials for Stage 3, intelligence, strength, and speed. Therefore, Zhou Wen directly sent the materials for these 3 breakthrough formulas to Lung Liang, allowing him to advance to Stage 4. This gives Sea Area 10 for Stage 4 survivors. Regarding the 3 king-level Leviathan corpses mentioned in the private message, Zhou Wen went directly outside the colorful bubble space and placed them out for the Rainbow Emperor to absorb. After that, Zhou Wen spent the entire time condensing king-level energy within the colorful bubble space. On the morning of day 453, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space of Huanlin. After feeding Huanlin, he didn't rush Huanlin towards the divine speed sea, but instead went to the surface of the sea. Yesterday, because his body's various energies were depleted, Zhou Wen was unable to activate the Gathering Core body. Now, after a night, he has condensed 2 Gathering Core energies within his body. Buzz! With a thought, one of the Gathering Core energies merged directly into his body. The next second, his entire body turned black, resembling a super heavy brick, and a ghostly blue light emanated from its surface. This gathering core body seems to have a certain defensive effect. Zhou looked at the ghostly blue energy membrane on his body, and then tried attacking it with the Xianlei dragon pattern blade. Bang! As a result, the moment the blade of the Xianlei dragon pattern blade touched the ghostly blue energy membrane on his body, a slight explosion occurred, shattering the Xianlei dragon pattern blade. It does indeed have a defensive effect, although it's in the form of an explosion, Zhou murmured. Next, it's time to try attacking, Zhou said, suddenly swinging his arm and throwing a punch forward. As Zhou arm briefly charged forward to strike, the condensed energy within it converged towards his fist along with the force. The instant Zhou's fist struck, a visibly intense blue light emanating from his arm suddenly converged towards his fist, instantly becoming blindingly bright. Boom! A sudden explosion rang out, and the blue energy gathered in his fist burst forth, forming a radiating energy wave and simultaneously creating a violent energy explosion. Whoosh! The shockwave from the explosion rapidly compressed the air, transforming it into a tangible air wave, pushing the surrounding sea surface and creating layers of waves. The power is decent, and it consumes relatively little core energy. It's still quite useful against king-level energy of average strength, Zhou commented. When Zhou first integrated the core Leviathan gene, if he could directly condense a core body, it would definitely be a powerful killing move. However, now that he has more and more powerful king-level characteristics, the core body is somewhat insufficient. This core body is quite suitable for clearing out core creatures, Zhou thought to himself. The punch he just threw didn't consume much core energy from his body. According to his estimation, one core energy should be enough for nearly 100 punches. And one punch can create a kill radius of about 10 meters in front of him. Core creatures are generally between 3 and 5 meters tall, so one punch is enough to kill one. Moreover, the intensity of the core energy is also relatively high. Even against some king-level core creatures with lower energy intensity, it can still kill them with one punch. All things considered, it's quite practical. Boom boom boom. Next, Zhou used jumps, punches, and kicks on the sea surface to continuously deplete the core energy within his body. Every action involving charging up energy could trigger an explosion. After exhausting the core energy integrated into his body, Zhou headed to the main island of the Leviathan in Sea Area 10 and retrieved a portion of dark matter from the dark matter collector. In the following days, Wanling continued its journey towards the Divine Speed Sea, while Zhou checked the messages on the communication channels of various regions and refined his void escape energy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the night of the 456th day, Zhou, along with his companions, headed to Sunset Island. At this moment, a group of members from the Survivors Guild were harvesting sunflower seeds. Now, almost every survivor in Sea Area 10 possessed a sunflower seed. This item, capable of instantly restoring stamina, might not have been anything special to Zhou, but it was an extremely valuable item for most survivors. After all, most survivors, like before, would fall into a weakened state after using various attribute-boosting abilities, making sunflower seeds a crucial survival item for them. Zhou casually cleared away some flocks of sunflower white-feathered birds for the guild members, then crossed the 1,000-flower vase plains and headed towards the giant lake on the island. As soon as Zhou entered the airspace above the giant lake, the Leviathan of Life surfaced. After more than 10 days, the Leviathan of Life had recovered its length to approximately 400,000 meters. Here you go. The Leviathan readily handed 2 portions of vitality factors to Zhou, who in turn tossed him 6 king-level energy crystals. Good job. Consider this king-level core your reward, Zhou said, then tossed the king-level core he had deliberately saved to the Leviathan. For me? The Leviathan wrapped its tentacles around the king-level core, still somewhat uncertain. I told you, cooperate well with me, and you have a chance to become an Emperor-level Leviathan in the future. Zhou began to promise the Leviathan a bright future. Okay, I will definitely cooperate well with you. The Leviathan happily swallowed the king-level core. See, cooperating with me brings many benefits, doesn't it? Zhou smiled after the Leviathan swallowed the king-level core and asked. Chapter 1190. Yes, this king-level core allows me to condense a lot of energy. The Leviathan of Life nodded its tentacles. That's right. As long as you continue to cooperate with me, you will obtain even more king-level cores in the future, Zhou said, envisioning the future with the Leviathan of Life. Don't worry, I will always cooperate with you. The Leviathan of Life became somewhat excited through mental transmission upon hearing that it would have many king-level cores in the future. But cooperation also requires sincerity. To show my sincerity, I gave you a king-level core. What about your sincerity? Zhou Wen revealed his true intentions. Huh? The Leviathan of Life was taken aback. But I don't have anything to give you, the Leviathan of Life thought for a moment. Just give me the box inside your body, won't you? Zhou Wen said casually. No, didn't we agree you exchange it for 100 king-level energy crystals? Leviathan refused outright. 1 king-level core couldn't be worth 100 king-level energy crystals. 100 king-level energy crystals are equivalent to 10 king-level cores. You get many king-level cores eventually, won't you? Zhou Wen used his earlier promise to exchange for Leviathan's treasure chest. No, you haven't given me those king-level cores yet. Leviathan pondered for a moment, sensing something was amiss. Sigh. To obtain a large number of king-level cores, I need sufficient strength. Give me your chest, and my strength will increase, allowing you to obtain the king-level cores faster, right? Zhou Wen sighed, revealing his own weakness. I see. Leviathan of Life thought for a moment, and realized it made sense. Here you go. Leviathan of Life opened its mouth, and spat out a bright green treasure chest. Zhou Wen took the chest, opened it, and examined its contents. He then saw the king-level certification he needed. Zhou Wen planned to give this king-level certification to Chen Ke, granting him king domain and energy form. This way, if Chen Ke encountered a strong king-level core creature in the treasure hunt trial, he could rely on the 10x attribute boost from the energy form to increase efficiency, and use the blazing flame blade to kill the king-level core creature. Sea Area 2 doesn't belong to Sea Area 10. To maximize the benefits of the treasure hunt trial, he had to improve Chen Ke's strength. I see your sincerity. Zhou Wen nodded, casually put away the life treasure chest, and quickly left. Haha, the energy contained in 10 king-level cores is more than that in 100 king-level energy crystals. I made a profit. The Leviathan of Vitality exclaimed happily. Then, the Leviathan of Vitality slowly sank into the water, gradually absorbing the king-level cores it had just acquired. Zhou Wen then went to the area where the sunflower vine was located, obtained 2 sunlight crystals, and then, with the help of Jiang Ge from the main island of Sea Area 10, arrived at the main body of the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan. Auspicious Cloud Leviathan, quickly give me 1 million units of energy. Zhou Wen said, as soon as he landed on the main body of the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan. Why do you need so much energy again? The Auspicious Cloud Leviathan asked speechlessly, condensing a small clone from the energy. I just obtained another king-level certification, Zhou Wen said, taking out the king-level certification. Sigh. The little Auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone sighed deeply, then its main body began releasing auspicious energy, channeling it into the king-level certification. Buzz. To Zhou Wen's surprise, as soon as the auspicious energy of the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan approached the king-level certification released an invisible wave, repelling the auspicious energy. This? Zhou Wen's expression changed, but then he understood. It seems this king-level certification can only absorb the energy of the Vitality Leviathan. Actually, Zhou Wen had considered the possibility of this limitation before, but the description of the king-level certification itself didn't mention that it could only absorb exclusive king-level energy, so he wanted to try it. Only absorbing the energy of the Vitality Leviathan, that's a bit troublesome, Zhou Wen frowned. Without any benefit, the Leviathan of Life is definitely unwilling to expend a large amount of energy again. Zhou Wen had already obtained the life treasure chest by promising it a bargain. Promising it a bargain again would be useless. I try to trick them again next time I trade life factors with the Leviathan of Life, Zhou Wen said helplessly, shaking his head. Afterwards, Zhou Wen asked the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan for 10,000 strands of auspicious energy, and returned to the stomach wall space of the illusionary scale. It was currently night, and the illusionary scale was resting. Zhou Wen went to the colorful bubble space to condense various king-level energies. Previously, when Zhou Wen obtained rainbow bubbles from the Rainbow Emperor, the Rainbow Emperor still had 8 left. After absorbing the 3 king-level Leviathan corpses that Zhou Wen obtained from the Human Emperor of Sea Area 1, the Rainbow Emperor now had 12 rainbow bubbles, enough to create another rainbow cube. On the morning of the 457th day, Zhou Wen retrieved the 12 rainbow bubbles from the Rainbow Emperor, then teleported to the Gravity Sea to create the rainbow cube before returning to the stomach space of the illusionary scale. Shortly after feeding the illusionary scale, Zhou Wen received a private message from Cheng Hui. Boss Zhou, a large number of abyss-level Leviathan creatures have suddenly appeared over here. Come with me, I'm coming, Zhou Wen replied. He had nothing else to do anyway, and clearing out some abyss-level Leviathan creatures wouldn't take much time. A flash of blue light, and Zhou Wen appeared beside Cheng Hui. Cheng Hui was standing on the head of his own illusory Leviathan, which was swimming at an extremely fast speed. Boss Zhou, those abyss-level Leviathan creatures are chasing us from behind, Cheng Hui said, pointing behind them. Zhou Wen looked in the direction Cheng Hui pointed, and indeed, the seawater behind them was churning violently, indicating the presence of a large number of giant creatures underwater. Boss Zhou, these abyss-level Leviathan creatures likely all have core organisms inside them, Cheng Hui added. In the past few days, they've been encountering an abyss-level Leviathan creature almost daily near their island in Sea Area 9. With Cheng Hui's current strength, killing an abyss-level Leviathan creature wouldn't be difficult, but after destroying its brain, he always encounters an abyss-level core organism. Fortunately, Cheng Hui possesses the king-level weapon Zhou Wen gave him, so dealing with ordinary abyss-level core organisms isn't a problem. However, today there are simply too many abyss-level Leviathan creatures. He can't handle them alone, which is why he brought Zhou Wen along. Chapter 1191. Could it be that Sea Area 9 is also going to be attacked by core creatures? Zhou Wen frowned in thought. Then, Zhou Wen activated auspicious energy form, jumped directly into the sea, and swam backward at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Zhou Wen saw the large number of abyss-level Leviathan creatures that Cheng Hui had mentioned. These abyss-level Leviathan creatures emitted various kinds of energy light from their bodies. There were 15 in total. Whoosh! Zhou Wen's figure suddenly flashed, activating contestant ability, forming a layer of king-level contestant energy around his body, and he charged forward. Soon afterward, the heads of all 15 abyss-level Leviathan creatures were destroyed by Zhou Wen, but no kill notification sounded in Zhou Wen's mind, indicating that these abyss-level Leviathan creatures did indeed contain abyss-level core creatures. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Zhou Wen heard a series of rapid footsteps. Scanning the area with his mental energy, he saw that they were abyss-level core creatures. They delivered themselves to my doorstep, saving me the trouble of searching for them one by one, Zhou Wen chuckled, the Liang blade appearing in his hand. Swish swish swish. 15 Xianyang energy blades slashed out, instantly slaying all the abyss-level core creatures. Ding! Killed an abyss-level Leviathan creature. Strength, Constitution, and Speed increased by 3 points. Ding! Killed an abyss-level Leviathan creature. Strength, Constitution, and Speed increased by 3 points. Ding! Killed an abyss-level Leviathan creature. Strength, Constitution, and Speed increased by 3 points. The kill notification sounds echoed continuously in Zhou Wen's mind, but suddenly stopped after the 13th time. Ding! You have reached the 100 kill limit for Leviathan creatures of Abyss level and above, earning you the title Ocean Overlord. Ding! Ocean Overlord. 3 basic attributes increased by 10%, the maximum value of each attribute increased by 100 points, 1 Gene Chimera slot added to the character panel, and energy intensity increased by 10%. Ocean Overlord title? Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment, then carefully examined the effects of the title. After reading the first 2 effects of the Ocean Overlord title, Zhou Wen nodded, feeling it was pretty good, but when he saw the 3rd effect, his eyes widened involuntarily. 1 more Gene Chimera slot added. Zhou Wen said excitedly. This Ocean Overlord title is great. Zhou Wen praised with a smile, ignoring the 4th effect. A 10% increase in energy intensity was practically the same as nothing. Haha, now I can chimrate another powerful king-level Leviathan gene. Zhou Wen said with a laugh. Afterwards, Zhou Wen quickly acquired 15 abyss-level cores and exclusive supply boxes, sending 5 sets to Cheng Hui before ending his journey and returning to the stomach wall space of the Phantom Scale. He handed the abyss-level Leviathan's corpse over to Cheng Hui for decomposition. Upon returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen took out the remaining 3 bottles of powerful king-level Leviathan gene potions: Barrier Leviathan gene potion, Rampage Leviathan gene potion, and Warp Leviathan gene potion. This time, Zhou Wen didn't hesitate much and directly chose the Rampage Leviathan gene potion. The Barrier Leviathan gene potion is more of a sealing type and doesn't improve one's own strength. The Warp Leviathan gene potion is actually quite effective, but the range of its warp is too small, making it only suitable for fighting small creatures. The Rampaging Leviathan gene directly amplifies the intensity of king-level energy, providing a simple and direct boost to strength. For Zhou Wen, who possesses various powerful king-level energies, this is naturally the most suitable option. Zhou Wen directly drank the Rampaging Leviathan gene potion, then used the characteristic imprint to inscribe the Rampaging core into a Rampaging imprint. However, the Rampaging trait needs to be placed after the Dead Power attribute slot, but all 5 trait slots are currently full, so he can't add any more traits. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, then first removed the Lightning Ion trait, applied the Rampaging trait, used a fixed trait slot, and then place the lightning ion trait into the fixed trait slot. This way, if he needs to remove traits from a fixed trait slot later, he will only lose the weaker lightning ion trait. Although the golden lightning trait was the weakest of the 5 traits listed under the deathly power attribute, the golden lightning leviathan gene had already merged with Zhou. The lightning leviathan gene, however, was chimeric. If a better gene appeared in the future, it could be separated at any time, rendering the corresponding lightning ion trait useless. After some time, Cheng Hui set over the 15 abyss-level leviathan corpses. A king-level leviathan might appear over there recently, be careful. Zhou messaged Cheng Hui. Got it, boss Zhou, I be careful. Chen Hui replied immediately. Zhou thought for a moment, still somewhat worried, so he sent Chen Hui the mountain armor he had obtained in the 13th trial, along with a divine light energy core for self-defense in emergencies. The core creatures are appearing more and more frequently, Zhou murmured. Then, Zhou continued to gather king-level energy. That evening, Zhou received another private message from Vic, the human emperor of C1. The message contained a king-level leviathan, a bottle of king-level leviathan potion, and a king-level core. Great God Brahma, I didn't have anything good before, so my sincerity might have been lacking. I just killed this king-level leviathan today. Thank you again for eliminating a major threat to C1. Not bad, thank you for your kindness. Zhou replied. It's my duty. Afterwards, Vic, under the pretext of seeking advice from Zhou on how to effectively manage the survivors in the sea, chatted with Zhou for a while, constantly flattering him during the conversation. Human Emperor Vic was doing this to cultivate a relationship with Zhou. He noticed Zhou seemed quite arrogant, so he went to great lengths to flatter him. Human Emperor Vic wanted to use Zhou to deplete the extreme cold Emperor's energy. A sudden invitation would arouse suspicion, hence the significant effort to build a closer relationship. After finishing his conversation with Human Emperor Vic, Zhou fell into deep thought. What's his purpose in suddenly trying to build a relationship with me? Zhou frowned. Never mind, I find out when he brings it up himself. Without any clues, Zhou couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Next, Zhou checked the information about the king-level Leviathan corpse, sent by Human Emperor Vic. This king-level Leviathan was named Rift Wind Leviathan, a flying creature. Since Lang Liang hadn't yet developed king-level traits after entering the 4th stage, Zhou directly sent him the Rift Wind Leviathan Gene Potion and Rift Wind Core. Chapter 1192. Day 467. 10 days have passed since Chen Hui encountered a large number of abyss-level core creatures on day 457. Zhou has had a lot of free time during these 10 days, encountering nothing particularly noteworthy. Wanling continued its journey towards the Divine Speed Sea, encountering some energy-type Leviathan creatures along the way, but Wanling dealt with them all. Since encountering 15 abyss-level core creatures on Chen Hui's side, they haven't encountered abyss-level Leviathans frequently in the following days. However, while Chen Hui hasn't seen a large number of core creatures, they have appeared in Sea Area 1. In these 10 days, the number of core creatures appearing in Sea Area 1 has increased significantly, even including a king-level core creature. Fortunately, these core creatures appear individually, their overall numbers are still relatively small, and they haven't formed a large group, so they haven't had a major impact on the survivors in Sea Area 1. Human Emperor Vic has continued to frequently visit Zhou to cultivate a relationship, praising him whenever he has the chance, being extremely attentive. Zhou was still unaware of the Human Emperor Vic's purpose, so he continued to maintain his arrogant and overbearing demeanor. He would also occasionally visit Sea Area 1 to absorb some of the Golden Flame Leviathan's attack energy, condensing it into Flame Ion energy, and storing it in his Space Distortion Glove. Furthermore, each time he went to the main island of Sea Area 1, Zhou would use his True Sense trait to release his mental energy, and check the survivors on the main island to see if any were considered abnormal survivors. Zhou's attitude towards abnormal survivors was definitely to eliminate them completely. The abnormal survivors in Sea Areas 10 and 3 had already been completely eliminated through the regular cleanup efforts of over a dozen survivor kings. In truth, the alien brains couldn't be completely eradicated from the Endless Sea, as they could infect other creatures. Zhou's goal, however, was to eliminate them among the survivors. Because the survivors possessed the world system, they could teleport to each other as long as they had friends, and even directly teleport alien brains as ordinary creatures. This made their spread far faster than slowly swimming in the sea. As for what to do with the alien brains already scattered throughout the ocean, Zhou didn't know. They might even become a future crisis. Fortunately, Miles, who possessed the genes of the dead emperor, was dead, so the potential for alien brains shouldn't be too high. At this moment, Zhou Wen was sitting on the head of the phantom scale, eating dried mango, while checking messages in the various regional communication channels. The appearance of core creatures had become more frequent, not only in Sea Area 1, but also among the survivors exploring Sea Area 10 these past few days. Survivor from Area 10. Wow! I just encountered the core creature the pro mentioned earlier. It's really strong. I almost couldn't defeat it. Survivor from Zone 8. Has anyone encountered a core creature again? How many has that been in the last few days? Will any core creatures attack our Zone 10 area soon? Survivor from Zone 1. Anyway, everyone be careful when exploring. Survivor from Zone 10. When encountering a giant Leviathan, it's best to first obtain its encyclopedia entry to know its level. If the Leviathan's level matches your own energy level, you can prepare for stronger companions. Survivor from Zone 2. That's indeed a method. Those who have encountered core creatures say they initially reside inside the heart. As long as you don't kill its main body, or deliberately approach the heart, core creatures generally won't leave. Survivor from Zone 10. Yes, the energy level of core creatures is often higher than their main body. This method allows you to make a certain judgment about their strength. Survivor from Zone 5. Why bother with all that trouble? If we encounter a Leviathan creature with the same energy level as ourselves, we can just team up with the King of Survivors, right? Survivor from Zone 4. Bullshit. Of course, we need to figure out if it's a core creature first. Otherwise, how can the King of Survivors keep up? Survivor from Zone 9. Exactly. I suggest the King of Survivors issue a rule. If someone fails to confirm a core creature 3 times in a row before teaming up with the King of Survivors, they should be immediately blacklisted to avoid wasting the King of Survivors' time. Just as Zhou Wen was browsing the messages in the regional chat channel, he suddenly received a private message. After leaving the communication channel in Sea Area 10, Zhou Wen discovered that the private message was from Emperor Vic. Here comes another attempt to curry favor? Zhou Wen thought instinctively. However, when Zhou Wen opened Emperor Vic's private message, he found it was a request for help. Great God Brahma, 3 king-level Leviathan creatures have suddenly appeared in my Sea Area 1. I suspect these king-level Leviathan creatures may have core organisms inside them, and I am struggling to deal with them alone. Could you please help me? Can't you handle 3 king-level core organisms? Zhou Wen didn't believe Emperor Vic's words. This god can help, but any items related to the king-level Leviathans that are killed will belong to this god. Zhou Wen said. Of course, this god will not let Great God Brahma help for nothing. Emperor Vic quickly replied. Alright then, I accompany you. Subsequently, a blue teleportation light appeared in a certain area of Sea Area 1, and Zhou Wen emerged from the blue light. Thank you so much, Great God Brahma, for coming. You've been a great help to me. Upon seeing Zhou Wen, Emperor Vic immediately stepped forward and said, Humph. Vic, with your weak strength, how did you become the Lord of the number 1 Sea Area? It's only because I had free time today that I didn't have time to help you. Zhou Wen held his head high, adopting a superior attitude, treating Emperor Vic like a subordinate. Hee, you are a god, your strength is incomparable. I naturally cannot compare to you. Emperor Vic flattered him repeatedly. Alright, which direction is that king-level Leviathan creature? Zhou Wen was too lazy to continue arguing with Emperor Vic and asked directly. It's just ahead. You should be able to see it if you fly forward a short distance. I still have to deal with the other 2 king-level Leviathans, so I'd be leaving now. Emperor Vic pointed straight ahead. Whoosh! Zhou Wen ignored Emperor Vic, activated auspicious energy form, and flew directly forward. A few minutes later, Zhou Wen, flying high in the sky, saw a colossal creature on the sea ahead. This creature was entirely golden, and its appearance looked somewhat familiar. This is a gilded Leviathan? Zhou Wen had obtained a piece of gilded Leviathan's flesh when he killed the former king of District 5 in the deep sea. Through the simplified illustrations in the encyclopedia, he roughly knew what the gilded Leviathan looked like. At this moment, the gilded Leviathan remained stationary, while a large number of Leviathan creatures swam towards it. Chapter 1193. The golden Leviathan had already spotted Zhou Wen hovering in the sky, and immediately gathered a beam of energy, shooting it towards him. Buzz! The golden energy beam, nearly 10,000 meters in diameter, seemed like a colossal pillar piercing the heavens compared to Zhou Wen's tiny figure. However, such a simple energy attack naturally couldn't hit Zhou Wen. In auspicious energy form, Zhou Wen's speed attribute was boosted by 12 times. A single flash could traverse tens of thousands of meters, easily dodging the attack. The instant Zhou Wen dodged the attack, he activated Core Convergence trait, and a dark blue energy ball rapidly condensed in his palm. Whoosh! In the next instant, the core convergence energy ball transformed into a slender, dark blue streak of light, landing at an extremely fast speed on the head of the golden leviathan below. With a deafening roar, the fused energy sphere exploded, instantly rising into a small, eerie blue sun 10,000 meters in diameter. The violent energy spread outwards, causing the waves to churn violently. Many of the leviathan creatures gathered around the golden leviathan were caught in the spreading energy blast, and instantly reduced to ashes. Buzz! Suddenly, a wave of energy rippled through the air, and a dazzling golden energy emanated from the exploded blue energy, dispersing the fused energy sphere. The golden leviathan, directly struck by the fused energy sphere, remained completely unharmed. The destructive force of the explosion was entirely blocked by the golden energy on its body. The energy intensity isn't low. How about this? As soon as Zhou finished speaking, a surge of blood-red, frenzied energy rose from his body, the activation of the Berserk trait, which increases the intensity of king-level energy by 100%. Then, Zhou opened his palm again, and an energy sphere formed, still condensed from core energy. However, due to the presence of some blood-red, violent energy mixed in, the originally dark blue energy sphere now faintly glowed with a pale purple light. Buzz! At this moment, another massive beam of energy shot from the golden leviathan met Zhou's newly released enhanced core energy sphere. When the enhanced core energy sphere met the golden energy beam, it didn't explode. Instead, it passed directly through the entire beam and landed on the golden leviathan below. Boom! A violent explosion rang out again, this time much more powerful than before. From within the churning, exploding purple energy, a painful roar echoed. Damn lowly creature! I will kill you! Whoosh! Suddenly, the purple energy spheres spreading outwards were violently dispersed by a massive figure. The next second, a gigantic golden head, its maw gaping like an abyss, surged tens of thousands of meters into the air, engulfing Zhou's tiny, dust-like figure. The enormous golden fangs within its mouth resembled towering mountain peaks, jagged and layered. Wow, once the core becomes a living being, it gets really bold, Zhou remarked. This king-level leviathan, which specifically came to attack the survivors' territory, must know something about how survivors kill large creatures. By actively swallowing survivors, it was making the kill easier for them. However, this king-level leviathan contained a core creature within it, so it wasn't afraid of survivors invading its body. Whoosh! Zhou's figure flashed, quickly dodging the closing giant teeth, and he rushed directly into the esophagus. However, Zhou had only flown a short distance, when a large amount of gilded energy appeared around him. To resist this gilded energy, he integrated a strengthened, dark purple core energy into his body, activating the core body, and forming a layer of defensive energy on his skin. Buzz! Then, Zhou immediately activated his True Sense trait, flying through the gilded energy-filled esophagus, while using his mental power to locate the heart of the gilded leviathan. Attack on the brain of a king-level leviathan, with a core organism is pointless, it would only be a waste of energy. Moreover, the gilded leviathan deliberately swallowed him, so it must have had the purpose of depleting his internal energy. Zhou, having fought Miles in Sea Area 1 a dozen days ago, used the rainbow cube to clear out the vast amount of king-level energy accumulated within his body. He didn't have that much energy to waste fighting the golden leviathan now. Found it. After flying through the esophagus for less than a second, Zhou successfully located the golden leviathan's heart. Two flashes of blue light appeared, and a blazing flame blade appeared in each of Zhou's hands. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhou charged directly towards the esophageal wall, the two blazing flame blades flashing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a bloody passage about 2 meters in diameter was carved into the esophageal wall. Zhou charged straight towards the heart within the golden leviathan's body, arriving before a gigantic heart in just a few seconds. Just as Zhou approached the heart, the fleshy wall directly in front of him suddenly exploded, and a humanoid creature radiating golden light appeared abruptly, punching Zhou. Bang! A burst of shimmering golden energy erupted from the golden humanoid creature's fist, creating a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the sealed cavity. Unfortunately, despite the immense power of the punch, the golden humanoid creature missed Zhou. Even as it looked around, it couldn't find him. The golden humanoid creature uttered a puzzled sound, then released its mental energy to search for Zhou's location, but found nothing. Just as a look of confusion crossed its face, a fist enveloped in a dark purple energy suddenly appeared behind it. Bang! A loud explosion followed, and the dark purple energy emanating from the fist engulfed the golden humanoid creature. Whoosh! Caught off guard, The golden humanoid creature was sent flying by this sudden punch. However, due to the increased energy intensity of the golden humanoid creature, the dark purple energy that had previously damaged its body was now completely ineffective. The golden humanoid creature, which had been knocked away, quickly regained its footing and once again released its mental energy to scan its surroundings, but still could not find Zhou. Buzz! The golden humanoid creature suddenly realized something, its entire body instantly glowing, and then it released a golden energy shockwave in all directions. As the golden energy shockwave rapidly spread outwards, space briefly distorted less than 10 meters from the golden humanoid creature. Buzz! The golden humanoid creature's expression hardened, and it opened its mouth to release a beam of golden energy towards that spot. Chapter 1194. Boom! ZZZZ! However, just as the golden humanoid creature unleashed its gilded energy beam, a bolt of black lightning suddenly appeared in the area it had aimed at. The terrifying black lightning instantly shattered the gilded energy beam, striking the golden humanoid creature directly. The golden humanoid creature tried to defend itself, but it was utterly futile. The black lightning easily destroyed its surrounding defensive energy, instantly engulfing it. Bang! Amidst bursts of exploding black lightning, the golden humanoid creature dissolved into a mass of energy and died completely. This concealment trait isn't working either, Zhou muttered, his figure appearing out of thin air. Zhou's disappearance just now was due to activating the concealment trait. He had originally intended to test its effects, but the energy shockwave from the gilded core creature had detected him. It seems this trait is only suitable for one-hit kills or for escaping, Zhou concluded. In fact, the intensity of the hidden energy was quite high. The energy shockwave released by the gilded core creature only caused a slight fluctuation in the hidden energy surrounding Zhou's body, without causing a significant impact. However, the method of detecting with an energy shockwave was indeed a weakness of the hidden energy characteristic. Zhou had previously discovered the hidden Leviathan on the main island of Sea Area 7 using the elemental uncontrolled effect of the auspicious cloud domain. Shortly afterward, the Xianlei energy dissipated, and the gilded energy clusters floating around began to converge, gradually condensing into an energy sphere. Zhou immediately stepped forward to obtain it. Ding! Obtained Gilded Core X1. After obtaining the Gilded Core, Zhou immediately went to the stomach wall space of the Gilded Leviathan, and successfully found a unique treasure chest entirely made of gold. Bang! A few seconds later, Zhou burst out of the seawater. The massive body of the Gilded Leviathan had vanished, stored in his king-level Leviathan Corpse containment sphere. The energy intensity of this Gilded Leviathan wasn't particularly high. The reason Zhou took so long was mainly to test his newly acquired king-level energies. Of the three new energies, Stealth, Berserk, and Destructive, he used two this time, both with acceptable results. He didn't use the Destructive energy, as it would be too wasteful to use it on a Gilded Core creature. Furthermore, according to the description of the Destructive energy, its destructive effect was already quite obvious. It could destroy any king-level energy, so there was no need to specifically test its power. I already resolved this on my end. Zhou sent a message to Emperor Vic. I just resolved this on my end. Emperor Vic replied. In fact, Emperor Vic had already dealt with the other two king-level core creatures. After all, Emperor Vic could also unleash Emperor-level Platinum Flame energy, and killing two king-level core creatures of average strength wouldn't take him long at all. When Emperor Vic replied to Zhou, he said he had just finished, naturally to lower his profile. Although it took Brahma God longer to kill one king-level core creature than it took him to kill two king-level core creatures, he didn't think Brahma God was weak. After all, he had personally witnessed Brahma God's battle with Miles, which was definitely not something he could contend with. The long time it took to kill one king-level core creature this time only showed that the other party wasn't paying much attention. You acted quite quickly. Zhou sent a message. The king-level core bioenergy intensity here is low, making them much easier to deal with. Human Emperor Vic quickly replied. Since your troubles in Sea Area 1 have been resolved, then this god will depart. Zhou sent a message. At this moment, Zhou suddenly received a private message from the Human Emperor, containing 2 bottles of king-level Leviathan potions and 2 king-level cores. Many thanks to the great god Brahma for taking time out of his busy schedule to help me overcome the crisis of the destruction of Sea Area 1. This is just a small token of my gratitude. The remaining 2 king-level Leviathan corpses will be sent to you after my subordinates finish dismantling them. Human Emperor Vic said. Human Emperor Vic wasn't without king-level Leviathan corpse containment spheres, but he was worried that if he sent them to the great god Brahma, he wouldn't be able to get them back. Not bad, you know how to be grateful. If you encounter any trouble you can't handle in the future, just come to this god. With your help, the future of Sea Area 1 will be bright. Jowen said excitedly. With your help, the future of Sea Area 1 will be bright. Emperor Vic said excitedly. Emperor Vic's excitement was genuine. He had been waiting for these words. This way, he would have a legitimate reason to invite the great god Brahma to the extreme cold ice domain, and all the sacrifices he had made now could be recouped then. After returning to the illusion scale stomach wall space, Jowen retrieved the item sent by Emperor Vic. Ding. Obtained Rotten Core X1. Ding. Obtained Rotten Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding. Obtained Molten Core X1. Ding. Obtained Molten Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Jowen glanced at the information briefly, and sent the Rotten Core and Rotten Leviathan Gene Potion to Lung Liang, and the Melted Core and Melted Leviathan Gene Potion to Chen Xian. Since the human emperor was able to quickly kill the decaying Leviathan and the Molten Leviathan, it meant that the energy intensity of these two king-level Leviathans was not high, so there was no need to keep them alive. Next, Jowen took out the Gilded Treasure Chest and directly checked its contents. Ding! Obtained Gilded Leviathan Gene Potion. Ding! Obtained Gilded Energy Crystal X1. Ding! Obtained Emperor Level Positioning Card Fragment X1. Ding! Obtained Gilded Sword X1. Ding! Obtained Gilded Stone X1. Ding! Obtained Evolution Factor X1 million. Another Emperor Level Positioning Card Fragment, that's 20 now. Jowen took out the Emperor Level Positioning Card Fragment from the Gilded Treasure Chest, and then walked to a golden storage cabinet specifically for storing Emperor Level Positioning Card Fragments. Ding! You have obtained 20 Emperor Level Positioning Card Fragments. Synthesize? Synthesize. Jowen nodded. The next second, a flash of blue light appeared in his hand, and the Emperor Level Positioning Card Fragments quickly merged together, becoming two complete Emperor Level Positioning Cards. Ding! Obtained 1 Withering Emperor Positioning Card. Ding! Obtained 1 Space Emperor Positioning Card. Originally, Jowen didn't plan to synthesize these 20 Emperor Level Positioning Card Fragments because he needed to go to the Divine Speed Sea first, and it would take a long time to locate these Emperor Level Leviathans that were resurrecting. What if the located Emperor Level Leviathans resurrected during this time, and then he went there again? Wouldn't that be a huge mistake? But Jowen thought about it. Searching for them one by himself would indeed take a very long time, while having his subordinates search would be much faster. Chapter 1195. Currently, Chen Xian and Lang Liang didn't have any specific goals, so Jowen simply gave them the 2 Emperor-level location cards. They didn't need to confront the Emperor-level Leviathan, they just needed to reach the sea area. Shortly after the 2 Emperor-level location cards were sent out, Chen Xian and Lang Liang sent their estimated arrival times for the Emperor-level sea area. Chen Xian received the Space Emperor location card, requiring 3,600 days to arrive. Lang Liang received the Withering Emperor location card, requiring 300 days to arrive. 3,600 days. What is that? Jowen exclaimed in surprise. Even if Chen Xian's transformation Leviathan used the tidal surge device, it would still take 360 days. I should have known better than to let Chen Xian use it. Jowen regretted it somewhat, because if he could obtain a sky-splitting Leviathan summoning ticket later, he could instantly reach the Space Emperor Sea area using the sky-splitting Leviathan. However, now that the Space Emperor location card has been used, it's no longer possible to reach it quickly this way. Fortunately, the sea area where the Withering Emperor is located isn't too far. Using the tidal surge device, we can arrive in 30 days, Jowen said thankfully. Then, Jowen had Jiang Hidehouse send the tidal surge device to Lung Liang, so that Lung Liang could reach the sea area where the Withering Emperor is located faster. Jowen currently has various powerful methods at his disposal, enough to kill a Leviathan Emperor level being resurrected. The Withering Emperor is his target. He's still waiting to use the Emperor Crystal Amber to exchange for the Sunset Resin from the Eternal Day Emperor. Boss Joe, do I really have to head towards the sea area where the Space Emperor is located? Chen Xian said somewhat speechlessly. 3,600 days is too long. Anyway, you don't have anything else to do, so just let your guild members stay in the Eternal Day Sea. Jowen replied. Sigh. Alright. Chen Xian said helplessly. With the matter concerning the Emperor level positioning card concluded, Jowen continued to examine the items in the Gilded Treasure Chest. Ding! Gilded Sword. Can convert the gilded energy within the body into attack energy. No amplification effect, it's a fairly ordinary king-level weapon, Jowen commented. Actually, This gilded sword is quite good when used with gilded energy, because gilded energy has purely defensive properties, while the gilded sword can convert gilded energy into attack energy, making it both offensive and defensive. Ding! Gilded stone. Increases the maximum constitution attribute by 100 points after use. Items that increase the upper limit of physical attributes are quite rare, Zhou Wen said with some surprise. The gilded stone was the only valuable item in this gilded treasure chest for him. Zhou Wen used the gilded stone directly, increasing his upper limit of physical attributes by 100 points, bringing his total upper limit to 3,900 points. Having examined all the items in the gilded treasure chest, Zhou Wen took out the 1 million evolution factors and gilded energy crystals, put the gilded core inside, and then sent it to Chen Ke. Chen Ke's current king level trait was still Necrosis trait, with 2 low energy intensity. The gilded trait and the gilded sword could greatly enhance her strength. After doing this, Zhou Wen continued to condense king level energy. After a while, Emperor Vic sent over 2 king level Leviathan corpses. They're quite composed, not revealing their intentions yet, Zhou Wen muttered, looking at the private message containing only 2 king level Leviathan corpses, but no text. As night fell, Zhou Wen went to the energy rainbow tree. After placing 3 king level Leviathan corpses for the Rainbow Emperor, he entered the colorful bubble space to condense king level energy. The night was a bit boring, so Zhou Wen opened the communication channel for the 10th sea area to check if Shi Kongyun was still drawing color pictures. He found a message from Shi Kongyun. Tonight at midnight, I will be holding a stage play in the center of the main island of the 10th sea area. Anyone interested in coming? A stage play, a skit? Zhou Wen thought for a moment. Anyway, I have nothing else to do. Since I stumbled upon this, I might as well go check it out. Seeing that midnight was approaching, Zhou Wen decided to go take a look. After a while, Zhou Wen returned to the colorful bubble space, still with a speechless expression, because Shi Kongyun had organized a group to perform SpongeBob SquarePants on stage. It's not impossible to perform as SpongeBob SquarePants, but they used all real props. The actor playing SpongeBob was a survivor wearing a square yellow sponge, and Patrick Star was a specially chosen pink starfish, complete with facial features. The realistic style already looked eerie, but Shi Kongyun's script was even darker, culminating in Squidward eating SpongeBob and Patrick Star in a particularly realistic scene, with blood splattering everywhere. Survivors already faced considerable pressure exploring the endless sea. After watching this stage play, the pressure only increased. Many of the survivors who came to see Shi Kongyun's stage play expected it to be something erotic, given Shi Kongyun's reputation for writing or drawing erotic novels. However, after watching the entire play, they were completely wrong. They felt cheated and warned Shi Kongyun never to do such bizarre things again, or they would break his legs. On the morning of the 468th day, Zhou Wen returned to his stomach wall space, fed Huanlin, and continued his journey towards the Divine Speed Sea. The next 2 days passed uneventfully for Zhou Wen. Today is the 470th day. At noon, Zhou Wen received a private message from Emperor Vic. Great God Brahma, do you have time now? Emperor Vic asked. Speak. Zhou Wen replied succinctly. A few months ago, I synthesized an Emperor-level location card called the Extreme Cold Emperor Location Card. Yesterday, I finally arrived at the Extreme Cold Ice domain where the Extreme Cold Emperor resides. Originally, I thought it was just an Emperor-level Leviathan in the process of resurrection, so its strength couldn't be too great. Therefore, after finding the Extreme Cold Emperor's true form, I immediately launched an attack, only to be completely outmatched and nearly die inside. The terrifying aura you displayed when you showed your divine power in Sea Area 1 was exactly the same as the feeling I got from the Extreme Cold Emperor's true form. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help. Of course, after you kill the Extreme Cold Emperor, its treasure chest and core are yours. I only want the corpse. Our Golden Flame Leviathan in Sea Area 1 is about to reach Emperor level, and the Extreme Cold Emperor's corpse might help it achieve that. The human Emperor sent several messages, making no attempt to hide the information about the Extreme Cold Emperor, because he felt that the great god Brahma might have also used the Emperor-level location card, and deliberately concealing it would only arouse suspicion. So that's what they were waiting for me. After reading the human Emperor Victor's messages, Zhou Wen smiled faintly. Chapter 1196. Heh, you're really courting death. Even a Leviathan in its resurrected state is still a Leviathan. You're lucky you didn't die in that so-called extreme cold ice domain. Zhou Wen spoke arrogantly, as if he had already witnessed the power of a Leviathan. Sigh. I didn't know before. I was indeed overestimating myself. Emperor Vic said self-deprecatingly. At the same time, He had already learned from the information about the great god Brahma that the latter had indeed used the Emperor-level positioning card before, and knew how powerful a resurrected Leviathan was. This time, Emperor Vic didn't intend to invite the great god Brahma to the extreme cold ice domain all at once, because appearing too eager would only make the other party think there was some conspiracy involved. Actually, his purpose this time was to let Brahma know that he had a Leviathan of the Emperor class in the process of rebirth. This way, Brahma might suggest to him that they go to the Frozen Realm to check on the Frozen Emperor. After all, the items from an Emperor-class Leviathan are extremely tempting to survivors, and an Emperor-class Leviathan in its rebirth state is at its weakest. No survivor would want to miss such an opportunity. The arrogant and self-assured Lord of Sea Area 6, Brahma, was even less likely to miss it. It was only a matter of time before the other party fell for it. It seems that facing an Emperor-class Leviathan now is still too early. We can only wait a little longer. Human Emperor Victor said. Since the Brahma on the other side was self-aware, he wouldn't try to force him to agree. A Leviathan in its respawning state is indeed difficult to deal with, but it's worth a look first. Jowen sent a message. This message brought a look of ecstasy to Emperor Vic's face. He hadn't expected the great god Brahma to directly suggest going to the extreme cold ice domain to investigate. Ha ha ha. Since you want to go and see, then go and see, Emperor Vic sneered. Emperor Vic had visited the extreme cold ice domain many times since discovering the extreme cold emperor. Initially, the extreme cold emperor didn't react much to Emperor Vic's appearance. Because from the extreme cold emperor's perspective, survivors were just low-level creatures, not worth paying special attention to. Moreover, the extreme cold emperor's personality wasn't as volatile as the blazing emperor's. Therefore, as long as survivors didn't actively attack it, it wouldn't bother with them. After all, it was still respawning, and not consuming energy was naturally the best outcome. However, these past few days, Emperor Vic has been harassing the Frost Emperor from time to time, to the point that the Frost Emperor is now killing any survivor he sees. Of course, Emperor Vic himself wouldn't risk provoking the Frost Emperor to his death. As the Emperor of Sea Area 1, he could simply send any subordinate to bombard the area where the Frost Emperor is located using a Platinum Flame energy crystal with Emperor-level energy intensity. Anyway, his subordinate wouldn't know that there's an Emperor-level Leviathan in the Frost Realm, and that the Frost Emperor would seal off the surrounding space when he attacks, so sending a subordinate to their death wouldn't get out. Emperor Vic's constant provocation of the Frost Emperor is just waiting for Brahma to offer to investigate, thus falling right into the trap he's set. Emperor Vic, of course, didn't take Brahma for a fool. Someone who could become the ruler of Sea Area 6 and possess such immense power was definitely not a fool. Therefore, he simply created an information gap, making Brahma believe that as long as he didn't actively provoke the extreme cold emperor, he wouldn't be in much danger. Brahma had previously used the Emperor-level locating card, so he must have encountered an Emperor-level Leviathan in a rebirth state and attempted to attack it, successfully escaping. Thus, in Brahma's mind, a simple check wouldn't be a problem. However, in reality, it was a deadly trap. Then, shall I accompany you? Emperor Vic still didn't seem eager. The trap was already set. Brahma could fall for it whenever he wanted. He wasn't in a hurry. Yes, Jowen replied casually. Soon, Jowen received an invitation to travel with Emperor Vic. After a flash of blue light, he appeared in a frozen wasteland. The wind howled in his ears, and large snowflakes were falling continuously. Looking ahead, as far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of ice and snow, a scene of utter desolation and extreme cold. Great God Brahma, although that extreme cold emperor is undergoing rebirth, its energy level is not low. You must be careful, Emperor Vic warned with a worried expression. Humph. No need for your reminder. I am not as weak as you. Since you were able to escape, do you think I would be in danger? Jowen said with extreme disdain. I was indeed somewhat frightened by that Emperor-level Leviathan, and I was overthinking it, Emperor Vic said with an awkward laugh. Where is that extreme cold emperor? Jowen glanced at Emperor Vic with disdain, seemingly mocking his cowardice. Over there. Emperor Vic pretended to search for the location. After all, he had only arrived yesterday, and had only been here once before. In this icy environment, orienting himself was certainly difficult. Jowen nodded slightly, then activated auspicious energy form, and flew into the air. But just as Jowen was about to fly in the direction Emperor Vic pointed, he suddenly paused, then turned back to Emperor Vic. Aren't you going to take a look? Emperor-level Leviathans aren't that common. No, I almost died from an attack by the extreme cold emperor yesterday. I absolutely dare not go again. Emperor Vic quickly waved his hand. With such a cowardly attitude, what kind of ruler are you to rule the First Sea Area? Why don't you just let the First Sea Area belong to my Sixth Sea Area from now on? Zhou Wen said disdainfully. This? Emperor Vic's expression showed some difficulty. Never mind, I talk to you when I return after checking on the Frost Emperor. Zhou Wen finished speaking and his figure suddenly disappeared into the sky. Return? You can help me deplete the Frost Emperor's energy. After I kill the Frost Emperor, I collect your corpse. Emperor Vic thought to himself. Whoosh! In a pale, icy world, a colorful light flew rapidly, quickly arriving at an area where numerous white ice crystals stood. These white ice crystals were enormous, like mountain peaks. Chapter 1197. Furthermore, these white ice crystals were radiating outwards in a blooming manner, resembling a giant ice lotus. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful mental force swept in, instantly enveloping Zhou Wen. Damn lowly creature! Die! The next second, an extremely angry voice exploded in Zhou Wen's mind. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately afterward, an extreme chill invaded Zhou Wen's body, and his body began to turn into an ice sculpture at an extremely fast speed. There's definitely a problem. Zhou Wen reacted immediately, using a strand of dead energy within his body to activate the dead flesh and blood creature armor. After the dead flesh and blood creature armor appeared on his body, it did resist some of the chill, but the dead flesh and blood creature armor was turning into an ice sculpture at a visible speed. Seeing this situation, Zhou Wen knew that relying solely on the deathly stillness energy wouldn't suffice. So, he activated the deathly stillness trait, releasing a shockwave of stillness energy that briefly blocked the chill. With a thought, he retrieved the rainbow cube. Boom! The moment the rainbow cube appeared in his hand, it exploded, transforming into a ball of rainbow energy that directly merged into Zhou Wen's body. Whoosh! The next second, a burst of extremely hot crimson flame erupted from Zhou Wen's body, flame ion energy. The flame ion energy received a 5-fold increase in intensity from the blazing flame pattern, surpassing the deathly stillness energy. Therefore, the instant the flame ion energy appeared, it directly dispelled the extreme chill. That bastard, the Meteor Emperor. The extreme cold Emperor's anger intensified upon seeing the flame ion energy on Zhou Wen's body. Because a lowly planktonic creature had repeatedly harassed it using the energy of the Meteor Emperor. The Frost Emperor was puzzled. It simply wanted to regenerate peacefully. Why did these lowly planktonic creatures always bother it? Die! The Frost Emperor's furious voice had barely echoed in Zhou Wen's mind when a pale energy appeared around him, freezing even space itself in its wake. Zhou Wen continuously released flame ion energy, forming a 10-meter diameter sphere of fire, but it was shrinking under the erosion of this pale energy. Zhou Wen certainly couldn't afford to waste time fighting a Leviathan-level being like an emperor. With a thought, he prepared to retrieve Origin of Time from his system interface. Emperor-level Leviathans generally possess Emperor's Law, and Zhou Wen dared not give the Frost Emperor the opportunity to unleash it. Therefore, he decided to use his ultimate trump card directly. Just then, transparent chains suddenly shot out from the surrounding space, binding his body. The transparent chains that suddenly appeared last time, it really was you. Zhou Wen was now certain that during his battle with Miles, it was indeed human Emperor Vic who had secretly sabotaged him. Bang! The transparent chains were destroyed as soon as they appeared by the flame ion energy continuously released from Zhou Wen's body. The next second, a blue light flashed in Zhou Wen's palm, and the Origin of Time appeared. Zhou Wen wasted no time, directly mobilizing the death energy generated by the rainbow cube within his body and inputting it into the Origin of Time. Buzz! The moment all 100 strands of death energy were transferred into the Origin of Time, a strange, invisible energy suddenly spread outwards, instantly enveloping a radius of 1,000,000 meters. In an instant, everything around him froze. The howling wind, the swirling snow, and the pale energy carrying extreme cold were all seemingly imprisoned, the world suddenly becoming eerily quiet. In this world where everything was frozen, only Zhou Wen could move normally. Activating Origin of Time with 100 strands of deathly energy could only maintain the frozen space for 1 second. Zhou Wen had to act quickly. Buzz! Zhou Wen immediately activated Void Escape, and after a spatial fluctuation, his figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already 800,000 meters below the giant ice lotus. Here, there was a huge cavity area entirely composed of ice crystals, and in the center of this area was a transparent ice crystal prism. Through the ice crystal prism, one could see inside a pale white creature, about 200,000 meters long, resembling a starfish or a snowflake. This pale, snowflake-like creature was the extreme cold emperor. Crack! Suddenly, the frost emperor within the ice crystal prism stirred. Zhou Wen's expression changed drastically. Even in the frozen space, the frost emperor could still move. Crack! Then, a deafening sound like shattering glass rang out. The ice crystal prism enveloping the frost emperor exploded, and instantly, a strange, invisible energy appeared on the frost emperor's surface. The frost emperor's frozen body was completely restored to normal. The energy of the deathly emperor, Zhou Wen thought, then quickly swung his arm forward. But to Zhou Wen's utter shock, his arm movement was gradually slowing down, as if he were performing slow motion. Fortunately, the Deathly Silence Emperor's energy was successfully released. Buzz! The moment the Deathly Silence Emperor's energy appeared, the surrounding space shattered, accompanied by a terrifying aura. Moreover, when the Deathly Silence Emperor's energy blade touched the shattered crystal prism fragments, it directly devoured them. Simultaneously, the energy blade's length rapidly increased, quickly reaching 100,000 meters. Crack, crack, crack. The Deathly Silence Emperor's energy blade hurtled towards the extreme cold emperor at incredible speed, leaving a long, mirror-like trail in the spatial dimension with its terrifying energy. Whoosh! In the next instant, the 100,000-meter-long, red and black Deathly Silence Emperor's energy blade slashed through the extreme cold emperor's body, leaving a red and black gash. However, the extreme cold emperor did not die immediately. His body, severed in two, even showed signs of regeneration. If it weren't for the Deathly Silence Emperor's energy at the cut point consuming the extreme cold emperor's body, he would likely have recovered instantly. However, Zhou Wen wouldn't give the Frost Emperor a chance to recover. The moment the Deathly Silence Emperor's energy blade slashed through the Frost Emperor's body, the effect that had slowed him down vanished. Whoosh! Zhou Wen flashed forward, directly entering the crevice in the Frost Emperor's body, and began searching for its core. A moment later, Zhou Wen arrived before a pale white energy cluster that had also been cut in half. The Frost Emperor's core was shattered by the Deathly Silence Emperor's energy? Zhou Wen said, slightly surprised. At this moment, this pale white energy cluster was reforming, gradually forming an energy sphere. Zhou Wen immediately flashed forward, touching his palm to this energy sphere, and then quickly emerged from the Frost Emperor's body. Chapter 1198. Buzz! Just then, the still space formed by origin of time dissipated, and everything around returned to normal. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Ding! Obtained Extreme Cold Core X1. Meteor Emperor. Emperor of Time. Emperor of Deathly Silence. You lowly planktonic creature. How could you possess so much Emperor energy at the same time? The Extreme Cold Emperor's voice was filled with doubt, but the next second, its body cracked in two with a crack, and it died completely. Phew! Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the Extreme Cold Emperor's death. Just now, the speed of my arm swing suddenly slowed down. Was the Extreme Cold Emperor releasing Emperor's Law? Zhou Wen asked, somewhat fearfully. Although he still had origin of gravity within him that could save his life, it was uncertain whether he could withstand the Extreme Cold Emperor's Law. Next, Zhou Wen returned to the body of the Frost Emperor, activated his True Sense trait to release his mental energy, and searched for the Emperor-level exclusive treasure chest. Finally, at the center of the Frost Emperor's corpse, he found a stomach wall space containing a chest, its surface as white as snow and covered with snowflake-like patterns, within Zhou Wen's mental energy detection range. Zhou Wen quickly acquired the Frost Emperor treasure chest, and then, taking advantage of the Rainbow Cube's remaining energy, used the Rending Flame Blade to condense a Crimson Blade and disintegrate the Frost Emperor's massive, crystalline body. When all the energy in the Rainbow Cube was exhausted, the Frost Emperor's corpse was completely decomposed, and all of it was stored in Zhou Wen's system interface. Although it consumed 2 ultimate trump cards, killing a Leviathan of the Emperor level was worth it, Zhou Wen remarked. Having collected everything he needed, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach space of the illusion scale with a thought. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's palace on Emperor Mountain in Sea Area 1, Emperor Vic stared intently at Zhou Wen's portrait, a sinister smile and anticipation on his face. He was waiting for Zhou Wen to die, so he could reap the benefits. However, more than 10 minutes passed, and Zhou Wen's portrait still hadn't disappeared, but Emperor Vic's expression remained unchanged. The longer Zhou Wen withstood the attack of the Extreme Cold Emperor, the more energy the Extreme Cold Emperor consumed, which was beneficial to him. Half an hour later, Emperor Vic's expression changed slightly. The sinister smile disappeared, replaced by anticipation. He hoped that Zhou Wen's portrait would disappear quickly. An hour later, The anticipation on Emperor Vic's face vanished, replaced by deep worry. Could that guy really possess the strength to kill a Leviathan of the Emperor level? Emperor Vic asked, his face filled with disbelief. No! Impossible. Although that guy's flame ion energy intensity is stronger than ordinary flame ion energy, it's absolutely no match for the power of the Frost Emperor. Emperor Vic had also fought against the Frost Emperor, so he had a certain understanding of the Frost Emperor's energy strength. 2 hours later, Emperor Vic's face had turned somewhat pale. After thinking for a moment, he teleported to the Frost domain and activated Golden Flame energy form, flying towards the location of the Frost Emperor. The human emperor arrived at a vast space 800,000 meters below the giant ice lotus. Looking at the empty expanse and the chilling, lingering aura surrounding him, fear filled his eyes. The extreme cold emperor is gone. Human Emperor Vic stammered, his expression blank. The extreme cold emperor had vanished, but Zhou Wen's image remained. The meaning was self-evident. Damn it! How could this be? How could the guy be so powerful? Human Emperor Vic screamed hysterically in the vast, empty space. Clearly, Sea Region 1 was the first to descend upon the Endless Sea, so why are the people from Sea Region 6 so strong? This is unfair. This is unfair. At this moment, Human Emperor Vic's heart was filled with despair, and his body even began to tremble uncontrollably. That's right. Why should I be afraid? I invited the great god Brahma precisely to kill the extreme cold emperor. Thinking this, Human Emperor Vic smiled again, but this smile was somewhat manic. That's right. Why should I be afraid? I have no reason to be afraid. I haven't offended Brahma. Slap. Suddenly, Emperor Vic slapped himself hard across the face, the slap unusually loud. Just now. I shouldn't have used spatial chains, Emperor Vic said, filled with extreme regret. Previously, when Brahma was fighting Miles, he secretly used spatial chains, and Brahma couldn't identify him. But just now, that use directly exposed him. Wait! Since he's already discovered me, why hasn't he attacked? Realizing this, a glimmer of hope appeared on Emperor Vic's despairing face. His energy is depleted. Emperor Vic immediately concluded. But just as a smile appeared on Emperor Vic's face, preparing to use the duel ticket on Zhou Wen, he suddenly remembered something, and his smile vanished again. The holder of the King of Survival title cannot be dueled across regions. 2 hours earlier, Zhou Wen had just returned to his stomach wall space and immediately went to the main island of Sea Area 10 to obtain 30,000 units of auspicious energy from Auspicious Leviathan, just in case. Then Zhou Wen stayed in the stomach wall space of the illusion scale, gathering various energies. He didn't go looking for trouble with Emperor Vic, because he was indeed out of energy. Emperor Vic's strength wasn't actually much weaker than Zhou Wen's. The main reason was that Zhou Wen had more powerful trump cards. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Wen couldn't defeat Emperor Vic in Sea Area 1, and now, without energy, it was even more impossible. Anyway, as long as I don't go to Sea Area 1, he can't do anything to me, Zhou Wen said with a smile. To avoid being challenged to a duel by Emperor Vic, Zhou Wen didn't even venture into the Rainbow Bubble Sea. The Rainbow Bubble Sea is near Sea Area 9, which is under the jurisdiction of Sea Area 1. Going there might cause the world system to classify him as being within Sea Area 1, which would be troublesome. Zhou Wen still had 2 ultimate trump cards, but using them on Emperor Vic would be a waste. With nothing else to do, Zhou Wen took out the extreme cold core he had just acquired and carefully examined its information. Ding! Extreme cold core grants the extreme cold trait upon use. When activated, the extreme cold trait allows free manipulation of the body's extreme cold energy. Consuming 100 units of extreme cold energy at once allows the use of Polar Freeze. Polar Freeze? The extreme cold emperor didn't seem to have used this energy before, did he? Zhou Wen thought for a moment. Then, Zhou Wen took out the extreme cold treasure chest and opened it to examine its contents. Chapter 1199. Ding! Obtained extreme cold emperor gene potion X1. Ding! Obtained emperor certification X1. Ding! Obtained emperor crystal amber X1. Ding! Obtained energy gathering ice crystal X1. Ding! Obtained character attribute panel pattern layer X1. Ding! Obtained frosty mite X1. Haha, finally got another emperor crystal amber. Zhou Wen said with a smile, but then a trace of worry appeared between his brows. Because whether the emperor crystal amber could be exchanged for a sunset resin from the eternal day emperor was still a question. After condensing a few strands of dead energy within my body, I go to Sunset Island to try and find the eternal day emperor. Zhou Wen didn't dwell on this question. Whether it would work or not, he'd find out by trying. If the Eternal Day Emperor didn't like the Emperor Crystal Amber, he would give it to the Gravity Emperor. Next, Zhou Wen began to examine the items he had opened from the Extreme Cold treasure chest in order. Among these items were two new things he had never seen before. Ding! Extreme Cold Emperor Gene Potion. After use, you will obtain the Extreme Cold Emperor Gene. By consuming flesh and blood or absorbing icy energy, you can condense extreme cold energy within your body and simultaneously obtain the Emperor's Law Absolute Zero. This can only be used when your Constitution attribute reaches 1000 points, and your character panel reaches the Abyss level. Ding! Absolute Zero. Entropy value returns to 0, all things stand still. The way my arm movements gradually slowed down must have been because the Extreme Cold Emperor was using the Emperor's Law Absolute Zero, Zhou Wen guessed. Luckily, the Extreme Cold Emperor didn't fully unleash it, otherwise I might be the one who died, Zhou Wen said thankfully. But, isn't the Emperor's Law of the Extreme Cold Emperor a bit weak? Zhou Wen suddenly said, because the origin of time of the Time Emperor could also freeze space. Moreover, even if the Extreme Cold Emperor's Absolute Zero Emperor's Law was stronger than the origin of time, there was no comparison, because the origin of time was just one source of energy for the Time Emperor. It seems the Time Emperor isn't some simple Emperor-level Leviathan. Zhou Wen regretted not chasing after the Time Emperor to ask about its location in the sea. Otherwise, he could occasionally raid it. While he might not be able to roam the endless sea, he could at least survive. I wonder what the Time Emperor's Law is like. It seems to be related to time, Zhou Wen thought for a moment. Ding! Energy Gathering Ice Crystal, injecting a king-level energy to activate. After activation, the user will be frozen in an ice crystal prism. The ice crystal prism will absorb unclaimed elements from the air and transport them into the user's body, condensing them into the energy the user needs. Unowned elements. That's unowned energy, right? So, as long as you stay inside this ice crystal prism, even without consuming Leviathan flesh, you can condense various energies within your body? Zhou Wen guessed. If it's really as I guessed, then this item is a real gem. Zhou Wen looked at the energy-gathering ice crystal in his hand, which was only about 20 centimeters long and crystal clear. I just don't know how fast it absorbs unowned energy from the air. If it's slow, then it can only be used as an auxiliary item for condensing energy. Before using it, Zhou Wen didn't dare to have too high expectations. After looking at the remaining items, I try them out, Zhou Wen thought to himself. He didn't need to specifically look at the character attribute panel pattern layer. Zhou Wen had obtained it before, so he simply took it out and used it, adding a blank layer for drawing patterns to his character attribute panel. Ding! Frosty Might. When a survivor intends to attack, Frosty Might automatically triggers. Within a radius of 100,000 meters, the temperature plummets, a blizzard descends, creating a frozen wasteland. Using extreme cold energy can enhance the effect. Isn't this just an entrance effect? After reading the description of Frosty Might, Zhou Wen was reminded of the scenes in various cultivation novels where top-tier powerhouses make their entrances, transforming the surroundings even before they arrive. But besides scaring ordinary survivors, it doesn't have any offensive effect, Zhou Wen said, somewhat speechless. However, Zhou Wen still used Frosty Might. Although it had little offensive power, it was still somewhat useful in large-scale battles between survivors. After using Frosty Might, a new Might attribute slot appeared on Zhou Wen's character attribute panel. Having examined all the items in the Extreme Cold treasure chest, Zhou Wen finally took out the Emperor's certification and merged it with the Emperor's certification that was previously engraved with the names of 3 Emperor-level Leviathans. Now, the dark gold metal plate of the Emperor's certification in Zhou Wen's hand had the names of 4 Emperor-level Leviathans, and some pale white ice and snow patterns had also appeared on the dark gold metal plate. Let me see how effective this energy-gathering ice crystal is. After storing all the other items in the golden storage cabinet, Zhou Wen took out the energy-gathering ice crystal and channeled auspicious energy into it. Bang! With a crisp sound, the energy-gathering ice crystal exploded, transforming into a stream of transparent, icy energy that enveloped Zhou Wen. Crack! The next second, this icy energy abruptly condensed, freezing Zhou Wen inside. Immediately afterward, tiny specks of light appeared in the surrounding air, quickly disappearing into the ice crystal prism. Imposed on the ice, Zhou Wen could clearly feel invisible energy constantly entering his body. This invisible energy, after being absorbed, would condense into various different types of energy. The speed at which this energy condenses is quite fast. Zhou Wen thought in surprise, as he could feel the condensation speed of various energies within his body doubling, regardless of whether they were Abyss level, King level, or Emperor level. Ha ha. From now on, I can condense 1 strand of dead energy per day. Zhou thought excitedly. For the rest of the time, Zhou remained in a frozen state, continuously absorbing the invisible energy channeled into his body by the energy-gathering ice crystal. Because his body was completely immobile in the frozen state, Zhou simply went to sleep. 2 hours later, Zhou was suddenly awakened by a series of private message notifications. What's going on? A king-level core creature has appeared in Sea Area 10? Suddenly bombarded with private messages, Zhou immediately opened his eyes and checked the system interface, thinking something serious had happened. Zhou immediately checked his private messages and found that they were all from the Human Emperor of Sea Area 1. Chapter 1200. Great God Brahma, have you finished your investigation? I was worried because you haven't replied for so long. Are you alright? If you have finished your investigation, could you please come to Sea Area 1? Several more king-level core creatures have appeared here, and I really can't handle them alone. I need your help. Of course, the corpses and cores of these king-level leviathans, as well as their exclusive treasure chests, are naturally yours. In addition to the messages, the Human Emperor's private messages also included 2 king-level leviathan corpses. Hold on a little longer. I haven't finished my investigation yet. I come over after I finish. Zhou replied. Okay, but I hope you can hurry. I can't hold on much longer. The Human Emperor Victor's message was urging. Are you teaching me how to do things? Zhou said bluntly. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. It's just that there are too many king-level core creatures entering Sea Area 1 this time. 8 already. I really can't handle them all. By the way, didn't you just intend for Sea Area 1 to belong to your Sea Area 6? After that, I thought about it, and felt that Sea Area 1 should indeed belong to Sea Area 6. Originally, I thought I was very strong and could protect Sea Area 1, but when these 8 king-level core creatures attacked Sea Area 1 together, I realized my weakness. Therefore, only under the leadership of you, this great god, can our Sea Area 1 grow stronger and stronger. Emperor Vic kept escalating the pressure to lure Zhou to Sea Area 1. Even though he knew the chances were slim, he had no other choice. Humph. It should have been done long ago. Just wait, I'd be there after I investigated the Frost Emperor's situation. Zhou replied. Okay. Emperor Vic replied, but his expression turned extremely ugly. Because Brahma had clearly already killed the Frost Emperor, yet he still claimed to be investigating him. Obviously the other party already knew that he had released the spatial chains. As for Zhou, after replying to the Emperor's message, he went back to sleep. That evening, Zhou received another message from Emperor Vic. This time, Emperor Vic used a different excuse, saying that he had discovered Miles's trail on the main island and hoped Zhou could go check it out. Zhou replied in the same way as before, saying he would go, but he refused to click accept on the Emperor's invitation to accompany him. Heh, you spend these last 10 days or so of your life in fear and despair, Zhou said coldly. The night passed quickly, and on the morning of the 471st day, after half a day and a night, the dormant energy within his body had nearly condensed. If he could condense it within the energy-gathering ice crystal for another half-day, this dormant energy should be successfully formed. Bang! Zhou's slightest thought of leaving his frozen state caused the energy-gathering ice crystal prism to shatter automatically, restoring itself to its original form. After storing the energy-gathering ice crystal in his golden storage cabinet, Zhou began feeding the Phantom Scale. After feeding it, he accepted an invitation from a member of the Survivors Guild stationed on Sunset Island and traveled there. Zhou activated his auspicious energy form and flew to the giant lake, finding the Life Leviathan. At this moment, the Life Leviathan was looking up with its bright green head, gazing in the direction Zhou had always flown from. Upon seeing Zhou, it quickly handed him 2 life factors. Zhou took the life factors, and then tossed the Life Leviathan's 6 king-level energy crystals. Where's the king-level core? The Life Leviathan asked. Its eager anticipation stemmed from the expectation that Zhou would bring it a king-level core. Sigh. Zhou sighed heavily. Look at this. Zhou took out the king-level certification he had obtained from the Life Treasure Chest, and showed it to the Life Leviathan. What is this? The Life Leviathan scanned it with its mental power, completely unaware of what it was. I asked you for the box inside my body before, precisely to obtain this thing, but it turns out it requires 1,000,000 strands of life energy to activate, Zhou said with a helpless expression. My current strength is insufficient, only by using this thing can I greatly enhance my strength, but this thing is unusable, so I can't obtain a king-level core. Zhou finished speaking, and stared intently at the Life Leviathan. You mean, I have to give you another 1,000,000 strands of energy? The Life Leviathan asked after a moment of silence. There's no way around it. Without activation, this thing is useless to me, Zhou said. But I can't give you that much energy either. All the energy I gathered has been used to restore my body, the life Leviathan said. Then what do we do? Zhou asked, looking troubled. By the way, don't you still have 2 of your kind? How about having them transfer energy? Zhou suddenly asked. 1 million units of energy? How could they possibly give that? Leviathan shook its head. Really no way? Zhou asked again. No way. Leviathan continued to shake its head. Then forget it. Seeing that Leviathan truly didn't have 1 million units of life energy, Zhou didn't press the matter. He took out the remaining 39 king-level energy crystals and threw them all to Leviathan. These king-level energy crystals are all for you. Quickly recover your body, Zhou said. Ha ha. Of course, this king knows to recover quickly. Leviathan excitedly swallowed the 39 king-level energy crystals in one gulp and then transmitted its voice through mental power. Then, Zhou looked at the area on the opposite bank of the giant lake enveloped in orange-yellow energy light. He didn't choose to go to the Eternal Day Emperor to trade sunset resin today. Now, he had no lifeless energy left in his body, making it impossible to even penetrate the outer layer of orange-yellow radiance, let alone trade with the Eternal Day Emperor. Afterwards, Zhou went to the sunflower vine and obtained 2 sun crystals. Perhaps because he had visited many times, the sunflower vine was no longer attacking him. Having done this, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space of the illusion scale. After letting the illusion scale continue its journey towards the divine speed sea, he took out the energy-gathering ice crystal again, channeled auspicious energy into it, and once again froze himself. Before returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou also went to the gravity sea and consumed a calamity energy black silk algae. Zhou wanted to see if the 2 different methods of condensing energy could be combined. If they could, he could condense 3 streams of lifeless energy within the next 2 days. Chapter 1201. It really can stack, Zhou exclaimed in surprise after a while. For the rest of the time, Zhou focused on condensing energy within the space in his stomach wall. Meanwhile, inside the Emperor's palace on Emperor Mountain in Sea Area 1, Emperor Vic, his eyes bloodshot and his expression haggard, sat on the golden throne, surrounded by the remaining 6 survivor kings of Sea Area 1. At this moment, the Emperor's palace was unusually quiet. The 6 survivor kings, suddenly summoned back, looked at each other, wondering why the Emperor had called them back. Your Majesty, what are your orders? After a moment of silence, one of the survivor kings tentatively asked. Sit and wait. Emperor Vic glanced at the survivor king with his bloodshot eyes, and said indifferently. Wait for what? Another survivor king asked. Emperor Vic's expression darkened, and he coldly glanced at the survivor king who had inquired. The survivor king shrank back in fear, not daring to ask any further questions. These are for you. After a period of silence in the Emperor's palace, Emperor Vic sent 6 sets of materials for the king-level transformation stage of the Transformation Leviathan to the 6 survivor kings via private message. King-level transformation stage materials. The 6 survivor kings' faces lit up with surprise after checking the items in the message. Reaching the king-level transformation stage with their Transformation Leviathan meant they too could possess king-level energy, greatly enhancing their strength. Use the materials on your Transformation Leviathan, then return here, Emperor Vic said, his gaze sweeping over the group. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. One of the survivor kings quickly knelt on one knee to express his gratitude. The other survivor kings followed suit, expressing their thanks before disbanding their group and leaving. Human Emperor Vic had called these 6 survivor kings back, intending to use them to deplete the energy of the great god Brahma. Although they might be useless, something was better than nothing. Damn it! Why did it have to turn out like this? Human Emperor Vic cried out in anguish. He felt like a condemned prisoner standing before the gallows, the news swaying relentlessly before his eyes. If only I had drunk the gene potion Miles gave me back then, maybe I could have fought that bastard, Human Emperor Vic lamented. However, if Human Emperor Vic had actually done so, he wouldn't be alive now. 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was now day 479, and tomorrow would begin the 14th treasure hunt trial. For the past 8 days, Zhou had remained essentially frozen within the energy-gathering ice crystal, accumulating various forms of energy. Aside from feeding Huanlin, he hadn't emerged. These past few days, the 10th sea area had become increasingly turbulent. Previously, only survivors exploring the endless sea encountered core creatures. Now, core creatures had even appeared within the 10th sea area itself. However, the core creatures that entered the 10th sea area weren't particularly powerful, merely large Leviathan-level creatures. Therefore, the 10th sea area wasn't currently in any real danger. Alright, time to go find the Eternal Day Emperor to trade sunset resin, Zhou Wen said after feeding Huanlin. During these 8 days, he had condensed a total of 12 strands of deathly still energy within his body. If his trip to see the Eternal Day Emperor didn't consume too much deathly still energy, he would also go to the first sea area to deal with Emperor Vic. Buzz! A burst of blue light shone on Sunset Island, and Zhou Wen's figure emerged from it. Whoosh! Zhou Wen flew directly towards the center of Sunset Island. During this time, Zhou Wen passed a giant lake. The Leviathan of Life, which was transforming its body into a leaf to absorb solar energy, immediately emerged from the lakebed upon discovering Zhou Wen. Are you here to deliver a king-level core to me? The Leviathan of Life transmitted telepathically. No, Zhou Wen replied. Hearing Zhou Wen's negative answer, the Leviathan of Life immediately lost interest in talking to him, and submerged back into the water to continue absorbing solar energy. Soon, Zhou Wen arrived at the area in the center of the island shrouded in orange-yellow energy, but this time, he did not choose to pass through the layer of energy. Last time, he had consumed 2 strands of deathly energy when he passed through the orange-yellow energy layer. This time, he wanted to try to meet the Emperor of Eternal Daylight outside. Zhou Wen activated his lightning ion properties, channeling the energy into his voice, and then shouted, Eternal Day Emperor, I wish to make a deal with you. May I see you? Amplified by the lightning ion energy, Zhou Wen's voice boomed like thunder. Eternal Day Emperor, are you interested in this thing I hold in my hand? Zhou Wen held the Emperor's crystal amber in his hand, and continued shouting. Buzz! Suddenly, an extremely powerful spiritual force surged forth from within the orange-yellow energy radiance layer, enveloping Zhou Wen. What do you wish to trade? At this moment, a majestic and solemn voice resounded in Zhou Wen's mind like a resounding bell. The resin of the towering sunset tree. Zhou Wen shouted. The next second, Zhou Wen's hand holding the Emperor's crystal amber was suddenly pulled by an invisible force, and the Emperor's crystal amber flew directly into the orange-yellow energy layer. Whoosh! Shortly after, a dazzling white light flew out from the orange-yellow energy layer and stopped in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's expression changed, and he immediately reached out to catch it. Then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Obtain Falling Sun Resin X1. Ding! Falling Sun Resin. After use, it can directly break through the 4th stage of physical attribute limit. Finally got it. Zhou Wen looked excitedly at the small, oval-shaped, bright white Falling Sun resin in his hand, which looked like a flawless piece of jade. Leave now, and don't let this Emperor find you near the towering Falling Sun tree again. The Eternal Day Emperor's voice rang in Zhou Wen's mind once more, his words carrying a warning. Understood. Zhou Wen quickly promised, and then disappeared in a blue light. Back in the phantom scale stomach wall space, Zhou Wen eagerly went outside and took out the Luoyang resin he had just acquired, using it immediately. Ding! Use Luoyang resin? Use? Zhou Wen exclaimed excitedly. The next second, the Luoyang resin in Zhou Wen's hand slowly rose and hovered in the air. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful and scorching energy was released from the Luoyang resin, then surged into Zhou Wen's body. Instantly, Zhou Wen felt as if his body was about to burst into flames, an extreme high temperature instantly filling his entire body. After a while, the Luoyang resin released all its energy and disappeared into the air. Zhou Wen, who had absorbed the energy released by the Luoyang resin, was now radiating a dazzling white light, and the air around him distorted under the extreme heat. However, this state did not last long. As time passed, the dazzling white light on Zhou Wen's body gradually weakened and eventually disappeared completely. Ding! Your physique attribute has successfully broken through the 4th stage, entering the 5th stage. Chapter 1202. Ding! Your physique attribute has successfully broken through stage 4 and entered stage 5. Ha ha! After so long, my character attributes have finally made a breakthrough. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Zhou Wen laughed heartily. Then, Zhou Wen immediately opened his character attribute panel and carefully checked his various attributes. Zhou Wen, Leviathan Hunter plus 100, Abyss Hunter plus 100, Ocean Overlord, King of Survival plus 10, Normal Human attributes are 10, Auspicious Cloud Pattern, Blazing Flame Pattern Intelligence, True Knowledge 26 25th Shock Trait, Impact Trait, Brainwave Trait, True Knowledge Trait Strength, Deadly Silence 3900/3900 Golden Lightning Trait, Core Convergence Trait, Deadly Silence Trait, Destructive Trait, Berserk Trait, Lightning Ion Trait Constitution, Vitality 4023/4100 Radiant Gold Trait. Contending Trait. Mighty Force Trait. Permanent Magnet Trait. Tungsten Gold Trait Speed, Mysterious Lightning 3800/3800 Liang Trait. Moon Shuttle Trait. Void Escape Trait. Mystic Thunder Trait. Divine Concealment Trait Genes. Lightning Leviathan Gene. Cyclone Leviathan Gene. Deadly Leviathan Gene. Auspicious Cloud Leviathan Gene. Mystic Thunder Leviathan Gene. Permanent Magnet Leviathan Gene. Destructive Leviathan Gene. Divine Concealment Leviathan Gene. Rampaging Leviathan Gene. Mighty Leviathan Gene Abilities. Radiant Golden Body. Golden Lightning Arc. Double Absorption. Energy Compression. Super Speed Regeneration. Moon like a Shuttle. Unrivaled. Cyclone Body. Sunset Power. Frosty Sky. Evaluation. A humanoid Leviathan with Auspicious Cloud Leviathan certification, who has reached the level of a medium-sized Leviathan. Seeing that his physique attribute wasn't maxed out, Zhou Wen immediately began roasting the meat from the creatures he obtained from the infinite floating sea. Right, now that my physique attribute has reached stage 5, does that mean I have another new Gene Chimera slot? Zhou Wen wondered as he roasted the meat. So, Zhou Wen took out the Leviathan Gene Potion and made a drinking motion, but no system warning sounded in his mind. Looks like I indeed gained a new Gene Chimera slot, Zhou Wen said, and without further hesitation, tilted his head back and drank the Leviathan Gene Potion. While the Leviathan trait only allows for leaps within a kilometer range and is largely ineffective against massive creatures, it's extremely useful against fast-moving king-level core creatures. Like the Thunder Leviathan and Swift Light Leviathan that Zhou Wen had encountered before, these two king-level Leviathan core creatures were so fast that they were completely unable to retaliate. Zhou Wen's speed attribute hasn't improved much, and the origin of time given to him by the Emperor of Time was already used in his previous battle against the Emperor of Extreme Cold. If he encounters another king-level core creature with extreme speed again, he'd be left defenseless. Although Zhou Wen has the means to counter with the Devouring Rune, it has limitations. If those king-level core creatures are wielding real weapons instead of energy-based weapons, the Devouring Rune's effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Therefore, integrating the Leviathan gene is still very necessary. If he encounters another extremely fast king-level core creature in the future, Zhou Wen will have a fighting chance. While waiting for the Leviathan gene to complete its incorporation, Zhou Wen took out the Leap Core and Trait Seal, and then inscribed the Leap Seal. At this point, the slots for traits after the Thunder Speed attribute box on Zhou Wen's character attribute panel were full. He needed to remove one trait before he could add the Leap trait. The trait to be removed was, of course, the Liang trait, which was no longer of any use. The Liang trait had two effects. One was to increase speed by 6 times, and the other was to release a Liang energy blade. Zhou Wen no longer used the first effect, but the second effect could be released by the Liang blade, and the effect was even better. Releasing a Liang energy blade barehanded only resulted in a length of 10 meters, but releasing it with the Liang blade could reach a length of 30 meters. As long as the Liang blade remains intact, Zhou Wen can still unleash the Liang energy blade even without the Liang trait. Therefore, the current Liang trait is completely useless to him. After using a trait removal seal to remove the Liang trait, Zhou Wen immediately added the Leap trait to the very end of the Xianlei speed attribute slot. He stored the removed Liang seal in his golden storage cabinet, hoping it might be useful later, given that his body had fused with the Liang Leviathan's genes. Having done all this, the biological meat Zhou Wen had just roasted was almost cooked. He began to eat it heartily, his mind constantly ringing with attribute-boosting notifications. Soon, Zhou Wen's constitution attribute value reached its maximum of 4,100 points. Alright, time to settle accounts with the human emperor, Zhou Wen muttered, looking at his fully maxed out constitution attribute on his character attribute panel. Today is day 479, and the 14th treasure hunt trial will begin tomorrow. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Zhou Wen must deal with the human emperor Victor today. Otherwise, if Victor encounters some extraordinary event during the treasure hunt trial, it will be troublesome. Zhou Wen was about to close his character attribute panel when he suddenly noticed a new ability at the very end of his ability attribute bar. Sunfall? Is it an ability generated using Sunfall resin? Zhou Wen curiously clicked on the Sunfall ability at the very end of the ability attribute bar. Ding! Sunfall, an ability attached to Sunfall resin, grants immunity to 30% of fire-type damage. Immunity to 30% of fire-type damage? Zhou was stunned for a moment after reading the effect of the Sunfall ability, but then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because my body possesses the Starfall Leviathan gene, it already has a certain degree of immunity to fire-type damage. Now, with an additional 30% immunity. Zhou smile grew even more arrogant as he thought this. Now, my body probably isn't even afraid of weaker fire-type Emperor-level energy, right? Zhou guessed. Of course, weaker fire-type Emperor-level energy wouldn't be completely immune to damage, but it certainly wouldn't cause any substantial harm. Human Emperor. Your luck is truly terrible, Zhou said with a laugh. Chapter 1203. The Golden Flame Leviathan in Sea Area 1 has already condensed Emperor-level flame-type energy, but its intensity is definitely at its lowest. It could previously inflict some damage on Zhou, but now it's useless. Originally, Zhou only had 12 strands of dead energy within him, and he wasn't entirely confident he could kill Emperor Vic. However, after obtaining the Sunset ability, he no longer needed to worry about Emperor Vic's attacks. With everything prepared, Zhou sent a message to Cheng Hui, who then secretly teleported him to the 9th sub-island surrounding the main island of Sea Area 1. At this moment, the atmosphere on the various islands of Sea Area 1 was extremely oppressive. In the cities inhabited by survivors, members of the Golden Flame Legion, clad in golden armor, patrolled constantly, with sentries every few steps, seemingly on guard against something. What happened? Why has there been a curfew these past few days? A survivor from Zone 1 living on the main island whispered to his companion. They had simply gone to buy something, but were being questioned by patrols along the way. Could it be that some kind of alien brain hasn't been completely eliminated yet? A companion guessed. But when they cleaned up the alien brains last time, they weren't this strict, the survivor from Zone 1 said. Oh, why are we thinking about this? We already rested, and tonight we're going back to the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan to continue exploring the endless sea. What happens on the main island has nothing to do with us, the companion said nonchalantly. Life for ordinary survivors in the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan is naturally not as easy as life on the main island. Because exploration outside carries the constant threat of danger, ordinary survivors are under constant pressure in such an environment. Therefore, teams of ordinary survivors who venture out together usually take turns returning to the main island to rest. On the main island, at least they don't have to worry about being suddenly attacked by powerful creatures and dying without explanation. Whoosh! Two survivors were walking on the city streets when a sudden gust of cold wind made them shiver. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? The survivor from Zone 1 asked, somewhat puzzled. This survivor from Zone 1 had all 3 attributes maxed out in Stage 2, so he wouldn't normally feel any cold. But the sudden drop in temperature made him feel a bone-chilling cold. Whoosh! The biting wind continued to howl, and the entire main island area of Sea Area 1 seemed to have suddenly entered winter. Something's wrong. Let's get out of here. The survivor's companion from Zone 1 immediately sensed something was amiss and exclaimed, his breath instantly turning into tiny ice crystals. The next second, the two disbanded their companionship and vanished from the main island in a flash of blue light. Crack! 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 The seawater near the main island froze at a visible speed under such extreme temperatures, the waves instantly freezing in their churning state. Then, fluffy snowflakes, like cotton balls, drifted down from the sky, then, driven by the gale, transformed into a massive blizzard that obscured visibility. In just 1 minute, the entire main island of Zone 1 was covered in a blanket of white snow, with streets and rooftops covered in about a meter of snow. Gradually, the sun was obscured by thick clouds, and the light on the main island dimmed. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, several deafening claps of thunder echoed in the sky, which was now covered by the blizzard. Flashing lightning flickered in the blizzard, appearing exceptionally bright in the dim environment. On the main island, some survivors from Zone 1, still confused about the situation, shivered in the blizzard when suddenly one of them shouted, There's something in the sky! Hearing this shout, the other survivors looked up at the sky. Through the raging blizzard and blinding lightning, they could vaguely make out a blurry figure. The figure in the sky was, of course, Zhou, who had unleashed Frosty Aura. At this moment, Zhou in the sky was walking step by step towards Mount Renhuang. With each step he took, a patch of ice and snow quickly condensed beneath his feet for him to tread upon. This is an inherent effect of Frosty Might, allowing for simple manipulation of the surrounding icy energy. The raging blizzard also assaulted Zhou's body, causing his black trench coat to flutter wildly, but not a single snowflake landed on his skin. Vic, this god has come to claim Sea Area 1, aren't you going to come out and greet me? Zhou Wen spoke as he slowly walked through the air, his voice amplified by lightning ion energy, resounding throughout the entire main island. Instantly, all the survivors still in the city of Sea Area 1 heard these words. Many cursed Zhou Wen for his arrogance, while others immediately left the main island by disabling their companions. Whoosh! At that moment, 6 figures rushed out from the Emperor's palace atop the snow-covered Emperor Mountain, one of them flying directly towards Zhou Wen. Insolence! The flying figure shouted, a large sword appearing in its hand. Dare to attack our main island! This flying figure was none other than the King of Zone 5, one of the remaining 6 kings of survivors in Sea Area 1. The King of Zone 5's Leviathan form had recently entered the King-level transformation stage, possessing King-level energy and feeling exceptionally powerful. Moreover, the reason he activated his fly-type ability to attack directly was to impress the Emperor, hoping the Emperor might reward him with materials to break through to the 3rd stage. Die! The King of Zone 5 finally reached Zhou Wen, imbuing his newly acquired King-level energy onto the surface of his large sword before slashing fiercely at Zhou Wen. Bang! However, the next second, something happened that chilled the King of Zone 5 to the bone. His great sword, coated with King-level energy, shattered the moment it touched his opponent's body. The King of District 5's pupils constricted in shock. He immediately tried to flee, but just as he turned to turn, the figure standing in midair before him moved. The figure raised a hand and instantly threw a punch. A ghostly blue light exploded in his vision, plunging his world into complete darkness. Boom! A deafening energy explosion rang out. The ghostly blue core energy instantly enveloped the King of District 5. Then, the King of District 5's figure vanished from the sky as if erased from thin air, as if he had never existed at all. Chapter 1204. Ding! Killed a King of Survival title holder, gained King of Survival title X1. Hiss! Outside the Emperor's palace, the remaining 5 survivor kings gasped at the sight, their initial thought of attack immediately extinguished. Vic, sending these people here to their deaths, what's the point? Zhou Wen stood on a frozen patch of ice, his body crackling with silver electricity, his eyes flashing with silver lightning as he looked at the Emperor's palace, speaking calmly. Boom! As soon as Zhou Wen finished speaking, a surge of golden flame energy suddenly erupted from the Emperor's palace. The Emperor's palace, constructed of gold, melted instantly into molten gold under the intense heat of this golden flame energy. Sharp! A sharp sword cry rang out, and a platinum gold energy blade shot out from the churning golden flame energy, instantly attacking Zhou Wen. Humph! Zhou Wen snorted lightly. With a thought, the space distortion glove and the blade of rending flame simultaneously appeared in his right hand. Whoosh! Flame ion energy was released from the space distortion glove and injected into the blade of rending flames. The blade was instantly enveloped in crimson flames, and a crimson energy blade quickly took shape. At this moment, the platinum energy blade had already reached Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen immediately swung his arm, slashing forward with the crimson energy blade in his hand. Whoosh! When the crimson energy blade met the platinum energy blade, it encountered no resistance whatsoever, easily slicing the platinum energy blade in two. Boom! The moment the platinum energy blade was cut, it erupted violently, and platinum flame surged and spread, quickly enveloping Zhou Wen. Whoosh! A figure burst forth from the golden flames erupting from Mount Human Emperor. It was Human Emperor Vic. However, Human Emperor Vic looked exceptionally haggard, his bloodshot eyes revealing a manic rage. These past few days, he had been constantly under the pressure of death, feeling every second that Brahma would suddenly attack, pushing him to the brink of collapse. During the 8 days Zhou Wen was frozen in the energy-gathering ice crystal, Human Emperor Vic had sent messages begging for mercy, but Zhou Wen had never responded. Why won't you give me a chance? Why won't you let me go? I was wrong. I was wrong. Human Emperor Vic shouted maniacally. Then, a flash of blue light appeared in his hand, and spatial chains materialized, which he released, binding Zhou Wen within the platinum flames. Don't think I stand here and let you kill me so easily. Even in death, I won't let you get away with it. Human Emperor Vic roared hysterically. Golden Flame Royal Domain. Emperor Vic activated Royal Domain, and a pale gold character attribute panel popped up. Boom! At this moment, the platinum flames in the sky were dispersed by a burst of dark energy, revealing Zhou Wen's charred body. However, his charred body quickly recovered under the healing power of life energy. These transparent chains are really troublesome. Zhou Wen frowned, looking at the transparent chains binding him. When he was bound by the transparent chains before, he possessed a large amount of flame ion energy, which could easily destroy the chains. But now he had no flame ion energy, and the intensity of his death energy was insufficient. Ha ha ha. So you really can't use fire ion energy without absorbing the energy of the golden flame Leviathan? In that case, I won't die. Seeing that Zhou couldn't break free of the spatial chains, Human Emperor Vic's despairing eyes suddenly ignited with hope. At this moment, Human Emperor Vic's pale gold attribute panel drew closer and closer to Zhou, while Zhou's pale gold character attribute panel automatically bounced out, directly colliding with it. Bang! Zhou's pale gold character attribute panel only held out against Human Emperor Vic's for a short while before showing signs of being bounced back. Roar! But then, the blazing flame pattern on Zhou's pale gold character attribute panel let out a roar. The auspicious energy, which had been completely at a disadvantage, suddenly gained the ability to contend with the golden flame energy. Boom! The two pale gold character attribute panels held out for a while longer, then with a loud explosion, they simultaneously returned to their respective survivors, transforming into a domain with a radius of 10,000 meters. Golden Flame Leviathan. The moment the golden flame domain took shape, Emperor Vic shouted. The next second, a dazzling golden light erupted from the seawater behind the main island. Then, the golden flame Leviathan burst forth from the water and soared into the sky, its golden flame energy rapidly converging towards its core. Zhou's expression immediately changed upon seeing the golden flame Leviathan's current state, for he had witnessed a similar scene during his battle against Divine Path 10,000 Tong in Sea Area 3. What a nuisance. Zhou had originally planned to try using the deathly stillness energy to break the transparent chains binding his body, but now, that was clearly impossible. He couldn't allow the golden flame Leviathan to revert to its hatching state. With a thought, Zhou summoned the golden flame mech, which appeared on his body. The transparent chains, seemingly invisible, passed directly through the mech's body, still binding him. Next, Zhou retrieved a large number of golden flame energy cores from the system interface. He quickly used them to inject golden flame energy into the golden flame mech, then used the mech to condense a massive golden flame energy sphere above his head. The instant the massive golden flame energy sphere took shape, Zhou stored the golden flame mech in its slot, and the massive sphere plummeted down. Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion resounded, and towering golden flames, like rolling waves, rapidly filled the sky. Whoosh! But then, these rolling golden flames suddenly began to contract, like water pouring into a hole, all flowing into Zhou's body. Boom! In an instant, a burst of scorching crimson energy erupted from Zhou's body, directly shattering the transparent chains on his skin. He then activated his void escape ability. Buzz! At this moment, within the golden flame domain, Human Emperor Victor, preparing to use King's domain amplification, heard a spatial buzzing sound behind him, and his figure suddenly froze. He discovered that the golden flames around him had abruptly turned crimson, and he immediately realized something, his pupils contracting sharply. No! Human Emperor Victor had barely uttered a word when the surrounding crimson flames engulfed him. Human Emperor Victor still wanted to use the platinum flame energy within his body to resist, and then escape by dispelling the illusion, but a warning sounded in his mind that the space was sealed. Whoosh! Human Emperor Victor's platinum flame energy only resisted the crimson flames for a few seconds before dissipating. Then, his body instantly turned to ashes in the scorching crimson flames. Chapter 1205. Ding! Killed a King of Survival title holder, gained King of Survival title X11. Boom! The moment Human Emperor Vic died, his golden flame domain, which was continuously burning with golden flames, immediately collapsed and quickly disappeared into the sky. Behind the main island of Sea Area 1, the golden flame Leviathan flying in the sky paused its action of contracting energy into its core, immediately changing to releasing energy, and then continuously compressing its golden flame energy, condensing it into platinum flame energy. Clearly, the golden flame Leviathan, seeing its strongest survivor killed, assumed that Zhou, a survivor from another sea area, would also kill it, so it prepared to make a desperate gamble. Alright, I won't kill you. From now on, you still be the Guardian Leviathan of Sea Area 1, Zhou said, his voice, enhanced by lightning ion energy, directly reaching the golden flame Leviathan's ears. However, the survivor ruling this Sea Area 1 will definitely be replaced. Zhou's words were still amplified with lightning ion energy, ensuring that the survivor still remaining on the main island in Sea Area 1 would hear them. Then, Zhou opened the system interface and clicked on the Sea Area 1 regional chat channel, sending a message. Sea Area 10, Zone 10 Survivor King. The 5 Survivor Kings who just escaped will appear before me in 1 minute. Those who don't appear are dead. This message was like a depth charge dropped into the water, directly detonating all the survivors in the C Area 1 regional chat channel. Survivor from Zone 1. The king of survivors in C10 dares to openly provoke us in C1. He's courting death. Survivor from Zone 1. He's really asking for it. C10, that trashy survivor zone with only a little over 10 million survivors when it descended upon the endless sea, dares to be so arrogant in our C1's regional chat channel. Survivor from Zone 1. Heh, let's make a bet. Let's see when this guy dies. I go first, within an hour. Survivor from Zone 5. An hour? That's too long. I guess 10 minutes. Survivor from Zone 8. Aren't you guys overestimating the king of survivors in C10? I guess 6 minutes, because there's a 5-minute preparation time after the duel starts. This guy probably wouldn't even last a minute against our king of survivors in C1. Survivor from Zone 6. Why kill him? Capture him alive, make him tell us the location of C10, and we can control another survivor zone. Survivor from Zone 10. I think you better check out the Human Emperor's avatar. Just as a large number of survivors were sending messages mocking and insulting Zhou when in the C1 area chat channel, a survivor from Zone 10 in C1 sent a reminder message. His message was quickly buried by a flood of other messages, seen only by a few survivors. Those survivors in C1 who saw the notification quickly searched for the Human Emperor's avatar, but the results filled them with terror. The avatar of the seemingly invincible Human Emperor was now black and white. The black and white avatar's meaning was crystal clear. All survivors knew it represented death. These survivors, confirming the Human Emperor's death, immediately deleted their sarcastic messages and anxiously awaited the outcome of the C1 ruler's transition. Zhou remained unfazed by the various taunts and insults directed at him in the C1 regional chat channel. He wasn't about to bother with these ordinary survivors. The Human Emperor is dead. Do you, the kings of survivors, intend to avenge him? After 1 minute, Zhou closed the system interface and looked at the 5 kings of survivors standing obediently in a row before him, speaking. The remaining 5 kings of survivors in C Area 1 were the kings of Zones 2, 4, 7, 9, and 10. When Zhou's battle with Vic officially began, these 5 kings of survivors immediately fled the main island, quietly awaiting the outcome. No, we absolutely have no intention of avenging the Human Emperor, the king of Zone 2 quickly said, and the other kings of survivors hurriedly echoed him. Since you don't, you better not cause me any trouble in the future otherwise. Zhou didn't finish the sentence otherwise, but merely glanced at them with his expression. Rest assured, from now on we will obey your commands without hesitation, the king of District 10 immediately declared. No, from now on you will obey his commands without hesitation, not mine, Zhou said, a flash of blue light appearing beside him, and a bewildered Cheng Hui emerged from the light. His name is Cheng Hui, a survivor from C Area 9, and he will be your new king from now on, Zhou said, pointing to Cheng Hui. The 5 survivor kings exchanged glances, then all knelt in a knightly salute before Cheng Hui. The 5 survivor kings didn't feel humiliated, because they knew they weren't kneeling before Cheng Hui, but rather before the Lord of C Area 10 beside him. Huh? Cheng Hui looked somewhat bewildered. He had just suddenly received an invitation from Boss Zhou to join him, not knowing what it was for, and now, after arriving, he had become the ruler of C Area 1. Boss Zhou Chen Hui, just recovering from his shock, was about to refuse when Zhou interrupted him. Just be the emperor of C Area 1. If you encounter anything you can't handle, just send me a message, Zhou said, then handed Cheng Hui an emergency summoning order. This emergency summoning order can teleport 1 million survivors and transform into a Leviathan, Zhou explained briefly. Once the Golden Flame Leviathan's energy recovers, summon all the survivors from C Area 9 on your island to the main island of C Area 1 to become your subordinates, Zhou said, then looked at the Golden Flame Leviathan. From now on, he will be the ruler of C Area 1, Zhou said, pointing at Cheng Hui and addressing the Golden Flame Leviathan. Buzz. The Golden Flame Leviathan released its mental energy to scan Cheng Hui, its enormous eyes revealing reluctance. Too weak, the Golden Flame Leviathan said. Don't worry, you get stronger soon. Zhou said, opening the lewd mail he had obtained from defeating the King of Killers, Vic, and quickly searching for materials to break through the attribute limits of the 3rd stage. Chapter 1206. Lord Cheng, I have a set of materials here to break through the 3rd stage of your strength attribute limit. The King of District 10 in C1 presented Cheng Hui with a supply box containing materials for breaking through the 3rd stage of strength attribute. These materials were a reward from Emperor Vic to the King of District 10. He had just collected the complete set today, but before he could use them, this happened. The king of District 10 had overheard the conversation between the Lord of C10 and the new emperor. The new emperor was a survivor from C9, and planned to bring back the survivors scattered outside C9. If this continued, these former survivor kings of C1 would likely be squeezed out of the core power structure soon. Therefore, in order to remain a core member of C1, the king of District 10 offered the new emperor the third stage strength materials he had painstakingly accumulated. I also have a set of materials to break through the third tier constitution attribute limit. Please accept them, Your Majesty Chung. The king of District 2 rushed forward, offering a supply box containing materials, just like the king of District 10. The remaining 3 survivor kings looked somewhat troubled. They had also previously possessed a complete set of third tier breakthrough materials, but they had used them during their escape, leaving them with nothing to offer. Take them, Zhou Wen said to the hesitant Cheng Hui, then handed him the intelligence and speed third tier attribute breakthrough materials he had just retrieved from his loot mail. Get into stage 4 quickly, Zhou Wen said to Cheng Hui. Thank you. Thank you, Boss Zhou. Cheng Hui said, both excited and moved. Before meeting Zhou Wen, he was just an ordinary survivor in C9, with all 3 attributes maxed out at level 2. Now, he had become the new Emperor of C1. The Emperor of C1 was once his nightmare, and now he was about to possess the terrifying power of that nightmare. Alright, you two at each other as friends, Zhou Wen said, pointing to the king of Zone 10. Cheng Hui had arrived at the main island of C1 through a companion, while the Golden Flame Leviathan had just been contracting and compressing its energy, seemingly in a desperate fight. It was uncertain whether it actually possessed 100,000 strands of Golden Flame energy. Therefore, before Cheng Hui used emergency summoning order to teleport his transformed Leviathan to the main island of C1, he would be teleported back to his original island. Adding Cheng Hui to the King of District 10's friend list served 2 purposes. Firstly, it allowed Cheng Hui to quickly return to the main island of C Area 1 after returning to his own island. Secondly, it provided an acquaintance with the current situation in C Area 1. C Area 1 currently has approximately 190 million survivors. With such a massive population, Cheng Hui, having just taken over, would likely be unsure how to operate. Having an acquaintance would make things easier. The King of District 10 was overjoyed upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, and quickly added Cheng Hui as a friend. Afterward, Zhou Wen obtained a drop of bone marrow from Golden Flame Leviathan, crafted a bottle of Golden Flame Leviathan Gene Potion, and then sent it, along with a king-level weapon Golden Flame Bow belonging to Human Emperor Vic, to Cheng Hui via private message. There's usually only one king-level treasure chest in the stomach wall space of a king-level Leviathan. Cheng Hui definitely won't be able to obtain the king-level certification for the Golden Flame Leviathan in the future. Without king-level certification, one cannot freely use the energy of the Golden Flame Leviathan. It can only be released through the king-level weapon, the Golden Flame Bow. However, for now, this is the only option. Zhou Wen hasn't carefully examined Emperor Vic's loot mail yet. None of the king-level seals contain the corresponding king-level genes, which Zhou Wen doesn't understand and needs time to sort out. After arranging Cheng Hui's affairs, Zhou Wen didn't linger on the main island of C Area 1 and returned directly to the stomach wall space of the illusion scale. Back in the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen began carefully reviewing each loot mail. It was evening when Zhou Wen finished reviewing the loot mail. The most surprising item was a transformation stage template. Ding! Obtain transformation stage ultimate evolution template for the illusion Leviathan X1. Ding! Transformation Leviathan ultimate evolution template, usable after transformation Leviathan enters the transformation stage. Upon successful use, transformation Leviathan will undergo its ultimate evolution, becoming the world-destroying Leviathan. The template has 10 evolution crystal slots, and comes with a gene destruction gene source. Ding! Gene destruction devours the genes of one organism. All organisms with the same genes as the devoured organism will immediately experience genetic collapse and complete extinction. This, after reading the introduction of the Transformation Leviathan Ultimate Evolution template, Zhou Wen's smile froze, and he fell silent. Although Zhou Wen's expression remained unchanged, his heart was in turmoil. He suddenly realized that this survival world seemed to be a world-destroying conspiracy, and Transformation Leviathan was the executor. How could this be? Zhou Wen raised his hands, his face pale, and examined them. We survivors were originally the mediums that helped the world-destroying Leviathan destroy the world. If Phantom Scale becomes the world-destroying Leviathan, the first thing it will devour will be me, Zhou Wen said blankly. Because the world-destroying Leviathan possesses the gene destruction gene source, and survivors can integrate the genes of various Leviathan creatures. Devouring one survivor can wipe out several Leviathan races. And the survivor who can cultivate the world-destroying Leviathan must be the strongest among survivors, and the genes embedded in their bodies must all be Emperor-level Leviathan genes. In other words, by devouring the strongest survivor, the world-destroying Leviathan can easily kill at least 10 Emperor-level Leviathans. Ding! The current day is 479. The treasure hunt trial will begin tomorrow. All survivors, please prepare in advance. At this moment, the world system notification sounded in Zhou Wen's mind, but Zhou Wen did not react. After a moment of silence, Zhou Wen looked at the Transformation Leviathan Ultimate Evolution template in his hand, which was shaped like a black sphere, and then placed it in the golden storage cabinet. Zhou Wen knew, of course, that as long as he prevented the Phantom Scale from evolving into the world-destroying Leviathan, he could avoid the destruction of the world. But if this suddenly appearing survival game was truly a world-destroying conspiracy, would preventing the Phantom Scale from evolving into the world-destroying Leviathan really bring peace to the world? Little one. Little one. At this moment, the miniature Phantom Scale, formed from condensed energy, flew joyfully to Zhou Wen's side. Little one, what's wrong? Seeing that the little one seemed a bit down, the miniature Phantom Scale's initial joy subsided, and it nuzzled Zhou Wen's cheek with its head. Chapter 1207. Sigh. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. Zhou Wen sighed deeply, then a smile appeared on his face, as he hugged the miniature Phantom Scale and stroked it. Hee. Seeing that Zhou Wen's mood had improved, the Phantom Scale laughed happily. Next, Zhou Wen continued to sort through Vic's spoils. Besides the Transformation Leviathan Ultimate Evolution template, there were several other items that were extremely valuable to Zhou Wen. Ding! Obtain Space Emperor Gene Potion X1. Ding! Space Emperor Gene Potion. After use, you will obtain the Space Emperor Gene, which allows you to autonomously condense spatial energy within your body. It also grants the Emperor Law Spatial Folding. This can only be used when your Constitution attribute reaches 1000 points, and your character panel reaches the Abyss level. Ding! Spatial Folding. Folds objects in space. Spatial Folding? It doesn't seem to be an offensive Emperor Law, Zhou Wen murmured. Ding! Obtain Spatial Chain X1. Ding! Spatial Chain. Activated by transmitting a stream of spatial energy, forming a square, sealed space. This must be the transparent chain. The description says its effect seems a bit weak, Zhou Wen said. However, he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain spatial energy for the time being, so he could only use the spatial chain to restrict the enemy, just like Vic. Ding! Obtained Blade of the Rending Flame X1. Ding! Obtained Emperor Level Positioning Card Fragment X6. These are the only Emperor Level related items. Next, there are King Level items. There are 18 King Level Steel Seals, but none of them contain corresponding Gene Potions or the corresponding King Level Leviathan Corpses. In fact, considering the long-term development of Sea Area 1, it's impossible that Vic wouldn't have left behind these King Level Steel Seals and their corresponding King Level Leviathan skeletons, yet they weren't in the loot mail. This could only mean one thing: Vic deliberately destroyed the King Level Leviathan skeletons he had left behind beforehand, precisely to prevent Zhou Wen from immediately using these King Level Steel Seals. There are 10 King Level weapons, 2 of which are melee weapons. The remaining 8 require corresponding King Level energy to unleash their true power. Without the corresponding King Level energy, they're just useless. Zhou Wen gave the 2 melee King Level weapons to Bai Lan and Galen. He directly distributed the remaining 8 King Level weapons to the other Survivor Kings of Sea Area 10. Now that these Survivor Kings of Sea Area 10 have King Level weapons, they no longer pose a threat to Zhou Wen's core subordinates, so he simply gave them to improve the overall strength of the survivors in Sea Area 10. Shortly after distributing the 8 King Level weapons, Zhou Wen received gratitude from the Survivor Kings. After chatting casually with them, Zhou Wen began using the Core Restorer to restore the 18 King Level Steel Seals. While restoring the King Level Steel Seals, Zhou Wen continued to collect items of value to him. He acquired 2 King Level Leviathan Containment Spheres, 3 Teleportation Foundations, and 1240 Golden Flame Energy Cores. Zhou Wen teleported to the Infinite Floating Sea, placed the 3 Teleportation Foundations he had just acquired in the area where the Gravity Emperor was located, and then randomly selected 30,000 survivors from the chat channel of Sea Area 10, sending them teleportation slots. In Vic's loot mail, aside from the items valuable to Zhou Wen, the rest were useless, so Zhou Wen handed them over to Jiang Haitao to handle. After restoring all 18 King Level Steel Seals to their cores, Zhou headed to the Rainbow Bubble Sea. Zhou had previously obtained 2 king-level Leviathan corpses from Vic, and upon arriving at the Rainbow Bubble Sea, he immediately placed them out. Considering that the Rainbow Emperor should hatch quickly, Zhou also placed the corpse of the Extreme Cold Emperor out. As soon as Zhou took out the Extreme Cold Emperor's corpse, the Rainbow Emperor inside the Energy Rainbow tree trunk immediately opened its eyes, somewhat delighted, and came to the edge of the trunk, looking at the Extreme Cold Emperor's corpse outside. A large number of rainbow bubbles fell onto the Extreme Cold Emperor's corpse, continuously absorbing the energy within. After delivering these corpses to the Rainbow Emperor, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space of the illusion scale, and continued to use energy-gathering ice crystals to quickly condense energy. The night passed quickly. On the morning of the 480th day, after feeding Huanlin, Zhou sent the 2 blade rifts to Jiang Haitao and Qingke respectively, along with 30 divine light energy cores, to Qingke for self-defense. Next, Zhou inquired about Cheng Hui's situation. Cheng Hui's character attribute panel had reached the 4th stage, and he had consumed the Golden Flame Leviathan gene potion. However, his genes hadn't fully integrated, and he couldn't yet condense Golden Flame energy. Zhou still had a blade rift, but he didn't give it to Cheng Hui. Cheng Hui had only just entered the 4th stage and didn't have any king-level energy. Giving him the blade rift wouldn't yield many golden treasure chests. So, Zhou gave Cheng Hui 50 divine light energy cores and 500 golden flame energy cores. Zhou gave these items solely to protect Cheng Hui during the treasure hunt trial. If Cheng Hui died in the treasure hunt trial, all the investment in him would be wasted. The King of Survival title had been sent to Cheng Hui shortly after Zhou returned yesterday. There were 3 in total. Jiang Wang and Hao Yu also became Kings of Survivors. Ding! Attention all survivors, the treasure hunt trial is about to begin. Please prepare. 10 minutes later, the preparation time ended, and Zhou and Huanlin vanished in a burst of blue light, reappearing inside a king-level Leviathan. Zhou quickly obtained the king-level Leviathan's bioencyclopedia and discovered it was a king-level Leviathan he had seen before. Kingo Leviathan Stage, Adult. Length, 1 million meters. Weight, 330 trillion tons. Diet, carnivorous, draconic reticulata. Description, a king-level Leviathan living in the eternal sea of the endless ocean. When attacking, it condenses energy into an energy phantom with the same body shape for long-range attacks. The creature encyclopedia wasn't anything special, so Zhou directly instructed Huanlin to find the Golden Leviathan's golden treasure chest. Soon after, Zhou discovered an energy cluster ahead that resembled a golden Leviathan, and inside the cluster was a golden treasure chest. This golden Leviathan-shaped energy cluster was moving rapidly through veins filled with golden blood. Buzz! Suddenly, a beam of black energy shot out, directly dispersing the rapidly moving energy cluster and revealing the golden treasure chest inside. Whoosh! Zhou flashed forward, caught the golden treasure chest, and then opened it to examine it. Ding! Obtained 1 golden token. Ding! Obtained Emperor-level positioning card fragment X1. Ding! Obtained Golden Spear Energy Crystal X1. Ding! Obtained Leviathan Transformation Stage Golden Spear Evolution Template X1. Ding! Obtained Character Attribute Panel Golden Spear Pattern Plate X1. Ding! Obtained Evolution Factor X10,000. Chapter 1208. Zhou quickly glanced at the transformation stage of Leviathan Golden Spear Evolution Template. It had 5 evolution crystal slots, but its strength wasn't very high. Ding! Golden Spear Pattern Plate for Character Attribute Panel. After use, a Golden Spear Leviathan pattern will be drawn on the Character Attribute panel. After drawing, consuming 100 strands of Golden Spear energy will condense an energy clone, and the upper limit of 3 attributes will increase by an additional 100 points. Spending 100 strands of Golden Spear energy to condense an energy clone. But a clone condensed from Golden Spear energy isn't very strong, Zhou said casually. If it could condense a clone formed from one's own energy, then this Golden Spear Pattern Plate would be quite useful. But since it can only be condensed using Golden Spear energy, it's a bit lacking. After checking the items in the Golden Spear Leviathan treasure chest, Zhou idly remained in his current location. In this treasure hunt trial, Zhou's main responsibility was to accept rescue companions. Before the treasure hunt trial began, he had already sent a notification to the regional communication channels of Sea Area 10 and Sea Area 3, instructing survivors to send him a companion invitation if they discovered a core creature. As for Sea Area 7, because Zhou needed to conceal his identity, he couldn't send messages in the regional communication channel for Sea Area 7. Therefore, It was still impossible to clearly distinguish whether the invitations from survivors in Sea Area 7 indicated an encounter with a king-level core creature or the discovery of a golden treasure chest. However, the person who obtained the golden treasure chest in Sea Area 7 had changed to Chen Xian. Just before the treasure hunt trial was about to begin, Zhou Wen used a companion ticket to bring Abram and Chen Xian together into the stomach wall space of the Phantom Scale, and then had them add each other as friends. Similar to the previous treasure hunt trial, the survivors in Sea Area 7 would first send a companion invitation to Abram. However, this time Abram wouldn't send the invitation to Zhou Wen, but to Chen Xian instead. Zhou Wen then gave Chen Xian the remaining flame-splitting blade he had. If Chen Xian encountered a king-level core creature that she couldn't handle, she could send her a companion invitation. Zhou Wen didn't wait long inside the veins of the Golden Leviathan before receiving a companion invitation from a survivor in Sea Area 10. The fact that the invitation arrived so quickly indicated an encounter with a king-level core creature. Zhou Wen clicked accept without hesitation and instantly transformed into a blue light, teleporting there. Buzz! As soon as Zhou Wen's figure emerged from the blue light, he immediately released his mental energy and discovered a king-level core creature resembling a scallop, slaughtering nearby survivors. Zhou Wen immediately channeled a core of energy into his body, activating core body. The next second, his entire body glowed with a ghostly blue light. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhou Wen's figure transformed into a ghostly blue streak, flashing before the scallop king-level core creature. He then raised his hand and threw a punch. Boom! A dazzling ghostly blue light exploded, the condensed energy bursting from his fist engulfing the approximately 3-meter-tall scallop king-level core creature. Immediately afterward, the scallop king-level core creature's energy body was destroyed by the condensed energy, turning into a ball of azure energy. After destroying the body of this king-level core creature, Zhou Wen turned his gaze to the severely injured survivors. These survivors were all affected by the energy wave released by the scallop king-level core creature. Many of them had half their bodies wiped out and were on the verge of death. Zhou Wen then released some life-giving energy, beginning to restore the bodies of these near-death survivors. These survivors, who had thought they were doomed, were astonished to see their bodies recovering at a visible speed. Their gazes towards Zhou Wen became even more fervent. At this moment, Zhou Wen was a god in their eyes. Great King of District 10, thank you for your rescue. A survivor from District 10, whose lower body had completely disappeared, knelt down to express his gratitude to Zhou Wen the moment he recovered. Thank you for your rescue. The other survivors also knelt down to express their thanks. Get up, everyone. Are there any others seriously injured? Zhou Wen asked after obtaining the golden treasure chest. Since he was already there, he had nothing else to do until he received another invitation to join him. Afterwards, Zhou Wen was led by a group of survivors to find those injured by the energy waves of the scallop king-level core creature, and he treated them one by one. Soon, Zhou Wen received another invitation to join the expedition and teleported directly to it. In this way, Zhou Wen continued to teleport into different king-level leviathans, destroying the core creatures and then healing the severely injured survivors. After destroying more than 20 king-level core creatures, Zhou Wen no longer received any more invitations to join the expedition, indicating that all the king-level core creatures within the trial area of Sea Area 10 should have been cleared. There were more than 20 king-level core creatures this time. I wonder how many are in Sea Area 2 and Sea Area 1, Zhou Wen worriedly asked. Approximately 100 million survivors participated in the trials within Sea Area 10, 110 million in Sea Area 2, and 190 million in Sea Area 1. The more survivors participating in the trials, the more king-level leviathans and king-level core creatures would be present in the trial grounds. Afterwards, Zhou Wen had nothing much to do, so he returned to the stomach wall space of the Phantom Scale and used energy-gathering ice crystal to freeze himself, condensing various energies. Time passed slowly, and soon it was dawn on the 481st day. Just when Zhou Wen thought the treasure hunt trial was about to end, he suddenly received an invitation from Chen Xian to join him. Encountering king-level core creatures at this time? Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't waste any time. After emerging from the frozen state of energy-gathering ice crystal, he immediately clicked accept. After a flash of blue light, Zhou Wen appeared in a space filled with golden light, containing 8 survivors and 3 phantom leviathans. Boss Zhou, there's something wrong with this king-level leviathan. Chen Xian's voice rang in Zhou Wen's ears, but when he looked at her, he frowned. Chen Xian's upper right side was almost completely gone. Judging from the wound, it looked as if someone had sliced off her right side along her spine. However, Chen Xian was, after all, a 4th-stage survivor with strong regenerative abilities. While the injury looked severe, It wasn't fatal, it was just that the lost half of her body couldn't be restored. Currently, Chen Xian was radiating golden light. Zhou Wen recognized this golden light as divine light energy, and the golden light space he was in was created by Chen Xian using this divine light energy. Chapter 1209. Beyond the divine light energy lay a vast amount of flesh and blood, so lifelike it seemed to be alive, enveloped by the divine light energy shield Chen Xian had erected. What happened to you? Zhou Wen asked, releasing life-giving energy to allow Chen Xian's missing right side of her body to regrow. I cut it myself, Chen Xian said. You cut it yourself? Is it related to this king-level Leviathan? Zhou Wen's gaze fell upon the seemingly living flesh and blood outside. Yes, this king-level Leviathan can release some kind of strange energy that can turn flesh and blood into twisted creatures. Chen Xian recounted her recent experience. When my companions arrived, I instinctively touched the body of this king-level Leviathan. Immediately afterward, I felt an energy enter my right hand. Then my right hand mutated. The flesh on my palm writhed rapidly, and my 5 fingers twisted strangely like tentacles. Slowly, this mutation began to spread across my arm. I tried using my own king-level energy, but it was useless. Finally, I used the divine light energy core you gave me, Boss Zhou, to successfully stop the mutation. But the mutated body didn't recover. Instead, it seemed to have transformed into some kind of bizarre creature and attacked me, so I simply severed the right half of its body. Moreover, not only was the flesh of this king-level Leviathan problematic, but when I was teleported here, I also sensed an extremely chaotic mental energy that affected my mental strength. After listening to Chen Xian's account, Zhou Wen frowned deeply, and then looked at Abram. Who accompanied you here? Zhou Wen asked Abram. It was him, Abram said, pointing to a survivor clad in red armor. How did you survive? Zhou Wen asked, looking at the red-armored survivor and scanning him with his mental energy. He found that the survivor's body hadn't mutated. I had a rage energy core. I used rage energy to resist those strange flesh and blood, the red-armored survivor said, his voice trembling slightly, but his emotions remaining relatively stable. You can survive this long with just one rage energy core? Zhou Wen asked, voicing his doubts. Almost 20 hours had passed since the treasure hunt trial began. A single rage energy core couldn't possibly have allowed this red-armored survivor to survive so long inside the twisted king-level Leviathan. This king-level Leviathan wasn't like this at first, the red-armored survivor quickly explained, realizing he was being suspected. This king-level Leviathan is called the sea-suppressing Leviathan. It was perfectly normal at first, not like this at all. But just recently, this sea-suppressing Leviathan suddenly mutated into this form. Seeing the situation was dire, I quickly used the raging energy core. The red-armored man rapidly recounted his experience. Next, Zhou Wen questioned the remaining 5 people. All 5 had survived under the red-armored survivor's raging energy core protection, confirming his words. It was fine before, and suddenly it became like this? Zhou Wen murmured, a look of confusion on his face. This clearly had nothing to do with a king-level core creature. Phantom Scale, use your dark energy to create an energy shield. Zhou Wen communicated with Phantom Scale using his mental power. Chen Xian was able to block the twisted flesh outside entirely thanks to her divine light energy shield, but a single ray of divine light energy couldn't sustain much. Therefore, Zhou Wen instructed Phantom Scale to use dark energy of similar intensity to divine light energy to create an energy shield for these people, while he himself went out to check. Buzz. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's mental transmission, Phantom Scale immediately condensed a ball of dark energy within its body, and then created a dark energy shield, replacing the divine light energy shield Chen Xian had created. After confirming that the dark energy shield released by Phantom Scale could block the twisted flesh outside, Zhou Wen activated his void escape ability. Boss Zhou, be careful, Chen Xian warned. Okay. Zhou Wen nodded, then his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Buzz. A slight ripple appeared in the space outside the black, iridescent energy shield enveloped in twisted flesh, and Zhou Wen emerged from it. Then Zhou Wen saw what the flesh enveloping Chen Xian and the others was made of. It was entirely composed of the twisted flesh of survivors and the mutated Leviathan. Save me! Save me! Save me! Suddenly, a series of eerie and shrill cries for help echoed in Zhou Wen's mind, the sounds incredibly chaotic, as if hundreds of people were shouting in his ear simultaneously. Zhou Wen immediately looked back and saw a strange creature rushing towards him in the distance. This strange creature vaguely resembled a mutated Leviathan, but its movements were bizarre. It moved upside down, head to the ground and tail in the air. The reason this illusory Leviathan could still move in its inverted position was because its head had split open from the middle, exposing its brain. The brain rolled rapidly across the ground like a wheel, leaving a trail of sticky, disgusting liquid behind. "Help me! Help me! Help me!" As the bizarre creature drew closer, the cries for help in Zhou Wen's mind grew louder. Crack! Just when the bizarre creature was only a few hundred meters away from Zhou Wen, its tail suddenly split open, and a thick, twisted tentacle shot out, sweeping directly towards Zhou Wen. This thick tentacle seemed to be made of the illusory Leviathan's intestines. Even more disturbing was that the surface of this thick tentacle was covered with countless empty-eyed human heads. The expressions on these heads were twisted and painful, all with their mouths wide open, seemingly calling out something, but no sound came out, because their cries were released in the form of mental energy. The cries for help echoing in Zhou Wen's mind were emanating from these twisted human heads, seemingly some kind of mental attack. However, Zhou Wen's intelligence attribute was now at 26 points, rendering this mental attack completely ineffective against him. Just as the twisted, eerie tentacle was about to touch Zhou Wen, a seven-colored light erupted from his body. He then swung his arm forward, unleashing a massive auspicious energy blade. Whoosh! The auspicious energy blade easily destroyed the tentacle, then struck the strange creature's body and exploded. Boom! A deafening roar followed, as the dazzling auspicious energy engulfed the strange creature, utterly destroying it. Chapter 12:10. It seems these mutated creatures aren't very strong, Zhou Wen thought, observing the strange creatures completely annihilated by the auspicious energy. Then, Zhou Wen flew to the twisted flesh and blood vessel walls, now completely black and red, and tried placing his unprotected hand on them. Just as Chen Xian had said, the moment his hand touched the twisted flesh and blood vessel walls, he felt an energy enter his body. Crack! 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 A few seconds later, Zhou Wen's hand, touching the blood vessel walls, made a cracking sound, and then his fingers began to twist automatically. Puff! 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 Immediately afterward, the ends of his 5 twisting fingers suddenly tore apart, and eyeballs made of flesh and blood bulged out, staring intently at Zhou Wen. Zzz. Just as Zhou Wen's arm was about to begin its transformation, a bolt of black lightning suddenly appeared on his arm, instantly clearing away the strange energy that had invaded it. Boom! Zhou Wen swung his arm, unleashing a burst of profound lightning energy that slammed into the blood vessel wall in front of him. A charred hole was blasted into the blood vessel wall, also destroying a portion of the surrounding flesh. Damaging the flesh and tissue of the Trial Leviathan like this, and the world system didn't issue a warning? Zhou Wen asked, somewhat surprised. Although Zhou Wen used the profound lightning energy to clear the strange energy from his arm, his mutated hand still retained its bizarre state, containing 5 eyeballs. The strange hand had even split open in the middle, its internal bones transforming into intersecting, sharp, fang-like spikes. Zhou Wen could still feel through his arm that the mutated hand was trying to control it to move closer to his head, seemingly intending to attack him. Whoosh! A blade of rending flame appeared in Zhou Wen's other hand, severing the mutated hand and arm together. The moment the arm hit the ground and touched the blood vessel wall, it began to mutate violently, transforming into a bizarre creature with twisted flesh and sharp bone spurs all over its body. Boom! Zhou Wen released a burst of auspicious energy, obliterating the mutated creature. Then, Zhou Wen opened the biological encyclopedia to view the information about this king-level Leviathan after its mutation. Desecrating sea-suppressing Leviathan stage, ? Length, ? Weight, ? Food type, biological. Description: a king-level Leviathan corrupted by the genes of the desecrated emperor, its body now a mass of flesh-spreading madness and distortion. Desecrating the emperor. This king-level Leviathan's abilities are a bit disgusting, Zhou Wen muttered. Next, Zhou Wen donned the True Sense mask, activated the True Sense trait, and released his mental power to examine the distorted body of the Zhenhai Leviathan, which had been contaminated by the desecrated emperor's genes. According to the red-armored survivor from before, the Zhenhai Leviathan wasn't always like this, it had only recently mutated, indicating that the source of the mutation likely lay within its body. Anything related to an emperor-level Leviathan is never simple, and since he had encountered it, he naturally wanted to explore it. At this moment, the missing arm had already regrowed under the repair of life energy. Then, Zhou Wen integrated a stream of core energy into his body, activating the core body, and began traversing within the mutated Zhenhai Leviathan's body. Because the body of the mutated Leviathan was twisted, and the blood vessels that served as passageways were no longer usable, Zhou Wen proceeded through its body while simultaneously causing destruction. During his journey, Zhou Wen continuously explored the abnormal areas with his mental power, encountering numerous attacks from twisted flesh along the way. However, this twisted flesh was of low strength. Zhou Wen could destroy it using auspicious energy, thus posing no threat whatsoever. Just as Zhou Wen was about to thoroughly explore the entire body of the mutated Leviathan with his mental power, he suddenly discovered a small cavity. In the center of this cavity was a fleshy, humanoid creature. Zhou Wen attempted to examine the interior of this fleshy humanoid creature with his mental power, but was unexpectedly blocked by a surge of mental energy. A king-level core creature affected by the desecrated Emperor's genes? Zhou Wen wondered. This should be the source, Zhou Wen speculated, then charged directly towards the cavity. Buzz! Just as Zhou Wen rushed into the hollow area, an extremely chaotic surge of mental energy suddenly flooded his brain, causing his consciousness to momentarily stagnate. Boom! At this moment, the humanoid creature, about 10 meters tall, composed entirely of twisted black-red flesh and bone spurs, suddenly released a surge of black-red energy from its body. Crack, crack, crack. The strange humanoid creature's arm rapidly transformed, becoming a monstrous blade made of bone and blood, slashing fiercely at the sluggish Zhou Wen. Buzz! Just as the monstrous blade of bone and flesh, enveloped in black-red energy, was about to strike Zhou Wen, a powerful surge of mental energy was released from Zhou Wen's brain, neutralizing the chaotic mental energy. Regaining consciousness, Zhou Wen quickly swung his flame-splitting blade to block the massive blade of the flesh-and-blood humanoid creature. Bang! The next second, a booming sound of energy rang out, but Zhou Wen's flame-splitting blade hadn't even cut through the grotesque blade composed of flesh and bone. Emperor-level energy. Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly. With the strength of that mutated flesh, it was impossible for it to withstand the flame-splitting blade's strike. What truly blocked the attack was the blackish-red energy on its surface. Sizzle! 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 At this moment, the bone spikes on the grotesque flesh and blood blade suddenly extended, abruptly stabbing towards Zhou Wen's body. Faced with Emperor-level energy, Zhou Wen dared not be careless. He immediately used a stream of deathly stillness energy to activate the deathly still flesh and blood creature armor. Bang! 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 The bone spikes, enveloped in blackish-red energy, struck the surface of the deathly still flesh and blood creature armor, producing a series of ear-piercing impacts. Then, with a thought, Zhou Wen conjured a spatial distortion gauntlet in his hand, holding the rending flame blade, channeling flame ion energy into it. Whoosh! A burst of scorching crimson flames erupted from the blade, instantly igniting the grotesque, bone and flesh-like weapon. Roar! Its body consumed by the flames, the humanoid twisted creature let out a grotesque, painful roar. But the roar didn't originate from its throat. Rather, it emanated from various twisted organs throughout its body. The roar was incredibly strange, sounding like an angry howl, a painful groan, and even a grotesque shriek. Amidst the churning crimson flames, Zhou Wen drew a crimson energy blade and immediately slashed at the humanoid twisted creature before him. Chapter 12:11. A 5-meter-long crimson energy blade slashed through the space composed of twisted, grotesque flesh, leaving a scorching, crimson fan-shaped trail. Whoosh! The crimson energy blade struck the humanoid twisted creature directly, cleaving it in two from the center. Whoosh! In the next instant, crimson flames erupted from the scorching blade wound in the center of the humanoid twisted creature's body, then the fire spread rapidly from the middle to both sides, engulfing its entire body. Just as Zhou Wen thought he had successfully killed the humanoid twisted creature, a sticky, writhing sound suddenly came from behind him. Zhou Wen immediately turned around and saw a twisted spear forged from flesh and bone, enveloped in black and red energy, dripping with a disgusting black slime, thrusting towards his head. Zhou Wen frowned slightly, for the twisted spear attacking him was transformed from the arm of the humanoid twisted creature he had just burned with crimson flames. Could this be the source? Upon seeing the second humanoid twisted creature, Zhou Wen immediately realized this. But if the source isn't here, where could it be? Zhou Wen pondered. While Zhou Wen was searching for the source, his hands didn't stop. Just before the twisted spear was about to pierce him, a flash of crimson light slashed, instantly severing the twisted spear. Ah! At this moment, the humanoid twisted creature suddenly let out a piercing scream, extremely ear-piercing, accompanied by the chaotic mental energy Zhou Wen had just sensed. However, Zhou Wen was currently activating the dead silence trait and releasing True King's pressure, so this sharp, chaotic mental energy attack had no effect on him. Whoosh! Zhou Wen flashed forward, directly in front of the humanoid twisted creature. His crimson blade flashed repeatedly, incinerating the creature once more. But the next second, another humanoid twisted creature appeared amidst the surrounding flesh and blood, causing Zhou Wen's expression to turn serious. This humanoid twisted creature could continuously reassemble itself, but its fire ion energy wasn't limitless. No, this humanoid twisted creature should be the source, Zhou Wen suddenly realized. He had already thoroughly probed almost the entire mutated Leviathan in his search for the source of the mutation. This meant that the mutated flesh and blood didn't hinder his mental probing, but he couldn't detect this humanoid twisted creature, proving its unique nature. The humanoid twisted creature, barely formed, immediately attacked Zhou Wen, who again easily incinerated it with his crimson energy blade. This time, Zhou Wen's mental energy enveloped the humanoid twisted creature before him, and he noticed a problem. Just as the crimson flames were about to completely engulf the creature, the mental energy that had been preventing him from probing its interior suddenly vanished, as if it had been abruptly drained away. When Zhou Wen's mental energy swept over the humanoid twisted creature burning in the crimson flames, there was nothing special inside, just a pile of twisted flesh and broken bones. It seems something is controlling this twisted flesh, Zhou Wen concluded. Since that's the case. After confirming that this was indeed the source, Zhou Wen activated his permanent magnet property. Whoosh! The newly formed humanoid twisted creature attacked Zhou Wen again. Swoosh! Zhou Wen's figure blurred as he dodged the twisted creature's whip, which was covered in chaotic bone spikes. He then immediately swung his flame-splitting blade, slashing at the creature. The instant the crimson energy blade sliced through the twisted creature's body, an invisible energy field with a diameter of 100 meters appeared. This invisible energy field was the magnetic confinement space. The magnetic confinement space enveloped Zhou Wen and the twisted creature before him. The next second, the twisted creature, its body covered in crimson blade marks, was engulfed in crimson flames. Buzz! Suddenly, the magnetic confinement space wall was struck, creating a ripple. Zhou Wen sensed the ripple and immediately looked over, seeing a small, blackish-red, tumor-like object, no bigger than a marble. Upon detecting the confinement field, the tumor-like object immediately released blackish-red energy, attempting to destroy it. However, just as it launched its attack, jet-black tentacles suddenly reached out and enveloped the tumor-like object. Let me see what this thing is. Zhou Wen released deathly energy, enveloping the tumor-like object in its deathly flesh and blood biological armor, then gradually retracted the black tentacles. The tumor-like object, the moment it broke free of its restraints, tried to escape from Zhou Wen's palm, but was blocked by the deathly energy on the surface of his hand. The tumor-like object's black-red energy intensity was only barely at the Emperor level, naturally incomparable to deathly energy. However, just as the tumor-like object touched Zhou Wen's palm, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Obtain the blasphemy egg. Ding! Blasphemy egg contains the primordial energy of a blasphemy emperor. Consuming it will allow you to condense blood corruption energy within your body. Warning: consuming it will inevitably cause an uncontrollable mutation, driving you into madness. Consuming it will grant me emperor-level energy. Zhou Wen exclaimed in surprise, but the warning at the end of the description meant that this bloodthirsty egg was absolutely inedible. This Leviathan must have accidentally ingested the bloodthirsty egg to mutate like this. Its infection ability is quite strong, Zhou Wen muttered. This thing, the size of a marble, could infect a massive king-level Leviathan, and mutate it so thoroughly. If a survivor ate it, he couldn't even imagine what kind of monster it would mutate into. This thing should be destroyed, Zhou Wen thought to himself. The desecrated egg infection potential is even greater than that of the alien brain. If it were to spread, it could easily destroy an entire survivor sea. Therefore, Zhou Wen inserted the crimson energy blade into the deathly energy shield enveloping the desecrated egg, and then released flame ion energy. The desecrated egg did not immediately dissipate under the burning flame ion energy, but persisted for several seconds before completely disappearing. After destroying the desecrated egg, Zhou Wen looked at the still writhing mutated flesh around him, indicating that even with the source eliminated, the mutated Leviathan of the sea was still a writhing mass of bizarre flesh, impossible to revert to its original state. However, when Zhou Wen touched this mutated flesh again, the strange energy that had previously invaded his body was gone. Chapter 12:12. Although clearing the desecrated egg couldn't restore the Zhenhai Leviathan to its original state, removing its ability to spread contamination was the best possible outcome. Buzz! The next second after the desecrated egg dissipated, a blue light appeared before Zhou Wen, revealing a distorted blue treasure chest. This is the Zhenhai Leviathan's treasure chest? Zhou Wen guessed, looking at the distorted blue treasure chest. Then, Zhou curiously opened the distorted Jinhai treasure chest and examined its contents. Ding! Obtained Desecrated Jinhai Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtained Jinhai Energy Crystal X1. Ding! Obtained Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword X1. Ding! Obtained Desecrated Jinhai Pattern Plate for Character Attribute Panel X1. Ding! Obtained Evolution Factor X1 million. These items were all contaminated by the desecrated egg? Zhou asked in surprise, then began to examine these mutated items one by one. Ding! Blasphemous Sea-Suppressing Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you will obtain the Blasphemous Sea-Suppressing Leviathan Gene. By consuming Leviathan flesh and blood, you can condense blood-fallen sea-suppressing energy within your body. This can only be used if your character's attribute panel reaches the medium Leviathan level, and your Constitution attribute reaches 1500 points. Blood-fallen sea-suppressing energy? Zhou frowned. When he obtained the blood-fallen egg earlier, he already knew that blood-fallen energy should be the black-red energy released by the humanoid twisted creature, belonging to the Emperor-level energy. But this blood-fallen sea-suppressing Leviathan Gene Potion seems to be able to condense two types of energy simultaneously, Emperor-level blood-fallen energy and King-level sea-suppressing energy. If that's really the case, then this gene serum is incredibly powerful, Zhou exclaimed. Using a King-level gene serum to condense Emperor-level energy, this was definitely a bottle of extremely valuable gene serum. Ding! Jinhai Flesh and Bone Greatsword can absorb blood corruption energy. What does this description mean? Zhou looked at the weapon in his hand, which was entirely composed of twisted flesh and pale bones, and asked with some confusion. Does it mean that it needs to be infused with blood corruption energy to be used? Zhou squeezed the blade of the Jinhai Flesh and Bone Greatsword. The main body of the blade wasn't very tough. Even an attack with the Liang blade could leave marks on it. Clearly, in this state, the Jinhai Flesh and Bone Greatsword certainly didn't meet the standards of a king-level weapon. Let's see how this weapon works after infusing it with blood corruption energy, Zhou said, then put the Jinhai Flesh and Bone Greatsword back into the Jinhai Twisted Treasure Chest. Ding! Desecrating Sea-Suppressing Pattern Plate and Character Attribute Panel. After use, the Desecrating Sea-Suppressing Leviathan pattern will be drawn on the Character Attribute Panel. Once drawn, the released mental energy will have a chaotic effect, and the maximum value of 3 attributes will be increased by an additional 100 points. Mental energy has a chaotic effect. Zhou felt this effect was quite strong, because when he first met the humanoid twisted creature, he encountered a chaotic mental energy attack, which successfully slowed down its thinking. However, Zhou didn't know if this chaotic effect could distinguish between friend and foe. If it was an indiscriminate effect, then it couldn't be used. After checking all the items in the Twisted Sea-Suppressing Treasure Chest, Zhou returned to Chen Xian's location. Zhou used a concentrated burst of energy, hurling it directly at the twisted flesh still encased in the black-colored energy shield. Boom! A violent explosion rang out as the dark blue energy sphere enveloped all the surrounding twisted flesh, instantly reducing it to ashes. But as soon as these twisted flesh were destroyed, a large number of them surged in again. Seeing this, Zhou stopped wasting energy clearing them, and instead entered the black-colored energy shield. Boss Zhou, are you alright? Chen Xian asked with concern upon seeing Zhou return, simultaneously examining his body. I'm fine. The source has been dealt with, but this mutated Jinhai Leviathan can't revert back, Zhou said, then used his mental power to communicate with Huanlin, instructing Huanlin to replace the black-colored energy shield with incinerating flame energy. The twisted flesh outside wasn't particularly strong. The main problem was the strange polluting energy within it. But now that the strange polluting energy was gone, there was no need to use black-colored energy for defense. Buzz! After Huanlin replaced the black-colored energy with burning flame energy, Zhou spread his mental energy, carefully scanning everyone present and the body of the illusory Leviathan. After confirming that neither the people nor the illusory Leviathan's body were abnormal, the next step was to wait for the treasure hunt trial to end. On the morning of the 481st day, the 14th treasure hunt trial ended, and Zhou and Huanlin returned to the waters they had previously been in. Upon returning, Zhou glanced at the avatars of Chen Ke and Cheng Hui on the system interface. Both avatars were still there, indicating that nothing had happened. Shortly afterward, Zhou received private messages from Jiang Haitao, Lung Liang, Bai Lan, Zhang Dongyang, Galen, and the other survivor kings, containing king-level energy crystals. Chen Xian had already given the king-level energy crystals she collected to Zhou while inside the Leviathan in the desecrated town. All the golden treasure chests within the 10th sea area had been collected, totaling 200 king-level energy crystals. Zhou had just received the king-level energy crystals from the 10th sea area when he received a message from Chen Ke. This time, Chen Ke had accumulated king-level energy for a month, and with the Divine Light Energy Core as a life-saving measure, she obtained more golden treasure chests than last time, a total of 144. Chen Xian's private message contained 144 king-level energy crystals, a king-level positioning card fragment, and Zhou Wen's rending flame blade. Cheng Hui also sent a private message containing 6 king-level energy crystals and a king-level positioning card fragment. Cheng Hui's main objective in this trial was survival, so he didn't attempt to acquire the golden treasure chest. The other 5 king-level energy crystals were handed over by the remaining 5 survivor kings from Sea Area 1. Throughout the 3 survivor sea areas, Zhou Wen obtained a total of 350 king-level energy crystals and 3 Emperor-level location card fragments in this treasure hunt trial. I'm almost at 10 Emperor-level location card fragments again. Zhou Wen placed the 3 newly acquired Emperor-level location card fragments into the golden storage cabinet. The cabinet now contained 9 fragments. 1 more was needed to synthesize a complete Emperor-level location card. Of the 350 king-level energy crystals, Zhou Wen gave 50 to Cheng Hui to feed to Golden Flame Leviathan. Next, Zhou Wen went to the main island of Sea Area 10, giving 200 king-level energy crystals to Auspicious Cloud Leviathan, and the remaining 100 to Radiant Sun Leviathan. Chapter 12-13. Back in his stomach space, Zhou Wen looked at the Jinhai Twisted Treasure chest in his hand, pondered for a moment, and then decided to give the desecrating Jinhai Leviathan Gene Potion and Jinhai Flesh and Bone Great Sword inside to Jiang Haitao. He already possessed deathly energy. Further integrating this weaker Emperor-level energy gene would only cause him to struggle with the process of separating the gene, offering no real benefit. Moreover, he already possessed 2 genuine Emperor-level Leviathan genes, making it unnecessary to integrate this weaker gene. After giving the Gene Potion and weapon to Jiang Haitao, Zhou Wen instructed Wanling to continue advancing towards the Divine Speed Sea, while he himself remained frozen within the energy-gathering ice crystal, rapidly condensing various energies. Meanwhile, in Sea Area 6, 10 golden mountains, constructed with golden foundations, stood atop a massive island with a diameter of 1 million meters. Each golden mountain summit was topped with a magnificent palace, and above these palaces floated a sphere radiating golden light. Of these 10 golden mountains, one is the tallest and most majestic. The palace atop this mountain is the most magnificent and splendid, and the golden sphere radiating from its summit is also the largest. This tallest and largest mountain is called the Divine Mountain, and the palace atop it is called the Brahma Palace. Brahma, the ruler of Sea Area 6, resides in the Brahma Palace. At this moment, on the terrace atop the Brahma Palace, Brahma is absorbing the energy released by the golden sphere in the sky, condensing his Emperor-level energy, while simultaneously reviewing messages sent by his subordinates. The survivor who challenged me for Sea Area 7 last time was actually from Sea Area 10. Upon learning this, Brahma's golden face revealed anger. Those trash actually died at the hands of the survivors from C10. Brahma was utterly disdainful of C10. A weak survivor sea with only a little over 10 million survivors, when it descended upon the endless sea, Brahma didn't believe the rulers of C10 could be that strong. Previously, Brahma had assumed the rulers of C1 had taken over C7, which was why he was somewhat wary. But now that he knew C10 was just using someone else's power, he didn't need to be so cautious. It seems I need to find some time to go to C7 to confirm, Brahma decided. However, he didn't have time right now, because their CSIXS Guardian, the Divine Light Leviathan, was almost at the Emperor level. And right now, he was using his Divine Light Domain effect to compress Divine Light energy into Emperor level energy, and then feed it back to the Divine Light Leviathan in the sky. The enormous golden sphere atop the 10 golden mountains is the Divine Light Leviathan. The Divine Light Leviathan in Sea Area 6 is an elemental-type king-level Leviathan, thus capable of freely separating its body. On the 483rd day at noon, 2 days had passed since the end of the 14th treasure hunt trial. Zhou Wen had been mostly encased in energy-gathering ice crystal for the past 2 days, but he received a private message from Cheng Hui. The message stated that 2 king-level Leviathans, leading a group of abyss-level Leviathans, were approaching the main island of Sea Area 1. With Vic dead, none of the survivors in Sea Area 1 could confront the king-level Leviathans. Moreover, these 2 king-level Leviathans likely possess core organisms within them, making them even more difficult to deal with. Zhou Wen naturally welcomed these king-level Leviathans that had come to his doorstep. Following Cheng Hui's invitation to join him, Zhou immediately accepted. A flash of blue light, and he instantly appeared in Sea Area 1, rushing towards the area where the king-level Leviathan was located. A few minutes later, Zhou returned to Cheng Hui's side, handing him the 2 king-level cores and the king-level Leviathan gene potion he had just acquired. Over the past 2 days, Cheng Hui had used the emergency summoning order on the Golden Flame Leviathan to summon all his subordinates from Sea Area 9 to Sea Area 1. Cheng Hui had also successfully integrated the Golden Flame Leviathan's genes, so he could now obtain Golden Flame energy by requesting energy from the Golden Flame Leviathan. Clean up the remaining Abyss-level Leviathan creatures yourselves, then send me the corpses. Give the supply crates and cores to your own people, Zhou said to Cheng Hui. As you command, Boss Zhou, Cheng Hui replied respectfully. Then, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space of Huanlin. Shortly after his return, he received a private message from Jiang Haitao. After completing the 14 treasure hunt trials, Zhou handed over the desecrating sea-suppressing Leviathan gene potion and the sea-suppressing flesh and bone great sword to Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao spent a day fusing the desecrating sea-suppressing Leviathan gene, and then another day condensing the blood-fallen sea-suppressing energy. Zhou had previously only guessed that the desecrating sea-suppressing Leviathan gene could simultaneously condense blood-fallen energy and sea-suppressing energy, so he was curious about the specifics. Therefore, he told Jiang Haitao to let him know after condensing the energy. Brother One, the energy has condensed, but there's only one type of energy. Jiang Haitao said. Only one type of energy? Is it blood corruption energy or sea suppression energy? Zhou asked. It seems to be a mixed energy. Jiang Haitao replied. Because Jiang Haitao didn't possess the corresponding characteristic of desecrating the sea suppression Leviathan gene, he couldn't transfer the energy within his body to the outside to take a picture through the system interface and show it to Zhou. Mixed energy. So that's how it is. No wonder the effect of that sea suppression bone and flesh great sword is to absorb blood corruption energy, meaning it can separate blood corruption energy from the mixed ability. Zhou immediately thought of the sea suppression bone and flesh greatsword's effect. Therefore, Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao, asking him to transfer the mixed energy into the sea suppression bone and flesh greatsword. Upon receiving Zhou's message, Jiang Haitao immediately did as he was told, transferring the mixed energy into the sea suppression bone and flesh greatsword. But the instant the blood corruption sea suppression energy entered the sea suppression bone and flesh greatsword, the blade seemed to come alive. The twisted flesh contracted and expanded, like a beating heart. Jiang Haitao had found the weapon's appearance strange when he first got it, and now that it suddenly came to life, he was almost scared into throwing it away. Brother One, I just channeled mixed energy into the weapon, and then... It's like it came alive. Jiang Haitao messaged, already somewhat disgusted by its appearance. How's the blade's strength? Try cutting it with the crack flame blade. Zhou asked, then said Jiang Haitao a crack flame blade. Not very strong, I can destroy it with the overturning sea energy. Jiang Haitao replied after testing it. What color is the mixed energy you condensed? Zhou asked after thinking for a moment. Mainly dark blue, with a hint of blackish red. Jiang Haitao replied. It seems there's too little blood corruption energy. If I inject more blood corruption energy into the Zhenhai bone and flesh greatsword, could it become a weapon imbued with emperor-level energy? Zhou speculated based on the Zhenhai bone and flesh greatsword's description. Chapter 12:14. The Zhenhai bone and flesh greatsword should have its strength increased by absorbing blood corruption energy. Continue to inject more blood corruption energy into the blade and see the final effect. Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao. Okay, got it. Jiang Haitao nodded in reply. After communicating with Jiang Haitao, Zhou continued to use energy-gathering ice crystal to freeze himself. 2 more days passed. On the night of the 485th day, after Huanlin rested, Zhou and his companions arrived at Sunset Island and found the Leviathan of Life in the giant lake inside the island. At this time, the Leviathan of Life had reached a length of over 1 million meters. Its body had basically recovered, and even the deepest part of the giant lake could no longer contain it. Even when the Leviathan of Life transformed its body into a leaf shape and extended above the sea to absorb sunlight, a small part of its body would still be visible above the lake surface. From a distance, it looked like a green island with giant leaves growing on it. Here you go. Zhou had just reached the edge of the giant lake when Huanlin's voice echoed in his mind, and 2 life factors emitting a bright green light flew towards him. Has your body recovered? Zhou asked, looking at the life Leviathan, whose body had grown considerably larger. More or less, don't talk about that, quickly give me the king-level energy crystal. Life Leviathan answered perfunctorily, then eagerly demanded the king-level energy crystal from Zhou Wen. There are no king-level energy crystals this time. Zhou Wen shook his head. Ah? Why? Life Leviathan asked excitedly. Originally, Life Leviathan had been thinking that now that its body had recovered, it could generate life factors to exchange for king-level energy crystals from Zhou Wen, 9 king-level energy crystals each time. But now, it suddenly received devastating news, a bolt from the blue, because the Life Leviathan could only condense life energy by absorbing sunlight. While this method of energy condensation was excellent in the everlasting Day Sea, the condensation speed was relatively slow, at most 1,000 strands of life energy per day. However, a single king-level energy crystal could condense 10,000 strands of life energy. 9 crystals would amount to 90,000 strands, equivalent to 90 days of its own time. Most importantly, these 90,000 strands of energy didn't require any special effort from it. It could be quickly condensed within its body simply by absorbing king-level energy crystals. Is it because the king-level certification you mentioned last time couldn't be activated, preventing you from obtaining king-level energy crystals? The Life Leviathan genuinely didn't want to end its transaction with Zhou Wen like this, so it began to speculate on the reason for Zhou Wen's situation. Yes, that's the reason. Zhou Wen paused for a moment, then nodded. Zhou Wen had actually planned to trade 10 king-level cores for 1 million strands of life energy from the Life Leviathan, which was why he hadn't kept any king-level energy crystals. Zhou Wen had initially thought he'd have to try and mislead the Life Leviathan to prevent them from thinking 10 king-level cores were easy to obtain, and then unknowingly raising the price. However, the Life Leviathan had already figured out the reason for him, saving him the trouble of explaining. What should I do? I only have a few thousand strands of energy left in my body. There's no way I can activate that king-level certification. I should have never repaired my body, the Life Leviathan lamented. It's alright. Once you absorb the energy from these 10 king-level cores, you should be able to condense 1 million strands of energy. Zhou Wen waved his arm, extracting 10 king-level cores of varying sizes from the system interface, and then spoke to the Life Leviathan. Seeing the suddenly appearing king-level cores, the Life Leviathan instinctively opened its mouth and swallowed them all in one gulp. With these 10 king-level cores, I can condense 1 million strands of energy. The Life Leviathan nodded its 2 soft tentacles, but as soon as it finished transmitting its thoughts, it paused. Huh? 10 king-level cores? The Life Leviathan finally reacted, then scanned its body with its mental energy. Upon confirming that there were indeed 10 king-level cores, it was immediately overjoyed. You said there were no king-level energy crystals this time, so you were planning to trade 10 king-level cores, huh? As the Leviathan transmitted its thoughts, its mouth quickly curled into an exaggerated smile, almost like a comical emoji, the corners of its mouth practically reaching its forehead. I'm very satisfied with this trade. From now on, when you trade life factors with me, use king-level cores. Of course, I won't take advantage of you. Now that my body has recovered, I can also generate life factors. Next time, I give you 3 life factors, and you just need to give me 10 king-level cores. The Leviathan held its head high, speaking very generously. Zhou Wen, hearing the Leviathan's voice transmission in his mind, laughed in exasperation. With a thought, the rending flame blade appeared in his hand, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept across the giant lake. Crack! 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 The wind blew across the lake's surface, instantly freezing it. Then, large, fluffy snowflakes began to fall from the sky. I see you're trying to restore your body again? Zhou Wen said coldly, looking at the Life Leviathan. Using 1 king-level core for 3 life factors is, okay. The Life Leviathan's small eyes looked at the suddenly frozen lake, and it spoke cautiously, somewhat fearfully. Those 10 king-level cores are for you to condense energy. Next time I come, I collect 1 million strands of life energy. If you can't produce that, don't even think about getting a king-level energy crystal from me again. Zhou Wen said in an unquestionable tone. Oh, I understand. The Life Leviathan had already hidden its head under the frozen ice, answering obediently. Humph. Zhou Wen snorted coldly, and then left. Afterwards, Zhou Wen went to the Sunshine Flower Vine and collected 2 sunshine crystals. He then went to the main island of Sea Area 10, where he gave 5 king-level cores to Auspicious Cloud Leviathan, and 2 king-level cores to Radiant Sun Leviathan. The remaining king-level core would be a reward for Vitality Leviathan if it performed well the next time he went to obtain 1 million units of Vitality energy. After doing this, Zhou Wen went to the Rainbow Bubble Sea, and placed the 2 king-level Leviathan corpses he had obtained from Sea Area 1 2 days prior. The Rainbow Emperor in the Energy Rainbow Tree, after absorbing the energy from the Extreme Cold Emperor's corpse, grew slightly, from over 100 meters to over 200 meters. Chapter 12:15. Pop pop pop. Upon seeing Zhou arrival, the Rainbow Emperor went directly to the edge of the rainbow tree trunk and spat out 12 rainbow bubbles. From now on, rainbow cubes will truly be plentiful. Zhou smiled and stored all 12 rainbow bubbles into the system interface. Next, Zhou used energy-gathering ice crystals to condense energy within the colorful bubble space. This was Zhou's first time using energy-gathering ice crystals in the colorful bubble space. Because the energy absorption speed of energy-gathering ice crystals had exceeded the speed that could be increased by irradiating the Leviathan's auspicious cloud, he hadn't used the colorful bubble space to condense energy since obtaining energy-gathering ice crystals. After entering the frozen state, Zhou had nothing to do, so he opened the system interface and began checking the messages in the communication channels of various sea areas to understand the situation in each sea area. In the past 2 days, in almost all the survivor sea areas, except for Sea Area 7, core creatures had invaded. The most serious situation naturally falls in Sea Area 1, followed by Sea Area 10, Sea Area 3, and Sea Area 2. However, these king-level core creatures are no longer a threat to Zhou. As long as they don't number in the hundreds or thousands, he can handle them. Just as Zhou was browsing the messages in the Sea Area 3 chat channel, he noticed some survivors from Zone 5 mentioning Sea Area 6. Survivor from Zone 5. We in Sea Area 3 clearly belong to Sea Area 10, but when we encounter core creatures, they refuse to help. They're not worthy of ruling Sea Area 3 at all. Survivor from Zone 1. Are you crazy? Don't you want to live? Survivor from Zone 9. Zone 5. Please don't harm us. Survivor from Zone 7. Although the King of C10 didn't actually help us, the strongman of C10 did. We can't keep asking the King of C10 for help every little thing, can we? Does the King of C10 even have that kind of time? Survivor from Zone 5. You people are hopeless. You're clearly enslaved by the King of C10, yet you still speak up for him. It's pathetic. Survivor from Zone 2. The King of C10 enslaves us? I feel like our lives are better now than when we were ruled by Zone 6. We only need to hand over some Leviathan meat regularly. When Zone 6 ruled, we had to hand over a portion of almost everything we obtained. Survivor from Zone 8. What's wrong with you guys from Zone 5 all of a sudden? Are you tired of living? In the eyes of the survivors in Zone 3, Zhou was practically a demon. Almost all the survivors had a sense of fear towards Zhou. The words spoken by the survivors from Zone 5 were seen by them as suicidal. Survivor from Zone 5. Isn't it right not to hand over the supplies we collected? Why should we hand over the supplies we gathered ourselves? Isn't this enslavement? Survivor from Zone 1. Yes, 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 you people from Zone 5. If you have the guts, don't hand over your supplies. You weren't this tough when Zone 6 ruled us. Survivor from Zone 5. We in Zone 5 never intended to hand them over. Once the god of C6 descends, C10 will cease to exist. Survivor from Zone 2. C6? Survivor from Zone 4. Where did C6 come from? Survivor from Zone 5. Didn't the King of C10 just rule C7 a while ago? Survivor from Zone 9. Yeah, so what? Survivor from Zone 8. Not only that, I heard there's also C2. The King of C10 is really powerful. This is already the 4th Survivor C. Survivor from Zone 5. Heh, so powerful. He's just impersonating the ruler of Zone 1 to trick his way into Zone 7. Survivor from Zone 3. Wait, where did you get this information from? Survivor from Zone 5. It's from this treasure hunt trial, from a survivor from Zone 7. Survivor from Zone 1. My god. The King of Zone 10 has explicitly forbidden revealing your zone number. Aren't you afraid of being wiped out? Survivor from Zone 5. Wiped out. Does he dare? We have the protection of the god of Zone 6. If he dares to use cross-zone conquest ticket on us, we go with the god of Zone 6 and use spatial lockdown ticket to see who dies first. Looks like my identity has been exposed after all, Zhou thought after reading the messages in the Zone 3 regional chat channel. However, Zhou wasn't worried, as his identity being exposed was inevitable. He had already secured Sea Area 1, and by absorbing the golden flame energy spewed by the golden flame Leviathan, he could reliably obtain flame ion energy. If Brahma from Sea Area 6 dared to come, he would first replenish his energy at the golden flame Leviathan, then enter his Starfall Leviathan form, before fighting Brahma. In this way, even if the divine light Leviathan from Sea Area 6 reached the Emperor level, and Brahma possessed a large amount of Emperor-level divine light energy, he wouldn't be a match for him. The survivors from Sea Area 10 also saw the comments from survivors in Zone 5 on the Sea Area 3 chat channel, and many were furious. Survivor from Zone 5. Look, I said before that we shouldn't be too nice to survivors from other sea areas. This is the consequence. Survivor from Zone 10. Heh, aren't the survivors from Zone 5 and C3 from the same country as you? Did some of you secretly contact people from C6? Survivor from Zone 1. These bastards from Zone 5. Let's just wipe them out. Survivor from Zone 9. What an ungrateful bunch. When we were cleaning up the survivors from Zone 6 and C3, we should have wiped them out too. Survivor from Zone 5. Hey! You're talking about Zone 5 and C3, right? Not us? The survivors from Zone 5 and C10 were panicking as they looked at the messages in the regional chat channel. They didn't want to be implicated. Survivor from Zone 5. King of Zone 10, we in Zone 5 absolutely did not collude with C6. It's true that some survivors from Zone 5 and C3 contacted us, asking us to join C6, but we refused. Survivor from Zone 5. Yeah, survivors from other zones don't know how powerful you are, King of Zone 10. We've seen it for ourselves. You could kill a Leviathan of the Emperor level in the deep sea. We'd be crazy to join Zone 6. Survivor from Zone 10. You mean if the boss isn't strong you join him? Survivor from Zone 5. No. We didn't mean that. Please don't drag us down with you. Chapter 1216. Survivors from Zone 10. That had to be. If we really find out that Zone 5 has connections with Sea Area 6, even if the big boss doesn't take action to eliminate you, Zone 10 will still eliminate you. Survivors from Zone 1. Count us in Zone 1 too. Survivors from Zone 2. Count us in Zone 2 too. Afterwards, the other survivor zones in Sea Area 10 all expressed their stance in the zone communication channel. If the survivors from Zone 5 dared to have connections with Sea Area 6, all the other survivor zones would eliminate the survivors from Zone 5. Zhou, when finished reading the messages in the Sea Area 10 zone communication channel, smiled faintly, and then closed the system interface, preparing to focus on gathering various energies. At this moment, Ruan Wenqing, the administrator of Sea Area 3, sent a message. Great King of Zone 10, your subordinate will immediately eliminate those despicable offenders. Ruan Wenqing said. Ruan Wenqing had just been fighting a core-level creature of the Abyss level. Only after the battle ended did he have time to check the messages in the communication channel of Sea Area 3, and the result nearly scared him to death. Not needed for now. Zhou Wendao. I understand. Ruan Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief seeing that the King of Area 10 didn't seem to mind. After all, he was the administrator of Sea Area 3. Failing to stop such blatantly sarcastic remarks about the King of Area 10 would be a dereliction of duty. Be careful lately. Someone from Sea Area 6 might challenge you to a duel. Come with me then. Zhou Wendao. Thank you for your protection. Ruan Wenqing quickly replied. After finishing his conversation with Ruan Wenqing, Zhou Wendao closed the system interface. But just then, he suddenly noticed that his energy gathering speed had increased again. Buzz. Zhou Wen realized something, and immediately released his mental energy. He then discovered that the scattered, misty rainbow energy within the colorful bubble space was being rapidly absorbed by the energy-gathering ice crystal. That's right. The Rainbow Emperor's source energy is the generation of various forms of energy. The energy scattered within the colorful bubble space can naturally also be condensed into different forms, Zhou Wen exclaimed with delight. I wonder how much longer this will shorten the time, Zhou Wen said expectantly. The night passed quickly. On the morning of the 486th day, Zhou Wen emerged from his frozen state, a smile on his face. Because the condensation time of the dead energy had been halved again, using the energy-gathering ice crystal within the colorful bubble space, he could condense a wisp of dead energy in 12 hours. From now on, I condense energy in the illusionary scale stomach wall space during the day and in the colorful bubble space at night. Dead energy shouldn't be as scarce as it is now, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Next, Zhou Wen went to the gravity sea, consumed a calamity energy black silk algae, and returned to his stomach space to feed Huanlin. After feeding, Zhou Wen, having nothing else to do, took out the various transformation stage evolution templates he had obtained. Previously, Zhou Wen hadn't considered these transformation stage evolution templates as Huanlin's evolution goals, because he thought he could obtain a unique ultimate evolution template for Huanlin in the future. However, Wanling's exclusive ultimate evolution template was the world-destroying Leviathan, so the world-destroying Leviathan evolution template was unusable. Therefore, he had to choose something else. Zhou Wen's first choice was naturally the Meteorite Leviathan evolution template. After all, the Meteorite Emperor was a being even the Blazing Flame Emperor feared. I wonder if there are any better evolution templates for the transformation stage. Zhou Wen held the Starfall evolution template in one hand, and the World Destruction evolution template in the other. The World Destruction evolution template had 10 evolution crystal slots, one more than the Starfall evolution template. Zhou Wen naturally hoped that Phantom Scale would evolve as strong as possible, so he hoped to find another evolution template with 10 evolution crystal slots later. However, Phantom Scale hadn't yet met the conditions to enter the transformation stage, so Zhou Wen wasn't in a hurry. Just as Zhou Wen was examining the other transformation stage evolution templates one by one, a miniature Phantom Scale, condensed from Phantom Scale's energy, came to Zhou Wen's side. What's this? Phantom Scale's curious voice echoed in Zhou Wen's mind. These are evolution templates. What kind of evolution do you want to become? Zhou Wen arranged all the evolution templates and smiled at Phantom Scale. Evolution templates? Phantom Scale still didn't quite understand, but it still flew onto these evolution templates and examined them carefully. However, Wanling seemed dissatisfied with these evolution templates, and upon seeing the Starfall Leviathan evolution template, it even lashed out with its tail. No way. Zhou Wen frowned slightly, because Wanling finally stopped in front of the World Destroyer Leviathan evolution panel. Wanling circled the World Destroyer Leviathan template, a hint of doubt appearing in its black and yellow eyes. Suddenly, the miniature Wanling moved, charging directly towards the World Destroyer Leviathan evolution template, and then, to Zhou Wen's astonishment, merging into it. The next second, the entirely black sphere-shaped World Destroyer evolution template suddenly erupted with a deep black and yellow light. Wait! Zhou Wen's expression changed drastically, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Could it be that Wanling only needs to inject energy into the world-destroying evolution template to evolve into the world-destroying Leviathan? The worst thought flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. Wanling, quickly withdraw your energy. Zhou Wen immediately used his mental power to communicate with Wanling, but he received no response. How could this be? Zhou Wen anxiously picked up the world-destroying evolution template, which emitted a deep black light, and then released his deathly energy to try and destroy it. However, a layer of blue light appeared on the surface of the world-destroying evolution template. Zhou Wen recognized this blue light. It was the blue light of the world system. Just as Zhou Wen was considering whether to risk going to the Eternal Day Emperor and have him destroy the world-destroying evolution template, the color of the black sphere in his hand changed. The originally pitch-black sphere gradually developed a colorful glow. Then, the world-destroying evolution template, now a black sphere, began to soften and rapidly deform. Soon after, the softened black sphere gradually solidified, eventually taking the shape of a Phantom Scale. Ding! Obtain Leviathan Evolution Template X1. Ding! Leviathan Evolution Template, usable after the Leviathan enters its transformation phase. The template confused with all gene sources. The system notification that suddenly sounded in his mind startled Zhou Wen. What's going on? Zhou Wen asked, somewhat dazed. The Leviathan Evolution Template that had initially made him uneasy had suddenly transformed into the Leviathan Evolution Template. Confused with all gene sources. This doesn't mean it can embed all evolution crystals, does it? Zhou Wen exclaimed in shock. Chapter 1217. At this moment, the Leviathan Evolution Template in Zhou Wen's hand, shaped like a Phantom Scale, suddenly moved, slowly flying into the air. It then opened its eyes, revealing jet-black pupils radiating colorful light. Little one, my energy seems to have merged with this evolution template. The miniature Phantom Scale twisted its body in the air, seemingly trying to break free of its energy from the template, but it couldn't. This, Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss, but the Leviathan Evolution Template seemed to have become alive. Having lost this energy, will it affect your original form? Zhou Wen asked the Phantom Scale. No. The miniature Phantom Scale shook its head, then landed back in Zhou Wen's palm. As long as it doesn't affect you. Zhou Wen didn't know why the world-destroying evolution template had transformed into the Leviathan Evolution Template after absorbing the Phantom Scale's energy, but as long as it didn't harm the Phantom Scale, it was fine. Then, Zhou Wen squeezed the transformed Leviathan Evolution Template that had become a living thing in his palm. It felt bouncy and chewy, like jelly. After the energy of the Phantom Scale merged with the transformed Leviathan Evolution Template, is it equivalent to having a physical form? Zhou Wen suddenly wondered. So, Zhou specifically teleported the transformed Leviathan evolution template to the Rainbow Bubble Sea to test it out. Previously, the miniature clones that the Phantom Scale condensed with energy would instantly disintegrate if they were too far from the main body. But this time, when Zhou emerged from the teleportation blue light with the transformed Leviathan evolution template, the transformed Leviathan evolution template, possessing the consciousness of the Phantom Scale, was still lively and jumping around him. Phantom Scale, can you still know the status of your true form? Zhou asked. Yes, the mini Phantom Scale perched on Zhou's head nodded after sensing him briefly. Great. Zhou was excited to receive the mini Phantom Scale's affirmative answer. Previously, when he left the Phantom Scale's stomach space to handle matters in other survivor areas, he would have the Phantom Scale enter stealth mode and remain stationary for its safety. This was because while exploring, he couldn't keep track of the Phantom Scale's situation and worried it might encounter danger on its own. But now, with the Transformation Leviathan evolution template possessing the Phantom Scale's consciousness, Zhou only needed to carry it with him to know the Phantom Scale's true form at any time. This way, even if he was away for extended periods, the Phantom Scale wouldn't need to remain stationary but could continue its journey towards the Divine Speed Sea. If it encountered danger, he could teleport back immediately through the mini Phantom Scale. Then, Zhou took the mini Phantom Scale and teleported to various locations to further confirm the situation. Whether it's the survivor-dominated seas like Sea Area 10, Sea Area 2, Sea Area 3, Sea Area 7, and Sea Area 1, or the Imperial Seas like the Gravity Sea, the Infinite Floating Sea, and the Eternal Day Sea, mini Phantom Scale's consciousness never severs from its main body. After the test, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space with mini Phantom Scale. The introduction says that the Transformation Leviathan evolution template can fuse with all gene sources. But how do I fuse it? Zhou stroked mini Phantom Scale, which was perched on his shoulder, with one hand, and held a Sacred Whale Leviathan Attack Evolution Crystal in the other. The effect of this evolution crystal is to increase the intensity of attack type energy by 100%. Zhou planned to fuse this evolution crystal with the Leviathan evolution template to see how the fusion would occur. So, Zhou grabbed the mini Phantom Scale that was sleeping on his shoulder. Previously, when the mini Phantom Scale was in its energy form, its body length was about 20 centimeters, but after merging into the Leviathan evolution template, its body length was only 10 centimeters, making it extremely small. Where should I fuse from? Should I directly place the evolution crystal near the mini Phantom Scale's body? Zhou guessed, then placed the Saint King Whale Leviathan Attack Evolution Crystal in his other hand on the mini Phantom Scale's back. However, the Saint King Whale Leviathan Attack Evolution Crystal did not automatically fuse with the mini Phantom Scale's body, and Zhou did not hear the system notification in his mind about how much evolution factor needed to be consumed. Isn't it supposed to fuse with the body? Zhou wondered. He thought this because the other evolution templates all had evolution crystals embedded in slots on their bodies. He had assumed that simply bringing the Saint King Whale Leviathan Attack Evolution Crystal close to the mini Phantom Scale's body would allow it to directly merge into the mini Phantom Scale's form, but that wasn't the case. Could it just be that the mini Phantom Scale eats it itself? Zhou suddenly wondered. Just as this thought crossed Zhou's mind, the mini Phantom Scale in his hand seemed to sense his idea, suddenly twisting its body, and swallowing the Saint King Whale Leviathan Attack Evolution Crystal from its back in one gulp. Ding! Use 500 million evolution factors to fuse the Leviathan evolution template with the Saint King Whale Leviathan Attack Evolution Crystal? Okay, just eat it directly. Simple and straightforward, Zhou said, then extracted 500 million evolution factors from the system interface. Use, Zhou silently recited. The next second, the small, blue granules of evolution factors began to rapidly merge into the mini Phantom Scale's body. During this process, the mini Phantom Scale's entire body emitted a red energy. After a while, the red energy on the mini Phantom Scale's surface disappeared, and a system notification sounded in Zhou's mind. Ding! The Saint King Whale Leviathan Attack Evolution Crystal has been successfully fused. The Leviathan Evolution template has obtained the attack gene source. Hearing that the attack evolution crystal had been successfully fused, Zhou immediately released his mental energy to check the mini Phantom Scale's entire body, but nothing had changed. It was exactly the same as before the attack evolution crystal fusion. How did you feel after eating that red cube? Unable to tell from his appearance, Zhou used his mental power to ask Wanlin. Nothing. Wanlin thought for a moment before replying. Little one, can I eat that? Wanlin flew from Zhou Wen's palm to the various transformation stage evolution templates that Zhou Wen had placed earlier, then found the transformation stage Starfall evolution template of the transformation Leviathan, and asked Zhou Wen, "You can eat this?" Zhou Wen asked in surprise. "Yes." Wanlin nodded, then glared fiercely at the Starfall Leviathan evolution template. "If you can eat it, then eat it. You can eat any of these evolution templates you want." Zhou Wen readily agreed, then pointed to the other evolution templates. Chapter 12:18. With Zhou Wen's consent, the mini-phantom scale's body suddenly expanded like a balloon, growing larger, and then it opened its mouth and swallowed the transformation Leviathan Metamorphosis Starfall evolution template whole. Ding! Spend 10 billion evolution factors to fuse the transformation Leviathan evolution template with the transformation Leviathan Metamorphosis Starfall evolution template? So many evolution factors? Zhou Wen paused, just about to retrieve evolution factors from the system interface, because he simply didn't have that many. Currently, he only had a little over 8 billion evolution factors, of which about 3 billion were obtained from killing the Lord of Sea Area 3, Shindao Wantong, and the Lord of Sea Area 1, Vic. Looks like I have to focus on collecting evolution factors in the future, Zhou Wen thought to himself. Before obtaining the transformation Leviathan evolution template, Zhou Wen thought his 8 billion plus evolution factors were enough, but now it seemed like a drop in the ocean. Zhou Wen shook his head, intending to have Wanlin spit out the Starfall evolution template first, and then fuse it later, when he had enough evolution factors. However, when he looked at the mini Wanlin that had already swallowed the Starfall evolution template, he couldn't help but laugh. Because the Starfall evolution template was larger than the mini Wanlin's original size, the swallowed template had stretched the mini Wanlin's body into the shape of a Starfall Leviathan. The mini Wanlin's body, wrapped around the template, blurred the sharp edges of the Starfall evolution template surface, making it look like a chibi version of the Starfall Leviathan. "Spit it out first, eat it later." Zhou Wen felt stuffed and said, "No! I want to eat it!" Wanlin said fiercely. "Sigh." Zhou Wen sighed helplessly. "Fine, I just collect the evolution factors from all the survivors." Since Wanlin insisted on fusing the Starfall evolution template now, Zhou Wen had no choice but to collect them from the survivors. Each treasure hunt trial yielded a large number of treasure chests, each containing one evolution factor. Over time, the number of evolution factors in the survivors' possession was enormous. Therefore, Zhou Wen began sending messages to the administrators of various sea areas, instructing them to collect the evolution factors from the survivors in their respective sea areas. The 5 sea areas, Sea Area 10, Sea Area 3, Sea Area 2, Sea Area 7, and Sea Area 1, have a combined total of approximately 400 million survivors. If each survivor could contribute 100 evolution factors, that would amount to 40 billion. Of course, ordinary survivors are unlikely to possess 100 evolution factors. After all, the World Systems trials have only been held 14 times so far, and many of those weren't treasure hunt trials. Many ordinary survivors might not even have a single evolution factor. The treasure hunt trial is inherently a competitive event. Only the strong can obtain more treasure chests, while the weak are unlikely to acquire any. Without treasure chests, there are naturally no evolution factors. However, Zhou Wen wasn't aiming to collect 40 billion evolution factors. 3 to 4 billion would be sufficient. Collecting evolution factors from 400 million people is an extremely tedious and time-consuming task. Therefore, Zhou Wen, carrying a miniature phantom scale resembling a chibi version of the Starfall Leviathan, returned to the colorful bubble space and used energy-gathering ice crystals to freeze himself, accelerating the condensation of various energies. At this time, in the regional communication channels of all survivor seas under the jurisdiction of Sea Area 10, the administrators issued messages requesting the collection of evolution factors. Most ordinary survivors had no idea what evolution factors were, and the former rulers of the seas would always require everyone to hand over evolution factors after each treasure hunt trial. Therefore, most survivors in the various seas did not show any resistance. Only the survivors in Zone 5 of Sea Areas 3 and 7, backed by Sea Area 6, openly refused to hand over evolution factors. Survivor from Zone 5, Area 3, look at this. Is this what you call the King of C10 not enslaving us? We were already forced to hand over Leviathan meat, and now they're demanding evolution factors. Are they planning to make us their slaves? Survivor from Zone 9, didn't we have to hand them over when we were ruled by Zone 6? Survivor from Zone 1, why bother with those lunatics from Zone 5? We just hand them over ourselves. Survivor from Zone 7, are there really survivors who have become gods in C6? Survivor from Zone 1, You actually believe that? I bet the rulers of C6 are a bunch of white elephants. They love to brag. Survivor from Zone 2. Anyway, I advise everyone not to follow those crazy survivors from Zone 5. I don't know how strong the people in C6 are, but the king of C10 has killed an Emperor-level Leviathan. Survivor from Zone 1. I heard this news from survivors in C10 too, but this is a bit too exaggerated. That's a Leviathan of the Emperor level. Survivor from Zone 5. Heh, such outrageous news, and you're still guessing if it's true or false. It's definitely fake. Do you even need to think about it? Survivor from Zone 5. Such outrageous news. Even the king of C10 dares to let all the survivors in C10 spread it, which shows how shameless he is. In the regional chat channel of C7, survivors from Zone 5 were also sending sarcastic messages about Zhou, and quite a few survivors from other zones were responding. Because Zhou took over C7 peacefully, the survivors in C7 didn't know his strength, which is why they believed the news from survivors from Zone 5. Abran and the survivors who recaptured the main island of C7 with Zhou were refuting the words of survivors from Zone 5 in the regional chat channel, but it didn't have much effect. The main reason is that C Area 10 has a terrible reputation. Even with only a little over 10 million survivors arriving in the Endless Sea from C Area 10, it already earned the label of being weak in the minds of survivors from other C areas. Compared to C Area 10, survivors from C Area 7 naturally perceive C Area 6 as stronger. Abran really wanted to eliminate the survivors from Area 5, but Zhou wouldn't allow it. Zhou was waiting for Brahma from C Area 6 to come to him. He couldn't afford to eliminate Brahma's teleportation personnel. Chapter 12:19. That evening, Zhou received private messages from the administrators of various C areas, all containing evolution factors. Zhou quickly collected these messages, obtaining approximately 4 billion evolution factors. Bang! A crisp sound of ice crystal shattering rang out. Zhou emerged from his frozen state and retrieved the mini phantom scale, which was playing with the triangular star fireflies in the colorful bubble space. Then, Zhou extracted 10 billion evolution factors from the system interface and used them directly on the mini phantom scale. In an instant, the 10 billion evolution factors flew into the mini phantom scale's body like a blue sandstorm. Buzz! Suddenly, a profound, invisible energy appeared on the phantom scale's surface. As the mini phantom scale absorbed the evolution factors, the Starfall Leviathan evolution template within its body began to shrink. After all 10 billion evolution factors were absorbed, the mini phantom scale's appearance returned to its original form. Ding! The Transformation Leviathan evolution template has successfully fused. The Transformation Leviathan evolution template has obtained the energy multiplication gene source, and can now transform into a Starfall Leviathan. It can even transform into a Starfall Leviathan? Zhou asked in surprise. At this moment, the miniature phantom scale's jelly-like body began to wriggle rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had already taken the form of a Starfall Leviathan. The phantom scale seemed quite dissatisfied with its Starfall Leviathan appearance, letting out a soft hum before transforming back into its original form. The Transformation Leviathan evolution template can transform into a Starfall Leviathan. Does that mean that once the phantom scale enters its transformation phase, it can also transform into a Starfall Leviathan? Zhou asked with delight in his eyes. Phantom scale, can you still eat evolution templates? Zhou took out a transformation stage Leviathan Earth covering evolution template from the system interface. Sure, Mini Phantom Scale replied, preparing to eat the transformation stage Leviathan evolution template in Zhou's hand, but Zhou stopped it. How many evolution factors will it take to cultivate Phantom Scale into the strongest Leviathan? Zhou felt a headache coming on at the thought of the massive amount of evolution factors he would need in the future. Right, evolution factors seem to be related to the Evolution Emperor. When I'm stronger, I just go ask the Evolution Emperor for them, Zhou secretly decided. For the next while, Zhou continued to condense various energies in the colorful bubble space using energy-gathering ice crystals. At night, on the main island of Sea Area 6, although it was already dark, the main island was still illuminated as if it were daytime by the divine light Leviathans on the 10 golden mountains. Meanwhile, in the waters near the main island, a strangely shaped phallus was slowly approaching. This phallus appeared as if its skin had been peeled off, its entire body exposed, revealing dark red flesh, disgusting tumors, and haphazardly growing bone spurs. What is that? At that moment, a guardian of the divine mountain standing watch at the main island's harbor suddenly noticed a huge black shadow appearing in the sea not far away. These damned bastards. How dare they approach the Divine Island without permission? Another guardian of the Divine Mountain, completely ignoring the reason for the Shadow's approach, instinctively pulled out a gun-shaped weapon from his equipment inventory. This gun-shaped weapon was an Abyss-class weapon. By infusing it with Abyss-class energy, it could unleash a highly penetrating energy beam. Buzz! Without a word, the mountain guardian who had drawn his weapon unleashed an energy beam at the approaching shadowy figure in the water. On God Island, there's a nighttime rule. No matter what happens, survivors from areas other than Zone 5 are forbidden from approaching the island, otherwise, they'd be killed on sight. The mountain guardians didn't bother investigating this sneaky approach to the port. They just kill it. Bang! The energy beam struck the water, producing a muffled explosion, but the underwater figure showed no reaction, continuing to approach the main island's port. Didn't hit? A nearby mountain guardian asked, puzzled. Buzz! 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 The mountain guardian with the gun fired 3 more energy beams at the shadowy figure, but it still didn't react. Something's wrong. A strong sense of unease suddenly rose in the nearby mountain guardian's heart. Quick! Notify the Azura Legion. The Divine Mountain Guardian shouted to his companions behind him, then took out a shield from his equipment inventory. This shield was also a Sea Abyss-grade weapon. Boom! Suddenly, the sea surface where the dark figure was located exploded, and tentacles covered with chaotic bone spikes shot out from it. The tentacles ended in long, sharp bone spikes, the surface of which radiated blackish-red energy. The Divine Mountain Guardian holding the shield was startled, and immediately released energy into the shield. Buzz! As a stream of Sea Abyss-grade metallic energy was injected into the shield, the surface of the shield rippled with energy, forming a metallic energy shield with a diameter of 10 meters directly in front of them. Bang! 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 However, the energy shield of the Abyss-level warriors was as fragile as paper under the attack of those twisted tentacles, pierced through instantly. The bone spikes at the ends of the twisted tentacles, after piercing through the energy shield, went straight through the white jade armor of several Divine Mountain Guardians, and embedded themselves in their bodies. Crack! Crack! The next second, the bodies of these Divine Mountain Guardians began to twist strangely, and a tooth-grinding sound of bones grinding together echoed from inside their armor. Suddenly, the armor of these Divine Mountain Guardians cracked open, and fleshy tentacles, writhing like worms, stretched out from the cracks. Immediately afterwards, a deformed arm with twisted bones broke through the armor, and extended outside, and on this deformed arm was a gun-shaped weapon composed of a spine and a human head. The spine was the gun barrel, and the 2 eye sockets and mouth of the human head were the gun ports, and this human head was screaming in extreme terror, its voice extremely shrill and frantic. The guardian of the sacred mountain, wielding the shield, had his entire skeleton assembled into a ghastly, white bone shield, while his remaining flesh had mutated into a sludge-like mass of flesh and blood, the bone shield serving as his shell. At that moment, a group of Azura Legion members clad in golden armor rushed over from the island's interior. But when they saw the twisted, mutated monsters of flesh and blood at the port, terror gripped their faces. What is that? An Azura Legion member stammered. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out from among the twisted, mutated monsters. The twisted monster wielding the spine-headed spear exploded, its screaming head spraying crimson blood, its eyeballs and teeth flying out with the force of the blast. Bang bang bang. On the Azura Legion side, the golden armor of the first few members was pierced by the flying eyeballs and teeth. The next second, the Azura Legion members, who were hit also began to undergo violent mutations. Chapter 1220. Ah! Amidst heart-wrenching screams, the bodies of the Azura Legion members struck by eyeballs and teeth underwent a grotesque and distorted transformation. Their once gleaming golden armor fused with their flesh during the distortion, crimson blood gushing from their bodies like fountains. The surviving Azura Legion members behind them watched this horrific scene in terror, many collapsing to the ground in fear. Retreat! Retreat! The Azura squad leader, snapping out of his shock, shouted urgently. At his command, some of the terrified Azura Legion members, as if waking from a dream, began to scramble and retreat. Bang! At that moment, the dark shadow near the harbor finally broke the surface, revealing itself, a phallus leviathan, its entire body severely distorted. Crack! Crack! The head of the mutated leviathan cracked open, emitting a series of chilling sounds of bones breaking. Once the head of the mutated leviathan completely split open, dense, jagged white bone spikes could be seen inside, resembling rows of teeth. Among these white bone spikes was a gigantic brain, and on the surface of the brain was a human face with a crazed grin. Suddenly, this face began to twist rapidly, then slowly extended from the brain. Beneath the face was no body, only a twisted tentacle, looking like a maggot crawling out of rotting flesh. However, when this face, with its extended tentacle, reached the same height as the island and saw the survivors on the island, its tentacle-like body began to rapidly change. First the torso, then the limbs, and finally, a fleshy garment woven from muscles, fascia, and blood vessels. In just a few seconds, the human face acquired a crimson, fleshy body. Crack! Crack! At this moment, the mutated monsters at the port, preparing to attack the remaining members of the Azura Legion, underwent another mutation. Their flesh and bones transformed into a bone-flesh staircase, which then spread directly beneath the feet of the Flesh and Blood Man. The Flesh and Blood Man stepped onto the bone-flesh staircase and walked step by step onto the island. Several hundred meters from the port, a large number of Azura Legion members had gathered and deployed their forces. In front of these Azura Legion members stood a survivor wearing golden armor with red patterns. He was the newly appointed leader of the Azura Legion. What the hell are these things? The Azura Legion leader frowned. I finally became the commander of the Azura Legion. I can't let these disgusting monsters tarnish Agni's impression of me. The Azura Legion commander thought to himself, and with a thought, a golden sphere appeared in his hand, the Divine Light Energy Core. Boom! The next second, a powerful surge of Divine Light energy erupted from the Azura Legion commander's body. The Azura Legion commander was enveloped in divine light, exuding an aura of holiness, a stark contrast to the grotesque monsters lurking in the port. Destroy, you disgusting monsters! The great island of the gods cannot be desecrated. The Azura Legion commander declared arrogantly, then used the divine light energy within him to condense a gigantic energy hand in the air, before slamming it down heavily towards the port. Boom! The gigantic hand formed from condensed divine light energy exploded violently the moment it landed, engulfing the island's port and a large area of water beyond. Boom! A dazzling golden light shot into the sky, making the golden armor of the Azura Legion members present shine even brighter. The fear and terror in their eyes vanished, replaced by excitement and exhilaration. Is this the energy of the divine light Leviathan? I wish I could obtain some too, an Azura Legion member thought enviously. The captain's strength is indeed formidable. You easily annihilated such a terrifying monster. Truly worthy of being a loyal servant chosen by the gods, another Azura Legion member quickly praised. Several Azura Legion members around him, hearing their comrades' praise of their captain, hurriedly offered their own flattering words. Alright, quickly find some commoners to repair the port. It needs to be finished by tomorrow morning. The Azura Legion commander, a confident smile on his face, ordered his subordinates. You guys from Sea Area 6. But just then, a black and red figure slowly emerged from the violently churning divine energy. The Azura Legion commander, who had thought the matter was resolved, immediately froze, then turned his gaze to the figure emerging from the raging divine energy. How is this possible? The Azura Legion commander's face showed disbelief. That divine energy core was a gift from the god Agni, who, when bestowing it upon him, had stated that the intensity of the divine energy was approaching the Emperor level. Although he had never seen a Leviathan of Emperor level, nor knew the extent of Emperor-level energy, the deity's claim of near Emperor-level strength meant its power was undoubtedly formidable. However, he now doubted the words of the god Agni. If divine light energy truly approached Emperor level, then the figure ahead, who had survived its bombardment, would possess genuine Emperor-level energy. How absurd! I kindly brought you the blasphemous gift of an Emperor, and this is how you repay me? The black and red figure slowly approached the Azura Legion, his tone filled with deep disappointment. Since you are ungrateful, then let me teach you a lesson. Ha ha ha. The black and red figure stopped 100 meters from the Azura Legion, and then inexplicably began to laugh maniacally. The Azura Legion commander realized that this bizarre monster ahead was beyond his ability to handle, so he tried to send a message to the god Agni. Just as he was about to send the message, his consciousness suddenly became chaotic. Various insane, distorted, and terrifying images flashed rapidly through his mind, and gradually, his vision turned blood red. Thank you for the blessing of the blasphemous emperor. Ha ha! Praise the blasphemous emperor. Ha ha ha! This is a blessing. This is a blessing. The Azura Legion commander heard a series of frenzied screams and shouts. He recognized these voices. They were the very voices of his former, sycophantic subordinates. Chapter 12:21. Their voices had become extremely strange, some like the gurgling sound of air flowing back into a water pipe, others like the scraping sound of sharp objects scraping against metal. The Azura Legion commander abruptly looked around. His previously normal subordinates had now transformed into twisted, inhuman monsters. Even so, they continued to emit strange sounds from their contorted bodies, expressing their gratitude for blaspheming the Emperor. The Azura Legion commander was instantly terrified, his face drained of color. He immediately pulled a great sword from his inventory and attacked the twisted monsters around him. However, the Azura Legion commander's attacks were completely ineffective against these monsters. The limbs and flesh severed by the great sword only made them mutate even more bizarrely. Right. I must inform the god Agni. The Azura Legion commander frantically reopened the system interface. But then, through the semi-transparent system interface, he saw his arm holding the great sword, and was horrified to discover that his arm had undergone a severe mutation. Ah! The Azura Legion commander screamed in terror, for a grotesque, tumor-like head had sprouted from his arm. Right, I must inform Agni, the god, he. The grotesque head trembled slightly, mimicking his earlier words, its empty, bloody eye sockets oozing crimson blood. What chilled the Azura Legion commander even more was that the eerie, he laughter didn't come from the tumor-like head on his arm, but from his own mouth. Without the commander's awareness, his head split open from his mouth. His tongue had transformed into twisted tentacles, rubbing against his gaping maw, while laughter emanated from his worm-like throat. The commander's eyes were wide with terror, his mind had completely collapsed. Swish! The commander roared, flipping his great sword and severing his own head. Thump! The commander's headless corpse fell to the ground, but his body remained unchanged. Around him lay the bodies of several of his men, all killed by his great sword. The camera panned upwards, revealing dozens of Azura Legion members, their faces contorted in terror as they slaughtered each other, surrounded by grotesque monsters. Blood flowed from their wounds, staining their gleaming golden armor crimson, dripping onto the ground, turning it a blood-red stain. At that moment, a skinless, fleshy foot stepped into the blood-soaked area. Then, the blood seemed to come alive, writhing like jelly, seeping into the bodies of everyone present, including the corpses. Instantly, everything, the severed limbs on the ground, the blood-soaked survivors, began to violently mutate, transforming into various grotesque fleshy monsters. To receive the blasphemous Emperor's blessing, you should feel honored. Ha ha! The fleshy figure roared with maniacal laughter. Immediately afterward, the fleshy figure led a group of mutated monsters deeper into the island. At this moment, in the palace atop the 6th of the 10 golden divine mountains at the center of the main island of Sea Area 6, a figure radiating golden light opened his eyes. This was none other than Agni, the deity mentioned by the commander of the Azura Legion. My servant is dead? Agni's expression changed slightly. What a useless piece of trash, Agni said angrily, but then he sensed something amiss. The newly appointed commander of the Azura Legion possessed a divine light energy core bestowed upon him, yet he had died without warning. This was highly unusual. Agni then sent a message to his subordinates, instructing them to investigate the cause of the new commander's death. Soon, Agni received a message from his subordinates, but it wasn't about the commander's death. Rather, it was a report of a group of monsters suddenly appearing on the main island. Flesh and blood monsters? Agni frowned, then opened the regional communication channel for Sea Area 6 to investigate. As a result, the regional communication channel was in complete chaos, filled with SOS messages from survivors in Zone 5, along with photos of the fleshy monsters. A bunch of useless trash. Agni roared in fury. With all 4 high-ranking gods in Sea Area 6 dead, this was Agni's chance to ascend as a low-ranking god. How could he not be furious? He wanted to make a good impression on the great god Brahma, but now such chaos had erupted. Below the Golden Mountain, in the city inhabited by the survivors of Zone 5 near the island's edge, extreme chaos reigned. Numerous grotesque, fleshy creatures were relentlessly attacking the survivors within the city. Where did these monsters come from? Help! Help! Great god Brahma, please save us! What's going on? Why can't we teleport away? The island's space is sealed off? When the twisted monsters first flooded into the city, some survivors from District 5 dared to resist. But after those who dared to attack also underwent mutations, no one dared to take the risk anymore. Instead, they tried to escape the main island by ending their journey together. As a result, the message teleportation failed echoed in their minds. The space on the main island had been sealed off by someone unknown. With no other options, these survivors from District 5 could only run towards the foot of Golden Mountain, hoping for divine salvation. This is a blessing. This is a blessing. At this moment, A 100-meter-tall mountain of flesh composed of the blood and gore of numerous survivors arrived at the foot of Golden Mountain. Twisted human faces on the mountain were frantically shouting blessing. Seeing the twisted creatures getting closer and closer, the survivors from District 5, driven to desperation, dared not climb Golden Mountain, for it would be blasphemy against the gods. So the survivors from Zone 5 knelt at the foot of the Golden Mountain, praying for the descent of a god. Whoosh! Just as the twisted mountain of flesh drew closer, a violent gray storm suddenly enveloped it, tearing it to shreds. At that moment, a figure radiating golden light descended from the sky. It was the god Agni. Thank you, God Agni, for descending and saving us. Great God Agni, please rid us of these disgusting monsters. Chapter 1222. Agni appeared, and a group of survivors from District 5 expressed their gratitude with great emotion, hoping that the gods would eliminate these twisted monsters. Abyss-level energy can't kill them? Seeing that the shredded pieces of flesh were showing signs of reforming, Agni immediately released a king-level ice-type energy. The writhing pieces of flesh were instantly frozen by the king-level ice-type energy, then shattered into fine ice crystals, and completely dissipated. These strange creatures can only be killed with king-level energy? Agni asked, somewhat surprised. He had learned from his subordinates' reports that these strange creatures possessed assimilation abilities, meaning that these creatures, which required king-level energy to eliminate, could continue to spawn. I wonder if these strange creatures have a core within them. A smile appeared on Agni's face. Because if these strange creatures truly had a core, its effects would be incredibly powerful, and if he could obtain it, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Next, Agni began flying over the city, using his king-level energy to clear away the strange mountains of flesh. Above the 7th to 10th Golden Mountains, the other 4 lower-level gods also learned of the invasion of the main island by strange creatures through their subordinates, but they had no intention of going to clean it up. Of the remaining 5 lower-level gods in Sea Area 6, Agni was the most likely to receive a reward from Brahma, raising his character's attribute panel to Stage 4 and becoming a high-level god. Originally, the remaining 4 lower-level gods were no match for Agni, but now the main island under Agni's jurisdiction was in unprecedented chaos, and had been invaded beneath the Golden Mountains by some strange creatures. A grave sin. The remaining 4 lower-level gods were naturally pleased with the chaos unfolding in the city. Meanwhile, in the survivor city of District 5, Agni had already used his king-level energy to clear out over a dozen flesh mountains and hundreds of small twisted creatures, but he hadn't found the core he was hoping for. Just then, Agni suddenly spotted a humanoid monster in the city, sitting atop a throne made of flesh and bone. The flesh and bone throne, also a monster, was carrying the humanoid monster as it slowly moved through the city. When Agni saw the humanoid monster, the monster also saw him. Crack, crack, crack. Agni unleashed a burst of Ice King-level energy, instantly freezing the flesh and bone throne beneath the humanoid monster. Agni uttered a sound of confusion, because the humanoid monster on the flesh and bone throne hadn't been frozen by his king-level energy. Buzz! Suddenly, Agni felt a surge of mental energy. Just a lowly creature, daring to think mental attacks would work on me, a god. How laughable. Agni utterly disregarded the humanoid monster's mental attack, speaking with utter contempt. However, just as the mental energy enveloped Agni, a multitude of distorted images flashed through his mind, causing him to scream in agony. However, Agni, being a survivor with the title of King of Survival, possessed a certain resistance to chaotic mental energy, and thus did not descend into a state of madness like the Azura Legion leader. His thoughts merely stalled. Agni's mind went blank, his flight-related abilities deactivated, and he plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a large crater. This fall slightly cleared Agni's confused mind. He immediately stood up, and saw the humanoid monster standing not far in front of him. Agni dared not be careless any longer. He immediately used his Divine Light Energy Core, gaining a beam of Divine Light Energy, which he then released directly at the humanoid monster. Buzz! The golden beam of Divine Light Energy shot out rapidly, instantly enveloping the humanoid monster. However, to Agni's astonishment, the humanoid monster, struck head-on by the Divine Light Energy, was not destroyed but instead continued to approach him. Emperor-level energy? Agni stared incredulously at the blackish-red energy on the humanoid monster's body used to resist the Divine Light Energy. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound rang out as a weapon swiftly sliced through the air. The humanoid monster's arm transformed into a tentacle with a bone blade at the end, piercing directly through Agni's protective Divine Light Energy and severing his body in half. An Emperor-level creature. Agni's face contorted with fear. He dared not linger any longer and immediately used another Divine Light Energy core, gaining a burst of Divine Light Energy before flying towards Brahma Mountain at top speed. Agni's missing lower body, now devoid of Divine Light Energy protection, had mutated into a twisted monster. "He's already run away," the Flesh and Blood Man said, slightly taken aback as he watched Agni suddenly transform into a golden light and disappear into the sky. However, he didn't intend to give chase. There are still many survivors in the city waiting to have their imperial favor desecrated. He doesn't need to waste time chasing after just one. Besides, once he's scattered the imperial favor across the entire island to find their guardian Leviathan, the survivor kings of Sea Area 6 won't be able to ignore it. He can wipe them all out then. Brahma, the supreme god. Agni, now only half a body, flew directly to the Brahma palace and called out loudly. With a boom, the heavy golden doors slowly opened, and a figure radiating dazzling golden light, appearing extremely holy, emerged. This figure was none other than the great god Brahma. What happened? The great god Brahma asked calmly. He had actually heard the commotion outside, but hadn't paid attention, because there were still 5 survivor kings on the main island. He couldn't concern himself with every little thing. Lord Brahma, a strange creature of flesh and blood has entered the city. One of them, a humanoid monster, seems to possess emperor-level energy, Agni said quickly. Was your body severed by that creature? Brahma frowned slightly, as he looked at Agni's wound. Yes, Agni replied, noticing Brahma's expression. He looked at his own wound and discovered that tiny, writhing tendrils of flesh were writhing there. This? Agni's face showed horror. Just as he was about to speak, a golden energy blade sliced through his navel. Agni, now only half a body, had been cut off another 5 centimeters. The twisted tendrils on the wound, carrying his severed body, crawled away into the distance. Whoosh! Another golden energy blade flew out, striking the twisted tendrils and obliterating them completely. Chapter 12:23. Thank you, Lord Brahma, for helping me remove these strange flesh and blood, Agni said devoutly, though his heart was pounding wildly. The instant the divine energy blade flew towards him, he thought he was going to die. Fortunately, the merciful Lord Brahma only wanted to remove a portion of his mutated flesh. Did you seal off the space of the main island? The great god Brahma asked, his voice devoid of emotion. At the same time, he released a stream of emerald green energy from his palm, channeling it into Agni's body. This emerald green energy was called rejuvenation energy, similar in effect to life energy, both having the function of healing injuries and repairing the body. Agni's missing half of his body quickly regenerated under the repair of the rejuvenation energy. Great Lord Brahma, thank you for your mercy. Agni quickly thanked the great god Brahma for repairing his body with energy before answering the great god Brahma's question. Reporting to Lord Brahma, the space of the main island was not sealed by me. However, when I inquired with my subordinates just now, I discovered that the space of the main island seemed to have been sealed only after those strange creatures invaded the island. Therefore, I suspect, these strange creatures were likely deliberately lured here by someone. Agni stated his conjecture. Agni's words implied that there was a traitor on the main island in Sea Area 6, and a high-ranking one at that. The target was obvious, the remaining 4 lower-level gods. This time, the city on the main island was extensively destroyed by the strange creatures, and many survivors in District 5 died. Agni would certainly bear responsibility. Therefore, he might as well drag the other 4 lower-level gods into the mess as well. After all, such a major event had occurred on the main island, and the 4 lower-level gods hadn't stepped in to resolve it, clearly indicating they had their own agendas. However, such an action could also be labeled as treachery. Moreover, the appearance of those powerful, strange creatures, and the sealing off of the main island space did indeed hint at a conspiracy. Which direction is that emperor-level creature in? Brahma didn't rush to conclusions. The immediate priority was to eliminate the strange creatures wreaking havoc on the main island. In that direction, Agni quickly pointed to the direction he had come from. Brahma activated his divine light energy form, instantly transforming his entire body into a golden energy body, with a dazzling golden halo slowly rotating behind his head. Go and summon them to eliminate those strange creatures, Brahma said to Agni before flying away. The them in his words naturally referred to the other 4 lower-level gods, who hadn't yet emerged from the Divine Mountain Palace. Yes, your majesty. Brahma. Agni responded quickly, his body trembling slightly. He sensed a hint of displeasure in Brahma's words, meaning that if they failed to eradicate the strange creatures ravaging the city, they might face severe punishment. Agni dared not try any further tricks. He immediately used a divine light energy core to fly swiftly to the sacred mountain of the other gods, notifying the remaining 4 lower-ranking deities. Then, he and the others descended the mountain to expedite the removal of the strange creatures from the island. Whoosh! At that moment, a golden light, as dazzling as a shooting star, streaked across the night sky and landed instantly on an unnamed street in the city. The golden light was naturally Brahma in his divine light energy form. At the other end of the street, the flesh and blood man sat high atop a bizarre throne reconstructed from flesh and bone, leisurely bestowing his blessings. Another one, the flesh and blood man said calmly, but this time, he wouldn't let his opponent escape. Buzz! In an instant, a chaotic spiritual force erupted from the flesh and blood man's body. Simultaneously, numerous bone spurs rapidly extended from his chest, each coated with blackish-red energy. Just as the chaotic spiritual force enveloped Brahma, the bone spurs from the flesh and blood man's chest shot out, leaving streaks of blackish-red light in the night. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a flash, more than a dozen bone spurs, their surfaces coated with blackish-red energy, flew towards Brahma at incredible speed. Buzz! However, just as these bone spurs were about to strike Brahma's body, an even more dazzling divine radiance appeared before him. Buzzing! The bone spikes, imbued with blackish-red energy, clashed with the Emperor-level divine light energy, unleashing a violent buzzing sound. The surrounding houses, and the stone streets beneath their feet were instantly destroyed by the spreading powerful energy. After a few seconds of confrontation, the blackish-red energy clinging to the bone spikes was completely exhausted, and over a dozen bone spikes were instantly destroyed by the Emperor-level divine light energy. Whoosh! Then, the Emperor-level divine light energy shield in front of Brahma, under Brahma's control, transformed into an energy blade, swiftly slashing towards the flesh and blood man, seated high on the bone throne. Emperor-level energy. The flesh and blood man's voice carried a hint of shock. He hadn't expected that a survivor in Sea Area 6 would also possess Emperor-level energy. I never imagined that your 6th Sea region had developed to this extent. It truly surprises me. The flesh and blood man shouted, his body rapidly melting and merging into the flesh and bone throne beneath him. Glug! Glug! In an instant, the flesh and blood on the throne began to writhe violently, its form transforming from a throne into a twisted giant hundreds of meters tall. The twisted giant was extremely bloated, its entire body covered in haphazardly growing bone spurs and malignant tumors. Even more horrifying was its head, a mound of human heads. These heads were all alive, their faces displaying a variety of expressions, some screaming in agony, others laughing maniacally. Countless high-decibel, chaotic sounds combined to create a series of frenzied, demonic chants. You are the strongest in the 6th Sea region, aren't you? Why does your 6th Sea region refuse to blaspheme the Emperor's grace? The twisted giant's mound of heads uttered a bewildered voice, its words extremely chaotic, as if hundreds of people were speaking the same thing at different times. Whoosh! As the twisted giant uttered its incoherent words, its blade-like arm, composed of numerous bones, slashed fiercely at the incoming Emperor-level divine light energy blade. Boom! With a deafening roar, the twisted giant's bone-bladed arm, enveloped in black and red energy, exploded the instant it collided with the Emperor-level divine light energy blade. However, the destruction of the bone-bladed arm was nothing to the twisted giant. It would quickly regenerate. Chapter 1224. It's useless. Although you also possess Emperor-level energy, its strength is insufficient to kill me. Why not give up resisting and become part of the blasphemous Emperor's body, just like us from Sea Area 4? The twisted giant said, its skeletal arms now regrown. Sea Area 4? Blasphemous Emperor? Hearing the twisted giant's words, Brahma's face showed a hint of surprise. You're a survivor from Sea Area 4? Did you seal off the space of our main island in Sea Area 6? Brahma frowned slightly. That's right. Seeing that the other party seemed willing to talk to it, the twisted giant didn't attack again. It came to Sea Area 6 to spread blessings. If the survivors of Sea Area 6 agreed to become part of the blasphemous Emperor, it wouldn't need to attack them. You become like this, and you're still a survivor? Brahma asked, puzzled. This twisted giant, whose appearance was completely inhuman, could still use space lockdown tickets. Of course I'm a survivor. Does my magnificent form resemble a monster? The twisted giant said, its massive, pyramid-shaped head admiring its own graceful body with a puzzled expression. Have all the survivors in Sea Area 4 turned into something like you? Brahma continued to inquire. He needed to understand the situation in Sea Area 4 first, because the system interface revealed that there were still over 60 million survivors there. If all 60 million of them possessed that black-red, Emperor-level energy like the twisted giant before him, it would be catastrophic for C Area 6. No! The twisted giant immediately denied, his voice trembling with emotion. This answer relieved Brahma. Through his earlier clash between his Emperor-level divine light energy and the twisted giant's black-red energy, he was certain that the black-red energy's intensity was comparable to Emperor-level divine light energy. If all the survivors in C Area 4 possessed the black-red energy released by the twisted giant, then C Area 6 would have absolutely no chance of winning. No! Not like me, but becoming part of the blasphemous emperor. Those who gain the blasphemous emperor's favor will obtain true blasphemous power, and I am striving to obtain that power, the twisted giant said excitedly. Brahma's usually calm face widened involuntarily upon hearing the twisted giant's words. You mean, your strength is just ordinary in your C Area 4? Brahma asked gravely. Yes, as long as you are willing to become part of the blasphemous emperor, you too can possess the same powerful energy as me, the twisted giant said, his tone filled with anticipation. How about it? Let all the survivors of your C6 become part of the blasphemous emperor, the twisted giant continued. The twisted giant could also see the system interface, and therefore knew the number of survivors in C6, 180 million. If they could all become part of the great blasphemous emperor, he would gain even greater power. How did you arrive in RC6? Did you have some kind of tracking method? Brahma asked again. Do you want to join or not? If you join voluntarily, you can still maintain your consciousness, but if you refuse, then you will be unable to spread blessings for the great blasphemous emperor, the twisted giant said. Once you answer my question, we choose to join, Brahma said. Ha ha! A wise choice. The twisted giant's massive, pyramid-shaped head erupted in a cacophony of laughter. I didn't have the means to locate your C6, I arrived here by chance. But now it seems this is CSIX's good fortune. The twisted giant's voice grew increasingly frantic as he finished counting. Buzz. However, upon learning that C4 lacked the means to locate C6, Brahma immediately activated Divine Light Domain. Brahma's enormous, pale gold character attribute panel popped up and instantly slammed into the twisted giant. What are you doing? Weren't you supposed to be receiving a blessing? The twisted giant roared. Humph! How could I, a god, become a monster like you inhuman beings? Brahma sneered. This so-called survivor from C4, supposedly receiving a blasphemous imperial blessing, was not only disgusting in appearance, but also mentally unstable. Although he retained his consciousness, his behavior and logic were severely flawed. If he could control the so-called blessing, he might allow the commoners of C Area 6 to receive it, turning them into his army. But clearly, those survivors who accepted the blessing would only be controlled by the blasphemous emperor. Therefore, he had no choice but to destroy the twisted giant before him. As for the immense threat of the blasphemous emperor, Brahma wasn't too worried, because he already possessed emperor-level energy. Once the divine light Leviathan fully reached emperor level, his strength would increase dramatically. Even if the blasphemous emperor himself came, he was confident he could kill him. Brahma was so confident because he had already fought a Leviathan of emperor rank. Although he hadn't killed it, the Leviathan hadn't been able to inflict serious damage on him either. As the Lord of C Area 6, Brahma possessed extremely powerful strength and had naturally killed many Leviathans of king rank. Therefore, he had collected an emperor rank positioning card, called the Metal Emperor Positioning Card. The Metal Emperor Positioning Card positioned a Leviathan of emperor rank, the Metal Emperor, in a resurrected state. Brahma had already arrived at the Metal Sea area where the Metal Emperor was located and launched multiple attacks. Through these numerous battles, Brahma sensed that once the Divine Light Leviathan reached emperor rank, he could easily kill the Metal Emperor in its resurrected state. Therefore, in Brahma's eyes, the Emperor-class Leviathan wasn't particularly powerful. Even the blasphemous emperor in its prime wouldn't be much stronger than the Metal Emperor in its resurrected state. However, what Brahma didn't know was that the Metal Emperor in its resurrected state, located by the Emperor-class location card, was actually a newly promoted emperor. It belonged to the weakest tier among the Emperor-class Leviathans, lacking even its own Emperor's Law, making it incomparable to those Emperor-class Leviathans who possessed Emperor's Law. You dare deceive me. The twisted giant's already chaotic voice, due to its jumbled head, became extremely shrill in its rage, as if capable of piercing eardrums. Chapter 1225. Boom! But the next second, Brahma's pale golden character attribute panel collided with the body of the twisted giant. The black and red energy on the twisted giant's body clashed with the divine light energy emanating from the pale golden character attribute panel, and ultimately, the divine light energy was at a disadvantage. Bang! A burst of energy rang out, and the pale golden character attribute panel was bounced back, returning to Brahma and transforming into a golden divine light domain. Within the divine light domain, Brahma uttered a thought, and a 3-meter diameter light wheel appeared before him, his king-level weapon, the divine light wheel. The instant the divine light wheel appeared, Brahma poured his emperor-level divine light energy into it. Buzz! The next second, the divine light wheel erupted with a dazzling holy light, its diameter suddenly increasing to 100 meters, and began to spin rapidly, like a rapidly rotating blade wheel. Whoosh! The divine light wheel, imbued with emperor-level energy, shot out like a flying disc, slicing towards the twisted giant. In an instant, the divine light wheel struck the twisted giant. The energy blades formed from emperor-level divine light energy around the wheel spun rapidly, continuously cutting into the twisted giant's body. The black-red energy that had previously been able to contend with emperor-level divine light energy was now instantly sliced apart by the energy blades of the divine light wheel. Sizzle! The twisted giant's bloated body was cut in two by the divine light wheel. However, after the divine light wheel flew away, the two halves of the twisted giant's body stitched back together. The twisted giant hadn't suffered much damage. Brahma, of course, knew that this kind of physically based cutting attack couldn't completely kill the twisted giant. Therefore, his attack was merely a means for him to unleash a killing move and prevent the opponent from relying on him. Brahma's divine light domain has a simple effect. It can compress divine light energy into emperor-level energy. The attack using the divine light wheel earlier was to buy time by compressing more emperor-level divine light energy through the divine light domain, and now he has compressed enough. Dare to defile this sacred land, accept divine punishment. Brahma, radiating holy light, channeled all 100 streams of emperor-level divine light energy he had just compressed into the divine light wheel. Buzz! In an instant, the divine light wheel, shining like a star, soared into the dark sky, its radiant holy light illuminating almost the entire main island. Divine Shadow's celestial image. Brahma shouted, then clasped his hands together. Boom! A booming energy wave, like the tolling of a bell, resounded from the divine light wheel high in the sky. Suddenly, the divine light wheel, only 3 meters in diameter, abruptly grew to 10,000 meters. Immediately afterward, a vast amount of divine energy was released from the wheel, forming a 30,000-meter-tall energy phantom in the sky. The phantom's form was none other than Brahma, and the 10,000-meter-tall divine light wheel formed a halo of light behind it. Instantly, an extremely powerful aura spread throughout the entire island. The strange creatures chasing survivors in the city were all terrified by the aura emanating from this enormous energy phantom. Those survivors who witnessed this scene all knelt on the ground, praying devoutly. Divine wrath! Brahma roared. As soon as Brahma finished speaking, an angry expression appeared on the face of the enormous energy phantom in the sky. One of its hands, clasped together in front of it, clenched into a fist, and it swung its arm, smashing it fiercely down at the twisted giant below, which resembled an ant. Boom! The divine fist descended from the sky, tearing through the air, and crashing down with devastating force. Buildings tens of thousands of meters in diameter above the island were blown away by the terrifying shockwave. Crack! Crack! The island's ground cracked inch by inch under the force of the divine fist. Boom! The divine fist slammed down, instantly unleashing a blinding holy light that illuminated the dark sky. The twisted giant's figure was instantly obliterated the moment it was enveloped by the divine fist, vanishing along with the island within tens of thousands of meters below and the hundreds of thousands of meters of seawater beneath. Whoosh! As the attack ended, the divine energy continuously rising from Brahma's body gradually dissipated, and the enormous phantom in the sky also disappeared. Buzz! As Brahma withdrew his divine light domain, a beam of divine energy suddenly shot out from behind him, entering the massive void created by the powerful energy blast below. Then, the divine energy transformed into a sphere of light, flying towards Brahma. Within this sphere was a fleshy growth the size of a marble, imprisoned within. This blasphemous emperor is truly unruly, daring to expand the sea territory without authorization, a voice echoed in Brahma's mind. What is this? Brahma asked. A wisp of the blasphemous emperor's primordial energy. Deal with it yourself, the voice replied again in Brahma's mind. This voice belonged to the guardian Leviathan, the divine light Leviathan, of Sea Area 6. When the divine energy sphere landed in Brahma's palm, he also received the system description information for the blasphemy egg. Using it will cause uncontrollable mutations and drive one into madness? Naturally, Brahma didn't intend to use such a dangerous item, nor did he plan to let the survivors of Sea Area 6 use it. However, The egg of blasphemy now had another use. Let me see how strong you are, ruler of Sea Area 10. Brahma looked at the egg of blasphemy in his palm, a faint smile playing on his lips. On the morning of the 487th day, Zhou emerged from his frozen state. After leaving a large amount of abyss-level creature meat for the Rainbow Emperor, he returned to his stomach wall space and began feeding the illusion scale. Shortly after feeding, as Zhou was preparing to continue his journey to the colorful bubble space to use the energy-gathering ice crystal to condense energy, he received a private message. The message was from Chenke. She explained that while exploring outside, she had encountered a king-level Leviathan creature. The king-level Leviathan's energy intensity was quite high, comparable to that of gilded energy. Chenke's highest intensity energy was gilded energy, but it was completely insufficient to harm the king-level Leviathan, so she sought Zhou help. Energy equivalent to gilded energy. Zhou wasn't too concerned, so he prepared to send Chenke a blade of rending flames and let her handle it herself. But just as Zhou was about to send the blade of rending flames, Chenke sent him the information about the king-level Leviathan. After reading the information about the king-level Leviathan, Zhou expression froze. Furnace Leviathan! Zhou exclaimed excitedly, because one of the materials required for the overpressure furnace blueprint was called Furnace Crystal Core. Chapter 1226. Furnace Leviathan Stage, Adult. Length, 1 million meters. Weight, 373 trillion tons. Food type, lava. Description: a king-level Leviathan living in the blazing flame domain of the Endless Sea. Its entire body is composed of lava. Upon death, it gathers all its energy into its core and self-destructs, yielding a furnace crystal core. As expected, it's a king-level Leviathan that produces furnace crystal cores. Zhou's expression brightened after reading the furnace Leviathan's information. If he could successfully obtain the furnace crystal core this time, he would have collected 3 of the 4 materials needed for the overpressure furnace blueprint. I go with you. Zhou quickly sent a message to Chenke. Soon after, Zhou received an invitation from Chenke to travel together. After instructing Phantom Scale to proceed carefully towards the Divine Speed Sea, he teleported to Chenke's side with Mini Phantom Scale. Glug! Glug! Zhou and Gang emerged from the teleportation beam and immediately felt an intense heat. The surrounding seawater was boiling, the surface a white expanse of steam rising from the high temperature. At this moment, Chenke's illusory Leviathan was swimming rapidly, the thick steam impacting her body and instantly soaking Zhou Wenong's dry clothes. Boss Zhou, Chenke greeted Zhou and Gang, then pointed behind her. Through the dense steam, a red light could be seen, and the hissing sound of seawater rapidly evaporating could be heard. Upon learning that Zhou and Gang was coming along, Chenke immediately moved away from the furnace Leviathan with her illusory Leviathan to avoid being attacked as Zhou and Gang approached. Currently, Chenke is directing her illusory Leviathan to draw the furnace Leviathan behind her into a circle within an area approximately 10 million meters in diameter. The reason Chenke's illusory Leviathan can outrun the furnace Leviathan's pursuit is because she uses the sea-turning fork to unleash sea-turning energy, accelerating her illusory Leviathan. Whoosh! Suddenly, a burst of flames erupts from behind, instantly drying the thick water vapor as the churning lava-like flames surge forth. The rolling, viscous lava-like flames, like a raging torrent, carrying intense heat and an all-consuming force, crashes towards Chenke's illusory Leviathan. This isn't the first time Chenke has been attacked by the furnace Leviathan. She immediately injects energy into the sea-turning fork, preparing to manipulate the surrounding seawater to block the fiery energy. Whoosh! Just as Chenke raised the sea-turning fork, a 7-colored light shone from beside him, followed by a 7-colored energy blade that hurtled towards the giant wave of fiery lava. The 7-colored energy blade grew larger as it flew, reaching a length of 10,000 meters by the time it collided with the giant wave of fiery lava. Boom! The 2 king-level energies collided, resulting in a violent explosion. The terrifying shockwave dispersed the water mist within a radius of millions of meters. After the terrifying shockwave, a king-level energy shockwave carrying immense destructive power followed, naturally hitting Chenke's illusory Leviathan first. However, Chenke did not erect an energy shield for his illusory Leviathan, because a layer of 7-colored energy light already surrounded it. You just take the transformed Leviathan and leave. I deal with this king-level Leviathan. Zhou's body had already entered auspicious energy form. After saying this, he soared into the sky towards the location of the furnace Leviathan. The water mist was dispersed by the shockwave from the explosion, and Zhou could see the colossal creature, its body flowing with lava, millions of meters away. This colossal creature was entirely composed of lava, its shape resembling an active volcano continuously erupting lava. Numerous lava tentacles extended from beneath its volcano-like body. When the lava tentacles touched the scorching red-hot seabed, the seabed would immediately melt into lava, which would then be absorbed into the body by the hollow, tubular tentacles inside. Where is the furnace crystal core located inside the furnace Leviathan? Zhou, his figure radiating a seven-colored glow, hovered high in the air, watching the furnace Leviathan rapidly moving across the seabed below, pondering this question. Forget it, whatever, just kill it first. Zhou words had barely left his lips when his figure blurred, transforming into a streak of light, and hurtling towards the lava Leviathan below at incredible speed. However, just as Zhou approached the lava Leviathan, one of its magma tentacles suddenly rose, unleashing a scorching flame towards Zhou, who was hurtling towards him from the sky. Zhou completely disregarded this fire attack, raising his hand to unleash a lucky energy blade. Whoosh! The lucky energy blade sliced the flame from the lava Leviathan in two, then struck the magma-like body below, leaving a gash tens of thousands of meters long and several thousand meters deep. However, this injury was nothing to the furnace Leviathan. Its entire body was composed of lava, and the 10,000-meter-long auspicious energy blade striking it was like cutting flowing water with a steel knife, utterly meaningless. However, Zhou didn't think his attack could harm the furnace Leviathan either. He had only created the wound to facilitate his entry into its body. By this time, Zhou had successfully entered the furnace Leviathan's body through the wound. He immediately donned the True Sense mask, activated the True Sense trait, and released his mental power to search for the furnace Leviathan's brain or heart. Glug! Glug! The furnace Leviathan's body was like a lake of lava, with scorching king-level flame energy surging in from all directions, like flowing water, constantly consuming the auspicious energy Zhou had used for protection. After consuming over 100 strands of auspicious energy, Zhou had used his mental power to thoroughly examine the entire body of the furnace Leviathan. He discovered that the furnace Leviathan's body contained only a lava sphere resembling a core, lacking a brain and stomach cavity. Looks like an elemental king-level Leviathan, Zhou murmured. But now another problem arose. Where was the furnace crystal core? Could the core of the furnace Leviathan be called the furnace crystal core? Zhou wondered, since he had only found the lava sphere resembling a core within the furnace Leviathan's body. But based on his previous experience, the energy source of Leviathan creatures was always called a core. There had never been ions with other names. While pondering, Zhou had already arrived before the lava sphere. This lava sphere was approximately 3,000 meters in diameter, which was enormous to Zhou. Chapter 1227. Boom! Just as Zhou was about to reach out to the massive lava sphere in front of him to gather information, the sphere suddenly released a burst of energy, pushing him away. Immediately afterward, the massive lava sphere, 3,000 meters in diameter, began to rapidly shrink, and the fiery energy in the surrounding magma suddenly began to converge towards it. It's about to self-destruct. Zhou expression changed. He was about to rush forward to retrieve the core. Wouldn't a self-destruction mean losing a king-level core? But at that moment, he suddenly noticed that as the lava sphere shrank, it was transforming into a crystal. Could it be that the furnace crystal core was created when the furnace Leviathan self-destructed? Zhou suddenly wondered. With this in mind, Zhou stopped rushing to retrieve the furnace Leviathan's core to stop its self-destruction. Instead, he stayed where the core was, enveloping it with his mental energy and carefully observing the core's changes. Even if the Leviathan of the furnace self-destructed, its energy intensity wouldn't reach the level of an emperor-grade energy, so Zhou wasn't worried at all. Crack! 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 As the flame energy within its body was rapidly drained, the Leviathan of the furnace's lava-like body gradually solidified from the outside in due to the loss of heat, transforming into a massive obsidian mountain. The core inside, having absorbed all of its own flame energy, had shrunk from a massive 3,000-meter diameter to 10 meters, and had crystallized completely, becoming a fiery red spherical crystal. Buzz! The instant the spherical crystal took shape, a powerful energy fluctuation was released from within it, accompanied by an aura of destruction. Whoosh! Just as the spherical crystal was about to explode, Zhou rushed forward and touched it. Ding! Obtained Furnace Crystal Core X1. As the system notification sounded in Zhou's mind, a blue light appeared on the surface of the Furnace Crystal Core, and the destructive aura it had released vanished instantly. The world system is still powerful, Zhou said with a smile, seeing the Furnace Crystal Core stop exploding. After storing the Furnace Crystal Core in the system interface, Zhou flew away from the corpse of Furnace Leviathan, which had now transformed into a giant obsidian mountain. At this time, Most of the Obsidian Mountain's body had been swallowed by the surrounding floodwaters, with only a small portion protruding above the surface, forming an obsidian island. Having successfully obtained the furnace crystal core, Zhou Wen didn't linger in this area. He sent a message to Chenku, informing her that Furnace Leviathan had been dealt with, and then ended his journey, returning to his stomach wall space. During Zhou Wen's battle with the Furnace Leviathan, the mini phantom scale was held in his hand the entire time. Because Zhou Wen was protected by auspicious energy, the mini phantom scale was unaffected by the Furnace Leviathan's fiery energy. After returning to the phantom scale's stomach space, Zhou Wen placed the furnace crystal core into the golden storage cabinet. Once he had collected the last material needed for the overpressure furnace blueprint, he could begin crafting the Parker crystal. Meanwhile, during Zhou Wen's fight against the Furnace Leviathan, a survivor from Zone 5 named Rohit in Sea Area 3 received a mission from Sea Area 6 to gather as many survivors as possible on the main island of Sea Area 3. If you can complete the task I have given you, when I conquer Sea Area 10, you will become the new god of Divine Realm 6. Brahma personally sent this message to the survivor from Zone 5 of Sea Area 3. I guarantee to complete the task you have given me, great god Brahma. Rohit replied excitedly. Rohit had already learned about Brahma's power from the survivors in Sea Area 6, who had been in contact with him, so he had no doubt about Brahma's promise. When he received this task, he even began to imagine himself becoming a god and receiving the worship of countless lowly people. Therefore, after ending his conversation with the great god Brahma, Rohit immediately sent a message in the regional chat channel of Zone 5. I just received a mission from Brahma, the god lord of Domain 6. Everyone needs to gather on the main island. Come back, and do your part for the great Brahma. Great. That great being is finally going to take over Domain 3. Ha ha ha. I make those survivors from other domains, who look down on us kneel down and kowtow to us. Don't forget, there are also those bastards who enslave us in Domain 10, the king of Domain 10. The mission issued by Rohit was met with enthusiastic responses from the survivors of Domain 5, without a single person even asking what the mission's purpose was. Soon after, a large number of survivors from Domain 5 used travel tickets to return to their domain sub-island and began heading towards the main island. Originally, these survivors from Domain 5 planned to travel directly to the main island together, but after Wan Wenqing, the administrator of Domain 3, learned of this, he suspected that Domain 5 might be planning something big. Therefore, he immediately sent an order in the regional communication channel, forbidding any survivors from traveling with the survivors from Domain 5. Survivors from other areas in C3 already disliked these survivors from C5, so they naturally obeyed Wan Wenqing's orders. Therefore, most of the survivors from C5 had to first travel to their respective sub-islands before heading to the main island. However, when these survivors from C5 arrived at the entrance to the main island of C3, they were stopped by the guards. A conflict broke out between the survivors from C5, who were eager to complete the Brahma God quest in C6, and the guards. But these guards were all Wan Wenqing's men, far stronger than the survivors from C5. After more than a dozen of them were killed by the guards, the survivors from C5 retreated back to their own sub-island. Survivor from C5, you bunch of lackeys from C10. I won't let you get away with this after Brahma God descends. A survivor from C5, whose leg had been broken by a guard, cursed in the C3 regional chat channel. Survivors from Zone 5, listen up, everyone in the regional chat. The great god Brahma from C6 is about to descend. If you know what's good for you, come with us into the main island, otherwise you all die. However, despite sending numerous threatening messages in the regional chat, survivors from other zones refused to join them. Since we can't get into the main island, let's gather on our own sub-island. Rohit messaged in the Zone 5 chat. Chapter 1228. While survivors from other districts 5 were cursing Wan Wenqing and the king of the 10th sea in the regional chat channel, Rohit remained silent because he was afraid of dying. The great god Brahma had promised him a new godhood. He couldn't die on the path to godhood. District 5 survivors. All survivors from District 5 will gather on our sub-island. Those from other districts who wish to join can come to our sub-island. Rohit sent this message in the regional chat channel. Since they couldn't gather on the main island, they would gather on their sub-island. In his view, the effect should be the same. After a while, in the center of the sub-island of District 5, a dense crowd of survivors gathered, as if on a pilgrimage. 99% of these survivors were from District 5, only a small number were from other districts. Standing atop the high platform built on golden foundations, Rohit looked down at the dense crowd below and suddenly felt a sense of superiority, second only to the Emperor. His head unconsciously tilted high. Great Brahma, your task is complete. Rohit didn't inform Brahma of his change of gathering location, but directly reported that he had completed the task. Excellent, your efficiency is very satisfactory. I will send you an item shortly. Use the space lockdown ticket immediately upon receiving the item via email, and then retrieve the item from the email, Brahma said. Remember, after using the space lockdown ticket, immediately claim the item from the email. It's what will make you a god. Brahma emphasized this to prevent Rohit from seeing the item's information in the email. I become a god. Rohit's eyes blazed with ecstatic joy. Rest assured, I will fulfill your orders perfectly, Rohit exclaimed excitedly. Shortly after sending his message, Rohit received an email from the great god Brahma. Without even reading it, he used a spatial lockdown ticket to seal off the entire island's space and retrieve the item from the email. Ding! Obtained blasphemous egg X1. The moment the blame egg appeared in Rohit's hand, he received the relevant information. Seeing that he could obtain Emperor-level energy, he trembled with excitement. However, when he saw the caution message following the description, his expression changed drastically. An uncontrollable mutation will occur, your mind will descend into madness. Rohit immediately realized this was no good, so he tried to put the blame egg back into the system interface. But when he looked at his hand holding the blame egg, it had become a horribly distorted shape. What's going on? Before he could finish the word what's going on, Rohit's vision began to spin on its own. Him! What's wrong with him? At that moment, a survivor below the golden platform cried out in alarm, because Rohit's head on the platform was spinning and rising, while his body was undergoing bizarre mutations. As Rohit's limbs began to mutate violently, his stomach was expanding rapidly, and something inside seemed to be writhing wildly. Suddenly, with a bang, Rohit's rapidly expanding stomach exploded, and his worm-like intestines, along with bursting flesh and blood, scattered among the crowd below. Survivors who came into contact with the writhing intestines, bits of flesh, and blood mutated into twisted monsters within seconds, attacking those around them. Ah! Run! What are these things? Help me! I don't want to become a monster. Is the island sealed off? When the survivors realized that contact with Rohit's body tissue would turn them into monsters, everyone rushed away from the golden platform. Most considered leaving, but all they received was a warning that the space was sealed off. How could this be? Wasn't Brahma supposed to descend? Who sealed off the space? Unseal it! It's a trap! That Brahma from C6 never intended to help us, they never considered us as their own. Some finally realized it was all a conspiracy by C6, but it was too late. Many of these survivors were not strong enough to escape the mutated monsters, they were simply slaughtered. Even if one or two powerful individuals possessing abyss-level energy could withstand the mutated monster's attacks, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Ha ha! This is a blessing. At this moment, on the golden platform, Rohit's body had twisted into a fleshy monument, his contorted head emitting a shrill laugh. Simultaneously, a chaotic spiritual force spread outwards from him, instantly engulfing the survivors, who were still running towards the edge of the island with all their might. The next second, all the survivors went into a frenzy. Some chopped off their own heads, some turned and charged into the horde of mutated monsters, and some disemboweled themselves, weaving their intestines into crowns to wear on their heads. Ha ha ha! I become a god! I become a god! Ha ha ha! Rohit, now a blood-soaked monument on the golden platform, writhed and laughed maniacally. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen received a report from Luan Wenqing, the administrator of Sea Area 3. Great King of Sea Area 10, the survivors from District 5 seem to have received some kind of instruction from Sea Area 6, wanting to gather on the main island, but they were all stopped by my subordinates. Later, those people began to gather on their own sub-islands, so I sent several subordinates to investigate. But for some reason, those survivors from District 5 seemed to have sealed off the island, and my subordinates suddenly lost contact, and now, they are dead. Luan Wenqing reported in detail. It seems they really have sent people from Sea Area 6, Zhou Wen mused. Then, Zhou Wen traveled to Sea Area 1 through Chenghui, having the Golden Flame Leviathan attack him with its Golden Flame energy, accumulating a large amount of Fire Ion energy within his body. I'm coming with you. After accumulating enough Fire Ion energy, Zhou Wen sent a message to Luan Wenqing. Soon, Zhou Wen received the invitation to travel with them, clicked accept, and was teleported to Sea Area 3. After learning from Luan Wenqing the location of the survivor sub-island in Zone 5, Zhou Wen transformed into a blazing crimson light and rushed towards the sub-island where the survivors of Zone 5 were located. Chapter 1229. Whoosh! The crimson light in the sky rapidly approached the fifth sub-island in Sea Area 3, its outline expanding continuously. Buzz! Just as the crimson light was about to land on the edge of the fifth sub-island, a surge of spiritual energy spread out, instantly enveloping the entire sub-island. What is this? The rapidly flying crimson light in the sky suddenly paused. Zhou, enveloped in a large amount of fiery ion energy, showed a look of surprise. Zhou initially thought that Sea Area 6 was making some major move on the fifth sub-island, but when his spiritual energy swept across the entire sub-island, he found it covered entirely with bizarrely shaped, twisted creatures. At this moment, there were no living people left on the island. I already dealt with that desecrated egg, so why is this kind of flesh and blood mutation still occurring in Sea Area 3? Zhou said with a somewhat grave expression. At the end of the 14th treasure hunt trial, Zhou burned the desecrated egg inside the Leviathan of the desecrated town, and specifically checked the bodies of the 8 survivors, finding nothing abnormal. It seems the people in Sea Area 6 also encountered those twisted creatures, Zhou said, his face darkening. Since he had already eliminated all the risks of the desecrated egg contamination, it was impossible for mutated monsters to appear in Sea Area 3. Combined with Ruan Wenqing's report of the unusual activity of the survivors in Zone 5, these mutated creatures that suddenly appeared in Sea Area 3 must be related to Sea Area 6. Those guys from Zone 6. Zhou voice carried a hint of anger. These mutated monsters are extremely contagious. Once they spread to the survivor areas, it would cause a great disaster, even worse than a direct attack from the survivors of Sea Area 6. Buzz! Zhou used his mental power to scan the entire sub-island again, confirming that no mutated creatures had yet left the island and entered the sea. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Zhou flashed to the center of the sub-island. Scanning the twisted fleshy spike on the golden platform below with his mental power, he confirmed that the egg of blasphemy was inside this twisted fleshy spike. Whoosh! Instantly, Zhou's entire body burst into crimson flames. Just as he was about to incinerate all the mutated monsters in one go, he hesitated. These twisted monsters might be encountered by survivors in Sea Area 10 in the future. In that case, let Jiang Haitao and the others practice. Zhou thought to himself, flying out of the sub-island's range and landing on the sea. He immediately used a travel ticket. The next second, 5 blue lights lit up around Zhou. Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Lung Liang, Chen Ke, and Cheng Hui appeared simultaneously from the blue light. Zhou quickly explained the dangers of the strange creature to the 5 people, then gave each of them a platinum flame energy core to cleanse their bodies of the strange energy if it invaded their bodies. Alright, I covered all the precautions. These strange creatures may appear again in the future, so this is just a quick familiarization session. After saying this, Zhou had the 5 people disperse and enter the 5 sub-islands. After the 5 people entered the sub-islands from 5 directions, forming an encirclement, Zhou flew back to the center of the sub-island and then enveloped the entire island with his mental power. The chaotic mental power released by the source aberration creature possessing the desecrated egg within it even caused him to momentarily slow down. If Jiang Haitao and the others were struck by chaotic mental energy, the delay would likely be longer, potentially putting them in danger. Therefore, he needed to keep an eye on them. At this moment, the 5 people who had entered the sub-island had already encountered the grotesque, distorted monsters. Besides Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao, Lung Liang, Chen Ke, and Chen Hui were all startled by these extremely distorted creatures. Chen Xian had experienced it before, so she was mentally prepared. Jiang Haitao, because of the bizarre shape of his Zhenhai bone and flesh great sword, was somewhat accustomed to such strange and grotesque creatures. Although Lung Liang and Chen Ke had heard about these grotesque monsters from Chen Xian, seeing them in person was still a shock, a psychological discomfort caused by their indescribably disgusting appearance. Cheng Hui, completely unprepared, was genuinely startled when he first saw them. The visual impact was simply too strong, almost making him vomit. Soon, the 5 were engaged in battle with the mutated creatures. In truth, these creatures were easily eliminated by overcoming the physical discomfort and possessing king-level energy. The only precaution was to avoid being touched. Therefore, after the 5 got used to it, their speed in eliminating the mutated creatures increased rapidly, especially Cheng Hui, whose golden flame arrows, released from his golden flame bow, could burn large areas with a single arrow. However, Jiang Haitao was the fastest at eliminating them all, because his Zhenhai bone and flesh great sword could absorb even a trace of blood corruption energy from the mutated monsters. With a single strike, the mutated creatures, which could previously regenerate, were reduced to a pile of rotten flesh, completely losing their vitality. This Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword is actually specifically designed to attack these mutated creatures, Zhou Wen remarked in surprise. Gradually, the 5 of them increased their speed in clearing the mutated creatures, but this island, 100,000 meters in diameter, had previously housed 5 million survivors. It was impossible for just the 5 of them to clear them all in a short time. Seeing that the 5 of them were becoming increasingly skilled at killing the mutated creatures, Zhou Wen realized the training had been completed. He stopped hovering high in the air to observe, and instead descended directly to a point 1,000 meters above the island's center. The instant Zhou Wen landed, the twisted flesh spire on the golden platform below spotted him, and released a powerful burst of chaotic mental energy, attacking him. However, Zhou Wen was currently in his Starfall Leviathan form, his mental strength reaching the Emperor level. The twisted flesh spire's chaotic mental energy attack was completely ineffective against him. You also want to become a god? No. Only. Can I become a god? The twisted flesh spire writhed wildly, emitting an extremely piercing scream. Whoosh. 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 The several fleshy mountains surrounding the twisted fleshy monument began to mutate violently, transforming into thousands of meters-long skeletal tentacles. These tentacles lashed out at Zhou Wen in the sky, their surfaces coated with blackish-red Imperial-level energy. However, the instant these tentacles approached Zhou Wen's body, the blackish-red energy on their surfaces vanished instantly. Deprived of its protection, the tentacles were ignited by the intense heat and reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1230. The intensity of the flame ion energy on Zhou Wen's body was far greater than the intensity of the black-red blood-corrupted energy. Even if Zhou Wen hovered motionless in the sky, allowing these twisted monsters to attack him continuously, he wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. In fact, these twisted monsters would be ignited by the terrifying heat surrounding him, burning them to ashes. However, Zhou Wen didn't want to waste any more time. With a flash, he landed directly in the center of the island. At this moment, the center of the island, piled high with the flesh and blood of survivors, had become a sea of blood and flesh. But the instant Zhou Wen landed, this sea of blood and flesh seemed to be ignited like gasoline, bursting into flames. In an instant, the center of the island transformed into a sea of fire. Those twisted creatures, twisted flesh, writhing limbs, and severed bodies were all burned to ashes by the spreading crimson flames. Even the twisted flesh and blood spire, the vessel for the blasphemy egg, was reduced to charcoal amidst shrieks, while Zhou Wen enveloped the blasphemy egg within it with a surge of fiery ion energy. This time, Zhou Wen didn't immediately eliminate the blasphemy egg. The Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword could absorb blood corruption energy, while the blasphemy egg could continuously generate it. What would happen if the blasphemy egg were placed inside the Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword? Zhou Wen left the blasphemy egg to conduct an experiment. If the Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword could absorb all the blood corruption energy released from the blasphemy egg, then it could definitely become a true Emperor-level weapon. After Zhou Wen burned the twisted flesh and blood spire to ashes, the spatial blockade on the island was lifted, and the strange creatures suddenly froze in place, like robots that had lost their signal. After a period of time, all the mutated creatures on the entire sub-island were cleared away. Zhou Wen, through the system interface, informed Jiang Haitao and the other 4 to leave the sub-island, and then released a ball of fire ion energy, directly destroying the entire island to ensure nothing was missed. Give me the Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword. Zhou Wen approached the 5 and asked Jiang Haitao for the Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword. After absorbing a large amount of blood corruption energy, the Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword's blade strength had approached the Emperor level, and its appearance had become increasingly ferocious. The blade was split in 2, and the crack was filled with disordered, sharp, spiky teeth. The entire sword was writhing. Zhou Wen felt that if it absorbed enough blood corruption energy, it might actually become a living weapon capable of autonomous action. Hopefully, the energy will fuse, Zhou Wen thought to himself, then brought the desecrated egg, which was trapped in his right hand by the ball of fire ion energy, close to the blade of the Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword. Next, Zhou Wen withdrew the flame ion energy from the side of the Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword closest to the blade. After all, the desecrated egg was capable of autonomous movement, and if all the flame ion energy was removed, it might escape. The instant the flame ion energy on one side was removed, the desecrated egg burrowed directly into the blade of the Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword. However, just as a look of delight appeared on Zhou Wen's face, the desecrated egg, having just burrowed into the blade, passed through the hilt and quickly entered Zhou Wen's palm, which was gripping the hilt. However, Zhou Wen's expression didn't change much, because he was still in his Starfall Leviathan form, and the desecrated egg was able to enter his palm because he had deliberately withdrawn the flame ion energy from his left arm. Zhou Wen did this to see if the desecrated egg could still leave the blade and enter the user's body after merging with the Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword. After all, Zhou Wen intended to give the Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword to Jiang Haitao, but Jiang Haitao didn't have enough powerful Emperor-level energy to protect him, so this test was necessary. After the desecrated egg entered Zhou Wen's left arm, his left arm immediately mutated into a twisted creature. Furthermore, the desecrated egg continued to release blood corruption energy, attempting to corrode the rest of Zhou Wen's body, but when the blood corruption energy spread to his left shoulder, it collided with the flame ion energy and disappeared like water droplets falling on a red-hot iron. It seems there's no way to merge it with the Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword, Zhou Wen said with some disappointment, then prepared to release the flame ion energy to burn the mutated left arm, along with the desecrated egg within, to ashes. Just as Zhou Wen was about to act, the dead worm in his heart suddenly stirred. What's wrong with the dead worm? Zhou Wen used his mental power to examine his heart, and discovered that the dead worm had suddenly split into two, the smaller one seemingly trying to leave. Zhou Wen wasn't sure what the dead worm's purpose was, but he still let the smaller worm leave his heart. After leaving his heart, the smaller worm actually burrowed directly into Zhou Wen's mutated left arm, then transformed into a black light, and entered the desecrated egg. In an instant, his previously uncontrollable mutated left arm suddenly felt a connection with him. Zhou Wen's expression was somewhat surprised, because he could sense that the small deathly silent worm seemed to have controlled the desecrated egg. Could it be? A look of joy appeared on Zhou Wen's face, and then a thought flashed through his mind. The next second, the mutated left arm began to rapidly shrink, then returned to its normal form, appearing no different from his original left arm. Then, Zhou Wen's thoughts shifted again, and in an instant, his left arm rapidly mutated into a ferocious giant claw covered in bony spikes, with fingers like sharp knives, and the surface of this ferocious claw was also coated with blood-corrupted energy. Afterwards, Zhou Wen tried to transform his left arm into other shapes. Anything imaginable could be transformed, except for some size limitations. Basically anything he wanted to become. I didn't expect the deathly silent worm to have this ability. I should have kept that desecrated egg from last time, Zhou Wen said with a smile, looking at his restored left arm. The 5 people watching from the sidelines wore puzzled expressions. They had been worried when Zhou Wen's arm suddenly underwent a drastic mutation, but now the change seemed to be under control. Alright, you could all go back now, Zhou Wen said, checking the Jinhai Bone and Flesh Greatsword in his hand. After confirming there were no problems, he handed it back to Jiang Haitao. Actually, the desecrated egg in his arm, controlled by the deathly silent worm, could have been given to his subordinates. Although the mutated appearance wasn't very appealing, it could release Emperor-level blood corruption energy. If his subordinates used it, they would essentially possess that energy as well. Chapter 1231. However, Zhou Wen was still unsure whether the desecrated egg was stable. What if the deathly silent worm could only control the desecrated egg for a limited time? On him, if something went wrong, he could quickly mobilize the deathly silent energy within his body to suppress the mutation. But on his subordinates, they might not have time to use the Platinum Flame Energy Core, because the desecrated egg's corrosive speed was far faster than a trace of bloodstained energy. The threat of mutation on the islands in Zone 5 of Sea Area 3 had been eliminated. Zhou Wen informed Ruan Wenqing, instructing him to strictly prohibit large gatherings of survivors in Sea Area 3, before teleporting to the Rainbow Bubble Sea area. Although the desecrated egg in his left arm was under Zhou Wen's control, he didn't know if his left arm had any corrosive effect on other creatures. He came to the Rainbow Bubble Sea area to test it out. Therefore, Zhou Wen extracted a piece of Abyss-level Leviathan flesh from the system interface and held it in his left hand. Zhou Wen waited a while, but the Abyss-class Leviathan flesh in his left hand showed no signs of change. What about this? Zhou Wen tried injecting a stream of blood corruption energy from his left arm into the Abyss-class Leviathan flesh. However, after a period of time, the flesh in his hand still didn't change. The blood corruption energy dissipated quickly after entering the flesh. Why isn't the blood corruption energy having any mutation effect? Zhou Wen asked, somewhat puzzled. Is it because of the deathly silent worm? Zhou Wen guessed, since the only variable was the deathly silent worm. Alright, it's good that the blood corruption energy has lost its mutation effect. It's safer that way. Zhou Wen stopped worrying about it. After all, if it really had a mutation effect, he would have to be more careful when using it in the future. After completing the experiment, Zhou stored the remaining flame ion energy within his body in his space distortion glove. It's time to demand an explanation from C6, Zhou said, his expression suddenly turning cold. Then, Zhou traveled to C7 via Abraham's companion, and used the system interface to teleport a 10,000-meter clone of the auspicious cloud Leviathan there. The survivors from C6 were able to reach C7, because C6 is closer to C7, so Zhou planned to use the Survivor World Location card in C7. With a thought, the Survivor World Location card in Zhou's hand dissipated into specks of light. Immediately afterward, an invisible energy rapidly spread outward from Zhou, covering the entire C7. Ding! Survivor World Location card successfully used, Survivor World 6 detected. This notification sounded in his mind, and Zhou's eyes lit up. Did you receive the notification? Zhou asked Abram beside him. Yes, Abram nodded. Find one of your subordinates on the main island, who is a Leviathan, and ask him how long it will take to reach Sea Area 6. Zhou continued. Abram's Leviathan has already left Sea Area 7 with him to explore the Endless Sea, so he can't accurately obtain the time required to travel from Sea Area 7 to Sea Area 6. It will take about 200 days, Abram said after obtaining the time from one of his subordinates. 200 days, at the speed of the Leviathan, it will take about 7 days, Zhou calculated in his mind. Then, he had his Leviathan clone, which stretched to 10,000 meters, split into a 1,000-meter clone, carrying Abram's subordinate and his illusory Leviathan, and fly towards Sea Area 6. All survivors in Sea Area 7 have received a notification that Sea Area 6 is being located. Survivors who have connections with Sea Area 6 will definitely inform them. Be careful lately, Zhou warned Abram. I will be careful, sir, Abram nodded. Before leaving, Zhou gave Abram a platinum flame energy core for emergency survival, then disengaged and returned to the stomach wall space of the Phantom Scale. After letting the Phantom Scale continue towards the Divine Speed Sea, Zhou teleported with the mini Phantom Scale to the colorful bubble space, and used energy-gathering ice crystal to condense energy. That evening, in the Brahma Palace on the main island of Sea Area 6, Brahma received a report from his subordinates about the consequences of the mutated creatures attacking Sea Area 3. What? Brahma's expression showed surprise after reading his subordinates' report. The seemingly weak king of Sea Area 10 had cleared out the mutated creatures from an entire island in just 2 or 3 hours. While clearing out mutated creatures from an island wouldn't take Brahma a minute, the fact that the king of Sea Area 10 could do so meant he also possessed Emperor-level energy. Could the rumors about Sea Area 10 be true? Brahma frowned. The rumor he was referring to was Zhou's killing of Emperor Silent. He hadn't believed such an absurd story before, but now, he was starting to believe it. It seems this Sea Area 10 is indeed not simple, Brahma murmured. Just then, he received another message. Someone in Sea Area 7 had used a Survivor World Location card to locate Sea Area 6. This Survivor World Location card must have been used by the king of Sea Area 10. Is he planning to attack my sea area? However, you have 200 days. Swim slowly, Brahma chuckled. After learning that the king of Sea Area 10 also possessed Emperor-level energy, Brahma decided against attacking Sea Area 10. It was too dangerous. He had survived this long because of his caution. He would never do anything risky. Having confirmed that the king of Sea Area 10 could not threaten him for the time being, Brahma continued to compress holy energy for the Divine Light Leviathan using the Divine Light domain. On the morning of the 488th day, Zhou emerged from his frozen state and returned to the Phantom Scale's stomach wall space to feed it. While using energy-gathering ice crystal, Zhou discovered that the desecrated egg in his left arm could also condense blood corruption energy through energy-gathering ice crystal. However, Zhou could only release blood corruption energy through his left arm, and his attack method was limited to attaching blood corruption energy to the mutated surface of his left arm. He couldn't use it freely. But this was normal, since blood corruption energy wasn't essentially his own energy. After feeding Huanlin, Zhou checked the news from the various survivor areas, paying particular attention to the reaction of survivor number 7. Based on some comments, Zhou could confirm that Brahma, in C number 6, already knew he had located C number 6, so when he attacked, the opponent would likely be prepared in advance. Today is day 488. In another 10 days, will Lung Liang arrive in the Withering Sea? Zhou suddenly thought. If only we could catch this Withering Emperor in the process of rebirth off guard and kill him in one blow, Zhou thought whimsically. Chapter 1232. I wonder if using the Rainbow Cube can make the Death Worm in my heart condense a strand of Death Emperor energy, Zhou pondered. The Rainbow Cube can continuously provide death energy, But the last time the Death Worm condensed Death Emperor energy, it absorbed nearly 100,000 strands of Death energy condensed by Miles. The intensity of the Death energy condensed by Miles was much higher than the Death energy Zhou Wen condensed himself, comparable to Flame Ion energy with 5 times the intensity. Therefore, to make the Death Worm condense a strand of Death Emperor energy using the Rainbow Cube, the Rainbow Cube would need to provide at least 200,000 strands of Death energy, but the Rainbow Cube certainly couldn't release that much. The Rainbow Cube might not be enough, but the Rainbow Origin should be enough, Zhou Wen murmured, looking at the Rainbow Origin in his hand. Zhou Wen had already planned it out. Once Lang Liang entered the Withered Sea and roughly pinpointed the location of the Withered Emperor's resurrection, he would use Void Escape to rush to the Withered Emperor and kill it with a single Deathly Silence Emperor energy blade. The most troublesome thing about a resurrected Emperor-class Leviathan is Emperor's Law. He absolutely couldn't let the Emperor-class Leviathan release its power, or it would be dangerous. If only I could find another resurrected Emperor-class Leviathan, Zhou Wen felt that using Rainbow Origin to condense Deathly Silence Emperor energy to kill only one Emperor-class Leviathan was a waste. Because according to the system introduction of Rainbow Origin, the energy it could provide could condense a large amount of Deathly Silence Emperor energy. With the immense power of the Deathly Emperor's energy, killing a resurrected Leviathan in a sneak attack should only require one strike, leaving the remaining energy wasted. Furthermore, Zhou Wen felt that the Deathly Emperor's energy condensed through the Rainbow Origin would likely dissipate eventually. Wait, if I only let the Deathly Worm absorb the Deathly energy released by the Rainbow Origin, will it be unable to take away the energy from the Deathly Worm's body once the Rainbow Origin is depleted? Zhou Wen suddenly asked. I try it then, Zhou Wen thought to himself. Then, Zhou Wen prepared to continue heading to the Rainbow Bubble Space to use the energy-gathering ice crystal to condense energy. He needed to go to Sea Area 6 in 6 days to confront Brahma, so he wanted to use these few days to condense as much Deathly energy as possible within his body. But just as Zhou Wen was about to teleport, he received a private message from Jiang Haitao. Brother Wen, 3 king-level Leviathan creatures have entered our Sea Area 10 from 3 directions. Each of you take one. If you can't handle it, then come with me, Zhou Wen said after thinking for a moment. He couldn't handle everything himself. It was time for Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lang Liang to deal with these king-level Leviathan creatures. Okay, Brother Wen. Jiang Haitao replied immediately. After ending the conversation with Jiang Haitao, Zhou Wen sent the 3 Blade Rift blades he had to Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lang Liang respectively. With their current strength, killing ordinary king-level Leviathan creatures with the Blade Rift blades shouldn't be a problem. Sometime later, Zhou Wen received 3 emails containing the cores of 3 king-level Leviathans and corresponding king-level treasure chests. The relatively weak king-level cores were useless to Zhou Wen, so he only glanced at the items in the king-level treasure chest. Having found nothing of value, he took 3 million evolution factors and sent the king-level cores and the remaining items from the treasure chest back. At the same time, Zhou Wen also sent the 3 of them a king-level Leviathan corpse containment sphere to collect the corpses of the king-level Leviathans they had killed. Soon, Zhou Wen received 3 more emails containing the corpses of 3 king-level Leviathans and 3 Blade Rift blades. With the crisis in Sea Area 10 resolved, Zhou Wen collected the items from the emails and teleported to the colorful bubble space with his mini phantom scale. Before using energy-gathering ice crystal to condense energy, Zhou Wen planned to further study his left arm, which had been mutated by the desecrated egg. He realized that his previous use of his mutated left arm seemed to have been too focused on treating it merely as an arm. In fact, his mutated left arm could completely detach from his body and transform into a mutated creature under his control. With this thought in mind, Zhou Wen's mutated left arm detached from his body and, under his control, rapidly transformed into a 3-meter-tall, bony-shelled, 4-limbed, humanoid monster. Go! Zhou Wen pointed forward, and the humanoid monster instantly became a blur, rushing out of the colorful bubble space. After exiting the colorful bubble space, the humanoid monster began to fall from the top of the energy rainbow tree, which was about 30,000 meters high. However, after Zhou Wen caused it to mutate a pair of fleshy wings, the humanoid monster successfully flapped its wings and took flight. Destroy the brain of this corpse. Zhou Wen left the colorful bubble space, flew to the edge of the rainbow bubble sea, placed the 3 newly acquired king-level Leviathan corpses, and then pointed at one of them, issuing an attack command to the humanoid monster. Whoosh! The humanoid monster immediately charged towards the king-level Leviathan corpse Zhou Wen had pointed to, its 5 fingers instantly extending sharp bone claws, coated with black and red blood-corrupted energy. Swish! The humanoid monster's bone claws easily sliced through the scales of the king-level Leviathan and burrowed into the corpse. But just as Zhou thought the humanoid monster would directly attack the head of the king-level Leviathan corpse, the humanoid monster began to destroy things randomly inside the corpse. Zhou thought for a moment and immediately understood the reason. The humanoid monster's behavior was controlled by the deathly silent worm within the desecrated egg, but the deathly silent worm had no idea where the king-level Leviathan corpse's brain was located, so it only carried out the command to destroy. Buzz! Zhou activated his true sense trait and released his mental energy to probe within the king-level Leviathan's corpse, locating its brain. At that moment, the humanoid monster, which had been randomly destroying things within the corpse, seemed to receive a signal and rushed towards the brain at incredible speed, quickly entering the brain cavity and beginning to damage it. Only when I use my mental energy to find the king-level Leviathan's brain can the humanoid monster pinpoint its location. This is a bit inconvenient. Zhou had originally intended to give this humanoid monster to Jiang Haitao and his group, but Jiang Haitao and his group didn't possess the true sense trait. Chapter 1233. Wait, when I killed Vic, I obtained a true sense steel seal, Zhou suddenly realized. Zhou had also previously obtained the corpse of a true sense Leviathan. Although he had fed the corpse to the energy rainbow tree, he still kept some bones, so he could use the bone marrow from the bones to create a true sense Leviathan gene potion. Poof! At this moment, a humanoid monster burst out from the king-level Leviathan corpse in front of Zhou, glided through the air for a distance, and then charged straight at Zhou. Zhou stood still, waiting for the humanoid monster to crash into him. But just as the humanoid monster, flapping its fleshy wings, was about to meet Zhou, its body rapidly melted into a gel-like substance, directly enveloping Zhou. Glug glug. The gel-like flesh and blood rapidly wriggled on Zhou's body, and in a short while, it transformed into a fleshy armor covered with bony spikes. This should be the correct way to use the mutated left hand, Zhou said with a smile, looking at his mutated left hand, which had detached from his body and transformed back into a humanoid monster. It's not good to keep calling it a humanoid monster. Since it's formed from blood corruption energy, let's call it a blood corruption beast, Zhou gave the humanoid monster a simple name. I just wonder if the blood corruption beast can generate blood corruption energy by consuming the flesh and blood of living beings after it detaches from my body. Zhou took out a piece of king-level Leviathan flesh and handed it to the blood corruption beast, letting it eat it. Previously, when the blood corruption beast was Zhou's left arm, it would absorb the blood from Zhou's body to condense blood corruption energy. After all, the desecrated egg couldn't generate blood corruption energy out of thin air. However, since he planned to hand the blood beast over to Jiang Haitao and his group later, he naturally needed to find another way to generate blood beast energy from the desecrated egg. He couldn't very well have them cut off their left arm every time they used it. While the blood beast was feeding on the flesh of a king-level Leviathan, he observed it with his mental power. The flesh entering the blood beast's abdomen wasn't digested, instead, it was absorbed by the desecrated egg, generating blood beast energy. We can generate blood beast energy through feeding, Zhou nodded. After completing these experiments, the blood beast transformed back into Zhou's left arm, attaching itself to his shoulder. Then, Zhou returned to the colorful bubble space to continue condensing energy. 3 days later, on the 491st day, inside the Brahma Palace on the main island of Sea Area 6. Metal Emperor, today is your death day, Brahma said, opening his golden eyes. Then, with a thought, he vanished from the Brahma Palace and instantly arrived on a gigantic island. This island was entirely constructed of various metals, with mountains composed entirely of the same metal element standing atop it. You lowly creature. You're courting death. The moment Brahma appeared on the metal island, a powerful spiritual force, filled with extreme rage, directly assaulted him. Today, you are the one who will die. Brahma completely disregarded the Metal Emperor's spiritual force, immediately activating Divine Light Energy form, and then unleashing True King's pressure, using Divine Energy. Buzz! In an instant, a gigantic, radiant phantom appeared in the sky, negating the suppressive effect of the Metal Emperor's spiritual force. Bang! 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 A series of deafening metallic clanging sounds suddenly echoed from within the metal island. Shortly afterward, a colossal creature resembling a hermit crab, its body composed entirely of various metals, its back covered in peak-like shells, charged rapidly towards Brahma's location. As this colossal creature moved, the material of the metal ground beneath its feet constantly shifted, sometimes gleaming gold, sometimes bright silver. It seemed that the metallic elements around this colossal creature underwent random transformations. This creature was none other than the Emperor-class Leviathan, the Metal Emperor. The Metal Emperor was currently only 10,000 meters long. This was because Brahma had repeatedly harassed it, prompting the Metal Emperor to forcibly revive in anger. However, as a newly ascended Emperor-class Leviathan, the Metal Emperor's Emperor-class energy was already weak. Furthermore, the forced revival further diminished its energy intensity, making it even weaker than the divine energy compressed by Brahma himself. The Metal Emperor was utterly helpless against Brahma. In their previous encounters, Brahma had repeatedly managed to severely injure the Metal Emperor, but the Metal Emperor, being a Leviathan of Emperor level and operating on his own territory, could rapidly recover from his injuries. The reason Brahma hadn't been able to defeat the Metal Emperor in the previous encounters was entirely due to his inability to deliver a fatal blow. Without a fatal blow, the Metal Emperor's body could continuously regenerate, making it impossible for Brahma to outlast him in terms of energy expenditure. But this time, he had stored 10,000 strands of divine energy within his body, enough to kill the Metal Emperor. Divine Light Domain, Brahma shouted, and a pale golden character attribute panel automatically popped up as he charged towards the Metal Emperor, who resembled a mountain peak. Bang! The moment Brahma's pale golden character attribute panel collided with the energy on the Metal Emperor's body, it flew back and transformed into a divine light domain. Boom! Then, Brahma's entire body erupted with holy light, releasing a large amount of holy energy, which was then channeled into the divine light wheel before him. This time, Brahma intended to kill the Metal Emperor in one strike, so he released all 10,000 strands of holy energy within his body at once. After enhancing their intensity through the king's domain, he then channeled them into the divine light wheel. Whoosh! Brahma rapidly injected the 10,000 strands of holy energy into the divine light wheel, which suddenly burst forth with holy light and quickly soared into the sky. At this moment, the Metal Emperor was less than 10,000 meters away from Brahma, and the energy field surrounding it, capable of randomly altering metallic elements, enveloped Brahma. This peculiar energy field surrounding the Metal Emperor could alter or directly extract metallic elements from living beings. However, Brahma was currently in his divine light energy form, his body being an elemental form, rendering his energy field ineffective. "You lowly planktonic creature, die before this emperor." The Metal Emperor roared, and the metal ground seemed to liquefy, surging like a giant wave that enveloped Brahma. Heh! Brahma chuckled coldly, and with a thought, the divine light wheel in the sky suddenly grew to 10,000 meters. "Divine punishment," Brahma murmured. The next instant, the 10,000-meter-tall divine light wheel in the sky released a terrifying aura, followed by the condensation of holy light within it. Chapter 1234. Buzz. In an instant, a beam of divine energy, 10,000 meters in diameter, was released from the divine light wheel, instantly enveloping the Metal Emperor below. The Metal Emperor attempted to use its own metallic energy to deliver this attack, but the strength of its metallic energy was inherently somewhat inferior to divine energy, especially since the divine energy consumed in this attack had been enhanced through the divine light domain. Boom! A violent energy roar resounded as the Metal Emperor's body was completely enveloped by the beam of divine energy. The powerful beam, after enveloping the Metal Emperor's body, also pierced through the metal island below. From a distance, the straight and radiant beam of divine energy resembled a colossal pillar supporting the sky, slanted into the metal island. A few seconds later, the blinding beam of divine energy dissipated, leaving only a bottomless crater in the metal where it had struck. The Metal Emperor was no longer visible. Above the massive metallic hole floated a cluster of metallic energy, which rapidly coalesced into a sphere displaying multiple metallic hues. Whoosh! Brahma flashed, seizing the metallic sphere. Ding! Obtained Metal Core X1. Humph! Even a Leviathan of the Emperor class is nothing special. Brahma looked at the metal core in his hand with some disdain. By the way, where's the treasure chest of this Leviathan of the Emperor class? Brahma spread his spiritual energy, scanning his surroundings, but couldn't find it. He then turned his gaze to the bottomless hole ahead. After a while, Brahma emerged from the metallic hole, holding a treasure chest gleaming with a metallic sheen, the very same metal treasure chest of the Metal Emperor. Although Brahma somewhat looked down on the Metal Emperor, this was the first time he had obtained a treasure chest from a Leviathan of Emperor rank, and he was still quite excited when he opened the metal treasure chest. Ding! Obtained Metal Emperor Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtained Emperor Crystal Amber X1. Ding! Obtained Metal Emperor Liquefied Armor X1. Ding! Obtained Metal Pattern Plate for Character Attribute Panel X1. Ding! Obtained Emperor Certification X1. Ding! Obtained Metal Constitution Attribute Frame X1. Brahma checked the information of these items one by one, and found that they were all good items, especially the Emperor certification. Since obtaining one Emperor certification when killing the Starfall Leviathan on the survival planet, more than 400 days had passed, and he had finally obtained another one. Then, Brahma returned to the main island of Sea Area 6 and immediately went back to his Brahma Palace. He went to the open-air platform at the top and took out the Emperor Crystal Amber. Divine Light Leviathan, will this be useful to you? Brahma had just obtained information about the Emperor's Crystal Amber, knowing it was an Emperor's essence, and Divine Light Leviathan was now just one step away from reaching the Emperor level. This is pure Emperor's essence? Give it to me. Divine Light Leviathan released a burst of divine light energy and took the Emperor's Crystal Amber from Brahma's hand. Recently, have the survivors in Sea Area 6 returned to the main island as much as possible. Once I absorb this Emperor's essence, I can recover to the Emperor level, and then I take you to my Emperor Sea Area. Divine Light Leviathan said to Brahma using his mental energy. Okay. Brahma was somewhat excited after hearing Divine Light Leviathan's words. Because Brahma knew that the Divine Light Leviathan was once an Emperor-level Leviathan named the Holy Emperor, and its Emperor Sea was the Holy Sea. Furthermore, the Divine Light Leviathan had told him that it possessed a holy tree in the Holy Sea, whose holy fruit was a level above the Divine Light fruit. According to the Divine Light Leviathan's calculations, a single holy fruit could allow all three of his attributes to break through to the 5th stage, and after consuming the holy fruit, he would also gain the ability to absorb holy energy from the Holy Sea. In other words, as long as Brahma remained in the Holy Sea, he would possess virtually unlimited holy energy. Of course, the Divine Light Leviathan would not allow Brahma to indefinitely consume the holy energy in its Emperor Sea, since the Emperor Sea was used for resurrection. Therefore, under normal circumstances, an Emperor-level Leviathan would not excessively extract energy from its Emperor Sea. 3 days later, on the morning of the 494th day, Zhou returned to his stomach wall space from the colorful bubble space. Shortly after feeding the illusion scale, he received a message from Abram. My lord, my men have entered Sea Area 6, but there's bad news. Speak directly, Zhou said. My men checked the messages in the Sea Area 6 regional communication channel and discovered that their Divine Light Leviathan seems to be about to reach the Emperor level. An Emperor-level Leviathan is extremely terrifying to Abram. The Divine Light Leviathan is about to reach the Emperor level? Zhou frowned slightly. His purpose in going to Sea Area 6 was to directly eliminate Brahma, and then leave the Divine Light Leviathan behind. Because the Divine Light Leviathan has a very important symbiotic plant, the Divine Light Tree, whose Divine Light fruit is a valuable resource. However, if the Divine Light Leviathan were to become an Emperor-level Leviathan, he might not be able to defeat Brahma without using his trump cards. The Divine Light Leviathan probably hasn't evolved into an Emperor-level Leviathan yet. I need to take advantage of this time to get to Brahma and kill him quickly, Zhou thought to himself. He then teleported to Sea Area 1 through Chenghui, absorbed some golden flame energy from the golden flame Leviathan, and condensed flame ion energy. Next, Zhou obtained the portrait of one of Abram's subordinates and sent him a message asking him to accompany him. The next second, Zhou received a travel invitation and immediately accepted. After a flash of blue light, Zhou appeared high in the sky, with Abram's subordinate beside him. Looking ahead through the clouds, he could see a golden dot of light. That was the location of the main island of Sea Area 6. Auspicious Cloud Leviathan, take him to the edge of Sea Area 6, Zhou began. After Leviathan and Abram's men left, Zhou deactivated the flame ion energy on his left arm, transforming it into a blood beast with fleshy wings, and flew towards the main island of Sea Area 6. Meanwhile, on the main island of Sea Area 6, the survivors of District 5 were enjoying their daily lives of being served by slaves. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in the city, as if something heavy had fallen onto the streets. The loud noise immediately attracted the attention of the Golden Mountain Guards patrolling nearby, who rushed towards the sound. But when they arrived at the site of the explosion and saw the twisted monster gradually emerging from the dust, their faces filled with terror. Chapter 1235. The Monster from Before. The monster has appeared again! One of the Gold Mountain Guards shouted in terror, then turned and ran. The remaining Gold Mountain Guards, seeing their companion run, reacted quickly. They even activated their speed-related abilities, hoping to get away from the twisted monster as fast as possible. Last time, the twisted monsters invaded the main island, killing a large number of survivors. The terrifying appearance and assimilation abilities of those monsters left an indelible shadow on the survivors of Zone 5 on the main island of C6. Whoosh! However, the Gold Mountain guards had only just begun their escape when the twisted monster, covered in carapace, caught up with them in a flash. Swish! Black and red claw marks instantly pierced through the bodies of the Gold Mountain guards, and the next second, their bodies were torn apart. In an instant, limbs and severed parts were scattered all over the ground, and scarlet blood spurted from these scattered fragments, quickly staining the ground red. After killing the survivors, the blood-borne beast's body sprouted spiky tentacles. These tentacles then grabbed the scattered limbs and put them into its mouth. Crack! Crack! The blood-borne beast's mutated maw, filled with sharp teeth, rapidly chewed the flesh and bones within, producing a chilling sound of bone shattering. Meanwhile, on the main island, more and more survivors, out of curiosity, arrived at the blood-borne beast's landing site. However, upon seeing the beast's appearance, they all fled immediately. But apart from a few survivors, who escaped using the teleportation feature, the rest were all instantly killed by the blood-borne beast. Zhou order to the blood-borne beast was to kill every living thing it could see. Brahma of C6 had caused the deaths of over 5 million people in C3, so Zhou naturally wanted them to pay with their blood. Whoosh! 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 On the main island of C6, the blood-borne beast moved with ghostly speed, its black and red claw marks flashing constantly. Group after group of survivors were sliced to pieces by its claws. While killing survivors in C6, the blood-borne beast's tentacles were also constantly grabbing limbs from the ground and stuffing them into its mouth to condense blood-borne energy. Soon afterward, news of the twisted monster reappearing on the main island of C6 spread throughout the C6 regional communication channel. Upon learning this news, a large number of survivors on the main island immediately disbanded their companions and left the main island. Currently, the number of survivors on the main island of C6 has reached over 30 million. Almost all the survivors from Zone 5 have returned to the main island through companions. This is because 3 days ago, the great god Brahma issued a message ordering all survivors from District 5, who were exploring to return to the main island. Once the Divine Light Leviathan has recovered and become the Holy Emperor, he will lead these survivors to the Holy Sea. Therefore, the number of District 5 survivors on the main island is now 4 to 5 times greater than when the large influx of twisted monsters occurred. Almost all the cities on the island are populated by District 5 survivors. Bang! 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 The blood beast, relying on its hard carapace, rampaged through the city's buildings, killing any creature it encountered. Its once pale bony carapace was now stained red with blood. Whoosh! Just as the blood beast was about to charge into a villa area inhabited by high-caste survivors, a golden light suddenly shot down from the sky. Boom! The golden light struck the blood beast directly, unleashing a violent energy explosion. The one who released this attack was none other than Agni, the lower-ranking god of Sea Area 6. The golden light released by Agni was divine energy. Brahma already knew about the reappearance of mutated creatures on the main island, but after learning that these invading mutated creatures lacked the ability to assimilate survivors, he wasn't particularly concerned. Because after it killed the twisted giant from Sea Area 4 last time, all the other mutated creatures mutated from survivor corpses lost their assimilation ability. Therefore, Brahma assumed that this mutated monster that suddenly appeared on the main island might be a survivor that had escaped from the previous attack. As for why the suddenly appearing mutated monster was so aggressive, Brahma didn't know, but he didn't care to know. A mutated monster that had lost its assimilation ability couldn't cause much damage. He could simply send people to eliminate it. Damn it! How come we missed one? Agni in the sky said, his face grim. When he was in charge of the main island's defenses, the invasion of numerous mutated monsters had severely damaged his image with Brahma. Now, another one had been missed and not completely eliminated. His hopes of becoming a high god were now completely dashed. Who? Just as Agni was racking his brains for an excuse, the divine light energy that had exploded below was suddenly dispersed by a surge of blackish-red energy. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, a black and red figure rushed towards Agni at an incredible speed. This is... Upon seeing the black and red energy, Agni's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately activated a burst of divine light energy within his body and retreated at breakneck speed, flying directly towards the Brahma Palace. Agni's flight speed using divine light energy was extremely fast. The blood-dyed beast, relying on its mutated fleshy wings, couldn't keep up at all, so it gave up and continued killing the survivors in the city below. While fleeing towards the Brahma Palace, Agni also informed the Brahma God Lord through the system interface that the mutated monster could unleash Emperor-level energy. Could it be another survivor from Sea Area 4? Brahma frowned upon receiving the message. The fact that the mutated monster could unleash blood-dyed energy meant it possessed the blasphemy egg, so it could only be a survivor from Sea Area 4. It seems Sea Area 4 is very close to my Sea Area 6, Brahma thought to himself. Brahma had never considered that the suddenly appearing mutated monster might have been sent to their Sea Area 6 by the king of Sea Area 10. Because it takes 200 days to travel from Sea Area 7 to Sea Area 6, even if the monster possessed some method to increase its speed, it couldn't possibly arrive in just 7 days. Furthermore, the suddenly appearing mutated monster, despite possessing blood corruption energy, didn't use its assimilation ability, indicating that it was sentient and deliberately refrained from using it. After all, if it really was the desecrated egg sent by the king of Sea Area 10, the main island would have already been teeming with mutated creatures. What do the survivors from Sea Area 4 want this time? Brahma moved, transforming into a golden light and flying towards the city beneath the golden mountain. Chapter 1236. Soon, Brahma spotted the mutated monster wreaking havoc. However, he didn't rush to attack, wanting to see if he could persuade the survivor from Sea Area 4 to go to Sea Area 7 through conversation. Hey, you from Sea Area 4, can we talk? Brahma amplified his voice with divine light energy, then slowly descended from the sky onto a rooftop not far from the blood-dyed beast. However, upon seeing Brahma, the blood-dyed beast immediately attacked, its bone claws, imbued with blood-dyed energy, lashing out fiercely. Squeak! But when the blood-dyed beast's bone claws struck Brahma's body, a piercing metallic scraping sound rang out. This was because a set of metallic armor had suddenly appeared on Brahma's body. This armor was exceptionally hard, the blood-dyed beast's bone claws, imbued with blood-dyed energy, couldn't even leave a scratch on it. How about a chat? Brahma said casually. The intensity of the blood corruption energy was only barely at the Emperor level, while his metal Emperor liquefied armor was a true Emperor level armor, easily able to withstand the blood corruption energy. Bang bang bang. Before Brahma could finish speaking, the mutated monster in front of him seemed not to have heard him, continuing its attack. Its two bone claws swung back and forth, striking the metal Emperor liquefied armor with a series of ear-piercing metallic sounds. Do you understand human language? After enduring it for a while, Brahma grew annoyed and raised his hand, unleashing a beam of holy energy that directly struck the blood corruption beast. Boom! With a loud explosion, the blood corruption beast was sent flying by the holy energy, but quickly adjusted its position in midair using its mutated fleshy wings and charged back towards Brahma. It seems this survivor from Sea Area 4 lacks its own consciousness. Brahma also realized that the mutated monster before him seemed to be nothing more than a killing machine. Since that was the case, there was no need for further discussion. With a thought, Brahma summoned the divine light wheel and channeled a stream of holy energy into it. Under normal circumstances, the intensity of holy energy was comparable to that of blood-corrupted energy, but after being amplified by the divine light wheel, its intensity could be increased by 100%. Buzz! The next second, a beam of holy energy with a diameter of 3 meters shot out from the divine light wheel, directly striking the flying blood-corrupted beast. Just when Brahma thought he could easily kill the blood-corrupted beast, its body, previously covered in blood-corrupted energy, suddenly replaced by a jet-black energy. Boom! The instant the holy energy struck the jet-black energy, an energy shockwave rippled outwards. What kind of energy is this? Brahma's expression changed slightly. This sudden surge of dark energy not only blocked the attack of the divine light energy, but also dispersed the holy energy. The blood beast, enduring the impact of the holy energy pillar, continued its charge towards Brahma. The dark energy that suddenly appeared on the blood beast's body was, naturally, deathly energy. This was something Zhou Wen discovered during his experiments over the past few days. He remembered that the blasphemy egg contained deathly worms, which could absorb and release deathly energy. So, he tried injecting deathly energy into the blasphemy egg within the blood beast. As a result, the deathly worms in the blasphemy egg could indeed absorb and release deathly energy, which greatly surprised Zhou Wen. Because the intensity of deathly stillness energy is far greater than that of bloodstained energy, leaving a few strands of deathly stillness energy within the bloodstained beast's body can serve not only as a trump card but also as defensive energy. In a critical moment, it might even protect the deathly stillness worm within the blasphemy egg. Even if the bloodstained beast is destroyed, another can mutate through the blasphemy egg, but if the deathly stillness worm is destroyed, Zhou Wen's loss will be significant. The deathly stillness worm in Zhou Wen's heart cannot continuously divide. Its sudden division earlier was likely due to absorbing 100,000 strands of deathly stillness energy for miles. However, Zhou doesn't have that much Deathly Stillness energy to supply the Deathly Stillness worm, so it's best to avoid losing it if possible. The bloodstained beast, its entire body covered in Deathly Stillness energy, successfully charged towards Brahma, its jet-black bone claws slamming heavily into the Metal Emperor liquefied armor. Sizzle! This time, the bone claws successfully left deep scratches on the Metal Emperor liquefied armor, but still failed to penetrate it. The Metal Emperor was, after all, a Leviathan of Emperor rank. Even at its peak, its metallic energy intensity, though not high, was still beyond the reach of its weakened, lifeless energy. Divine Light Domain. Brahma instantly flew into the sky, creating distance between himself and the blood beast, and then activated Divine Light Domain. Currently, all the divine energy he possessed was insufficient to contend with the pitch-black energy emanating from the mutated monster's body, but with the combined enhancement of the domain and the Divine Light Wheel, it should be nearly enough. The mutated monster hadn't used pitch-black energy before, so Brahma was certain that the amount within it was limited. With his 100 strands of divine energy, he could exhaust the mutated monster's pitch-black energy. Just as Brahma unleashed his Divine Light Domain, preparing to attack the blood beast, he suddenly felt the surrounding temperature rise. Immediately afterwards, he sensed a powerful aura, an aura he recognized. Starfall Leviathan? Brahma immediately turned to look in the direction the aura was coming from. In the distance, a crimson fireball, like a falling meteor, was hurtling towards the main island at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Brahma's expression was extremely grave. While the aura was indeed that of a Starfall Leviathan, the crimson fireball was clearly not the same size as the original, and its aura was far more powerful than any Starfall Leviathan he had ever seen. What is that? A survivor? Or some kind of creature? Just as Brahma was speculating about the crimson fireball's nature, it suddenly vanished. At this moment, a slight ripple appeared in the space around Brahma. Suddenly, transparent chains shot out from the undulating space, instantly binding Brahma's entire body. Buzz! The next second after the transparent chains bound Brahma, a figure radiating crimson flames appeared behind him. This figure was Zhou. Zhou had no intention of engaging Brahma in a direct battle. The Guardian Leviathan of Sea Area 6 could potentially reach Emperor level at any moment, so he had to finish the fight quickly. Therefore, he used the same method he had employed to kill Vic in Sea Area 1, directly activating his Void Escape ability for a sneak attack. Moreover, this time, he possessed the Spatial Chains, a powerful tool for trapping enemies. With Brahma's Emperor-level energy strength, there was absolutely no way he could break free. Brahma's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately used the Divine Light Wheel to release holy energy towards himself, attempting to break the transparent chains binding him. Chapter 1237. Before the divine energy within the Divine Light Wheel could be released, his vision suddenly turned crimson, accompanied by an extremely terrifying high temperature. Even the metallic Emperor liquefied armor on his body showed signs of burning red. Zhou wouldn't give Brahma a chance to save himself, so he directly mobilized the flame ion energy within his body, forming a crimson flame sphere 10 meters in diameter, enveloping Brahma. "You are the King of Sea Domain 10, Brahma exclaimed in shock. "I take your Sea Domain 6, Zhou said coldly, then channeled more flame ion energy into the crimson flame sphere enveloping Brahma. In an instant, Brahma was engulfed by the scorching crimson flames. But then, Zhou expressed a hint of doubt, because Brahma, completely enveloped by the crimson flames, wasn't immediately burned to ashes, but instead managed to barely withstand the scorching flame ion energy with his divine energy. How can his Emperor-level energy contend with a 5-fold enhanced flame ion energy? Zhou frowned, his heart filled with confusion. Zhou had assumed that a sudden sneak attack would instantly kill Brahma, but now things had taken a turn for the worse, which was definitely not a good sign. In fact, if Zhou had attacked Brahma a few days earlier, he could indeed have achieved an instant kill. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, Brahma acquired 2 items, the Metal Pattern Plate for Character Attribute Panel, and the Metal Constitution Attribute Frame. Both of these items enhance defensive energy strength. The Metal Pattern increases defensive energy strength by 200%, while the Metal Constitution Attribute Frame increases it by 50%. Divine Energy is a composite energy, belonging to offensive, defensive, and speed-enhancing categories. With the added boost of the Divine Light Domain, the defensive effect of Divine Energy is effectively increased by 350%. While it still cannot contend with the 500% increase in Fire Ion Energy, it can withstand the Fire Ion Energy for a period of time at the cost of rapidly consuming Divine Energy. You can't kill me, so release me, and I compensate you. Brahma had already tried to teleport away, but a notification sounded in his mind that space was sealed. Zhou ignored Brahma. Since he had already attacked, there was no point in negotiating. Brahma had to die. At this moment, Zhou suddenly noticed something. Looking around, he discovered that Brahma's King's domain seemed to still be active, and King's domain usually greatly enhances the energy intensity possessed by the user. Buzz! Zhou activated his Deadly Silence ability with a thought. Immediately, a shockwave formed from deadly energy spread outwards, directly shattering Brahma's King's domain. The instant the divine light domain dissipated, the intensity of Brahma's divine energy suddenly weakened, and the flame ion energy directly destroyed the divine energy layer on his body. Heh! You can't kill this god! Death descended, but Brahma's face showed little fear. Without the protection of divine energy, Brahma's body couldn't withstand the burning of the flame ion energy. His body, composed of divine light energy, was quickly incinerated. Finally dead, Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, because he didn't have much flame ion energy within him, only a dozen or so. If it came down to a battle of attrition with Brahma, he probably wouldn't have been able to win. Of course, Zhou wasn't careless in only gathering a dozen or so flame ion energies from the Golden Flame Leviathan. Rather, the Golden Flame Leviathan's body had very little Golden Flame energy left for him to absorb. After all, Zhou had just absorbed Golden Flame energy from the Golden Flame Leviathan 7 days ago. What's going on? At this moment, Zhou suddenly noticed something amiss. He had clearly killed Brahma, but the system notification for obtaining the King of Survival title hadn't sounded in his mind. Zhou expression changed. He immediately lifted the spatial blockade on the main island of Sea Area 6, then opened the system interface and looked through the avatars in the Sea Area 6 regional communication channel. He quickly found Brahma's avatar. Brahma's avatar was still in color, indicating that the other party was indeed alive. Was that Brahma fake? Zhou's face darkened. He took out a duel ticket and directly challenged Brahma to a duel. The next second, a blood-red duel message popped up in the Sea Area 6 regional communication channel. Ding! Survivors from Zone 10 of World 10 had challenged the King of Survivors from Zone 5 to a duel. This duel message immediately caught the attention of all survivors in C6, and the regional chat channel was flooded with messages. Survivor from Zone 5. Survivors from Zone 10 of World 10? Damn lowly commoners, how dare they blaspheme the great Brahma? Utterly despicable. Survivor from Zone 5. This lowly commoner from C10 is truly courting death. Survivor from Zone 5. Blaspheming lowly commoners, I will kill everyone in C10. Survivor from Zone 5. Brahma is invincible. The regional chat channel in C6 was filled with messages from survivors from Zone 5, all verbally attacking Zhou. The reason only survivors from Zone 5 sent messages was because Zone 5 had a rule. Only Zone 5 members could speak in the area's chat channel. Anyone from other zones who dared to speak would be immediately executed in a duel. After initiating the duel, Zhou suppressed the fiery ion energy on his body, landed on a villa, and then commanded the Blood Beast to continue killing survivors in this city. Both sides had 5 minutes to prepare after the duel started, and Zhou could only wait. Boom! Not long after, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from a massive golden mountain in the center of the main island of Sea Area 6. Buzz! A sound like the tolling of a bell suddenly rang out, and the originally azure sky suddenly turned a sacred white. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the entire island trembled violently, and high in the sky above the island center, a golden sphere with a diameter of about 300,000 meters began to expand rapidly, almost completely covering the island, which was 1,000,000 meters in diameter, in just a few seconds. At this moment, Zhou felt a spiritual force sweep over him, the spiritual force of a Leviathan of the Emperor level. Whoosh! After the golden sphere expanded to its maximum, it began to rapidly contract. However, during this rapid contraction, the originally golden sphere was transforming into a sacred, pure white. When the diameter of the golden sphere shrank to only 10,000 meters, the gold completely disappeared, leaving only sacred white. The divine light Leviathan has evolved into an Emperor level so quickly. Zhou felt the Emperor level aura emanating from the sacred sphere, and his brows furrowed tightly. But he had already initiated a duel with Brahma. Even if he ran away now, it would be useless. The world system would still initiate the duel. Chapter 1238. Although the divine light Leviathan of Sea Area 6 has evolved into an Emperor-level being, its energy intensity should not be high given its recent advancement. In the dual space, the divine light Leviathan cannot help Brahma. Therefore, Zhou only needs to wait for the duel to begin to kill Brahma within the duel space. Thinking of this, Zhou decided to leave the main island of Sea Area 6 first, to avoid having his energy depleted by the Emperor-level Leviathan during the preparation time. But just as Zhou disengaged from his companion and intended to return to the stomach wall space of the illusion scale, a notification sounded in his mind that the space was sealed. The space was sealed, and Zhou knew without a doubt that Brahma was responsible. Therefore, without hesitation, he immediately rushed towards the outside of the main island's area. Ha ha ha! Now you know how to run? But Zhou had only flown 100 meters when a contemptuous laugh rang out behind him. The one who laughed was none other than Brahma. Upon hearing Brahma's voice, Zhou, who was about to activate his void escape ability to teleport directly to the edge of the island, paused and immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw Brahma, whom he had just burned to ashes, hovering several hundred meters above him, looking down at him. Without a word, Zhou activated his spatial chains, binding Brahma, and then activated his jump ability. In a flash, he appeared before Brahma. The cracked flame blade in his hand, charged by the space distortion glove, condensed into a crimson blade and slashed towards Brahma at incredible speed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, Zhou's figure flashed continuously within the jump space with a diameter of 1,000 meters, his speed so fast it was as if he had created several clones. During this flashing, dense crimson lines appeared on Brahma's body. Zhou launched his attack almost instantly, and Brahma's contemptuous expression froze completely. Bang! Brahma, struck countless times by Zhou's blades, exploded. Fragments of his energy-based body scattered in all directions, then were consumed by crimson flames, like fireworks bursting open. However, Zhou still didn't hear the system notification that he had killed Brahma. What kind of ability is this? Some kind of characteristic? Or some kind of special item? Zhou wondered. But he didn't waste any time. After confirming that the Brahma he had just killed was a fake, he immediately activated his void escape characteristic, instantly arriving at the edge of the island. Because the island space was sealed off, he couldn't leave the island directly in terms of spatial dimension, so he had to manifest his physical form to pass through the sealed area. Boom! Just as Zhou crossed the main island's perimeter, preparing to disengage and return to the illusionary scale stomach wall space to await the start of the duel, the 10,000-meter-tall white sphere of light at the island's center suddenly erupted with an extremely dazzling light, accompanied by a continuous and powerful shockwave emanating from it. Ha ha! Run! Run! Before the white sphere of light, Brahma materialized, formed from converging streams of divine energy. His white eyes watched Zhou fleeing hundreds of thousands of meters away, laughing mockingly. You only have a little over 4 minutes left to live. Struggle futilely in your fear of this god. Ha ha ha! Brahma roared with laughter. Brahma's confident attitude made Zhou's expression somewhat solemn. Although Zhou had only killed a phallus of Brahma, Brahma himself should be aware of the difference in power between them. Logically, Brahma could only possibly fight him if he relied on the Emperor-level Guardian Leviathan. Yet, Brahma's confidence in the face of a duel 4 minutes later was highly unusual. Could Brahma obtain a large amount of Emperor-level energy from the Emperor-level Guardian Leviathan? Zhou speculated. However, if Brahma's reliance truly was a large amount of Emperor-level energy, Zhou certainly wouldn't be afraid, because he still had the Rainbow Cube at his disposal. Moreover, even if the Emperor-level energy provided by the Rainbow Cube wasn't enough, he still had the Rainbow Origin. However, Lung Liang was about to reach the Withering Sea, and Zhou didn't want to use the Rainbow Origin here. After a brief moment of thought, Zhou decided to test Brahma to see what his trump card was. Therefore, Zhou re-entered the space-sealed main island, activated the Void Escape trait, and instantly appeared before Brahma. Buzz! The moment Zhou appeared, the teleportation space simultaneously unfolded. Whoosh! The crimson blade in his hand flashed through the air, leaving a trail of red afterimages, and slashed directly towards Brahma's head. Crack! The crimson blade successfully pierced Brahma's body, but to Zhou's surprise, it didn't completely sever Brahma's body. Instead, it became stuck inside. Heh, since you don't cherish the last few minutes of your life, then die, Brahma coldly chuckled. At this moment, Brahma's energy body was entirely composed of divine energy. After becoming a holy emperor, the divine light Leviathan's energy intensity had greatly increased, now comparable to the flame ion energy, which had increased in intensity 5-fold. Buzz! Just then, suddenly, the holy emperor behind Brahma shone brightly. Zhou, unsure of the holy emperor's intentions, immediately vanished from Brahma's sight, consuming a burst of escape energy to reappear at the island's edge. The very next second after Zhou Wen left, Brahma's pale gold character attribute panel automatically popped up and began to expand rapidly. Just as Zhou Wen was wondering why Brahma had suddenly activated King's domain, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The Holy Emperor behind Brahma directly merged into the pale gold character attribute panel. This merging process was incredibly fast, taking only a few seconds. After the Holy Emperor completely merged into Brahma's pale gold character attribute panel, the originally pale gold panel gradually transformed into a pure white radiant with holy light, and the three attributes of Brahma's character attribute panel increased at a terrifying rate. From an initial 3,100 points, it instantly increased to 4,000 points, then 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 points, only gradually stopping when it reached 10,000 points. As Zhou Wen watched Brahma's three attribute values increase to 10,000 points, his expression grew increasingly solemn. He didn't know why the Holy Emperor could merge into the character's attribute panel, but Brahma's confidence in fighting him likely stemmed from this ability to fuse with Emperor-level hunters. After the Holy Emperor merged into the character's attribute panel, the pure white panel, radiating divine light, suddenly shrank and returned to Brahma's body. Chapter 1239. Boom! The moment the pure white character attribute panel of the Holy Emperor merged into Brahma's body, a vast amount of holy energy was released. Brahma's pure white energy body was instantly covered with holy golden patterns. A halo appeared on his white pupils, and his entire body radiated a dazzling holy light, like a shining sun, as if a god had descended. In this form, Brahma's entire demeanor changed. His previous disdain and contempt for Zhou Wen had transformed into indifference towards inferior beings, devoid of joy or sorrow. This is a fusion with the Emperor-level Leviathan? Zhou Wen's eyes were filled with shock, and this fusion seemed to have some effect of increasing energy intensity. Because the holy energy released by Brahma at this moment could already distort the surrounding space, while Zhou Wen's flame ion energy only caused slight fluctuations in space, when condensed into a crimson blade through the rending flame blade. However, Brahma, now fused with the Holy Emperor, released energy that caused space to surge like waves, its intensity far exceeding that of fire ion energy. This is an ability that only a Leviathan possesses upon reaching the Emperor level? Zhou Wen wondered to himself. Brahma had become a humanoid Emperor-level Leviathan. However, such a powerful ability couldn't be without a time limit, so Zhou Wen decided to leave Sea Area 6 first, and then fight Brahma once he entered the dueling space, stalling for as long as possible. But, the instant Zhou Wen crossed the island's blockade, a figure radiating divine light appeared before him without warning. Immediately afterward, Zhou Wen felt an incredibly terrifying force strike his head. In an instant, the upper half of his body, formed from flame ion energy, vanished. His lower half, impacted by this terrifying force, became a fleeting red streak, flying backward tens of thousands of meters before crashing into the sea. However, due to the intense heat emanating from Zhou Wen's body, before his falling body even touched the surface, the hundreds of thousands of meters of seawater were completely vaporized by his rapidly descending, high-temperature body, finally slamming into the seabed. Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth as Zhou Wen's body slammed into the rocky seabed. Instantly, fragments of rock exploded and flew everywhere. But these fragments of rock, barely scattered, were fused together by the extreme heat, turning into lava. The spot where Zhou Wen crashed became a vast lava lake. Whoosh! The instant Zhou Wen fell, a holy white light shot into the lava lake at an indescribable speed. Boom! Another deafening roar followed. The newly formed lava lake exploded under a powerful force, scattering like a blooming flower into the surrounding seawater, instantly freezing into a giant obsidian flower. Zhou Wen, who had just fallen, was once again blasted away. However, this time, his remaining half-body didn't diminish further, because just as Brahma was about to strike him, he activated the Immortal Sponge Shield to block the attack. But the Immortal Sponge Shield only managed to block Brahma's attack before instantly exhausting all of Zhou Wen's immortal energy. At this moment, Zhou Wen, with only half his body remaining, was flying backward rapidly, evaporating all the seawater in his path and leaving a long dry trail. Why is the space still sealed off? Zhou Wen wanted to use this brief opening to break free and leave, but the spatial sealing warning echoed in his mind, even though he had clearly left the sealing area of the main island of Sea Area 6. Could it be? Zhou Wen thought to himself, but just then, Brahma's figure reappeared in front of him, and then, without any emotion on his face, he threw a punch imbued with powerful energy. Zhou Wen only had his lower body left. If he were hit again, he would die. In this critical situation, He could no longer retain the rainbow origin. Buzz! Just as Brahma's fist was about to strike Zhou, spatial chains appeared out of thin air, binding Brahma instantly. Bang! The spatial chains only momentarily slowed Brahma's movements, offering little real protection. However, this brief moment was enough for Zhou to activate his warp attribute. After breaking the spatial chains, Brahma attacked Zhou again, but just a second before striking, Zhou vanished. Brahma had seen the warp attribute before, recognizing it as a teleportation-like ability, but the teleportation distance was limited. Therefore, he unleashed a holy energy shockwave in the surrounding area, attempting to prevent Zhou from dodging the attack through teleportation. To Brahma's surprise, Zhou figure disappeared and never reappeared. Buzz! Brahma's expression hardened, and he suddenly unleashed a massive energy shockwave that covered an area of millions of meters. Even so, Brahma still couldn't find Zhou. Just as a look of doubt crossed his face, his expression suddenly hardened. About 3 million meters away from Brahma, Zhou, who had used the void escape ability to enter a spatial passage to escape, suddenly crashed into an invisible barrier in space, revealing himself. Whoosh! The moment Brahma spotted Zhou, he traversed the 3 million meter distance at incredible speed, appearing abruptly before Zhou. This time, Brahma wasn't going to conserve his divine energy. Upon arriving before Zhou, he unleashed a wide-range divine energy shockwave, intending to kill him instantly. Suddenly, Brahma noticed the expression on Zhou's face. It wasn't fear, but a smile of triumph. A sudden, overwhelming sense of crisis rose within Brahma, but before he could grasp the reason, a terrifying aura that sent chills down his spine erupted from Zhou's body. Boom! In an instant, Zhou's entire body released a jet-black energy with blood-red patterns. Upon seeing this energy, Brahma's energy body trembled violently, and the divine halo in his pupils shrank abruptly to the size of a pinhead in terror. Buzz! Zhou's deathly emperor energy reverberated, and wherever it passed, space cracked inch by inch, like a fragile ice surface being churned by waves. When the deathly emperor energy collided with the divine energy shockwave that Brahma had just released, the divine energy crumbled instantly, like smoke blown away by a gale. Chapter 1240. Brahma still wanted to escape, but just as he was about to move, spatial chains suddenly appeared, binding his entire body. Break! Brahma released his energy to try and destroy the spatial chains, but this time they didn't budge. Clang! Clang! At this moment, Brahma heard the sound of numerous chains moving around him. He immediately looked around and found that he was surrounded by rapidly moving chains. When he looked up, he saw a figure that blotted out the sky. He recognized the figure very well. It was the king of the 10th sea region. What's going on? Brahma immediately used his spiritual power to examine his surroundings. Then, to his horror, he discovered that he was trapped in a square space made of transparent chains, and this square space was located in the center of a giant hand. The owner of this giant hand was Zhou, and he was currently being held in Zhou's palm. In an instant, Brahma's fear reached its peak. Zhou, who had just been relentlessly pursued by him like a fleeing rat, had suddenly become so powerful that Brahma couldn't comprehend him at all. However, what Brahma didn't know was that Zhou was also currently filled with confusion. Zhou's purpose in using the spatial chains was simply to bind Brahma for a fleeting moment, but for some reason, the spatial chains suddenly seemed to go berserk, directly sealing off a square space within 100 meters of Brahma. Then, this square space began to shrink rapidly, becoming a 3-centimeter-sided cube in his hand. Wait! Zhou suddenly discovered that a new emperor-level energy had appeared within his body, an invisible energy. Could this be the energy of the space emperor? Zhou guessed. Then he realized why the spatial chains had suddenly changed like this. It must have been that when he used the spatial chains, he unintentionally generated a wisp of space emperor energy using the rainbow origin. The true effect of the spatial chains is this powerful? Zhou said with some surprise. Brahma, fused with the emperor-level Leviathan, was incredibly powerful, yet he was unexpectedly sealed in a 3-centimeter-sized square space by the spatial chains, whose true power had been activated. Alright, it's time to end this, Zhou said to Brahma, who was trapped in the square space. The deathly silence emperor energy shockwave he released earlier could have killed Brahma directly, but because the spatial chains ability was activated, it actually helped Brahma escape. However, this time Brahma wasn't so lucky. At this moment, the deathly silence worm in Zhou's heart, after absorbing enough deathly silence energy, condensed another wisp of deathly silence emperor energy. Buzz! The next second, Zhou released the deathly emperor energy from his hand, which directly entered the square space in the center of his palm, quickly enveloping Brahma within. Boom! Just when Zhou thought Brahma was doomed, a peculiar aura suddenly erupted from the square space. Zhou expression changed drastically, and as if electrocuted, he threw the square space away. Bang! The square space exploded shortly after being thrown, revealing Brahma's figure. However, Brahma now exuded an indescribable aura, an aura Zhou was all too familiar with, the aura produced when an Emperor-level Leviathan unleashed Emperor's Law. Holy! Suddenly Brahma, his expression cold, pointed a finger at Zhou. In an instant, Zhou energy-based body collapsed, like a sandman scattered by a wave, turning into a dissipating ball of energy. The Holy Emperor's Imperial Law Elemental Holiness could directly clear all energy except for Holy Energy. However, due to insufficient energy, the Holy Emperor's Elemental Holiness effect was not strong, but it was enough to deal with Zhou in his energy state. After releasing Elemental Holiness, Brahma's body, formed from Holy Energy, became almost transparent, a sign of excessive energy consumption. Buzz! Just as Zhou energy ball was about to disappear, a space-distorting energy spread out, instantly shattering the surrounding space upon contact, directly absorbing the remaining Elemental Holiness energy into the broken space. As the Elemental Holiness energy dissipated, Zhou misty flame ion energy instantly coalesced, reforming into a human form. Gravity Emperor. Brahma's expression changed, and he turned and ran without hesitation. As he fled, Brahma's character attribute panel suddenly popped up, and the Divine Emperor, previously integrated into the panel, broke free and flew towards the main island of Sea Area 6 at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the Divine Emperor's diameter was only 1,000 meters. After reaching the main island of Sea Area 6, it immediately released divine energy, enveloping all the survivors on the island, and then rushed towards the Divine Sea at top speed. Boom! Zhou, recovering, was filled with rage. With a flash, he shattered the Brahma that the Holy Emperor had abandoned with a single punch, then directly used spatial chains on the fleeing Holy Emperor. The rainbow origin within Zhou immediately generated a large amount of spatial Emperor energy, which he then channeled into the spatial chains. The next second, tens of millions of meters away, the fleeing Holy Emperor was suddenly surrounded by numerous chains, binding him and sealing him within a cubic space with sides of 10,000 meters. Just who is this king of the 10th Sea region? Not only does he possess the origin of the Gravity Emperor, but he can also release the energy of the Spatial Emperor, the Holy Emperor asked, puzzled. Looking at the surrounding spatial chains, the Holy Emperor knew he was doomed. He ceased resisting and quietly awaited death, knowing he could be resurrected in the Holy Sea region afterward. Once the sealed space was fully formed, it vanished from its spot, appearing in Zhou palm the next second. You can't unleash Imperial Law this time, can you? Zhou gritted his teeth, staring at the Holy Emperor in his palm. These two were his trump cards, originally saved to deal with the Withering Emperor, but he used them both here. How could he not be furious? Do you want this? The Holy Emperor didn't utter any harsh words to Zhou, but instead spat out a radiant plant from its body and asked. The Divine Light Tree? Zhou asked, surprised. Yes, there's a fruit on it. This kind of fruit is quite important to you survivors, isn't it? The Holy Emperor said. Zhou's mind raced. He took the Divine Light Tree from the sealed space and directly stored it in the system interface. Where is Brahma? Zhou asked. He's inside my body. You can only kill him by killing me, the Holy Emperor said. Then die. Zhou released the Deathly Emperor's energy from his palm. Chapter 1241. Boom! A massive influx of deathly imperial energy surged into the cubically compressed space sealed by spatial chains. Currently, the compressed space contained not only the Holy Emperor, but also all the survivors from District 5 on the main island, who had just been taken away by the Holy Emperor, a total of over 30 million people. The Holy Emperor took these survivors with him, because they could easily obtain various resources in the Endless Sea, helping him quickly recover his strength, such as hunting other Emperor-level Leviathans to bring him Emperor Crystal Amber. But now, these 30 million plus District 5 survivors were going to die along with the Holy Emperor. At this moment, all the District 5 survivors in the compressed space looked up at Zhou's enormous figure with terrified expressions. They didn't even know who Zhou was. But many knelt on the ground, devoutly worshipping Zhou, clearly regarding the suddenly appearing Zhou as a god. However, when the Deathly Emperor's energy surged into the compressed space, wiping out survivors in large swaths, they all panicked. They realized Zhou wasn't a god, but a demon destined to destroy them. Instantly, the compressed space descended into utter chaos. They tried every possible way to escape, but it was futile. The compressed space was sealed off, teleportation and movement were impossible. They couldn't even break through the walls formed by spatial chains, as the Deathly Emperor's energy was engulfing them from all sides, preventing them from even reaching the edge of the compressed space. Some survivors, driven mad by despair, charged directly into the Deathly Emperor's energy and vanished instantly, as if erased from existence, leaving not even ashes behind. At this moment, a figure flew out from the body of the Holy Emperor. It was Brahma in his true form. His face was filled with terror, as he looked up at the enormous Zhou above. This god. I know that attacking your Sea Area 3 angered you. I am willing to compensate you, and from now on, Sea Area 6 will also be entirely under your rule, Brahma pleaded, his eyes filled with fear and his voice trembling. But Zhou remained unmoved. After all, as long as he killed Brahma and the Holy Emperor, Sea Area 6 would naturally fall under Sea Area 10. As for the compensation Brahma mentioned, he could simply take it from Brahma's lewd mail. I know you want to kill me to obtain everything I have, but I know some very important information for you that can allow you to directly enter the 5th stage. If you are willing to release me, I will tell you this information, Brahma quickly said, seeing that Zhou remained unmoved. The information Brahma spoke of that could allow Zhou's character attribute panel to enter the 5th stage was naturally the sacred fruit of the sacred sea area. However, the divine fruit can only raise the 3 attributes of strength, constitution, and speed to the 5th stage. It cannot break through the 4 stages intelligence attribute cap. Brahma said this to increase the chances of Zhou when letting him go. But Brahma may have forgotten that he had already dueled with Zhou and had no chance of survival. You can let me enter the 5th stage? Tell me. Zhou was genuinely interested in this news, slowing down the rate at which the Deathly Emperor's energy covered the compressed space. In any case, the duel would begin in a minute, and Brahma certainly wouldn't be able to escape. Please release me and the Divine Emperor first. Of course, Brahma couldn't tell Zhou directly. Zhou remained silent, instead accelerating the spread of the Deathly Emperor's energy within the compressed space. The dark energy, adorned with scarlet patterns, instantly engulfed millions of survivors. I talk. I hope you keep your promise after hearing the news. Seeing there was no possibility of negotiation, Brahma dared not conceal anything any longer, and directly informed Zhou of the sacred fruit of the sacred sea. Upon hearing the effects of the sacred fruit, Zhou's eyes widened in surprise, but this surprise was tinged with a hint of killing intent. Even the sunset resin secreted by the Eternal Day Emperor's towering sunset tree could only advance a survivor's constitution to the 5th stage. The sacred fruit Brahma spoke of could allow a survivor to directly break through from the 4th to the 5th stage. Zhou's first reaction upon hearing this was not to immediately obtain the sacred fruit, but to kill the sacred emperor. The Holy Emperor, capable of cultivating such a powerful fruit, must have been incredibly strong in its prime. If it were released back into the Holy Sea, it would likely try to kill him immediately after absorbing some of the Holy Sea's energy and regaining some of its strength. I already informed you. Can you let us go now? Brahma asked. In truth, Brahma's plan was to deceive Zhou first, and then, once the Holy Emperor had recovered its strength in the Holy Sea, kill Zhou and slaughter all the survivors in Sea Area 10. However, as soon as Brahma finished speaking, the terrifying black energy suddenly enveloped them at an incredible speed, instantly enveloping him and the Holy Emperor. Brahma's eyes widened, and he looked up at Zhou in terror, only to meet Zhou's cold gaze. You? Brahma wanted to say something more, but before he could even open his mouth, he was completely obliterated by the terrifying destructive power of the Deathly Emperor's energy, and the Holy Emperor suffered the same fate. Ding! Killed the holder of the King of Survival title. Obtained King of Survival title X6. Ding! Successfully killed Leviathan, the Guardian of World 6. World 6 will now be under the management of World 10. Ding! Duel target is dead, duel has expired. After these messages echoed in Zhou's mind, he finally released the compressed space formed by the spatial chains in his hand. After Zhou released the compressed space, a fist-sized energy sphere radiating holy light appeared in his hand, and a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Obtained Holy Core X1. Ding! Holy Core. After use, it grants a holy trait. When the holy trait is activated, the holy energy within the body can be freely mobilized. Sigh, what's the use of just one core? Zhou sighed heavily. Without the corresponding treasure chest and gene serum, the core was utterly useless to him. Zhou's original plan was to try and kill the Withering Emperor after dealing with Brahma. Who would have thought that both of his trump cards for survival would be used here? What's most infuriating is that he killed an Emperor-level Leviathan and gained almost nothing. Next, let's see if the Death Worm can retain the death energy released by the Rainbow Origin, Zhou Wen thought, covering his heart with his mental energy. At this moment, the Death Worm in his heart had already split into 3 smaller Death Worms, and the Rainbow Origin could continue to supply death energy for another 9 minutes. Chapter 1242. While letting the deathly insects absorb deathly energy, Zhou Wen was also continuously channeling flame ion energy into the space distortion glove. The next step was simply to wait for the Rainbow Origin energy to run out. With nothing else to do, Zhou Wen flew directly to the main island of Sea Area 6. Zhou Wen opened the regional communication channel for Sea Area 6 and found that there were surprisingly few survivors sending messages. Logically, with the deaths of Brahma, the Lord of Sea Area 6, and a large number of survivors from Zone 5, the regional communication channel should have been in chaos. However, what Zhou Wen didn't know was that while the survivors from different zones within Sea Area 6 were indeed in chaos, they only dared to send messages in their own individual communication channels. Because they had previously been enslaved by survivors from Zone 5, even after discovering the sudden deaths of over 30 million Zone 5 survivors in the regional communication channel, the survivors from other zones in Sea Area 6 dared not send messages immediately. King of Area 10 in World 10, the first survivor to reach the largest golden mountain on the main island, will become the new king of survivors. Seeing that no one had sent a message for a while, Zhou Wen simply sent one in the area chat channel. The new administrator for Area 6 will definitely be found within Area 6, but Zhou Wen doesn't know any survivors there, so he's choosing a new administrator this way. As a survivor from another area, most survivors in Area 6 might not know about Zhou Wen's battle with Brahma, but the fact that Brahma died as soon as Zhou Wen appeared speaks volumes. At this moment, Zhou Wen was terrifying in the eyes of the survivors in Sea Area 6, and anyone who dared to come to see him under these circumstances must have considerable courage. 9 minutes later, the Rainbow Origin within Zhou Wen was exhausted, and the Death Worm in his heart split 30 times, resulting in 30 smaller Death Worms. Unfortunately, the death energy within these smaller Death Worms vanished the instant the Rainbow Origin was depleted. Only the flame ion energy stored in the space distortion glove remained. It seems that all energy stored within the body will disappear, Zhou Wen pondered, but he had no items to store this energy. Fortunately, the smaller Death Worms that split from absorbing large amounts of death energy did not disappear. He could use them to control desecrated eggs and create bloodbound beasts in the future. Is no one from Sea Area 6 willing to come? Zhou Wen frowned, sitting on his throne in the Brahma Palace. Half an hour later, just as Zhou Wen was growing impatient and preparing to randomly pick someone in the regional chat channel, the golden gates of the Brahma Palace were pushed open with a loud boom, and a male survivor walked in slowly, looking uneasy. The male survivor glanced up at Zhou Wen, who sat high on the throne, then immediately lowered his head and knelt on the ground. "What's your name?" Zhou Wen asked, seeing that the survivor remained kneeling and silent after entering. Answering the gods, "This humble person's name is Chu Moyan," the man said cautiously. "My name is Zhou Wen. From now on, you are the administrator of Sea Area 6. Add me as a friend through the regional chat channel." Zhou Wen nodded. Add you as a friend?" Chu Moyan's voice trembled slightly. He dared not add a god as a friend, it would be blasphemy. "Yeah, hurry up, I'm too lazy to search for your avatar in the regional chat channel," Zhou Wen said. Only after receiving confirmation from the god did Chu Moyan muster the courage to send a friend request through the regional chat channel. Zhou Wen immediately accepted the friend request and sent a supply box containing 3 King of Survival titles, a King-level weapon, a mountain armor, and some basic items. There are 3 King of Survival titles in this supply box. You keep one, and give the rest to someone you trust. The King-level weapon and armor inside are yours, Zhou Wen said. Thank you for the divine blessing. After looking at the items in the supply box, Chu Moyan's initial fear was immediately replaced by ecstatic joy. Do you really like worshipping gods? Zhou Wen suddenly asked. Chu Moyan's hand, poised to kowtow, suddenly froze. His initial elation turned to panic. He didn't know how to answer Zhou Wen's question. As a modern person, Chu Moyan naturally didn't want to believe in or worship gods. However, after being enslaved by the White Elephant Kingdom of District 5 for so long, kneeling in worship had almost become an unconscious action. Chu Moyan wanted to answer that he didn't like it, but he wasn't sure of Zhou Wen's attitude from above the throne. Although Zhou Wen was also a modern person, who wouldn't want to be a god above all others. Therefore, he was extremely conflicted, hesitating for a long time without uttering a word. Alright, let's stop with that District 5 stuff. Get up. Zhou Wen didn't insist on an answer from Chu Moyan. Seeing his conflicted expression, he was already certain of his thoughts. I only know. Lord Zhou. Lord Zhou Wen. Chu Moyan stood up from the ground, his tone respectful. Manage C Area 6 well. If you encounter anything you can't handle, come with me. Zhou Wen stepped down from the golden throne, approached Chu Moyan, and handed him a platinum flame energy core. Use it to obtain a king-level energy. Use it to save your life. After Zhou Wen finished speaking, his figure transformed into a streak of blue light and disappeared. King level energy. Chu Moyan was so shocked that he stammered. He had been in this survival world for nearly 500 days, and he had never seen king-level energy before. Thank you. For your... Chu Moyan was about to express his gratitude when he realized that Zhou Wen had already disappeared. After so long, our District 10 can finally turn things around. Chu Moyan almost shouted with excitement. With the matter of C Area 6 settled, Zhou Wen returned to his stomach wall space and immediately checked the spoils mail of Brahma, the Lord of C Area 6. This is Emperor certification? Zhou Wen quickly flipped through his emails and spotted a dark gold metal plate, which he immediately took out. Ding! Obtained Emperor certification X1. Metal Leviathan. It seems Brahma also killed an Emperor-level Leviathan, Zhou Wen murmured, then began searching his emails for items related to the Metal Emperor. Ding! Obtained Metal Emperor Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtained Metal Pattern Plate for Character Attribute Panel X1. Ding! Obtained Metal Constitution Attribute Frame X1. Ding! Obtained Metal Emperor Liquefied Armor X1. Soon, Zhou Wen found all 4 items and began examining their details. Chapter 1243. Ding! Metal Emperor Gene Potion. After use, you will obtain the Metal Emperor Gene. By consuming metal, you can condense metal energy within your body. This can only be used when your Constitution attribute reaches 1000 points, and your character panel reaches the Abyss level. What about the Emperor's Law? Zhou Wen carefully checked the information again, confirming that Emperor's Law was missing. It seems not all Emperor-level Leviathans possess Emperor's Law. Zhou Wen suddenly realized, since all the Emperor-level Leviathans he encountered possessed Emperor's Law. Ding! Metal Pattern Plate for Character Attribute Panel. After use, a Metal Leviathan pattern will be drawn on the Character Attribute panel. After completion, you will gain a 200% increase in defensive energy strength, and an additional 300 points to the upper limit of 3 attributes. Was it because of this pattern that Brahma was able to block my flame ion energy burning before? Zhou Wen guessed, then directly used the Metal Pattern Plate for Character Attribute panel. Soon, the long empty pattern layer on Zhou Wen's Character Attribute panel was successfully filled with a simple metallic Leviathan pattern outlined in metallic lines. Like the blazing flame pattern, the metallic pattern was also animated. Once formed, it continuously moved around the border of the Character Attribute panel, thus increasing Zhou Wen's 3 attribute caps by another 300 points. Ding! Metal Constitution Attribute Box. After use, the Constitution attribute will change to Metal Constitution, gaining a 50% increase in defensive energy strength. This effect is not bad either. Zhou Wen immediately put away the Metallic Constitution Attribute Box. He couldn't use it for the time being. The Metal Emperor Liquefied Armor had no description, but Zhou Wen knew from the name that it was a rare Emperor-grade armor. This Emperor-grade armor can be given to Chen Ke. When the treasure hunt trial begins, Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said. As for Cheng Hui, Zhou Wen planned to give him the Blood Beast when the treasure hunt trial started, so that both of them would be protected. After looking at these items, Zhou Wen took out his own Emperor certification from the golden storage cabinet, preparing to fuse it with the Metal Emperor's Emperor certification. But just as Zhou Wen was about to place the 2 Emperor certifications together, he suddenly hesitated. To activate the Emperor certification, I need to fuse 10 kinds of Emperor-grade Leviathan dark gold metal plates. In other words, the limit is 10, Zhou Wen suddenly realized. My 4 Emperor certifications should all contain the Emperor laws. Fusing them with this dark gold metal plate, which lacks Emperor laws, seems somewhat inappropriate. Thinking this, Zhou Wen put his 4 Emperor certifications away again. In fact, Zhou Wen had already reserved 3 other Emperor certifications in his mind, those for the Gravity Emperor, Rainbow Emperor, and Time Emperor, the 3 Emperor-level Leviathans. The Gravity Emperor and Time Emperor are obvious, as they definitely possess Emperor laws. Although the Rainbow Emperor is a newly born Emperor, the effects of the Rainbow origin indicate that it is definitely not simple. It seems I need to carefully select before fusing other Emperor-level Leviathan Emperor certifications in the future, Zhou Wen said after a moment of contemplation. After all, aside from the 3 slots for Gravity Emperor, Rainbow Emperor, and Time Emperor, he only had 3 Leviathan slots left to activate Emperor certification. After storing the Metal Emperor's Emperor certification in another golden storage cabinet, Zhou Wen continued checking his loot mail. Ding! Obtained Blade of Rending Flame X1. Ding! Obtained Divine Light Wheel X1. Ding! Obtained Divine Light Pattern Plate for Character Attribute Panel X1. Ding! Obtained King-level Leviathan Corpse Containment Sphere X1. Ding! Obtained Teleportation Foundation X1. Ding! Obtained Divine Light Fruit X2. Ding! Obtained Emperor-level Location Card Fragment X7. Zhou had extracted the useful items from the mail one by one. Besides these, there were 15 King-level Steel Seals, 7 King-level weapons, 3 sets of King-level Transformation Stage materials, 2 sets of materials for breaking through the 3rd stage of Intelligence Attribute Limits, 2.6 billion Evolution Factors, and various Evolution Crystals and Transformation Stage Evolution Templates. The remaining items, which were of little value to Zhou Wen, were directly sent to Jiang Haitao. Ding! Divine Light Wheel. Injecting Divine Light energy into it can increase energy intensity by 100%. Ding! Divine Light Pattern Panel for Character Attributes. After use, a Divine Light Leviathan pattern will be drawn on the Character Attribute panel. After completion, the Divine Light Rebirth ability will be obtained, and the limits of 3 attributes will be increased by an additional 100 points. Ding! Divine Light Rebirth. An energy body containing a portion of one's own consciousness will be stored within the Divine Light Leviathan. When the original body dies, the stored energy body can automatically absorb Divine Light energy to rebirth. This Divine Light Pattern Panel's effect is quite powerful. Zhou Wen exclaimed in surprise. Unfortunately, the description of the Divine Light Resurrection ability clearly specifies its target. It can only be used on Divine Light Leviathans. Otherwise, he would definitely have tried it on Auspicious Cloud Leviathan. Ding! Divine Light Fruit. Born from the Divine Light Tree, the symbiotic plant of Divine Light Leviathans. Consuming it allows you to break through the upper limits of 3 attributes and enter the 4th stage, gaining the Divine Light effect. Ding! Divine Light. Increases the values of 3 attributes by an additional 1,000 points. Cannot be enhanced by special abilities. Simultaneously, the entire body emits a golden glow. These 2 Divine Light Fruits, plus those 2 sets of 3rd stage Intelligence Attribute Breakthrough materials, can allow 2 more 3rd stage survivors to enter the 4th stage, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Of the 15 King-level Steel Seals, only 2 possess the corresponding King-level Leviathan corpses, the Ice and Snow Steel Seal and the Resurrection Steel Seal. After Zhou Wen crafted the corresponding gene potions for the 2 King-level Steel Seals, he sent the Resurrection Steel Seal along with the gene potion to Jiang Haitao. He kept the Ice and Snow Steel Seal for Chu Moyan later. While checking his emails, Zhou Wen glanced at the regional chat channel for Sea Area 6. As time passed, survivors from other areas had confirmed Brahma's death, and almost all survivors in Area 5 were dead, leaving only a little over 10,000. Therefore, more and more survivors from other areas began sending messages in the regional chat channel, hurling insults at the survivors in Area 5. Some even challenged the remaining 10,000 plus survivors in Area 5 to duels. While the regional chat channel was in chaos, Chu Moyan used the King of Survival title and sent a message in the regional chat channel as the King of Survivors in Area 10. King of Survivors from Zone 10, I have received the appointment from the Lord of Zone 10. From now on, I, Chu Moyan, will be the administrator of Zone 6. Each of your zones should select a representative to report to the Brahma Palace. Chapter 1244. The moment Chu Moyan's message was sent, it ignited the entire communication channel of the number 6C area. Except for the survivors in District 10, the survivors in other districts were completely unconvinced by this suddenly appearing guy, and many strong players from other districts directly challenged him to duels. At this time, Chu Moyan was facing duel after duel, so Zhou Wen planned to wait until Chu Moyan stabilized the number 6C area before upgrading him to the 4th stage, giving him the Ice and Snow Steel Seal and the corresponding Gene Potion. The remaining 13 King-level Steel Seals, without corresponding Gene Potions, were directly restored into 13 cores by Zhou when using the Core Restorer. After checking the loot mail, Zhou Wen left the stomach wall space and came outside, then retrieved the Divine Light Tree given to him by the Holy Emperor from the system interface. The Divine Light Tree was pure white, with golden leaves, about 10 meters tall, and radiated golden light. At the top of the divine light tree lay a divine light fruit. Zhou plucked the fruit and looked at the remaining divine light tree with a touch of regret. Now, deprived of its divine light energy supply, the leaves of the divine light tree were somewhat withered, and the golden light it emitted was much dimmer than when it had been stored away. Originally, his plan for this trip to see Area 6 was only to kill Brahma and leave the divine light Leviathan alive, just like in Sea Area 1, because this divine light tree was crucial for the survivors' development. However, he hadn't expected the divine light Leviathan to evolve into the Holy Emperor so quickly, and even possess its own imperial sea area. To avoid retaliation from the Holy Emperor in the short term, he had no choice but to kill the Holy Emperor first. Without the Holy Emperor, the divine light tree, which coexisted with him, would lose its energy source and die soon. That's right. I wonder if the Rainbow Emperor can provide energy for the divine light tree, Zhou suddenly thought, his expression shifting. Both the Rainbow Cube and the Rainbow Origin could provide the energy Zhou needed. The Rainbow Emperor couldn't possibly lack this ability. I asked the Rainbow Emperor. So, Zhou teleported directly into the colorful bubble space, then went to the trunk of the energy rainbow tree and used his mental power to communicate with the Rainbow Emperor. Upon hearing Zhou's question, the Rainbow Emperor slowly opened its eyes, then came to the edge of the trunk and glanced at the divine light tree in Zhou's hand. Yes, the Rainbow Emperor replied. Really? Zhou exclaimed in surprise. He had only guessed before. He hadn't expected the Rainbow Emperor to actually be able to provide energy for the divine light tree. The Rainbow Emperor nodded slightly, then manipulated a root of the energy rainbow tree, connecting it directly to the root of the divine light tree. He then began channeling golden energy, divine light energy, into the tree. Supplying the divine light energy, the withered golden leaves of the divine light tree gradually unfurled, emitting a much brighter glow. It really works. Zhou exclaimed excitedly, watching the divine light tree gradually regain its vitality. With this divine light tree, we won't need to search everywhere for materials to break through the 3 attributes of the 3rd stage anymore, Zhou said with a smile. The divine light tree, connected to the root of the energy rainbow tree, was planted beside it, with rainbow bubbles floating around it, seemingly protecting the divine light tree. Since the Rainbow Emperor can indeed provide energy to the divine light tree, then a thought suddenly arose in Zhou's mind, to have the Rainbow Emperor provide energy for the Radiant Sun Fruit Core, cultivating a towering sunset tree. However, Zhou immediately rejected this idea. He glanced at the sun in the sky. Doing such a thing under the watchful eye of the Eternal Day Emperor was risky, and might anger him. If only I could obtain the location card for the Sacred Sea, Zhou thought again of the sacred tree in the Sacred Sea. If he could seize the sacred tree, and plant it in the Rainbow Bubble Sea, the overall strength of Sea Area 10 would be greatly enhanced. At this moment, Zhou suddenly noticed the Rainbow Emperor looking at him, a hint of expectation in its colorful eyes. I only have some Abyss-level Leviathan corpses. I'd bring you a King-level Leviathan corpse later if I have the chance, Zhou said to the Rainbow Emperor. But the best would be the corpse of an Emperor-level Leviathan. The Rainbow Emperor nodded, transmitting his thoughts telepathically, before returning to the center of the tree trunk to continue its slumber. Okay, I try, Zhou replied, releasing his mental energy. I wonder where the Brahma put the Metal Emperor's corpse after killing it. Zhou had searched for the Metal Emperor's corpse in the loot mail after seeing items related to the Metal Emperor, but it wasn't there. He suspected that Brahma had fed the Metal Emperor's corpse to the Divine Light Leviathan, which was why the Divine Light Leviathan could regenerate into a Holy Emperor so quickly. Having resolved the issue of the Divine Light Tree's survival, Zhou teleported to the infinite floating sea. You used up that source of energy? The moment Zhou appeared in the infinite floating sea, the voice of the Gravity Emperor echoed in his mind. Yes, I almost died. Thanks to your energy, could you give me another one? Zhou approached the Gravity Emperor's giant egg and said with a smile. I can, but it will increase my resurrection time. Do you still have any Emperor's Crystal Amber? The Gravity Emperor naturally wanted to resurrect as soon as possible. After all, in this resurrected state, his true power couldn't be unleashed, making it quite dangerous in the endless sea. Therefore, he wanted Zhou to exchange Emperor's Crystal Amber. I don't have Emperor's Crystal Amber, but I have this. A flash of blue light appeared in Zhou's hand, and the Divine Core appeared in his palm. This is the Divine Emperor's energy? The Gravity Emperor's mental energy swept over the Divine Core, and then he spoke. Yes, how many strands of primal energy can I exchange with you? Zhou nodded and asked. You don't want me to be resurrected? The Gravity Emperor was somewhat speechless. Alright, then give me one strand first. Getting the Gravity Emperor back to life quickly was indeed more important. After all, the Endless Sea wasn't exactly peaceful. Whether it was the Evolution Emperor, who could evolve the core of a Leviathan into a living being, or the recently appeared Blasphemous Emperor, who could cause biological mutations, these two Emperor-level Leviathans posed a significant threat to the survivors. Subsequently, after the Gravity Emperor channeled one strand of its primal energy into Zhou Wen's body, it caused the seawater around Zhou Wen's palm to sweep away the divine core. Is the Divine Emperor very powerful? Zhou Wen asked, seeing that the Gravity Emperor seemed to recognize the Divine Emperor. Chapter 1245. It's alright, but the Holy Emperor's energy is quite suitable for you survivors, said the Gravity Emperor after absorbing the energy from the Holy Core. Do you know where the Holy Emperor's Imperial Sea is? Zhou Wen asked expectantly. I don't know. No emperor would let other emperors know their seas. The Gravity Emperor shook his head. Alright. Then, Zhou Wen placed a newly acquired teleportation stone near the Gravity Emperor, grabbed some unique creatures from the infinite floating sea, and returned to his stomach wall space. Meanwhile, in Sea Area 6, in the dual space, two blue dual shields merged, the barrier light membrane in between gradually disappearing. In the two spaces separated by the barrier light membrane, on one side was Chu Moyan, and on the other was a powerful expert from District 5. This was Chu Moyan's 20th duel. He had won the previous 19 relatively easily. While the survivors who challenged him were all strong from their respective districts, they had all been enslaved by District 5 before, so their strength wasn't particularly high. But now he was facing a survivor from District 5, so he had to take it seriously. Soon, the central light barrier completely disappeared, signifying the official start of the duel. Damn, lowly commoner, you think you're worthy to manage our Sea Area 6? The District 5 survivor didn't immediately attack Chu Moyan, but instead looked at him with disdain, speaking with utter disgust. Your Sea Area 6? Brahma is dead, and almost all the survivors in District 5 are dead, leaving only a little over 10,000. Did you think Sea Area 6 was under your District 5's rule? Chu Moyan said angrily in a deep voice. Even if the great god Brahma is dead, you lowly commoners are no match for us noble people of the White Elephant Kingdom, a survivor from Zone 5 scoffed. You don't actually think the god of C10 will step in to help a lowly commoner like you, do you? The survivor from Zone 5 added. Back then, when that great god of C10 was choosing a manager, he sent a message in the regional communication channel. That is to say, that God wanted to choose a manager from among the survivors of Zone 5. But you damn lowly commoner, beat me to it. The survivor from Zone 5 almost shouted. But now, I will reclaim the blessing that the god should have bestowed upon me, and become the true manager of C6. Whoosh. The survivor from Zone 5 had barely finished speaking when his figure suddenly transformed into a blur, rushing towards Chu Moyan at incredible speed. Buzz. Chu Moyan was startled and immediately released King's Might to suppress the survivor from Zone 5. To Chu Moyan's utter surprise, this survivor from Zone 5 was completely unaffected by Wang Wei. Head die. You filthy wretch. A flash of blue light appeared in the survivor's hand, and a green scimitar materialized in his palm, a Sea Abyss-grade weapon. Simultaneously, a burst of fiery energy erupted from his entire body. The green scimitar, coated with burning fiery energy, swung itself in a fan-shaped arc of flames just before striking Chu Moyan. However, just as the survivor thought this strike would cleave Chu Moyan in two, a bloated suit of armor, seemingly pieced together from stones, suddenly appeared on Chu Moyan's body. Humph. Trash deserves trash. The survivor from Zone 5 completely disregarded Chu Moyan's armor, directly slashing his flaming scimitar at the armor. Bang! A crisp metallic clang rang out, and the survivor's confident expression froze. How is this possible? The survivor explained incredulously. His weapon and the energy imbued with it were both abyss level, and quite powerful at that. Even so, it hadn't left a single mark on the opponent's stone-like armor. How could you, a lowly commoner, possess such a level of abyss-level armor? The survivor exclaimed in disbelief. Whoosh! At that moment, a spiked club appeared in Chu Moyan's hand, and he swung it fiercely at the survivor from Zone 5. But just as the club was about to strike, the survivor from Zone 5 dodged it with a swift movement. Chu Moyan's attributes were vastly different from those of the survivor from Zone 5. Chu Moyan's attribute panel showed all three attributes at maximum in Phase 2, while the survivor from Zone 5 had all three attributes at maximum in Phase 3, and also possessed various powerful amplification traits. This armor was bestowed upon you by the god of Sea Area 10, wasn't it? The survivor from Zone 5 said, suddenly realizing something after easily dodging the attack. These should all be mine. Give them back. The survivor from Zone 5 roared, his entire body surging with fiery energy. Then, the survivor from Zone 5 pushed his palm forward, releasing fiery energy that quickly formed a fire tornado around Chu Moyan. Since his attacks couldn't break through the commoner's defenses, he just roasted him to death with the intense heat. The temperature inside the fire tornado rose rapidly, but Chu Moyan, enveloped within it, felt no heat at all, as the mountain armor on his body blocked it completely. The mountain armor was a king-level armor. While not the best king-level armor, it was still more than capable of insulating against the high temperatures generated by abyss-level energy. King-level armor is truly impressive, Chu Moyan thought to himself. He had been genuinely startled when he saw the fire tornado rising around him, because none of the armor he had ever seen could insulate against the heat. Ha ha ha! Die, you lowly commoner! The survivor from District 5, seeing Chu Moyan utterly powerless within the fire tornado, felt victory was assured and couldn't help but burst into laughter. But the next second, the survivor's laughter abruptly stopped, because Chu Moyan actually charged straight out of the fire tornado, the flame still clinging to his armor, and rushed towards him. Impossible. How come you're still alive? The survivor from Zone 5 was losing his temper, as the intense heat of the flames was his only means of killing his opponent. Chu Moyan didn't answer, rushing towards the survivor from Zone 5, and violently swinging his spiked club. However, the survivor from Zone 5 dodged the attack again. There was no way around it. Chu Moyan's speed attribute was too low, making it difficult to touch the survivor from Zone 5. After creating some distance between himself and Chu Moyan, the survivor from Zone 5 quickly stuffed a handful of transparent particles into his mouth. These transparent particles were ethereal factors, which could grant immunity to mental attacks below the Emperor level. The survivor from Zone 5 relied on these ethereal factors to remain unaffected by Chu Moyan's kingly might, but he didn't have many ethereal factors left. He had just swallowed the last dozen or so. Chapter 1246. I was originally going to keep this armor on you, you lowly commoner, but now it seems I can't, the survivor from District 5 said helplessly, then opened his palm, revealing a golden crystal. This is. Chu Moyan's pupils constricted sharply. Hey, you lowly commoner should know what this is, right? The survivor from District 5 sneered, directly using the golden crystal in his hand. This divine light energy source allows me to possess an extremely powerful abyss-level divine light energy. Although your abyss-level armor has high defense, it can't possibly withstand it. Die! The moment the abyss-level divine light energy entered his body, the survivor from District 5 immediately released an energy beam at Chu Moyan. Buzz! The energy beam, 1 meter in diameter, moved extremely fast, hitting Chu Moyan hundreds of meters away as soon as it shot out. Boom! Immediately afterward, a violent energy explosion followed, the dazzling golden light almost obscuring half of the dueling arena. Damn lowly commoner, this is what happens when you anger the noble people of the White Elephant Kingdom. The survivor from District 5 said arrogantly, a smile on his face as he raised his head. Ha ha ha, from now on, I will become the new god of C6. The survivor from District 5 laughed excitedly, already imagining the luxurious life he would lead as a god. Before, he was merely a Shudra, the lowest of the 4 castes in District 5. Although he could swagger around among the commoners of other districts, he still had to bow and scrape before the higher castes of District 5. But now, he would become the new god of C6, his status even surpassing that of the Brahmin caste, becoming an incomparably noble being. But soon, the survivor from Zone 5 noticed something was wrong, because the victory notification hadn't sounded in his mind. Could it be? A wave of fear washed over the survivor from Zone 5. Divine Light Energy Source was his trump card, yet it hadn't killed his opponent. And once the ethereal factor immunity to King's Might wore off, he would surely die. No! Impossible. That's top-tier abyss-level energy. How could it not destroy that lowly commoner's ugly armor? The survivor from Zone 5's face paled, unable to believe it, constantly denying it. Isn't it normal that abyss-level energy can't destroy my armor? At this moment, the golden energy dissipated, revealing Chu Moyan's figure. His armor was completely undamaged. This armor, could it be? Suddenly, the survivor from Zone 5 realized a possibility, and his expression instantly turned to terror. This armor is king level? The survivor from Zone 5's voice trembled, as he said the word king level. That's right. Chu Moyan nodded, then slowly walked towards the survivor in Zone 5. Alright, if you don't have any other stronger means of attack, then you can die, Chu Moyan said calmly. The survivor in Zone 5 wanted to resist, But the ethereal factor immunity to King's might had already disappeared, and he was suppressed to the ground as soon as he moved. That's right. So what if you have King-level armor? Your lowly weapon can't destroy my Abyss-level armor. The survivor in Zone 5 suddenly thought, then immediately put on a green Abyss-level armor. Do you think Lord Zhou would only give me a King-level armor, but not a King-level weapon? Chu Moyan stopped in front of the survivor from Zone 5, his voice tinged with mockery. At this moment, fear finally surfaced in the survivor's eyes. Don't kill me. Huff. The survivor from Zone 5 tried to beg for mercy, but Chu Moyan had already swung his spiked club, smashing it heavily onto the survivor's head. Crack! The survivor's head armor crumbled under the blow of the spiked club, as fragile as a watermelon rind, and the skull inside was smashed to pieces like bright red melon flesh. Ding! You have won the duel, and will receive all the supplies of the losing side. Finally, it's over. Chu Moyan breathed a sigh of relief as he heard the system notification in his mind. When the survivor from Zone 5 pulled out the Divine Light energy source, Chu Moyan was genuinely startled and almost used the Platinum Flame energy core Zhou Wen had given him. At the time, he thought the survivor from Zone 5 had produced a Divine Light energy core, a King-level Divine Light energy that his mountain armor definitely couldn't withstand. Fortunately, the survivor from Zone 5 revealed the information about the Divine Light energy source himself. Otherwise, he really would have used the Platinum Flame energy core. Just get through today, Chu Moyan murmured. The supply box Zhou Wen had given him contained various Abyss-level gene potions and steel seals. However, gene integration takes time. Therefore, Chu Moyan would have to wait until tomorrow to successfully integrate an Abyss-level gene before he could truly possess the strength to manage Sea Area 6. Otherwise, relying solely on King-level armor and weapons wouldn't be enough to intimidate others. After the duel ended, Chu Moyan returned to the space within his Leviathan-like stomach wall, awaiting the next duel. However, to his surprise, a considerable amount of time passed without anyone challenging him to a duel. After checking the messages in the regional chat channel, Chu Moyan learned that many survivors from other regions had challenged the survivor from District 5 he had just killed, but all had failed. Now that he had killed the District 5 survivor, many people had recognized his strength, and therefore no longer challenged him. Thus, Chu Moyan had gained initial control of Sea Area 6. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen was grilling the various new creatures he had just brought back from the infinite floating sea. Having just used the metal pattern plate and character attribute panel, which increased the upper limit of his 3 attributes by an additional 300 points, he now needed to max out his attribute values. While roasting the new creature meat, Zhou Wen checked the messages in the communication channel for Sea Area 6. Seeing that Chu Moyan had stabilized Sea Area 6, he sent him a Divine Light fruit and a set of materials for breaking through to the 3rd stage of intelligence. However, Chu Moyan informed Zhou Wen via private message that his character attribute panel was only at stage 2, and the materials for breaking through to stage 3 were unusable. This was unexpected by Zhou Wen, so he sent Chu Moyan a rainbow dew to help him break through from stage 2 to stage 3. Then, Zhou Wen continuously consumed the new creature meat. After increasing all 3 of his attributes to their maximum, he went to the colorful bubble space and used energy-gathering ice crystal to condense energy. After using Rainbow Origin, all the energy in his body was depleted, and he needed to replenish it quickly. Chapter 1247. On the 494th day, in these 3 days, Chu Moyan had completely taken control of Sea Area 6, and his character attribute panel had entered the 4th stage, possessing a king-level energy. To establish his authority and gain the recognition of the survivors from other districts, as the administrator of Sea Area 6, Chu Moyan, after obtaining the king-level energy, directly used the cross-district conquest ticket on the remaining survivors of District 5. These survivors of District 5 had previously treated survivors from other districts as slaves, arbitrarily oppressing and toying with them, never treating them as human beings. Chu Moyan's disposal of all the remaining survivors from District 5 was a form of revenge for all the survivors from other districts, and also a demonstration of his strength, a double benefit. However, since all the survivors from District 5 and Sea Area 6 were dead, this meant that the overall strength of Sea Area 6 had decreased significantly. Chu Moyan did a simple count, and currently, there were only a dozen or so survivors in Sea Area 6 possessing Abyss-level energy. Without the pressure from the survivors in Zone 5, survivors from other zones can now begin exploring the Endless Sea. However, given their current strength, exploring the Endless Sea will likely result in a large number of deaths. Previously, only survivors from Zone 5 were allowed to venture out into the entire C6. The remaining survivors from other zones could only cultivate seaweed and raise some edible fish to be self-sufficient. Brahma kept these survivors from other zones around so that he could open more golden treasure chests during the treasure hunt trial. The fact that the survivors in C6 are currently too weak and prone to death while exploring is not a major concern for Zhou, because C Area 6 is now under the jurisdiction of C Area 10, and there are currently a large number of survivors with abyss-level energy in C Area 10, almost reaching 100,000. Survivors in C Area 10 can receive messages from survivors in C Area 6 through the area's communication channel. If they see someone calling for help, they will naturally lend a hand, and the reward is the Leviathan corpse and supply boxes encountered by the person seeking help. At this moment, in the stomach wall space, Zhou had finished feeding Phantom Scale. Then, Zhou, through members of the Survivors Guild on Sunset Island, took mini Phantom Scale with him. Just as Zhou was flying through the air, passing through the 1,000-flower vase plain, he paused slightly. Because the once empty plain was now covered with all kinds of flowers, and among the flowers, numerous purple furballs were flying, collecting nectar. It seems the Leviathan of Life has started working, Zhou said with a smile, indicating that the Leviathan of Life's body had fully recovered. Not long after flying towards the giant lake from the 1,000-vase plain, Zhou spotted a massive green leaf at the plain's edge. The leaf shone with a vibrant green light under the sun. The Life Leviathan, needing to provide life energy to the entire 1,000-vase plain and accelerate the growth of the 1,000-vase plants, had simply settled at the plain's edge. At this moment, the Life Leviathan, its main body curled into a ball, since Zhou's arrival. It slowly unfurled from its coiled state, and raised its head to look in Zhou's direction. Here you go. As Zhou approached, the Life Leviathan spat out 3 portions of life factors. Have you accumulated 1 million units of energy? Zhou asked expressionlessly. Yes, I have, Leviathan answered honestly. Zhou nodded expressionlessly, then used a travel voucher to bring Chenku over. Chenku had already learned about the situation from Zhou before being brought over, so she wasn't too surprised to see Leviathan. Transfer the 1 million units of life energy within you into the king-level certification in her hand. Zhou handed Chenku the king-level certification he had obtained from Leviathan's treasure chest, then said to Leviathan. You haven't given me the king-level energy crystal yet, Leviathan muttered under her breath. What? Are you going to haggle again? Zhou's tone turned cold, and the surrounding temperature began to drop sharply. Sensing Zhou's anger, the Leviathan of Life shrank back, no longer daring to insist on the king-level energy crystal. Its entire body glowed with a bright green energy, which it then channeled entirely into the king-level certification in Chenku's hand. Instantly, the light emanating from the abundant life energy dyed the entire sky green, and nearby weeds, influenced by the life energy, began to grow rapidly. After a while, all the life energy had entered the king-level certification in Chenku's hand, and the transparent crystal plate of the king-level certification turned pale gold. Ding! Obtain Leviathan of Life Certification X1. A system notification sounded in Chenku's mind, and he also learned about the various abilities inherent in the king-level certification. After reviewing the Vitality Leviathan certification ability information, Chenku was somewhat astonished, because these abilities were all too powerful. Leaving aside Royal Domain and Vitality Energy Form, the mere increase of 1,000 points in the upper limits of 3 attributes was enough to leave her speechless with shock. Thank you, Boss Zhou, Chenku said gratefully. She didn't refuse, because as the manager of C Area 2, she genuinely needed this Vitality Leviathan certification. C Area 2, because its guardian Leviathan was killed by the Dream Emperor, wasn't under the jurisdiction of C Area 10. If they encountered danger in the treasure hunt trial, Zhou wouldn't be able to provide assistance. Therefore, Chenku needed the ability to face those unexpected dangers. Otherwise, not only would the number of survivors in C Area 2 decrease significantly, but it would also affect Zhou's interests. Okay, you can use it as soon as you get back, Zhou nodded, then handed Chenku the Life Leviathan Gene Potion he had obtained from the Life Treasure Chest last time. Currently, the Life Leviathan's life energy was completely depleted, so it couldn't supply energy to Chenku for the time being. Having Chenku integrate the Life Leviathan gene would allow him to condense some life energy within his body, so that he would at least have the energy to activate the life energy form in case of danger. After Chenku left, Zhou looked at the Life Leviathan, which looked quite aggrieved. Originally, I wasn't planning to give you anything this time. Consider it punishment for your insatiable greed, Zhou said calmly, looking at the Life Leviathan. However, you performed well this time, and you even matured all the 1,000-flower vases, so this king-level core is your reward. A flash of blue light appeared in Zhou Wen's hand, and a king-level core appeared, which he then tossed to the life Leviathan. Chapter 1248. The Leviathan of Life, which had been drooping its head, thinking it would get nothing this time, perked up immediately upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, and swallowed the king-level core. From now on, listen to me obediently, and don't try anything clever, and I certainly won't treat you unfairly, Zhou Wen said to the Leviathan of Life in an unquestionable tone. Okay, I understand. The Leviathan of Life obediently nodded its antennae. After PUAing the Leviathan of Life, Zhou Wen brought Chen Xian along so the Leviathan of Life could get acquainted. Chen Xian would be responsible for collecting the 100-flower glue from the violet 100-fragrance tree in the 1,000-flower vase plain from now on, so getting acquainted now would prevent any conflicts. After doing this, Zhou Wen, accompanied by Cheng Hui, headed to see Area 1. This time, Zhou Wen came to see Area 1 to see if Cheng Hui could command the blood beasts. When Chen Xian first entered the Eternal Day Sea, Zhou Wen sent the black blood blackback fish and black blood windwing to the sea via the system interface, handing control of these two creatures over to Chen Xian, who could command them. However, the black blood blackback fish and black blood windwing were controlled by the dead bloodworm, while the blood fallen beast was controlled by the dead silence worm. Although the dead silence worm was completely under Zhou Wen's control, it was still a king-level creature, and others might not be able to command it effectively, so a test was necessary. Sure enough, when Zhou Wen released the blood-fallen beast and tried to get Cheng Hui to command it, the blood-fallen beast seemed not to hear him, remaining motionless. Boss Zhou this? Cheng Hui said somewhat awkwardly, looking at the motionless blood-fallen beast. Am I the only one who can control the blood-fallen beast? Zhou Wen frowned. He had originally planned to give each of his subordinates one as bodyguards if he encountered more desecrated eggs, but now it seemed impossible. That doesn't make sense either. The deathly silent worm obeys my commands 100%. If I commanded to follow Cheng Hui's orders, wouldn't it be disobeying me? Zhou Wen pondered, his brow furrowed. Wait a minute. Zhou Wen suddenly realized a possibility. Could it be that the deathly silent worm can't receive Cheng Hui's commands? Zhou Wen's expression shifted. Since the blood-descended beast isn't a living being, it lacks any auditory organs or nerves, so the deathly silent worms within it naturally can't receive commands. Zhou Wen can directly control the blood-descended beast because he has other deathly silent worms within him, and there must be some kind of connection between the deathly silent worms and the smaller ones. Use your mental energy to cover the blood-descended beast and command it to try, Zhou Wen said to Cheng Hui to confirm his hypothesis. Cheng Hui immediately did as he was told, releasing his mental energy to cover the blood-descended beast and then issuing a command to charge. This time, the blood-descended beast successfully received the command, its body flashing as it charged forward at an incredible speed. Just as I thought, Zhou Wen said. However, problems soon arose. After the blood beast broke out of Cheng Hui's mental energy range, it could no longer receive commands and ran further and further away, becoming impossible to call back. Seeing this, Zhou Wen knew that using mental energy was unreliable. After all, Cheng Hui's mental energy only covered a few hundred meters, and the blood beast could easily lose control if he wasn't careful. This was extremely dangerous. If Cheng Hui's command was to kill the enemy, once the enemy was wiped out, it might start indiscriminately killing if not stopped, which would be disastrous for Cheng Hui's subordinates. Just as Cheng Hui was about to chase after the blood beast and order it to turn back, Zhou Wen had a sudden thought, and the blood beast, which was charging forward, immediately turned and ran back. Cheng Hui, confused, came to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen then activated a small, lifeless worm within his heart, which left his heart and moved to his palm. Here's a lifeless worm. See if you can control the blood beast with it, Zhou Wen said, as a jet black worm with fine, scarlet markings crawled out of his palm. Okay, Cheng Hui nodded, then held out his hand to the lifeless worm. The lifeless worm sprang into Cheng Hui's palm, then quickly burrowed into his skin, up his arm, and into his heart. With the lifeless worm in his heart, controlling the blood beast became much easier for Cheng Hui. He could control it without using his mental energy, and it could receive commands from any distance. It seems I have to give each of my subordinates a small death worm before I can use the blood beast, Zhou Wen thought to himself. Wait! Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly widened as he recalled the scene of channeling death energy into the death worms within the blood beast. If I distribute the remaining small death worms within me to my subordinates, could I store any excess death energy in their bodies when I use the rainbow cube? Zhou Wen asked, his eyes wide. I have to find an opportunity to try this later, Zhou Wen thought to himself. Then, Zhou Wen brought Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Lung Liang, and Chen Kuolong giving each of them a small death worm for easier command of the blood beast later. After completing the test, Jiang Haidao and his group left. Zhou Wen went to the Golden Flame Leviathan, handed it 3 king-level cores, and then returned to the stomach space of the Phantom Scale with the Bloodfall beast. With nothing else to do, Zhou Wen took the mini Phantom Scale to the colorful bubble space to condense energy. Meanwhile, in an unnamed sea area, a survivor exploration team was exploring. They consisted of 10 people, with their Phantom Leviathan spaced 10,000 meters apart. This increased their exploration range and prevented them from being wiped out by powerful giant creatures. The team leader was a female survivor named Isabella. Her character attribute panel showed all 3 attributes at the second stage maxed out, and she possessed a medium-sized Leviathan-level energy. At this moment, Isabella sat on the head of her Phantom Leviathan, facing the blowing wind. Her long, flowing golden hair danced in the wind like surging golden waves, and the exposed white skin of her neck shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Combined with her curvaceous figure, she was unmistakably a great beauty. However, upon seeing Isabella's face, others would think differently. Her face was abnormally grotesque, as if her skin had been ripped off, her gums exposed, her eyes bulging, a truly terrifying sight. Isabella's face wasn't the work of others, she had ripped off her own skin. In this survival world, survival is incredibly difficult, and it's even more difficult for a beautiful female survivor. Isabella didn't want to become someone else's plaything, so she hardened her heart and tore off her own skin. Chapter 1249. As the number of strong survivors increases, the development of other survivors becomes increasingly difficult. These strong survivors use their power to force others to submit and become their subordinates. Those who refuse face certain death. While they are nominally subordinates, they are essentially slaves, required to regularly supply large quantities of Leviathan meat. Failure to meet the quota results in severe punishment. 3 failures result in execution. Under this barbaric rule, survivors of varying strengths exploit each other at every level. The strong exploit the weak, and the weak exploit the even weaker. Isabella is one of the weaker survivors. Her team is led by a survivor whose character attributes are at the second stage, with all 3 stats maxed out, and who possesses a large-scale Leviathan-level energy. They must supply 10 million tons of Leviathan meat daily, or face punishment. But 10 million tons of Leviathan meat is not so easily obtained. The endless sea is vast, and encountering Leviathans is not a daily occurrence. But the survivor leading their squad wouldn't listen, so Isabella's team was constantly on the go, with no time to rest. What frustrated Isabella even more was that their leader, a survivor named David, had suddenly become interested in her, and was constantly pressuring the team in various ways, trying to force her to comply. Just as Isabella was looking at the avatars of her squad members in the system interface's friend list, pondering how to dissuade David from his feelings for her, one of her teammates' avatars suddenly turned black and white. George is dead. Isabella exclaimed in shock, because George hadn't sent her any messages, meaning he had died instantly. The only thing capable of instantly killing George, who was inside the illusory Leviathan, could be an energy-type Leviathan creature. Isabella immediately used the direction of George's illusory Leviathan to determine the location of the energy-type Leviathan creature, and promptly sent messages to her companions nearby, urging them to move away. However, shortly after sending her messages, the avatars of her companions in her friend list began turning black and white one by one. Isabella immediately realized that this Leviathan creature attacking their team was no ordinary creature. If things continued this way, their entire team might be wiped out. In this situation, she had no choice but to seek help from David, but David made an unreasonable demand. He would only help if she spent the entire night with him, otherwise, it was out of the question. Isabella hesitated for a moment but agreed, deciding to weather the immediate crisis first. After sending David a request to join her, Isabella sent messages to her remaining companions, instructing them to gather in her direction. Soon after, Isabella's remaining squad members gathered. At that moment, a blue light flashed, and a bald man with a lewd appearance emerged from it, David. As soon as David appeared, his gaze swept over Isabella's figure. Isabella felt a pang of disgust but said nothing, instead donning her armor. "Even though your face is ruined, your body is absolutely gorgeous," David said with a lewd grin as he approached Isabella, even attempting to touch her, but Isabella dodged him. "Humph. What's with the pretense? You regret this tonight," David scoffed. Splash. Suddenly, a gigantic wave thousands of meters high surged up on the distant sea, and a massive shadow moved rapidly towards Isabella and her group from beneath the surface. David's expression changed instantly upon seeing the towering wave, for the leviathan capable of causing such a massive wave was likely a large leviathan. Isabella had just told him that the attacker might be an energy-type leviathan, meaning it was a large leviathan possessing energy. Without hesitation, David immediately abandoned his companions and fled. Although he possessed the energy of a large leviathan, he was no match for an energy-type large leviathan, especially since its heart might contain a core organism. David's sudden departure made Isabella's heart sink. While sending a message cursing David, she quickly told her companions to escape, while she herself faced the powerful leviathan alone. Isabella had had enough of this world. Even if she survived this time, she knew she wouldn't escape David's harassment anyway, so she might as well sacrifice herself to buy time for her companions. Soon, a colossal wave thousands of meters high arrived. Looking at the endless wave before her, Isabella activated her medium-sized leviathan energy. Boom! At the moment the wave crashed down, Isabella's tiny figure seemed like a speck of dust. Immediately afterwards, she was swept into the deep sea by the surging waters. In the deep sea, a gigantic creature radiating blue light appeared in her vision. It was indeed a large energy-type leviathan. Isabella didn't charge headlong into the fray to her death. Instead, she swam rapidly in the opposite direction from her companions, hoping to buy them more time. To this end, she activated all her special abilities. However, to Isabella's surprise, this large, energy-type leviathan was incredibly fast. She couldn't outrun it. Sigh. I tried my best. That's it. Isabella gave up struggling, stopping in place. Watching the enormous leviathan grow ever larger and closer, her face showed no fear, but rather a sense of relief. Since arriving in this survival world, she had been under constant pressure, her mind always on edge. She had had enough. Whoosh! The surging seawater washed over her armor. The large leviathan was upon her, its gaping maw, like an abyss, looming over her like a dark night sky. Whoosh! Just then, a jet-black energy blade, tens of thousands of meters long, suddenly shot from the side of the large leviathan creature, severing its head. The sight of the large leviathan being killed by the jet-black energy blade startled Isabella. She immediately looked in the direction from which the blade had come. In the dark seawater, a pair of scarlet eyes were slowly approaching her. What level of leviathan is this? Abyss level? Isabella was indifferent at this point. She remained where she was, waiting for the scarlet eyes to get closer. When the scarlet eyes were 100 meters away from Isabella, a hint of doubt appeared on her face. The creature that appeared in her vision was just a fish a dozen meters long. This fish emanated a jet-black energy, its eyes blood-red. As it drew closer, Isabella felt a strange sense of suffocation. Chapter 1250. Aren't you going to run? Just as Isabella was waiting for the strange black fish in front of her to devour her, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Isabella's eyes widened abruptly. She looked around in surprise, thinking her companion had returned, but after searching, there was no one there. Finally, her gaze fell on the jet-black fish-like creature before her, her surprise gradually turning into astonishment. Was it you speaking? Isabella asked, somewhat shocked. Of course, Isabella knew that king-level leviathans could speak, but how could this fish-like creature, only a dozen meters long, possibly be a king-level leviathan? Yes, the jet-black fish replied using its mental power. Heh, I thought only king-level leviathans could speak. I learned something new today. Isabella smiled faintly. Seeing such a strange creature before her death was a kind of luck. Aren't you afraid of death? The blackfish asked again. Of course I'm afraid of death, but would you let me go just because I'm afraid? Isabella asked, her emotions returning to calm. She naturally didn't want to die, but would this strange blackfish really let her go? I didn't say I was going to kill you, the blackfish said. Huh? Isabella paused, her expression shifting several times, unsure what to say. Which sea area are you a survivor from? The blackfish continued. You even know about survivors? Isabella was even more surprised. It seemed unbelievable to her. However, after calming down, she revealed her sea area. I am a survivor from Sea Area 8. Isabella is a survivor from Zone 1 of Sea Area 8. The current ruler of Sea Area 8 is also a survivor from Zone 1, but as a Zone 1 survivor, she receives no preferential treatment. In Sea Area 8, everything is based on strength, power is everything. Sea Area 8. The blackfish hesitated for a moment. Have you encountered any survivors from Sea Area 10? The blackfish asked again. Survivors from Sea Area 10? No, we in Sea Area 8 haven't encountered any survivors from other sea areas yet. Isabella shook her head. That's good. The blackfish's telepathic communication carried a hint of relief. This blackfish was none other than Miles, whom Zhou Wen nearly eliminated on day 451. If it hadn't secretly separated a piece of its body by self-destructing, it would have been dead long ago. Moreover, after fighting Zhou Wen, Miles realized a problem. The deathly energy it had condensed was completely countered by Zhou Wen, meaning it could never be a match for him. That battle shattered Miles's hopes of reviving the alien brain. It no longer wanted to pursue its plan for the alien brain to coexist with the survivors. Simply surviving in the endless sea was enough. Because if it spread the alien brain among the survivors, it would inevitably face destruction when Zhou Wen appeared, making it pointless. Don't you want the core and supply crate in this corpse? Miles turned its fish body, looking at the rapidly sinking corpse of the large, energy-type Leviathan creature. You really won't kill me? Isabella asked uncertainly. Not only will I not kill you, but I also help you become stronger, but there's one condition. Miles planned to secretly hide in Sea Area 8 from now on, but to better conceal himself, he needed to support one of his own to become the ruler of Sea Area 8. Isabella's emotions fluctuated upon hearing the blackfish's words: surprise, excitement, and wariness. Excitement stemmed from the fact that if she could truly gain the help of this peculiar blackfish, her strength would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Wariness arose because a strange blackfish that had suddenly appeared could not only speak but also offered to help her improve her strength. If this wasn't a dream, then there was definitely a trap. What's the condition? Isabella neither immediately agreed nor refused, but instead inquired about the condition. The condition is that once you're strong enough, you must hunt down a Leviathan of the Emperor class, Miles said. Miles wanted to try absorbing the genes of other Emperor-class Leviathans, so that he wouldn't be helpless against Zhou Wen in the future. Hunting an Emperor-class Leviathan? Isabella's expression froze, her mind going blank for a moment. She even wondered if she had misheard. She had only ever seen one King-class Leviathan, the Guardian Leviathan of Sea Area 8. She had never even seen an Emperor-class Leviathan, let alone killed one. Besides, an Emperor-class Leviathan was definitely stronger than a King-class Leviathan. How could she possibly do it? I know that an Emperor-class Leviathan is too powerful for you right now, but I will give you the strength to fight one, Miles said. Can I ask you, what level of creature are you? Isabella suddenly realized that the jet black fish in front of her seemed far from ordinary. I am Emperor level, Miles said. For a moment, Isabella froze, her mind blank. She even wondered if she was dreaming, because it was all too unbelievable. Whether the jet blackfish's words were true or not, she couldn't be sure, but the fact that it had just killed a large energy-type Leviathan, with a single blow proved that it was at least a Sea Abyss-level Leviathan. For a survivor like Isabella, who was at a relatively low level, a Sea Abyss-level Leviathan was already an extremely terrifying existence. Is that all the conditions? Isabella gradually recovered from her shock and asked. Yes, Miles said. Okay, I agree. After receiving confirmation, Isabella immediately agreed. She knew there might be some price to pay, but she had no other choice. After Isabella agreed, Miles opened his fish mouth, and a black object with tentacles crawled out. Isabella examined it closely, and realized it appeared to be the brain of some kind of creature. It wasn't large, only about the size of a walnut, but its bizarre shape made her involuntarily frown. This is part of my true form, residing within your body. It will protect you when you encounter danger, Miles said. Isabella looked at the strange creature swimming towards her, hesitated slightly, and then retracted her armor. Chapter 1251. The next second, the strange creature burrowed into her chest, entering her heart, and the bloody hole in her chest quickly healed. Immediately afterwards, Isabella felt a sudden itch on her face. She reached up and touched it, only to be surprised to find that her face had returned to normal. She immediately took out a mirror and looked at herself. A stunningly beautiful face with sculpted features and a touch of heroism was reflected in the mirror, leaving her momentarily stunned, her feelings indescribably complex. No girl doesn't love beauty, but in this world, this face would only harm her, so she didn't want her face to return to normal. What's wrong? Your face hasn't healed properly? Miles asked, seeing Isabella staring at the mirror. No, it's just that my face might cause me trouble. Isabella put the mirror away, then touched her face, considering whether to destroy it again. Does the strongest survivor in your Sea Area 8 possess Emperor-level energy? Miles suddenly asked. Emperor-level energy? No. Isabella shook her head. Although she didn't know the exact strength of the Sea Lord, she was certain he didn't possess Emperor-level energy. Then what kind of trouble will you encounter? Miles asked, somewhat puzzled. Isabella's movement to draw her dagger suddenly froze. Afterward, Isabella began collecting the core and supply crate of the massive Leviathan. She directly crafted the core into a characteristic seal and imprinted it on her character attribute panel. She also drank the gene potion she found in the supply crate. Miles didn't intend to let Isabella drink his gene serum to gain the ability to release death energy, as this would easily expose it. If Isabella frequently used death energy, and Joe whenever arrived at Sea Area 8 and learned of this, he would inevitably guess that Miles was still alive, which would be troublesome. Therefore, he only planned to passively protect Isabella through the small portion of his body residing in her heart when she was in danger. After some time, Isabella gathered the remaining members of her team and, together with them, dissected the large Leviathan corpse. The team members were somewhat surprised at how the large Leviathan had died. Isabella feigned ignorance, saying that the large Leviathan had suddenly died, and she had no idea what had happened. Isabella kept Miles's presence a secret, because Miles had instructed her never to tell anyone that she had seen it. The team members didn't feel anything was amiss, because the large Leviathan was dead, and their captain certainly didn't have the strength to kill it. They felt it was God's blessing. That evening, after Isabella's team had completely dissected the large Leviathan, smiles were on their faces. The large Leviathan weighed 62 million tons, enough to complete their 6-day hunting mission. Just as the group was rejoicing that the next few days would be a little easier, Isabella suddenly received a private message from David. After reading David's message, Isabella frowned. David knew her avatar hadn't disappeared, meaning she had escaped the giant Leviathan's pursuit, and he wanted her to honor their previous deal. You didn't even intervene, the deal is void. Isabella's beautiful face was contorted with anger. I didn't intervene? I teleported there, and you're all still alive. Isn't that my doing? David shamelessly argued. Our survival is God's blessing. What does it have to do with you? The deal is void, don't bother me. Isabella sent the message, and immediately closed the system interface. Damn bitch, I was doing you a favor by sleeping with you, you're really asking for it. David roared, no longer bothering to pretend, and directly sent a threatening message. If you don't obediently accompany me today, I slaughter all your men. Bastard. Isabella's anger finally erupted upon seeing this message, and she cursed aloud. What's wrong? At that moment, Miles's voice echoed in Isabella's mind. The who commands our squad. He wants me to accompany him, Isabella whispered. What kind of strength? Miles asked. Possessing the energy of a large Leviathan, Isabella replied. Actually, Isabella already possessed the characteristics of a large Leviathan. Once the gene inlay was complete, she wouldn't be without a fighting chance against David, but she couldn't wait for the gene inlay to be finished. Only the energy of a large Leviathan? Since he wants to die, then let him die, Miles said calmly. Can the part of your body residing within me also unleash that dark energy blade from earlier? Isabella asked. No, but attaching a layer of energy to your weapon shouldn't be a problem. Just let me know if you want to use it, Miles said. Attaching a layer of energy, that's enough. Isabella recalled the scene of the black fish unleashing the dark energy blade that severed the head of the large Leviathan. Attaching the dark energy to her weapon should be enough to kill David when he's off guard. Afterward, Isabella pretended to be coerced and agreed to spend the night with David. As soon as the message was sent, Isabella received an invitation from David to accompany her. After preparing herself, she clicked accept. A flash of blue light, and Isabella appeared in the stomach space of David's Leviathan form. That's more like it. As long as you keep me company, I can appropriately reduce the number of Leviathan creatures your team has to hand over, David said, his gaze constantly scrutinizing Isabella's body as she approached. Although Isabella was wearing armor, her curvaceous figure was still incredibly alluring. Take off that armor, David said, already impatient. Isabella obediently removed her armor, and when David saw her undamaged face, he was stunned. She was so beautiful that he was momentarily speechless. However, in that instant of David's daze, a flash of blue light appeared in Isabella's hand, and a long sword materialized. She raised her hand and slashed towards David's head. But just as the sword was about to strike David's neck, he suddenly reacted. A burst of azure light erupted, and his figure became a blur, narrowly dodging the attack. Your face has recovered. David's face lit up with ecstatic joy. Chapter 1252. No! Your previous appearance was all an act, wasn't it? I never imagined your true appearance was like this. David dodged the attack and stopped not far from Isabella, but now his eyes were devoid of desire. Because if he offered such a stunning beauty as Isabella to the great lord of the 8th Sea region, he would receive a very generous reward. I don't need you to accompany me anymore. I go with you to see the Lord of the Sea region. Serving the Lord of the Sea region will mean you never have to collect Leviathan meat again. David said somewhat excitedly. David didn't attack Isabella. He didn't want to accidentally injure her. Die! Isabella ignored David's suggestion. She flashed forward and charged at David, her longsword slashing out again. What are you doing? Isn't serving the Lord of the Sea region better? David asked, somewhat puzzled, after dodging the attack once more. Isabella didn't respond at all, relentlessly attacking David, her longsword imbued with a layer of medium-sized Leviathan energy. Enough. I don't have time to waste with you. David stopped dodging. No matter how much he pleaded, Isabella wouldn't listen, so he gave up. A large sword appeared in David's hand, coated with a layer of large-scale Leviathan-level energy. He swung it directly at Isabella's long sword, intending to sever her weapon. However, just as David's sword was about to meet Isabella's long sword, a layer of dark energy suddenly appeared on the blade of Isabella's sword. Whoosh! The long sword, imbued with dark energy, easily severed the broadsword, then swiftly swept across David's neck. David's expression froze instantly. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. A thin line of blood gradually appeared on his neck. The next second, a large amount of scarlet blood spurted out, and David's head fell from his neck. On the morning of the 495th day, Jowen returned to the stomach wall space from the colorful bubble space, and began feeding the phantom scale king-level Leviathan flesh. During the feeding, Jowen checked the messages in the communication channels of the various sea areas. Currently, there were 6 sea areas under the management of Sea Area 10. These were Sea Area 1, Sea Area 2, Sea Area 3, Sea Area 6, Sea Area 7, and Sea Area 9. Including Sea Area 10, 7 out of the 10 survivor sea areas in the Endless Sea were now under Jowen's control. Just 3 more sea areas, Sea Area 4, Sea Area 5, and Sea Area 8, and I can unify all the survivor sea areas. Thinking this, Jowen suddenly felt a sense of impending dominance. At this moment, in the regional chat channel of Sea Area 10, survivors were discussing when Jowen would unify all the sea areas. Survivor from Zone 1, I suddenly realized something. I remember when the king of Zone 10 resurrected, didn't he say that the other survivor sea areas were very powerful? But now 6 survivor sea areas belong to our Zone 10. Survivor from Zone 10, what's so strange about that? Back in the deep sea, if it weren't for someone revealing the boss's true strength, none of you other zones would have known of his existence. Survivor from Zone 10, yes, the boss loves to hide his strength. That's called caution. Survivor from Zone 5, when do you think the king of Zone 10 will be able to control all the survivor seas? Survivor from Zone 2, 90 days? Survivor from Zone 8, there are only 3 survivor seas left now. 90 days is too long. I think it should be 30 days. Survivor from Zone 3, no, what does the number of days have to do with whether the king of Zone 10 can unify all the survivor seas? Shouldn't we find the locations of the remaining 3 survivor seas first? Survivor from Zone 9, that makes sense. I think we shouldn't be exploring on our own anymore. We should focus on finding the locations of the other survivor seas. Survivor from Zone 10, indeed, the big boss has taken over 6 seas at once, but apart from C3, where we still have some involvement, the other seas were completely taken over by the big boss alone. Survivor from Zone 4, by the way, have you guys thought about what will happen after all 10 sea areas are unified? Survivor from Zone 7, I don't want to know what will happen, I just want to know when we can go back to Blue Star. Survivor from Zone 1, yeah, when can we go back? Survivor from Zone 10, live well, we be able to go back someday. The topic of returning to Blue Star suddenly came up in the regional chat channel, and the lively atmosphere gradually turned somewhat heavy. Nearly 500 days have passed, and countless survivors have perished. Although they are currently relatively safe, it's uncertain whether they will survive long enough to return to Blue Star. When can we get back to Blue Star? Jowen was completely clueless about this question. He hadn't even discovered any way to return. Sigh. Let's take it slow. Jowen sighed and stopped worrying about it. After feeding the miniature phantom scale, Jowen took it to the main island of Sea Area 10, arriving at the location of the auspicious Cloud Leviathan's main body, and handed it 8 king-level cores. The auspicious Cloud Leviathan's current energy intensity is comparable to that of a fusion core. If king-level energy is divided into 4 levels, low, medium, high, and top, the auspicious Cloud Leviathan's energy is now at the high level. After obtaining 30,000 strands of auspicious energy from the auspicious Cloud Leviathan, Jowen went to the Radiant Sun Leviathan and handed it the remaining 2 king-level cores. After such a long time, the Leviathan had reached a length of 500,000 meters. Besides the king-level energy crystals and core providing it with a large amount of energy, it also received energy from the radiant sun fruit that occasionally fell from the eternal day sea, thus growing rapidly. Having done all this, Joe prepared to head to the colorful bubble space to continue condensing energy. But just as he was about to teleport, he received a private message. Opening the system interface, he saw it was from Lung Liang. "Boss Joe, I arrived in the Withering Sea," Lung Liang messaged. "Come with me." The next second, Lung Liang's invitation to join him arrived. Joe clicked accept, and his figure vanished in a blue light. When he reappeared, he was beside Lung Liang. At this moment, Lung Liang and his illusory Leviathan were in a hazy gray world, their bodies radiating king-level energy, seemingly resisting something. Ding! Entered the Withering Sea. What is this? Zhou Wengang released his mental energy as soon as he appeared, and then discovered that a black substance, like snowflakes, was falling in the deathly gray sky of the Withered Sea. Chapter 1253. Boss Zhou, this black substance carries some kind of corrosive energy. Be careful. Seeing Zhou, when about to extend his hand out of the king-level energy shield, Lung Liang warned him. Some kind of corrosive energy? Zhou hesitated slightly, then used a burst of lightning ion energy to envelop his entire body, leaving only his palm exposed. He then extended his hand out of Lung Liang's king-level energy shield, and caught a piece of the black substance. The black substance resembled burnt cotton wool. It turned to black ash with a light touch of a finger. But immediately, something changed where his palm touched the black ash. Zhou Wen's once healthy and vibrant palm suddenly began to dry out like withered leaves, resembling aged tree bark, as if he had aged 40 or 50 years in an instant. After a short while, Zhou Wen's entire palm resembled a dried-out chicken claw, shriveled, withered, and devoid of any life. Fortunately, this withering effect didn't spread indefinitely. It gradually weakened as it reached his wrist, eventually stopping completely, and the black ash in his palm vanished entirely. As the black ash disappeared, Zhou Wen's withered arm began to regrow at a visible speed, quickly returning to normal. Can this black ash only be resisted with king-level energy? Zhou Wen asked Lung Liang, withdrawing his hand. Lung Liang had been using a king-level energy shield to resist, clearly having tested it beforehand. Otherwise, continuously consuming king-level energy would be too wasteful. Yes, I tried using abyss-level energy before, but it was completely ineffective. This black ash dissipated immediately upon contact. Lung Liang nodded. That's a bit troublesome, Zhou Wen frowned. Lung Liang had only just entered the Withered Sea, and the black ash, resembling snowflakes, was constantly drifting in. To avoid being corroded by the strange energy inherent in the black ash, one could only consume king-level energy. But where would Lung Liang get so much king-level energy? Therefore, he couldn't delve deeper into the Withered Sea, and thus couldn't find the location where the Withered Emperor had resurrected. You should leave the Withered Sea first, Zhou Wen thought for a moment, deciding to explore deeper himself and get a basic overview of the Withered Sea. Oh, okay. Lung Liang didn't insist. This Withered Sea, which required a continuous consumption of king-level energy, was simply beyond his capabilities to explore. After Zhou Wen jumped off the back of the Phantom Leviathan and landed on the sea below, Lung Liang commanded the Phantom Leviathan to turn and quickly leave the Withered Sea. At this moment, Zhou Wen used a burst of core energy to activate his core body, his entire body radiating a faint blue light to resist the drifting black ash. The black matter, originally in the form of ash, vanished instantly upon contact with the core energy emanating from Zhou Wen's body, like snowflakes falling on a hot iron. This Sea of the Withering Emperor is rather unusual, Zhou Wen murmured, looking at the inky black seawater beneath his feet. He then plunged his hand into the black water, clearly feeling the core energy within his body rapidly depleting, indicating that the seawater also possessed the corrosive effect of the black ash. Next, Zhou Wen began moving through the Withering Sea at an extremely fast speed, simultaneously activating his true sense trait to release his mental energy and survey his surroundings. The light in the desolate sea was extremely dim, and coupled with the scattered black ash, it was difficult to see distant objects with the naked eye. One could only rely on mental power. The core energy is being consumed too quickly. Half an hour later, Zhou Wen stopped moving, as the 30-odd core energies within his body were almost depleted. Zhou Wen stopped using core energy, and instead began using the most abundant auspicious energy within him, forming an energy shield around himself. This won't do. Zhou Wen pondered for a moment, and deployed a wave breaker mech. When Zhou Wen touched the black ash earlier, the corrosive energy released by the ash seemed to be absorbing the life force in his palm. What if it were metal? Would lifeless objects be immune to the corrosion of the black ash? However, when the black ash landed on the wave breaker mech's armor, The originally smooth mechanical armor quickly began to decay, its surface becoming pitted and uneven, as if it had been exposed to wind and rain for a long time. Metal won't work either? What about the Metal Emperor liquefied armor? Zhou put away the Wavebreaker mecha, then with a thought, donned the Metal Emperor liquefied armor. The Wavebreaker mecha's metal body wasn't particularly strong, but the Metal Emperor liquefied armor was an Emperor-level armor. It should be able to withstand the Black Ash without issue. Next, Zhou deactivated the auspicious energy shield around him. Without the auspicious energy to block it, the Black Ash fell onto the Metal Emperor liquefied armor like snowflakes. But this time, the Black Ash, which seemed capable of corroding everything, suddenly lost its effect, causing no damage whatsoever to the Metal Emperor liquefied armor. It simply accumulated on the armor's surface, like ordinary Black Ash. The Emperor-level armor is indeed different, Zhou exclaimed. However, his goal was to find a way for the gleaming, illusory Leviathan to explore the Withering Sea for an extended period. The Metal Emperor liquefied armor was certainly not a useful reference. Therefore, Zhou tried several other armor types, such as the large Leviathan-level Radiant Gold armor, the Abyss-level Nightfall armor, and the King-level Mountain armor. He tried almost every level of armor, only to discover that only the Emperor-level armor could withstand the Black Ash without damage. Armor below the Emperor level was all corroded, albeit at different rates. Exploring the Withering Sea is extremely difficult, Zhou thought to himself. The Withering Sea was more difficult than any Emperor-level sea he had explored before. Entering the Withering Sea required King-level energy, otherwise, one would be reduced to a skeleton by the Black Ash in no time. Zhou suddenly felt it was best not to search for the location where the Withered Emperor had resurrected for the time being. The Withered Sea was so powerful that the Withered Emperor, who controlled it, was likely no ordinary being. Just as Zhou was about to use his Metal Emperor liquefied armor to dive into the sea and check the seabed, the previously calm surface suddenly churned. Whoosh! Soon after, a gale swept across the sea, and the slowly falling Black Ash became rapid and dense under the force of the wind. Splash, splash. The seawater, propelled by the gale, also surged and churned in layers, forming wave after wave. Chapter 1254. In an instant, the rapid Black Ash and surging black water crashed against Zhou's body. This kind of weather, commonplace in the Endless Sea, posed no threat to Zhou in other sea areas. However, in the Withering Sea, if it weren't for the Metal Emperor liquefied armor he had obtained from Brahma, Zhou would have already disengaged and left due to the rapid depletion of his king-level energy. This Withering Sea is truly dangerous, Zhou thought to himself, then plunged into the sea and began to descend rapidly. The seawater was pitch black, and he could see nothing. Zhou could only rely on his mental power to survey his surroundings. Shortly after diving into the sea, a creature entered within the range of Zhou's mental power detection. The creature was about 10,000 meters long, its entire body composed of blackish-gray bones. It was essentially a skeletal creature resembling a snake, and the surface of its skeleton emitted a gray energy. The serpentine skeletal creature quickly swam to Zhou's vicinity, but did not immediately attack him. Instead, it circled around him, constructing a skeletal cage with its skeletal body. The moment the cage formed, the serpentine skeletal creature began releasing gray energy from its body. Soon, the gray energy filled the entire skeletal cage space. Zhou remained quietly in the center of the cage, watching the drifting gray energy around him, but he didn't sense anything unusual. However, he quickly realized that the metallic Emperor liquefied armor on its body must be isolating the gray energy. To check the effect of the gray energy, Zhou specifically extracted a piece of Abyss-level flesh from the system interface. The moment the Abyss-level flesh appeared, it was immediately eroded by the energy in the surrounding seawater, turning into a dried-up piece of jerky. After being enveloped by gray energy, the jerky seemed to be corroded, gradually transforming into a gray energy ball. This skeletal creature can actually directly convert its flesh into energy. Zhou asked, somewhat surprised, watching the absorbed gray energy ball. He had never seen a creature that could directly convert flesh into energy before, and judging from the snake-like skeletal creature's length, it should be a large Leviathan. But this skeletal creature doesn't seem to have a core or supply crates, Zhou wondered. After the snake-like skeletal creature entered Zhou's mental detection range, he had already thoroughly examined its body inside and out with his mental power. Because its entire body was composed of bones, it had no internal organs, and naturally no heart or stomach cavity. But regardless, Zhou definitely wanted to obtain information about this snake-like skeletal creature. Zhou flashed forward, rushing at incredible speed towards the edge of the cage formed by the serpentine skeletal creature. He then deployed an auspicious energy shield, retracted his metallic imperial liquefied armor, and touched the dark gray bones. Gray bone Leviathan stage, ? Length, 10,000 meters. Weight, 12 million tons. Food type, ? Description: a skeletal creature living in the withered waters of the endless sea, formed from the death of a large Leviathan. It can release gray bone energy to corrode the flesh and bones of living beings, directly converting them into gray bone energy, from which gray bone crystals can be obtained. Gray bone crystal? Is that the kind of crystal found in the bone marrow of skeletal creatures? Joe had previously scanned the gray bone Leviathan with his mental power, and discovered a gray crystal within its skeleton, but he hadn't paid much attention. Now, after reviewing the encyclopedia information, he realized it was an obtainable item. But can this gray bone Leviathan be killed? Joe wondered, because according to the description, the gray bone Leviathan was somewhat like an undead creature, just a skeleton with no fatal weaknesses. While pondering this, Joe moved to the head of the gray bone Leviathan and channeled his auspicious energy, unleashing a 10,000-meter-long auspicious energy blade. However, the auspicious energy blade was immediately eroded by the surrounding black seawater. The 10,000-meter-long energy blade began to shrink rapidly, and by the time it reached the gray bone Leviathan's head, its length had shrunk by 1/10, leaving only a little over 1,000 meters. However, the gray bone Leviathan was, after all, merely a large Leviathan creature formed after its death, and the gray bone energy on its surface wasn't strong. The auspicious energy blade easily severed the gray bone Leviathan's skull from its body. However, the gray bone Leviathan didn't die. The severed skull initially fell downwards due to gravity, but soon a stream of gray energy was released from the skull, dragging it back to the gray bone Leviathan's body. It didn't work as expected, Joe said. But Joe had already figured out the reason through his mental observation. When the gray bone Leviathan's skull reconnected to its body, the gray bone crystal within its bone marrow was releasing energy. In other words, it was the gray bone crystal within its body that controlled the gray bone Leviathan's movements. So can I just take these gray bone crystals? Thinking this, Joe immediately took action. To be more efficient, Joe activated the core, then used his mental power to locate the bones containing the gray bone crystals. He then punched through the outer layer of bone, directly taking the gray bone crystals inside. Ding! Obtain gray bone crystal X1. Ding! Gray bone crystal, generated within the bodies of gray bone creatures in the withered sea. When embedded in bone equipment, the equipment can gain gray bone energy by eroding the flesh of a large Leviathan or higher. Before use, the user's mental power must be stored in the gray bone crystal, otherwise the user will be eroded. So, as long as I embed these gray bone crystals into an ordinary bone weapon, that weapon will become a weapon with the energy level of a large Leviathan? Joe asked with a hint of surprise. And it will even condense energy at the level of a large Leviathan itself. This is definitely a good thing for some weaker survivors, Joe thought to himself. Then, Joe swiftly moved among the bones of the gray bone Leviathan containing gray bone crystals, continuously acquiring them. Ding! Obtained 100 gray bone crystals. Soon, Joe had collected all the gray bone crystals from the gray bone Leviathan's body, a total of 100. Having lost all the gray bone crystals, the gray bone Leviathan's gray energy rapidly dissipated, its skeletal body began to crumble into pieces, and then slowly sank towards the seabed. 100 is a bit too few, Joe murmured after storing the last gray bone crystal in the system interface. To raise the overall strength of the survivors in Sea Area 10 by one level, at least 1 million gray bone crystals would be needed. Chapter 1255. After dealing with the gray bone Leviathan, Joe continued his descent towards the seabed. After descending approximately 200,000 meters, he successfully reached the ocean floor. The seabed wasn't hard rock, but sand. When Joe stepped on it, his entire foot sank in. Bang! Just as Joe was about to swim upwards to avoid sinking further into the sand below suddenly exploded, and a crab claw covered in white energy attacked him. Joe remained calm. Facing the sudden, enormous claw, he raised his hand and threw a punch. Bang! The fused energy exploded, shattering the giant crab claw, revealing its hollow interior. Another skeletal creature? Joe immediately activated his true sense trait to release his mental energy, and discovered that the sand layer below was very deep, and hidden within it were hundreds of skeletal crabs. However, these skeletal crabs weren't very large, only about 200 meters long. Each one contained 10 crystals, but they were white, seemingly not gray bone crystals. Joe immediately grabbed a fragment of the broken crab claw to obtain the information from the encyclopedia. Fallen Bone Leviathan Stage? Question mark. Length, 200 meters. Weight, 30,000 tons. Food type? Question mark. Description: a skeletal creature living in the withered sea of the Endless Sea, formed from the death of ordinary Leviathan creatures. It can release decaying bone energy to corrode the flesh and bones of living beings, directly converting it into decaying bone energy, which can yield fallen bone crystals. The decaying bone energy condensed in these fallen bone crystals should be weaker than the gray bone energy condensed in gray bone crystals, right? Zhou had noticed this when he broke the crab claw. If the gray bone energy condensed by gray bone crystal is considered at the level of a large Leviathan, then fallen bone crystal should only be at the level of a medium Leviathan. But fallen bone crystal doesn't seem to offer much of an improvement for survivors in Sea Area 10, Zhou said, somewhat uninterested. Although he could give fallen bone crystal to lower-level survivors in other sea areas, Zhou felt the cost was disproportionate to the benefit. Due to the surrounding black seawater, Zhou could only use king-level energy to damage the fallen bone Leviathan. He couldn't release abyss-level energy because the energy intensity was too weak and would be quickly eroded by the energy in the black water. Sigh. Oh well, I just take it if I find it. He was already trapped in the skeletal crab's nest anyway. Ding! Obtain fallen bone crystal X1300. Ding! Bone crystal, formed within the bodies of skeletal creatures in the withered sea. When embedded in bone equipment, the equipment can gain bone energy by eroding the flesh of medium-sized leviathans and above. Before use, the user's mental energy must be stored within the bone crystal, otherwise the user will be eroded. The description of the bone crystal is exactly the same as that of the gray bone crystal, nothing special. For the next while, Zhou swam on the sand of the seabed, occasionally activating his true sense trait to release his mental energy over a wide area, scanning his surroundings for any unusual creatures. During this time, Zhou encountered many more bone leviathans. Bone leviathan is just a general term. Any skeletal creature less than 10,000 meters in length is considered a bone leviathan. Aren't there any living creatures adapted to this withered sea? Zhou wondered. The ability to adapt to the desolate sea meant that the creature possessed a method to resist the erosion of black water and black ashes, a method that might be applicable to the cold, luminous, illusory leviathan. However, in the sandy seabed region, Zhou encountered only decaying bone leviathans, which consumed a significant amount of his auspicious energy. He had collected over 20,000 decaying bone crystals. Who? Just as Zhou was about to surface to recover his mental energy, a turbulent current suddenly surged towards him. Zhou immediately activated his true sense trait, releasing his mental energy over a wide area. He then saw a gigantic skeletal creature, 100,000 meters long, resembling a crocodile in appearance, but with different crystals in its bone marrow. They were black. Another bone crystal of another level? Zhou guessed. This 100,000-meter-long skeletal crocodile was clearly formed from the death of a sea abyss-level leviathan. The black bone crystals within its body should correspond to sea abyss-level energy intensity. Just as Zhou was about to rush forward and collect all the black bone crystals from the skeletal crocodile's body, a gigantic maw suddenly burst in from outside his mental detection range, swallowing the 100,000-ton-long skeletal crocodile whole. A king-level leviathan? Zhou's expression changed slightly, and he immediately rushed towards the surface. In the sea, he needed to keep his true sense trait active, which consumed too much mental energy. On the surface, he could observe the king-level leviathan with his naked eye. But as soon as Zhou moved, he noticed the king-level leviathan charging towards him. To surface as quickly as possible, he activated auspicious energy form. Whoosh! Zhou's figure transformed into a streak of seven-colored light in the dark seawater, instantly traversing a distance of over 400,000 meters and soaring into the gray sky. Boom! Shortly after Zhou soared into the sky, the dark sea below exploded violently. A whale-like creature, entirely black and composed of bones, burst forth from the exploding seawater, its jaws gaping like abysses, engulfing Zhou thousands of meters in the air. Zhou didn't dodge. Instead, he activated his lightning ion property and unleashed a burst of lightning ion energy at the giant mouth that was about to swallow him. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as silver lightning bolts shot out, striking one of the giant mouth's sharp fangs. The fang, protected by dark energy, was instantly severed by the lightning ion energy. Confirming that the dark energy of this suddenly appearing whale-like creature wasn't particularly strong, Zhou no longer hesitated. He summoned the Xianlei dragon-patterned blade and plunged it into the whale-like creature's body, beginning its rampage. However, in order to figure out information about this king-level leviathan, he obtained some creature illustrations while wreaking havoc. Dead bone Leviathan stage, ? Length, 1 million meters. Weight, 233 trillion tons. Food type, black bone Leviathan. Description: a skeletal creature living in the withered sea of the Endless Sea, formed from the death of a king-level Leviathan. It absorbs black bone crystals to generate dead bone energy, which can be used to obtain dead bone crystals. So it's a skeletal creature. Joe noticed that the whale-like Leviathan skeleton was very different from the bone crystal creatures he had seen before, which only had their own skeletons. He had thought it was a king-level Leviathan adapted to the withered sea. Since it was a bone crystal creature, Joe didn't need to destroy anything. It was pointless. He just needed to find dead bone crystals. Therefore, Joe put on the True Sense mask, activated the True Sense characteristic, and released his spiritual power over a wide area to search for the dead bone crystal inside the skeletal whale. Chapter 1256. After Joe used his mental power to scan almost the entire skeletal whale, he finally discovered a crystal with a jet-black surface emitting black ions. Such a large skeletal creature, and it only has one dead bone crystal inside? Joe wondered, but apart from this one, his mental power didn't detect any other dead bone crystals. So, Joe rushed directly towards the location of the dead bone crystal. Along the way, he encountered numerous attacks from bones imbued with dead bone energy, but he easily destroyed them all with his auspicious energy. Not long after, Joe successfully arrived at the sphere, which was entirely composed of bones. The sphere was about 30,000 meters in diameter, its jet-black surface emitting dead bone energy, and the dead bone crystal was inside this giant bony sphere. Boom! Joe immediately activated his lightning ion property, releasing a beam of lightning ion energy directly at the black skeletal sphere. The highly penetrating silver lightning instantly blasted a channel through the sphere, leading directly to the dead bone crystal. Whoosh! The moment the channel formed, Joe transformed into a beam of light and entered. However, the channel he had created began to heal rapidly shortly after he entered the giant skeletal sphere. It would be completely repaired in just a few seconds. However, a mere 10,000 meters long channel wouldn't take Joe even a second in his auspicious energy form. Therefore, he obtained the dead bone crystal as soon as the channel began to heal. Ding! Obtained dead bone crystal X1. Ding! Dead bone crystal, formed within the bodies of dead bone creatures in the withered sea. After embedding it into bone equipment, the bone equipment can absorb dead bone energy by absorbing black bone crystal. Before use, the user's spiritual power must be stored in the dead bone crystal, otherwise the user will be corrupted. If I embed dead bone crystal into bone equipment, will it become a king-level equipment? Joe asked, somewhat speechless. The previously acquired fallen bone crystal, gray bone crystal, and the yet-to-be-obtained black bone crystal, equivalent to the abyss level, were all useless to Joe. But this dead bone crystal was different. With this dead bone crystal, he could essentially mass-produce king-level equipment, and even king-level equipment with its own king-level energy. Among all the survivors currently, those possessing king-level energy are absolutely top-tier, and to obtain king-level energy, a survivor must first raise their character's attribute panel to stage 4, which is far more difficult than simply acquiring king-level energy itself. However, with bone equipment inlaid with the dead bone crystal, even a survivor at stage 1 could directly possess king-level energy. Adding a king-level combat power is far greater than anything at the abyss level or below. The moment Joe collected the dead bone crystal, the entire skeleton whale's massive body, composed of countless bones, began to crumble like collapsing blocks. There really is only one death bone crystal, Joe said, somewhat speechless. The various bone crystal creatures he had encountered before, regardless of their level, all possessed at least 10 bone crystals. Yet this death bone Leviathan, reaching 1,000,000 meters in length, only had one death bone crystal inside its body. Before the skeletal whale's body completely disintegrated, Joe searched for the skeletal crocodile it had just swallowed. However, after searching for a while, he couldn't find it. The skeletal crocodile seemed to have fused with the skeletal whale's body. The black bone crystal within it must have been completely absorbed by the skeletal whale the moment it was swallowed. Soon after, the scattered whale skeletons all fell into the sea, creating huge waves. Once the sea calmed, Joe slowly descended from the air onto the surface. Joe looked at the dark sea and decided to explore this far for the day, as his mental energy was almost depleted, and staying any longer would prevent him from using his true sense attribute to survey his surroundings. So, after telling Lung Liang, Joe disengaged from his companion and returned to the stomach wall space of the illusion scale. Let me see the effects of these bone crystals. Upon returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen took out the 3 different grades of bone crystals he had obtained. Then he opened his blueprint interface, randomly selected a blueprint for crafting a bone great sword, and quickly crafted a bone great sword with a serrated blade using a fin bone from a 100-meter-long fish. Let's try the fallen bone crystal first. Zhou Wen picked up a white fallen bone crystal, only the size of a walnut, and with an irregular shape, and then released his mental energy to envelop it. When Zhou Wen's spiritual energy came into contact with the fallen bone crystal, he could feel a portion of it being retained within it. That should be enough. Confirming that his spiritual energy was indeed contained within the fallen bone crystal, Zhou Wen brought it close to the serrated bone great sword in his other hand. The instant the fallen bone crystal touched the blade of the bone great sword, it automatically entered the blade. Immediately afterward, a white energy gradually enveloped the entire bone great sword. To test whether the bone great sword embedded with the fallen bone crystal truly reached the energy level of a medium-sized leviathan, Zhou Wen specially crafted a bone shield using the same material as the great sword, then coated it with a layer of dead blood energy. Whoosh! Zhou Wen swung the bone great sword embedded with the fallen bone crystal, striking the bone shield coated with dead blood energy. Crack! A corner of the bone shield, imbued with dead blood energy, was easily sliced off. However, the intensity of dead blood energy wasn't high, even weaker than the energy level of a small leviathan. Therefore, Zhou Wen applied another layer of black blood energy to the bone shield and slashed again with his bone great sword. This time, the bone great sword didn't leave a mark on the bone shield. This was normal. The intensity of black blood energy was relatively strong even among medium-sized leviathan energy levels. Afterward, Zhou Wen crafted a new bone great sword and embedded the gray bone crystal into it. The bone great sword with the gray bone crystal could easily slice through bone shields imbued with black blood energy. After testing the energy intensity of the fallen bone crystal and gray bone crystal, Zhou Wen tested the dead bone crystal. The dead bone energy released by the dead bone crystal was the weakest of the king-level energies, only slightly stronger than Xianyang energy. After testing the strength of these 3 types of bone crystals, Zhou Wen suddenly had an idea. Could these bone equipment inlaid with bone crystals have some immunity to the strange energy of the Withering Sea? Chapter 1257. Zhou Wen believed this because the bone crystal creatures could move freely in the Withering Sea without being corrupted, which must be related to the bone crystals. To verify his conjecture, Zhou Wen sent 2 bone swords inlaid with fallen bone crystal and gray bone crystal to Lung Liang, instructing him to take these bone crystal weapons into the Withering Sea to see if they could withstand the black ash and black water. Soon after, Zhou Wen received a reply from Lung Liang. Both bone swords can withstand the black ash and black water. Lung Liang messaged. They can both, Zhou Wen said, somewhat surprised. In that case, we have a way to keep Lung Liang's illusory leviathan in the Withering Sea for a long time. Zhou Wen's idea was to cover Lung Liang's illusory leviathan's entire body with bone plates, and then inlay a bone crystal in each plate. This way, Lung Liang's illusory leviathan would not be corrupted by the strange energy in the Withering Sea. However, for the safety of the radiant illusionary leviathan, the bone crystals embedded in its bone armor plates should naturally be as strong as possible. Withered bone crystals are definitely unusable because their strength is too low. They would be destroyed by even a single gray bone leviathan. Therefore, at least gray bone crystals are required. But this method of using bone armor plates to allow the radiant illusionary leviathan to enter the withered sea has another major drawback. It requires collecting a large number of gray bone crystals. Currently, the radiant illusionary leviathan is approximately 2,000 meters long. To cover its entire body with bone armor plates, at least 5 million pieces would be needed, which is equivalent to 5 million gray bone crystals. With so many gray bone crystals, it would take Zhou Wen an indefinite amount of time to collect them all by himself. It's time to get the members of the 3 major guilds involved. Zhou Wen certainly wouldn't go collecting gray bone crystals alone. The 3 major guilds, Jiangge, Survivors, and Black Knife Society, have a total of 4,000 members. All members' character attribute panels have reached stage 3, and they all possess abyss-level energy. Although abyss-level energy is useless in the Withering Sea, Zhou Wen can craft them a set of bone equipment inlaid with gray bone crystals. With gray bone armor and gray bone weapons, guild members can directly kill any leviathan they encounter. If they do encounter a gray bone leviathan, they can accompany their guild leader. Furthermore, if they can obtain a large amount of black bone crystals, the guild members' equipment can be upgraded to black bone equipment, meaning they can handle even a gray bone leviathan on their own. Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lang Liang only needed to deal with the black bone leviathan and the dead bone leviathan. Zhou Wen could simply leave it to them, since the dead bone leviathan wouldn't be difficult for them to handle. However, before executing this plan, Zhou needed to confirm whether the survivors wearing the bone crystal armor could truly resist the corrosive effects of the black ash and black water. After all, while bone crystal equipment might be immune to corrosion, it didn't mean the survivors would be immune. An experiment was necessary. The subject of the experiment was Lung Liang. Lung Liang possessed king-level energy, so even if the bone crystal armor malfunctioned, he could use his king-level energy to withstand it. To ensure a margin of error, Zhou had Lung Liang craft a piece of bone armor himself, and then sent him a lowest-grade fallen bone crystal, instructing him to test the armor in the black water. After obtaining the fallen bone crystal, Lung Liang recalled its description in his mind. He first stored his mental energy within the fallen bone crystal, then embedded it into the bone armor, and finally equipped it through his equipment slot. Next, Lung Liang left his illusory leviathan outside, while he entered the withered sea and dived directly into the water, to test the fallen bone armor. During the test, Lung Liang continuously used his mental energy to observe his body. After confirming there were no problems, he informed Zhou of the results. Upon receiving Lung Liang's test results, Zhou smiled, indicating that his plan was indeed feasible. However, to ensure absolute safety, Zhou instructed Lung Liang to remain in the withered sea until the following morning. The members of the three major guilds were all painstakingly cultivated by Zhou. They couldn't afford to perish in the withered sea due to problems with the bone crystal armor. While Lung Liang continued testing the fallen bone armor in the withered sea, Zhou sent a message to Chen Ke. As the survivors in Sea Area 2 began exploring the Dream Sea, they discovered numerous corpses of intelligent leviathan creatures, including many luminous leviathans, thus obtaining a large amount of brain platinum crystals. Therefore, Zhou simply assigned the task of crafting the Waybreaker mechs to Chen Ke, and Chen Ke has now crafted 500 Waybreaker mechs. Replace the armor on the Waybreaker mechs with bone armor. Zhou messaged Chen Ke. While guild members can move freely in the withered sea using their bone crystal armor, the withered sea's waters are pitch black, requiring them to explore only with mental energy. However, their mental energy detection radius is only 500 meters, which is clearly insufficient. The Waybreaker mech's mech AI can increase the guild members' detection radius to 5,000 meters, thus accelerating their exploration of the withered sea. Zhou had Chen Ke replace the Waybreaker mech's armor with bone material to embed bone crystals, allowing guild members to use the Waybreaker mech in the withered sea. Before Lung Liang finished testing the bone armor, Zhou had nothing to do, so he went to the colored bubble space and began condensing energy using energy-gathering ice crystals. Around 2 a.m., Zhou received a message from Lung Liang. The bone armor had malfunctioned. The reason was that the bone energy on the surface of the bone armor was continuously consumed in the withered sea. Over time, the bone energy was depleted, causing the bone armor to lose its effectiveness against the strange energy in the black water. Fortunately, I had Lung Liang test it further, Zhou murmured. It seems I need to set limits on the exploration time for guild members in the withered sea, Zhou thought to himself. It had been about 12 hours since Lung Liang entered the withered sea wearing the bone armor. Zhou considered it, and decided that guild members would be teleported back to his Leviathan stomach wall space every 8 hours to replenish the energy of their various bone crystal equipment. On the morning of the 496th day, Zhou returned to his stomach wall space from the colorful bubble space. After feeding the phantom scales, he began having Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Bai Lan choose their guild members. Currently, Zhou only had 1,300 gray bone crystals. Each guild member needed at least one piece of gray bone armor, one gray bone weapon, and one Waybreaker mech equipped with gray bone armor. Chapter 1258. Each person needed 3 gray bone crystals, so Zhou's 1,300 gray bone crystals were only enough for 433 guild members to explore the withered sea. Soon, Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Bai Lan selected the 433 guild members. Zhou directly distributed all the gray bone crystals he had to the guild leaders of the 3 major guilds according to the number of members selected by each guild, and then the guild leaders distributed them to their respective guild members. After the 433 guild members received their 3 gray bone crystals, and embedded them into their bone equipment, they needed to use the flesh and blood of a large leviathan creature to replenish the gray bone energy within the gray bone crystals. Around noon, the 433 guild members, accompanied by Lung Liang, officially set off for the withered sea. Upon entering the withered sea, the guild members were filled with curiosity about its inky black waters, and the blackish drifting in the sky. This was the first time they had ever seen such a unique sight, so different from any other sea. When exploring the withered sea, never remove your gray bone armor, Lung Liang solemnly warned the 433 guild members, using his king-level energy to fend off the black ash in the sky. Then he withdrew the king-level energy from his palm, letting a piece of blackish fall into it. Under the gaze of the 433 guild members, Lung Liang's hand, now covered in black ash, rapidly became skin and bones, a truly terrifying sight. This scene caused all the guild members to gasp. They all knew that Vice Guild leader Lung was a top-tier 4th-stage expert, and if even his hand would turn like this after contact with that black ash, what about theirs? This is the consequence of removing the gray bone armor. Only king-level energy can withstand it. Lung Liang knew that simply describing it wouldn't be as effective as seeing it firsthand, so he personally demonstrated. Next, after explaining some other precautions to the 433 guild members, Lung Liang divided them into 144 groups of 3. Any extra person could simply join any group. Then, Lung Liang directed his phasing Leviathan to move along the edge of the Withered Sea, placing an exploration team every 30,000 meters. A dozen minutes later, all the exploration teams had entered the Withered Sea and began piloting their wave breaker mechs deeper into the sea. To ensure the guild members could continue advancing deeper into the Withered Sea, the 3 members of each exploration team had to take turns returning to their phasing Leviathan's stomach space every 4 hours to replenish the gray bone equipment's energy. Therefore, when each team initially entered the Withered Sea, one member had to remain outside to wait. 4 hours later, one of the 2 members who had entered the Withered Sea returned, while the other member, who had been waiting outside, entered with their companion. 4 hours later, the member who had stayed for 8 hours left, and the member who had replenished their energy in the stomach wall space returned. This cycle repeated, with each member staying in the Withered Sea for only 8 hours. The guild members' plan to explore the Withered Sea began to progress steadily. Zhou Wen didn't wander around but stayed in the stomach wall space, waiting for guild members to teleport in time if they encountered danger. With nothing to do, Zhou Wen opened the regional communication channels for each sea area to read the messages sent by the survivors to pass the time. In the chat channel for Sea Area 6, survivors are remarking that this is the life a human being should have, with many praising the king of Sea Area 10. In the chat channel for Sea Area 3, survivors are discussing the recent deaths of all survivors from Sea Area 5. They're debating whether the king of Sea Area 10 eliminated them, or whether, as Ron Winching claims, they were killed by people from Sea Area 6 using some kind of blasphemous substance. Survivor from Sea Area 2, I think they were definitely eliminated by that person. Survivor from Sea Area 9, I think so too, but those survivors from Sea Area 5 brought this upon themselves, daring to openly collude with people from Sea Area 6. Survivor from Sea Area 4, the ridiculous thing is, now Sea Area 6 is also under that person's control. If those guys from Sea Area 5 were still alive, their expressions would be priceless. Survivor from Zone 1, ha ha ha. Now that you mention it, I want to see too. Those guys always brag about how powerful the ruler of Zone 6 is, like a god, but didn't the god still fall to that guy? Survivor from Zone 8, hee hee, actually, you can see it. Survivors from Zone 5 colluded with people from Zone 6 before, boasting about how great Zone 6 was, but now there's been no news, ha ha. Survivor from Zone 7, huh? How did you know about Zone 7? Survivor from Zone 8, have an acquaintance from Zone 10 accompany you. In Zone 10, you can view messages in the other zone's communication channels through the system interface. Survivor from Zone 3, you can actually have someone from Zone 10 accompany you? Last time, I wanted a survivor from Zone 10 to accompany me to Zone 10, they refused, saying they were worried I steal information. Survivor from Zone 8, didn't I say it had to be an acquaintance? Gradually, the topic of conversation in the number 3C area chat channel shifted to how to build relationships with the survivors in the number 10C area. In the chat channel for C7, survivors were discussing how strong C10 was. Many of them had previously looked down on C10, believing C7 should belong to C6, but within days, C6 became C10. Survivors who had previously championed C6 were now all silent. A few survivors from Zone 5 who had been the loudest and constantly insulting the king of C10 had been eliminated by Abran using dual tickets. Zhou Wen checked the messages in the chat channels of all 3 Cs and noticed a problem. Only survivors in C10 could see messages in the chat channels of other Cs. This situation was detrimental to trade between Cs. Should we build a commercial island in C10? Zhou Wen wondered. But Zhou Wen immediately shook his head, because there was currently no way to allow survivors from other C areas to freely teleport to C Area 10. The limited teleportation slots available through the Teleportation Foundation were definitely insufficient. Seeing that the messages in the regional communication channels of the various sea areas were nothing special, Zhou Wen opened Shi Kongyun's avatar and began to examine the color drawings. A few hours later, the exploration teams in the Withered Sea began to encounter the Grey Bone Leviathan one after another, and Zhou Wen gradually became busier. Chapter 1259. On the 500th day, after 4 days of exploration of the Withered Sea by the guild members, Zhou Wen obtained a large amount of bone crystals. Among them, there were over 1 million fallen bone crystals, over 80,000 gray bone crystals, over 3,000 black bone crystals, and only a minimum of 3 dead bone crystals. With the increase in high-grade bone crystals, Zhou Wen had replaced the equipment of all 433 guild members exploring the Withered Sea with black bone equipment, and increased the number of guild members exploring the Withered Sea to 1,000. However, increasing the number of guild members exploring the Withered Sea to 1,000 was the limit, because Chinka's production of wave-breaker mechs was somewhat insufficient. The most important material for wave-breaker mechs is the mech brain, but cultivating the mech brain takes time, and cannot be easily crafted like bone equipment. Without the wave-breaker mechs, guild members are practically blind in the dark waters of the Withered Sea, their exploration efficiency is extremely low, and the danger is immense. Therefore, until Chinka has produced a new batch of wave-breaker mechs, the number of guild members exploring the sea cannot be increased. At this moment, Zhou Wen is using energy-gathering ice crystals to condense energy in the colorful bubble space. Now, Zhou Wen no longer needs to constantly wait for news from his fellow guild members exploring the Withered Sea. He has completely entrusted the task of clearing out the Blackbone Leviathan and Deathbone Leviathan to Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lun Liang. Zhou Wen gave each of the 3 Deathbone crystals he obtained in the past 4 days one to each of them, instructing them to craft Deathbone armor. This way, whenever they are sent to the Withered Sea to deal with the Blackbone and Deathbone Leviathans, the 3 of them can conserve some of their king-level energy, since their speed of condensing king-level energy is not as fast as Zhou Wen's. You scoundrel! A wretched creature is attacking me. Just as Zhou Wen was encased in the energy-gathering ice crystal, idly checking the messages on the various sea area communication channels, the voice of Huanlin suddenly echoed in his mind. Bang! Zhou Wen didn't even ask what was attacking Huanlin. With a thought, he broke free from the ice, and immediately returned to the stomach wall space with the mini Huanlin. With Huanlin's current strength, unless it was an Emperor-level Leviathan, it was impossible for it to cause any harm. If Huanlin had only encountered a king-level Leviathan, it wouldn't have sought Zhou Wen's help. It would definitely choose to fight first, and only seek Zhou Wen's help if it found that its energy was insufficient. But Huanlin directly sought Zhou Wen's help, meaning that Huanlin had likely encountered an Emperor-level Leviathan. Zhou Wen didn't dare delay for a moment. The instant he returned to the stomach wall space, he immediately activated the True Sense trait to release his mental energy and check the situation outside. What kind of creature is this? Zhou Wen's mental energy covered a radius of 300,000 meters, but he didn't see a colossal creature resembling a Leviathan of the Emperor class. Instead, he saw a humanoid creature about 10 meters long. This humanoid creature had a peculiar appearance. Its entire body was composed of crisscrossing purple lines, and its surface was covered with a fine mesh like a veil. Overall, it looked like a transparent person wrapped in a veil emitting a purple glow. This humanoid mesh creature had a slender body, and no facial features. The mesh on its front was rapidly expanding and contracting, seemingly absorbing something, causing the space in front of it to slightly writhe, like air being heated and distorted. Its back was covered in glowing blue fur, but after careful examination, Zhou Wen discovered that it wasn't fur at all, but rather blue light trails formed by the release of numerous blue energy particles from the grid on its back. Is it some kind of core creature? Zhou Wen wondered, but he immediately left the stomach wall space and went outside. Little man. That wretched thing just sucked up so much of my energy. Hit it! Seeing that little man had returned, Huanlin immediately complained to Zhou Wen. Such a lot of energy was absorbed? Hearing Huanlin's thoughts, Zhou Wen became even more curious about what this strange humanoid creature was. He had never seen a creature that could forcibly absorb energy from Huanlin's body before. Whoosh! At this moment, the strange humanoid creature charged towards Huanlin again, completely ignoring Zhou Wen, who was standing on Huanlin's head. Boom! How could Zhou Wen allow this strange humanoid creature to continue absorbing the energy from Huanlin's body? So he immediately activated lightning ion energy, releasing a bolt of silver lightning towards the charging creature. Zzz! The silver lightning struck the strange humanoid creature squarely, the violently flashing silver currents exploding and shooting out. But just as these silver currents were spreading outwards, about to dissipate into aimless energy, Suddenly, as if attracted by something, they began to rapidly contract inwards. Zhou, who had been enveloping the strange humanoid creature with his mental energy, frowned slightly, because all the lightning ion energy he had released had been absorbed by the creature. The burst of silver electricity vanished, and the strange humanoid creature appeared unharmed in Zhou sight. It can even absorb destructive energy used for attack? Zhou asked in surprise. What about the core energy? Zhou activated core energy convergence again, condensing a dark blue core energy ball in his hand, and firing it directly at the strange humanoid creature. Boom! The core energy ball exploded upon impact with the strange humanoid creature, the dark blue energy dissipating into a 10,000-meter-long energy sphere. But quickly, this energy sphere, which could spread for 10,000 meters, began to rapidly shrink, and all the out-of-control core energy was absorbed into the strange humanoid creature's body. At this moment, the strange humanoid creature changed its flight direction, no longer attacking Huanlin, but instead targeting Zhou. Seeing this, Zhou immediately activated auspicious energy form, and flew away, to avoid injuring Huanlin in the upcoming battle. Zzz. Zhou had only flown tens of thousands of meters, when he heard a violent crackling of electricity. Turning back, he saw the strange humanoid creature pursuing him, its entire body erupting with silver lightning. Boom! The next second, a bolt of silver lightning struck Zhou directly. Is this mimicking my attack method? Or is it returning the energy I released in the form of an attack? Zhou asked in surprise. The silver lightning struck Zhou directly, but caused no damage. At this moment, Zhou had entered his auspicious energy form. The intensity of the lightning ion energy was incomparable to his current auspicious energy. Chapter 1260. Buzz. However, seeing that Zhou hadn't been struck down by the silver lightning, the strange humanoid creature began to condense a dark blue energy, clearly, core gathering energy. This time, Zhou didn't take the attack head-on. He dodged it with a flash, and continued flying into the distance. It seems it's attacking me with my energy. Seeing the core gathering energy, Zhou was certain it was the second type. Could it be that this creature can't use energy-based attacks? Just as Zhou was pondering whether to use the flame-splitting blade for close combat, the strange humanoid creature behind him suddenly released a burst of white energy. Whoosh! In an instant, the strange humanoid creature's flight speed increased dramatically, catching up with Zhou almost instantly. Zhou's expression changed, and he reacted immediately. As a layer of immense energy condensed on his body, the flame-splitting blade appeared in his hand. Just a second before the strange humanoid creature swung its arm to strike Zhou's flame-splitting blade had already been unleashed. Whoosh! A fiery red blade of light sliced through the strange humanoid creature's slender body with incredible speed, cleaving it in two. But to Zhou's surprise, the blade of the rending flame blade repaired itself the instant it had severed the creature's body, as if it hadn't been attacked at all. The strange humanoid creature's punch was unaffected, striking Zhou directly. The immense energy surrounding Zhou's body was rendered useless. It was instantly absorbed upon contact with the creature's fist. Then, the creature's fist struck Zhou's auspicious energy body. In an instant, Zhou felt thousands of strands of his auspicious energy being drained, and a hole was punched into his auspicious energy body. Close quarters combat is useless. Zhou's expression turned extremely grave. Meanwhile, the strange humanoid creature was still absorbing the auspicious energy from Zhou's body. The auspicious energy within him was rapidly decreasing, but at Zhou's current speed, he simply couldn't escape the creature's grasp. Warp ability, activate. Zhou silently chanted, activating the warp ability. Buzz. The next second, a warp space with a diameter of 1 kilometer formed. With a thought, Zhou's figure vanished from his original spot, reappearing hundreds of meters away. But as soon as Zhou's figure reappeared, the strange humanoid creature, relying on its extreme speed, arrived in front of him and swung its fist again. Whoosh! However, just as the strange humanoid creature's fist was about to strike Zhou, he vanished again. For a moment, within the 1 kilometer diameter warp space, two figures flashed and disappeared at indescribable speed, creating numerous afterimages. While Zhou was leaping, he relentlessly attacked the strange humanoid creature with his blade of rending flames, but even after slashing it tens of thousands of times, he couldn't inflict any damage. Seeing that close quarters attacks were truly useless, Zhou stopped wasting time. He activated his void escape trait, instantly creating a distance of tens of thousands of meters between himself and the strange humanoid creature. Then, he took out the Profound Thunder Dragon Pattern blade and poured 10 streams of Profound Thunder energy into it. Boom! As the 10 streams of Profound Thunder energy entered the Profound Thunder Dragon Pattern blade, black lightning instantly filled the entire blade, simultaneously unleashing a deafening thunderous roar. I refuse to believe you can absorb energy of all strengths. Zhou Wen shouted, then fiercely swung the Profound Thunder Dragon Pattern blade. Whoosh! In an instant, an enhanced Xianlei energy blade, formed from 10 strands of Xianlei energy, shot towards the strange humanoid creature. Just as the Xianlei energy blade was about to reach the strange humanoid creature, the energy blade, releasing explosive black lightning, rapidly transformed into a black lightning dragon. With overwhelming force, it struck the strange humanoid creature's body, then exploded into a destructive thorn flower. Boom! Boom! The terrifying lightning that exploded seemed poised to destroy everything in its path. However, a few seconds later, the raging black lightning suddenly began to contract, and was then completely absorbed by the strange humanoid creature at its center. Even near Emperor-level Xianlei energy is ineffective. Seeing that even the enhanced Xianlei energy could not harm the strange humanoid creature, Zhou Wen decided against using King-level energy attacks. Can't absorb Emperor-level energy anymore? Zhou Wen said gravely. If he could absorb even Emperor-level energy, he would truly be helpless, and would have no choice but to flee with Wanlin. Buzz! After activating the Deadly Silence trait, Zhou Wen released a beam of deadly energy from his palm, instantly striking the strange humanoid creature less than 10,000 meters away. While releasing the beam of deadly energy, Zhou Wen expanded his mental detection range, constantly monitoring the outcome of the strange humanoid creature being struck by the beam. However, to Zhou Wen's disbelief, the strange humanoid creature was not only not killed by the deadly energy, but was even rapidly absorbing it. What exactly is this thing? Zhou Wen said grimly. He had almost exhausted all his methods, but still couldn't inflict even the slightest damage on the strange humanoid creature. Although Zhou Wen could still condense a crimson energy blade with his blade of rending flames, he felt it wouldn't be able to harm the creature. However, Zhou Wen decided to try using the crimson energy blade anyway. With a thought, the space distortion glove and the blade of rending flames appeared simultaneously. A large amount of flame ion energy surged into the blade of rending flames, and crimson flames immediately erupted from its blade. At this moment, the strange humanoid creature had already arrived in front of Zhou Wen, attacking him with a punch. Zhou Wen activated his teleportation again, disappearing to dodge the attack and reappearing behind the strange humanoid creature. The crimson energy blade, now fully formed, swung out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Zhou Wen's figure teleported around the strange humanoid creature countless times, each time unleashing a slash, cutting along the grid lines on the creature's body. Since this strange humanoid creature was shaped like a grid, its weakness was likely these grid lines. After Zhou Wen used his crimson energy blade to slash along the lines on the strange humanoid creature's body, the originally purple lines turned crimson, and the creature froze in place. Whoosh! Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted from the crimson blade marks. Success? Zhou Wen's expression brightened. But just as Zhou Wen thought the strange humanoid creature would be completely engulfed by the crimson flames erupting from the blade marks, the crimson blade marks vanished in the next instant, and the lines on the creature's body returned to purple. The joy on Zhou Wen's face froze instantly, but before he could recover, a surge of scorching energy was released from the strange humanoid creature's body. Chapter 1261. Zhou Wen was very familiar with this scorching energy. It was flame ion energy. Without time to be shocked, Zhou Wen immediately activated his void escape trait, instantly escaping 1,000,000 meters, escaping the impact of the flame ion energy while also attracting the strange humanoid creature further away. Zhou Wen was now out of options. Neither of his two Emperor-level energies could affect the strange humanoid creature. He could only try to keep it as far away from the illusion scale as possible before teleporting back to escape the pursuit. After some time, Zhou Wen teleported back into the illusion scale's stomach space and immediately directed it towards the divine speed C. Just now, relying on his void escape trait, he had carried the strange humanoid creature tens of millions of meters in the opposite direction from the divine speed C, consuming more than 20 strands of void escape energy within him. What kind of creature was that? Zhou Wen opened the system interface to check the creature encyclopedia information. The creature encyclopedia had updated when the strange humanoid creature struck his auspicious energy body, but he hadn't had time to check it then. Maxwell's demon length, 0 weight, 0 food type, entropy description, a cosmic level creature capable of arbitrarily changing its entropy value. Huh? Zhou Wen was taken aback, as he didn't quite understand. Right, the extreme cold emperor's imperial law absolute 0, Isn't that just entropy returning to zero, everything coming to a standstill? At this moment, Zhou recalled the extreme cold emperor and the description of his imperial law. So, this Maxwell's demon isn't even afraid of the extreme cold emperor's imperial law? Zhou asked, a look of shock on his face. And is this cosmic level a new level above the emperor level? This information about the Maxwell's demon filled Zhou with many questions. Wait! Suddenly, Zhou remembered something and immediately opened the blueprint interface, flipping to the overpressure furnace blueprint. Overpressure furnace blueprint requires 100 super heavy bricks, 1 collapse factor, 1 furnace core, and 1 Maxwell's entropy change heart. After reading the overpressure furnace blueprint, a hint of regret appeared on Zhou's face. After all, he had just missed the last material required for the overpressure furnace blueprint. But soon, Zhou felt relieved, because he currently lacked the ability to kill the Maxwell's demon. Failing to shake off the Maxwell's demon would only put him in danger. For the rest of the time, Zhou remained within the stomach wall space of the phantom scale, worried that the Maxwell's demon would catch up again. Having absorbed 2 types of emperor-level energy, the Maxwell's demon was extremely dangerous to the phantom scale. My strength has been improving rather slowly lately, Zhou sighed, looking at his character attribute panel. After so much time, only his constitution attribute had reached stage 5. He didn't know when he reached the large Leviathan level. Even if he did reach the large Leviathan level, he'd still be 1 stage short of the Abyss level, and still wouldn't be able to fuse with Emperor-level genes. Zhou currently possessed 3 Emperor-level genes: Blazing Emperor Gene Potion, Extreme Cold Emperor Gene Potion, and Metal Emperor Gene Potion. If only I could go to the Sacred Sea. Zhou remembered Brahma mentioning the sacred fruit. If he could go to the Sacred Sea, Zhou could not only obtain the sacred fruit, but also kill the recently resurrected Sacred Emperor and obtain its Emperor's treasure chest, making up for his previous losses. How about trying to synthesize it using Emperor-level positioning card fragments? Zhou hesitated. Zhou currently had 16 Emperor-level positioning card fragments, enough to synthesize a complete Emperor-level positioning card. However, he hesitated because he couldn't use it now. If he gave it to his subordinates, what if the required Sacred Sea was very far away? Wouldn't that be a waste? Just as Zhou was debating whether to gamble with the Emperor-level positioning card fragments to see if he could obtain a Sacred Emperor positioning card, he received a travel invitation from Jiang Haitao. Encountered an insurmountable creature in the Withering Sea? Zhou wondered for a moment, then immediately clicked accept. A flash of blue light appeared in the sky above the Withered Sea. Before his body plummeted downwards, he activated Auspicious Energy Form. Before Jiang Haitao could report the situation, Zhou saw an extremely large Leviathan creature chasing after him. Judging from the size of this Leviathan creature, it should be a king-level Leviathan, and its appearance wasn't made of skeletons, indicating it wasn't a bone Leviathan. Is this a living king-level Leviathan? Zhou asked, flying alongside Jiang Haitao. Yes, brother one, and its energy intensity is very high. I just used a burst of golden flame energy, but it didn't cause much damage to this king-level Leviathan. Jiang Haitao explained what he knew. Even the golden flame energy couldn't cause much damage. It seems to be a king-level Leviathan approaching the Emperor level, Zhou said, while injecting 10 streams of Xianlei energy into the Xianlei dragon pattern blade in his hand. Then, with a swing of his arm, he released a black lightning dragon composed of energy, instantly striking the king-level Leviathan. Boom! The black lightning dragon, which had previously been ineffective against Maxwell's demon, now displayed immense destructive power, leaving large charred marks on the king-level Leviathan's body. Having confirmed the intensity of the king-level Leviathan's energy, Zhou stopped flying, then donned the Metal Emperor liquefied armor, wielded 2 rift flame blades, and charged forward. Roar! Seeing that Zhou dared to charge at it, the king-level Leviathan roared angrily, then opened its massive maw and unleashed a black energy storm. However, this dark energy storm didn't harm Zhou at all. He was wearing Emperor-level armor, so even if the storm had some special effects, he couldn't sense them. Therefore, Zhou directly braved the dark energy storm, and rushed into the body of this king-level Leviathan. Relying on his Emperor-level equipment, he moved around as if it were empty, using his mental power to search for the king-level Leviathan's heart. Soon, Zhou found the heart and arrived before it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhou easily pierced the heart with his 2 blazing flame blades and obtained the core. Ding! Obtained Death God Core X1. After successfully obtaining the core, Zhou went to the stomach wall space to retrieve a black treasure chest. Finally, he entered the king-level Leviathan's brain cavity, destroyed its brain, and killed it completely.